A bright yellow chandelier hangs from the ceiling, illuminating the room and making it sparkle with the light of its many burning candles. It is the dorm room of the ruffian son from a high-ranking noble family, who reigned over the Magic Academy like a king. The ruffian son is this story's narrator and technical protagonist. He sits in his large luxurious dorm room with a grand bed and rich polished furniture, considering his life. Unfortunately, the ruffian's luck has run out as he's been charged with many egregious and downright unforgivable sins, such as using profanity in the presence of the honorable princess like a foul-mouthed drunken sailor, wrongfully meddling in the entrance examination, disregarding decency, and smearing the family name by getting blinded by jealousy. All of these are sins that his household cannot overlook. To cut a long story short, he's getting stripped like a harlot from the family register because he's made way more trouble than they can put up with. It feels like the god of fate is ridiculing me, he laments with his head in his hands. The ruffian's name is Ed Taylor, and his life was over. He is tossed out of his grand dorm with all his belongings packed in a few brown suitcases. His belongings are also tossed beside him in the dirt, and they don't even bother to acknowledge him once they've thrown him on the floor. "Thank you for your hard work," they say without a drop of sincerity in their tone. Other students jeer at him when they spot him. Some students point him out in shock, and others try not to make direct eye contact like they're scared of catching a disease only he can spread. Ed has become the gossip of the academy, and some of the students wonder about the point of walking on eggshells around him. After all, he was disowned and thrown out of his dorm room, so he has no power to use against them. They likely won't even see him in the next semester. Some of the students blame him for his own misfortune. They felt he should have known better than to attempt to rig the entrance exam, and they call him a filthy noble. All these insults echo through the halls and gardens to Ed, who is left stewing on a bench with suitcases by his side while a dark, depressing aura surrounds him. Ed thinks this is all unfair, and that sort of thinking is to be expected. After all, the arrogant Ed that all the students are jeering isn't even the same person. It turns out that the reality where the magical school exists was actually a game, and our weeping protagonist entered the game while playing on his computer back home. The game was set in the magical school called Sylvania Academy and won the award of Best Game of the Year. The game, titled The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, was his favorite game. Our boy is not too surprised about entering a game as he's familiar with this genre in the comics he reads. Usually, when someone enters a game, they end up possessing the abilities of either the main hero or the main villain. It could be someone cool like the first son of a super rich family, a genius ruffian, a young clan master, or a triple S rank hunter character who's badass and always breaks the rules. Unfortunately for our hero, he's drawn the short straw and ended up in the body of a third-rate villain, who gets kicked out of the dorms at the beginning of the game. He's not even a relevant character. His name isn't cool either, because what the fuck kind of name is Ed Taylor? The developers basically designed him to fail. He's possessed the worst of characters at the worst of times, and it is truly a misfortune to land in the body of someone else just after they had messed up beyond repair. Our hero screams into the sky in protest about how unfair his situation is. He's always lived a frugal and simple life with no greed. However, the other students hear him yelling, and think the arrogant Ed is just boasting again and saying things are unfair when he's filled his life with nothing but wicked deeds. They also call him out for saying he's frugal when they know he's a shameless scumbag. That stops our boy short, and he's left gaping in embarrassment and shock. Spirit broken, he sits in humble silence as the students storm away in anger. Our boy sighs and glances to his side, and is surprised to see a status window open before him. It tells him that Ed Taylor is 17, in year 2, and a male of the human race with 0 achievements. The status window also reveals that Ed is useless with a level 3 stamina and level 4 intellect. He, however, has level 7 for talent, level 7 for willpower, and a bonus level 6 for luck, so he's not entirely hopeless. However, my guy is still heavily disappointed by Ed's pathetic stats. Despite studying in the Faculty of Magic, his intellect is next to nothing, and his stamina is way too low for a noble. He figures that this is why Ed never amounted to anything more than a third-rate villain. Because even in his memories of playing the game, Ed exists as nothing but a blur. It's so bad that he can't even recall what happened to him later in the game. Suddenly, our guy is struck with enlightenment and recalls exactly what happened to poor useless Ed Taylor. In a corner of the game's ending credits, he remembers an elderly-looking man with a thin mustache, wearing a suit and crouched in the corner of the street with no shoes. The man was Ed Taylor, and his ending was begging on the streets like a bum. Thinking over it logically, our hero deduces that Ed's end was no real surprise. He'd been a ruffian noble who knew nothing about the world, and was suddenly thrown into the streets. The begging bad ending aside, Ed was lucky that he'd somehow stayed alive. However, the news remained depressing for the poor guy who was now stuck living Ed's miserable life. He was so scared of the future that he turned as white as a sheet, sighing once more in disappointment. He doesn't know why he, of all people, has come to possess Ed's body, and has no idea how to find out the reason behind this mix-up. However, he picks up his suitcase, determined not to let begging become his ending. He stands with determination burning in his pale eyes as he glares ahead. He declares that he will succeed no matter what. for they say, once you've hit rock bottom, the only place to go is up. Despite being a school, Sylvania Academy is more like a city with the entire Arkan Mountains as its premises. The valley is expansive with green grass growing around the white glistening towers of the school. Our guide journeys to the undeveloped forest, northeast of the academy to escape the prying eyes of the students. He is covered in sweat and exhausted, but he makes it deep into the woods and pauses to sit on his suitcase after walking for half a day. Amazingly, he manages to lug both suitcases out of there by himself since Ed is not exactly the most built noble there is. Since he's been disowned and is now the disgrace of the school, there's plenty of time for him to ponder the next step to take, even though his odds aren't looking good. Back in the game, Ed getting disowned was the extreme starting part of the scenario. Though he was disowned, Ed was not expelled. And that part is extremely important, because Sylvania Academy is a top-notch learning facility. Just graduating from Sylvania is sure to get a student a guaranteed and secure future. Thanks to our hero obsessing over the game so much, he can now use the intel of a 5-time dedicated player of the game to its fullest. He still has a chance of success so long as he graduates quietly, then he can acquire a soft, comfortable life, a life even more awesome than the one he left in the past world. So, his obvious goal is graduation. He scratches out that word in the sand, dreams of towers of golden coins flashing in his mind. However, to achieve this newfound dream of his, he first needs to tackle a few issues, the first of which is the steep tuition fees. As someone disowned and kicked to the curb, he has absolutely no money to pay his way through school, and it's not like he's talented enough to get a scholarship either. The good news is the current semester has already been paid for by his wealthy noble family, so he can use the time he has left to achieve a scholarship for the next semester. However, Ed's stats are still looking ridiculous and downright depressing, but our boy is not about to give up just yet, even though he thinks he'd be lucky not to flunk out with those bad stats. He decides he'll worry about tuition later and instead focus on more pressing matters like how he's going to survive now that he's gotten his ass kicked out of the dorms. The things he needs now are food, clothes, and shelter. He snaps open his luxurious suitcase to take a peek at what he has to work with for around the next week to avoid turning into a bum. He finds in his suitcase a collection of showy clothing with no extra stats or powers, ceremonial daggers that are just as useless, and even the more useless ornamental cup. It's not looking good, but at least he has clothes. The problem now is having no place to stay or food to eat, and Ed's awful reputation is not going to make it easy to achieve either. He sits on the floor to ponder the issue, which makes him look like a bum in practice. Since he can't return to the dorm that he was kicked out of, he decides to stick in the woods for the time being. There is at least a clean stream nearby, and that accounts for water. Our boy has 10 days until school starts, so he's going to use that time to whip into shape. Ed starts by practicing the magic move Wind Blade. He uses it to send blades of wind whipping around the forest until he's exhausted. Fortunately, he can use spells, but using spells only made him hungrier, and he's exhausted just from using wind blades to cut down a few tree trunks. He decides the spell is not that useful. He is now frustrated that he got kicked out without at least getting some food. Then, he wonders if getting hungry after using magic is a thing in this world. Because after using magic, he is so hungry that sweat starts dripping down his brow. Suddenly, he remembers something that his grandfather told him when he was young. When barley was scarce while his grandfather was a child, he said they'd eat tree bark in the back mountains. And so, Ed stares dubiously at the barks of the trees he cut down. Unfortunately, he is desperate enough to try it. Within minutes, he's using ignition to boil up the bark of a tree inside the ceremonial cup. Anything edible is good enough for him to try to fight off the hunger. He is so hungry that he convinces himself the tree bark looks like chicken breast. Excited, he stuffs the wood in his mouth and chews with high hopes. As expected, his hopes plummet and he ends up spitting the entire thing out. Humans might be omnivores, but there's a limit. Day 3 in the forest comes around, and Ed is starting to look like a starved, reanimated corpse. He sends his hate to his grandpa for his useless advice. After starving for a day and throwing up for 2 more days, he concluded that he'd stop trying to eat wood and instead use it to build a house. He needed shelter to weather off harsh weather conditions. So, he gets busy. First things first, he raises the frame to support the wood of the house. He only has 2 hands, so he struggles to set up the 4 supports. It is not an easy job, and he quickly crashes during his first pathetic attempt. However, it's either succeed or die trying, so he forces himself to his feet again, his face burning red as he quickly ties the frame into place. He takes a moment to rest after that one success, but he's still got a long way to go. Since he can't sleep on the bare ground, he tosses his luxurious clothes to the floor and uses them as a sort of mat. It's a waste of nice fancy clothes, but it's not like he has a choice. The next day comes, and he successfully crafts a tent made of wood which he's extremely proud of. The status window suddenly becomes active, and informs him that his crafting proficiency has increased, since he crafted the basic wood shelter to completion. He is now a novice craftsman with level 4 in handiness, level 1 in design, and level 1 in gathering ability. Ed would be so much more impressed if he wasn't dying of starvation. He does realize though that he missed out on his talents because he was a noble, so he never found out that he's more talented with his hands than he is with magic. So, my guy utilizes that handiness and creates a simple harpoon, a ceremonial dagger strapped to a well-shaped tree trunk. He harnesses his newly crafted weapon like a madman, determined to find something to eat. 2 days on an empty stomach with excessive physical labor has been bad for him. Only desperation keeps him going as he madly jabs at the water in a wild attempt to catch fish. He successfully catches 2 and he roasts them over a fire with the ignition spell. A week until school starts and he finally tastes food, so it's no wonder that his eyes are finally sparkling with joy. He just has to hold out as he is right now. If he can manage to hold out until then he'll be able to get through school without much trouble. However, he was so busy eating that he forgot something important and nearly choked on the fish when someone appeared before him. A beautiful girl with long blonde hair and shiny golden eyes. It looks like in his quest for survival, my guy had completely forgotten about the main characters of the story. But of all the people, he had not expected to run into this particular individual. She is the disciplinarian and strict Princess Fionia, and she's the one who got Ed Rothtailor kicked out of the dorms. The issue is that Ed Rothtailor is a villain who appears as soon as a player starts the game. Using his status as a noble, he hits on the main character's childhood friend only to end up being beaten up and punished for it. However, Ed's vengeful heart is not sated, and he goes on to use his noble influence to adjust the main character's entrance exam for Sylvania Academy. Unfortunately, he immediately gets caught by a girl who came to take the entrance exam while hiding her identity. That girl was Fionia Elias Kloll, and she was their empire's 3rd princess. With her insight ability, she can detect the target's lies and conspiracies. Pathetic Ed Rothtailor was caught in a sad state, gritting his teeth and making excuses, but all of his lies were exposed by Fionia and he was chased out of the dorms. Everyone at the academy of course hated Ed Rothtailor, but he was doomed when he met the one person that he shouldn't have met the most. Now, my guy was unfortunate to have met her again while wearing Ed Rothtailor's body. She is furious to see him, her arms crossing as she immediately deduces that he's up to no good. "What are you doing here?" she demands, furious to learn that he was not immediately expelled. Ed explains that he's still a student even if he was chased from the dorms. However, the princess is not having it, and she demands that he leave. She cannot stand to see a shameless person like him around the school, which would be valid if he was still the scumbag Ed Rothtailor, but he's a completely different person inside. However, Fionia doesn't know this and she's determined to talk to the academic department and personally request for his expulsion. He's in big trouble now. She will demand that he get expelled for the crime of committing a dishonorable act as a student of the academy and for the crime of setting up a fellow student in an attempt to block their path to a better future. Yet, all Ed can think of is his precious food burning away on the fire. However, he also recognizes that his life is in a crisis now that the princess has come around to make threats because she really does have the power to get him expelled. If that's the case, then he's going to get serious. The sun will set soon, he says, his face darkening as he steps towards her, questioning why a royal like herself isn't currently being accompanied by any guards. He turns the tables around and jeers at a noble princess coming to an isolated forest alone. However, Fionia refuses to be threatened and raises her hands in battle as she's not scared of him, even if she doesn't have her escorts. Still, our hero denies trying to threaten her and suddenly gets on his knees, claiming with a bright smile that he's just trying to thank her. This confuses Fionia and she activates her skill of insight. She is shocked to find that there is truth to his words and no lies are detected. Ed notes that she looks surprised. The Rothtailor family that he belongs to is famous and influential, but they use that name to exploit the citizens and do human experiments for research into eternal life. To the main character, it is a trash family that is destined to be destroyed and all the members of the family will be imprisoned and executed in the future. However, thanks to Ed getting disowned, our hero will never have to suffer that fate. The fish he caught is now completely burnt and he may be cold and hungry, but he decides that is better than dying. In the long run, it's a good thing that he got disowned and it puts a bright smile on his face. He decides he will have to convince Fionia without lying, or he'll get expelled, and then it's game over at any chance of living a peaceful and happy life. Looking at the timeline, he deduces that it's about a week before the school starts, and he ponders on why the princess would be in the forest. She has come without any escort, and she's come wearing simple clothing, which makes him realize that she is completing the class placement test. Professor Glass' class placement test is a test to find magic beads hidden in the forest. It is a vicious test, and he knows the noble Princess Fionia would be aiming for the best class, which is Class A. She rebukes him for trying to flatter her, and brings up getting him expelled again. However, Ed interjects and says that without his help, she will never be able to enter Class A. He also adds that if his words are lies, then she can have him expelled. He tells her that if she goes to the lake in the southeast of the forest, there will be a small grassy island. There, she will find a giant tree in the middle of that island, called Merylda's Guardian Tree, where she shall find the present that he left. Fionia follows his directions and is mystified to find the golden bead hidden exactly where he said it would be. She cannot understand it. She knew Ed Rothtailor to be a liar and a charlatan. However, the Ed she just encountered was different. She is at a loss for words as she stares at the bead. The class placement test officially ends and the professor asks them all to take out the beads they have acquired. Some of the students show up with a bunch of ridiculous beads of different colors. Some have even returned with fruits and eggs. Professor Glass tells those students that they will start from Class F. The test wasn't about finding just any magic bead after all. Only the ones who found beads with the highest magical power, the golden beads, were the ones qualified to enter Class A. Only 3 students found the golden beads. It was Ziggs, a rough boy with red eyeliner and green eyes. Loretal, a redhead hottie with green eyes and a cat-like smile. And lastly, the one who found a bead at the guardian tree of Merelda that had unusually high magic power. The person that found the last bead would be recognized as top of the class, and it looks like the princess is ready to accept that title. Meanwhile, Ed ponders his decision to help the princess. His fish burnt, and he doesn't even have the strength to use the spear anymore. He managed to upgrade his crafting abilities and made a fishing rod. He thinks of the third princess of the empire, Fionia. Since she was young, she'd seen through flattery and sophistry and had sharpened her insight ever since, which led to the creation of her innate skill. No one can escape her insight, so he had no choice but to give her authentic information. Unfortunately, this led to an even greater problem for our hero. The prideful Princess Fionia was supposed to earn the title the Princess of Love after facing failure during the class placement test. However, if Fionia, who has great influence over the early scenario, finds the golden bead and enters Class A, the scenario of the original story collapses. Even if Ed manages to avoid being expelled, all the information he has would become useless if the story changes too much and he'll be done for. Fortunately for him, the top of Class A is awarded to a girl called Lucy Merrill. She is a small silver-haired witch deeply asleep in class. The future did not change. Fionia stomps out of the class deep in thought. Her ability to insight has always seen the truth, and there really was a bead at the tree. However, her hands shook with rage because she could not accept it. The reason she'd hidden her identity in the first place was because she'd feel embarrassed by the special treatment she would get if her identity was exposed. She really wanted to prove herself, and knew from just seeing the bead that it would offer her the best results on the test. Yet, that was exactly why Fionia could not bring herself to accept such a gift, because finding it was not something she accomplished on her own. The title Princess of Love that she would receive in the future was one she wanted to gain only by walking the righteous path. So, with her head down, she turned away from the opportunity before her. Ed threw bait at the princess, knowing it would not matter if it were a truth or a lie. Even if Ed Rothtailor believed that the princess would fail the test, she had confidence in succeeding and rubbing it in his face. However, that confidence crumbled when she was unable to find another bead, which meant that our hero had never lied to her since she was unable to enter Class A without the item he'd directed her to. The princess punched the wall in a rage, since this meant she had to keep her end of the deal and could not get him expelled. However, she swore to keep her eyes on him. Meanwhile, Ed celebrates finally catching a fish even bigger than the sardines he caught last time. He now lives in a place where he has to start running from early in the morning to get to school on time, as there is no means of transporting himself back and forth from his wooden tent to the school. But then again, he is willing to make the effort and races back to school, overjoyed to have returned to the splendor and joy of the Sylvania Academy. The school opening ceremony begins, and the announcers say it is nice to see that the students have made progress before starting the new semester. The announcer tells them to enjoy the food prepared while they listen. As the announcer continued to speak, Ed heard the sweet whispers from his haters that welcomed him back to school. Nobody looked happy to see him back in school. They wondered how he had the face to come to the opening ceremony, and they wondered why he even came back in the first place. However, he doesn't care as he once more gets the chance to eat rich flavored meat, and he proceeds to eat many plates of it like a pig. His goal is graduation, and he doesn't care how many shocked stares he gets. Still, the side characters keep whispering about his disgrace and his manners. Some even admit that he feels a bit different. That's when a group of girls whisper about desserts being made by the head chef of Awfully's Hall, and they hurry over to the table where it's being served. A pretty girl with long brown pigtail braids and a bow in her hair remarks that it's strange somehow that Ed Rothtailor feels like a different person. Meanwhile, our hero is out here, simply wishing for nothing unusual to happen. Moving on, a big blue sky brightens another brand new day at Sylvania Academy. It is the first day of school and a new semester. A welcome speech is given to the new students in a grand hall, with the speaker stating their excitement at seeing the students in a new and improved form. It looks like the speaker also looks forward to seeing Sylvania Academy whip them into shape to become functional members that society can be proud of. However, things are not going peaky for everyone, for on the first day of school, our protagonist Ed finds himself in the dean's office. He almost didn't even start the school year because he almost got expelled on the first day of school. Ed had not expected Fionia to tell the dean about him, especially after their little encounter in the forest. Fortunately, the dean was a rather happy fella, and Ed was surprised that the cranky old man spoke with a smile on his face the entire time. He reasons that Fionia must not have said anything bad about him. Since he barely managed to avoid expulsion, he's decided to be a bit more careful and breathes a sigh of relief. With a look of determination on his face, he is prepared to ensure that the story doesn't stray from the original because his peaceful, comfortable life depends on it. Thanks to the life skills he honed for survival, he's achieved the combat abilities of a novice fighter, with his speciality being the bow, but he's only level 1 at it. He also did some magic training appropriate for a student of the Faculty of Magic. To get the best combination of survival skills and magic training, there was no better weapon than a bow. He used these combined skills to hunt down games to eat. As his life skills become more proficient and he becomes better at making good quality arrows, he'll soon be able to cast spirit or magic formulas to the arrows. For now, he'll just hunt down rabbits and keep practicing because spirit formulas are still currently outside what he can achieve. In the middle of his hunt, Ed pauses when he sees an enchanting beauty seated underneath a tree, her hair flowing in the wind. It is the pigtailed brunette, and she sits reading a book, with a pile of books on the floor before her. This beautiful lady is Janica Failover. She is in her second year just like Ed, except that she is also top of the class and a genius spirit sorcerer, unlike Ed. The beauty glances up, her ruby eyes sparkling with beauty. She spots Ed and remarks that he is the amusing guy Merylda was talking about, Merylda being the name of the tree. Surprisingly, though she's heard of him, Janica is actually happy to see him and jovially introduces herself. He is shocked that she immediately leaps into his personal space with a bright, happy smile on her face. She asks if he is surprised that she knows all about him like some kind of creepy stalker. She explains that this forest is the territory of Merylda, a high-ranking spirit, and it turns out that Merylda is a huge gossip. She has told Janice so much about Ed. Ed is shocked that the master of the forest even has that much free time to talk about him to strangers. Janica laughs and explains that Merylda is kind of nosy, like that wasn't already clear. Merylda has her attention all over the place, so it makes sense that she'd know about an unwanted visitor. Ed is just hurt that he's classified as unwanted in his newfound home. Then again, he did kill a lot of animals and cut down so many trees, but just thinking about it makes him feel kind of depressed, and Janica realizes the awkwardness she caused with her tactless statement. She quickly tells Ed not to sweat the small stuff since it's the natural order of things for creatures in the forest to catch and eat each other. Merylda is not bothered by things like that, so Ed has no reason to worry. Ed is a little touched and blushes when he notes that even the huge wild forest master has a tender heart. Meanwhile, the more Janica looks at him, the more she realizes that Ed sort of looks like hot stuff. Living in the wild might not have done wonders for his hygiene, but his beauty stats definitely upgraded. Janica laughs and agrees that it is kind of unexpected that Merylda is a softie. Then she hurries to show him something cute and adorable, a creature she signed a contract with as soon as she saw him yesterday. This creature manifests as a sparkle of light in her hands, and she asks if Ed wants to try touching him. Ed is surprised to see the sparkle of light and wonders if it is a contract or a spirit. If he wants to become friends with Janica, then he needs to chime in at the right time, but Ed instead hangs his head and says that he doesn't know what she means because he does not see spirits. He goes on to say that he lacks the ability to see spirits, shocking Janica, who stares at him in heartbroken surprise. Ed turns away from her, saying that he only came out to get food, so he'll get going now. Only by following the original storyline can he gain an informational advantage, and Janica Failover is someone who holds significant importance in the original storyline. She is someone that he must never get close to, because the future has something incredibly haunted in store for her. He walks away, leaving her behind, and she sadly stares after him. Meanwhile, Janica notes that Merylda was right about her assumptions concerning Ed. Janica agrees that Merylda was right in her assessment of calling Ed a really fascinating guy. As she speaks, she strokes the white furry chin of the forest master, who's taken the form of a giant wolf-like creature. No matter how much she thinks about it, she realizes that Ed really can't see her. She wonders who he is. Also, she tried so hard to be kind to him, but he just answered with yep and left. It makes her so embarrassed that she buries her face in Merylda's fur and squeals with disappointment. However, she takes heart since it's not like this is the last time they'll ever see each other again. After all, they go to the same school and are in the same grade. She can just find out more about him from now on. The distance between Ed's shelter and the student area was not close at all. It was in fact a whole treasure map's journey from point A to point B. Ed barely made it in time for school even when he left at dawn and ran at full speed. Just commuting to school is something ridiculous that increases his stats, so at least it is worth doing. In order to win the scholarship, he has to study more diligently than ever before. He has no money, so he writes on a stone slab using a burned stick, and borrows books to study with from the student library. My guy literally regressed to the Stone Age just to excel academically. On his way home, he washes the sweat from his clothes in the stream. One would think that would conclude his daily chores, but he's just getting started. Life as a broke student isn't easy, and he has to check if he still has any firewood, drinking water, and jerky for his next day's lunch. Due to this extra chore, he only gets 4 hours of sleep. However, doing all this is not what bothers him the most. What bothers him the most is that the entire time he's struggling, Janica keeps following him and keeps a close eye on him like he's her amusing circus monkey. He immediately calls her out for following him around, and she looks shocked that she got discovered when she wasn't even any good at hiding in the first place. He yells that it would be weirder if he didn't notice her awful sneaking skills. Enraged, he asks Janica if she is not aware of his identity. He is Ed Rothtailor, the worst hooligan to exist, and he doesn't understand why she keeps hanging around him. However, Janica points out that the hooligan thing is just what other people think of him and she wants to make her own judgment of him. She sparkles like the sun as she smiles at him, blinding him with her pure beauty. However, Ed is even more disturbed. He recalls that Janica is the kind of person who looks naive and dumb on the outside, but she is very independent-minded and always likes to form opinions by herself. However, none of that is going to change the dark future in store for her. Ed just can't respond with a refreshing smile on his face when he knows what is coming. This is because the sweet and angelic Janica failover ends up growing into the final boss of Act 1. She is the only character who would smile at a scumbag like Ed Rothtailor. It hurts him to have to push her away, but he cannot mess with the plot because he needs things to go smoothly so that he can succeed. Ed reminds himself that he is a villain, even though he never wanted to go too far. So, he says in that case, since destiny brought us together, can you do me a favor? Janica is delighted that he's asked for a favor and asks with excitement sparkling in her eyes what she can do for him. Ed explains that he is a mess right now. He's been disowned by his family and he is in a huge pinch, so he asks if she can give him some money. Ed temporarily turns into the beggar he feared becoming. Janica is so shocked she briefly turns to stone, her smile frozen on her face. Quickly he tries to retain his dignity and stees, saying that of course, he will pay her back as soon as he's back on his feet. The truth is that Ed knows that every year, Janica gets a scholarship for being top of the class, but that doesn't just signify her excellence. Her background is so poor that without the scholarship, the angelic beauty of the school would not be able to advance to higher graduation. In other words, she's just as broke as he is. Janica, the sweetest daughter from a small ranch, has one great weakness and that is money. The poor girl is so shocked, standing in the clearing at a loss of words. Her stone-frozen figure starts to fade away as she apologizes in pain despair because she cannot help at all, which is exactly what Ed predicted. He hopes that with this he has successfully cut Janica failover out of his life. It's been 3 days and he's finally been left in peace. Of course, Ed doesn't feel good about purposely asking Janica for the one thing she cannot provide, but he doesn't want to get entangled with the important characters anymore. He should carry on his quiet, peaceful life of living and hunting in the forest. He has to be careful so that the story doesn't stray from the original. He finally makes it home and is about to enter his wooden tent when he freezes in shock. This is because he finds inside his tent a character with an even heavier presence than Janica. The subject marvel of all her classmates and even the professors, the rare genius and the most powerful character in the game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, Lucy Merrill. He finds Lucy Merrill sleeping inside of his tent, and she wakes with a tired yawn. He is horrified to find her sleeping in his home and wonders what she's even doing in this mountain valley. Lucy mumbles that he is so loud that she can't sleep. Ed is about to ask what he did that was so loud, but the sleepy girl says she's not talking about him. She is in fact talking about the wolf behind him that is as big as a house. It keeps talking to him. Ed's eyes widen to saucers in shock and there is a bright light behind him. It is Merrill the Forest Master. She is a mighty creature, and she requests that Ed someday save Janica at all costs. She is technically his landlady, so already this is a dicey situation. Lucy only spent 2 days at Ed's camp. Ed carries on about his daily activities, an axe on his shoulder and rope in his hands. As he does his chores, he hopes deeply that Lucy spending time in the forest won't lead to any significant changes in the story's plot. Looking back, he can't help but see how complacent he was to think that way, and it did not take him long to realize his folly. Sylvania Academy had started its joint combat training at school. A large auditorium was filled with cheering people and its center was a fighting ring. Joint combat training was a mock one-on-one combat exercise between students, a friendly sport where they could test their abilities without fear of seriously harming each other. To further reduce the lethality of their blows, the school provided most students with fake weapons to fight with. As the student matches rage on, Ed already has an idea of how most of the matches will go, especially the matches of a few special people, such as the sparkly benevolent Princess Fionia with her insight ability, Golden Daughter Lortel with her red hair and cocky smile, Ziggs, who is one of the few students to have gotten into the top class through the beat hunt test, the sweet but broke spirit sorcerer Janica, the slothful Lucy who went and did as she pleased, and the wicked Clebius, who is an edgy-looking kid with dark hair. The list of exceptional protagonists could go on and on without end, and Ed recognizes them all. After all, each named character will turn out to be an important character in the game. The most important character of all is the failing swordsman Taylor, the hero in red with dark glistening hair, burning with a fiery passion and a sharp shining sword that he turns upon his opponents. Ed stares at the ring with bated breath and a sparkle in his eyes like a fanboy watching the concert of his favorite pop idol. He excitedly wonders if Taylor will be fighting next. He already knows the results, so he didn't pay too much attention to any of the other matches. The winners of the duels in the joint combat training were all first-year students, the same as the protagonist, Taylor, who is expected as those winners are expected to make up Taylor's elite team. The only exception among the winners was of course Janica, who is a second year. As if summoned by his thoughts, Janica animatedly pops up by him and greets him with a bright and shining smile, much to his chagrin. Ed is heavily disappointed that she hasn't given up on her attempt to be his friend, especially after they went through the pathetic experience of him asking her for money. Unlike Lucy, who acts like a lazy cat and does whatever she likes, Janica acts more like an eager dog every time she sees him. With excitement, Janica informs him that the list of matches is out. However, Ed is not really interested in the list, crossing his arms and turning away so he can focus on what is happening in the ring instead. However, Janica is not discouraged and she excitedly questions his disinterest. She thought that he would at least be curious to know who he would be fighting. Her statement stops Ed short. He freezes in terror and horror and realization as a cold sweat runs down his face. He had not expected that he'd have to fight as well, but that was his own foolish mistake. Ed had forgotten that by the time of the joint combat training, Ed Rothtaylor had already been expelled. However, Ed had prevented that from happening, so now he would of course have to take part in the joint combat training and he would have to fight another student. With apprehension in his eyes, he scans the list in Janica's hand to find out who is going to be his opponent. Meanwhile, in the ring, the protagonist, Taylor, stands proud and determined with his fist beating against his chest. Taylor promises to perform to the best of his ability. Ed immediately forgets all about who he has to fight, now that his inner fanboy has activated. A smile comes upon his lips as he decides his opponent does not matter right now, since he must pay attention to Taylor. Ed just wants to watch Taylor's fight because they have a deep connection, even if Taylor doesn't know it. Though it was from a world beyond the screen, Ed lived as Taylor for a long time and played his perspective during the game. During the time he played, he hit many lows and game over moments where the game would ask if he was interested in playing again, and Ed would always choose yes. From miserable and vain bad endings to true endings that left long-lasting impressions, Ed completed the journey through the game countless times with Taylor by his side. Among the countless routes, there wasn't a single route that was not arduous and difficult. Taylor would sometimes get beat up and covered in various battle bruises with his face in a grimace, burdened by the difficulties of his path. In this new life, Ed and Taylor are now separate and Ed has to take care of himself to protect himself from a bad ending. However, he still plans to energetically and wholeheartedly cheer for Taylor. Ed wishes Taylor great success, because Taylor's success will keep the game predictable and help to guarantee a peaceful future for Ed. Ed gets so touched thinking about it that his eyes sparkle with heartfelt tears. Suddenly, he notices the big black speakers blaring beside him, repeating an announcement over and over. The announcer is searching for the student named Lucy Merrill. The speaker announces that Lucy has to come to the arena as soon as she's ready for the practice match. Glancing around the auditorium, Ed does not see Lucy and he wonders where she went. Suddenly, they find her sleeping underneath the backup podium, just beside the fighting ring. The yelling finally reaches her and she stands to her feet with a big characteristic yawn. The announcer yells at Lucy to go finish her duel before she starts lazing around, but Lucy is in no hurry and she slowly trudges towards the podium to meet her opponent. First year, top of the class, Lucy Merrill is set to fight against Taylor McClure, the hero of the game. Ed already knows exactly how this scene is supposed to play out. Taylor is the character who is born to be a swordsman, but has never held a sword before in his life. Yet, with the first swing of his mighty sword burning with powerful fiery energy, he cuts through Lucy's lightning-quick magic. The spell she had thought would hit and take him down was miraculously blocked. This catches Lucy off guard, and while she is standing shocked, Taylor closes the distance between them swiftly. Still reeling from shock, Lucy retaliates without thinking with Lightning Strike, an intermediate-level lightning magic that completely obliterates the ring. Taylor is then completely overpowered by Lucy's reflex magic spell, but Lucy gets disqualified for using intermediate-level magic, which earns Taylor the honor of being the first to ever defeat Lucy Merrill. It was a scene so legendary that just thinking about it brings joyous tears to Ed's eyes. The match begins in real time and Taylor charges in with a brass knuckle on his hand and attacks with all his strength, just like Ed expected. However, Lucy suddenly blasts him on the spot and Taylor gets knocked down from just one hit. The entire crowd goes into shocked silence, but Ed is still hopeful, his hand curled into a determined fist. Lucy yawns lazily, the most unbothered victor in the ring as she scratches her hair. The crowd whispers in shock at the match already being over. They are greatly surprised, but they all agree that it would be impossible to win against the top student in class. They also think it was very silly of Taylor to charge barehanded at a mage like a dumb bull. They ponder his weird strategy and just figure that he's unlucky. Taylor McClure's life was always a series of trials. He was a country bumpkin and a failure of a student, an underachiever who had not gotten a single decent grade since he started school. He was a failure that was not acknowledged by anyone. He was so irrelevant to the student body that no one noticed his hand move. While everyone jumped to conclusions regarding the match, Taylor's trembling hand grasped a sword. In an outright wicked situation, the students pitied him as Taylor staggered to his feet. Even in the midst of all this despair, Taylor, burning with the drive to succeed, never lost hope. Ed watched with excitement, cheering for Taylor as he staggered to his feet. Deep inside his inner thoughts, Ed cheers Taylor on, believing strongly in Taylor's ability to succeed. With a burst of speed, Taylor launches himself at Lucy, screaming her name. Lucy turned in surprise to see him suddenly able to move, and Ed's excited grin grew wider. He waited with bated breath for Lucy to use lightning magic and keep things aligned with the plot he knew. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Ed stared in confusion and shock as Lucy retaliated with a ball of green light that immediately halted Taylor's attack. The magic expanded into the face of a growling wolf that overpowered Taylor. It is a familiar face and looks very much like the face of the forest master, Merylda. The great magic flings poor Taylor away in a mighty swirling wind tunnel of green and white. Taylor was launched into the air and crashed into the wall behind Ed. Taylor's limp body smacked against one of the great pillars of the grand auditorium, then fell from the height and crashed to the floor, landing so hard that he broke the stone of the floor that he landed on. Lucy had retaliated with magic, just like Ed expected her to, but she had not used lightning magic. Instead, wind magic danced around her, a purple glow in her eyes as she glared at Taylor's fallen body. She glared at the boy who had come close to defeating her. Taylor had come close, but he had still failed. Lucy Merrill was announced the winner of the match, and the auditorium erupted in a cheer of celebration in her honor. However, Ed was still frozen in horror and shock. He could not believe that Taylor, who was supposed to mark this event as his first victory and sear his presence in the minds of the watching crowd, somehow lost his battle against Lucy. The recognized victor of the match was confirmed by the announcer to indeed be Lucy Merrill. The announcement echoes through the auditorium, and the students go wild with cheers, throwing their hands in the air in adoration of the first year's top student. However, Ed cannot believe it, and he stares at Taylor's crumpled body in disbelief. It shocks him that the protagonist lost in his first important fight, because this means that the story is starting to change. Heartbroken, our guy watches as Taylor the hero leaves the ring with his shoulders slumped in defeat. He quickly recognizes that the current situation is likely going to be a serious problem, and he definitely cannot leave the hero alone to his own devices. Lucy used the protection of the wind spell to defeat the hero during their combat match. That spell uses the power of the wind spirit to automatically protect the user from sudden attacks. The mighty face of the wind spirit that takes the form of a powerful howling wolf is the kind of ability that uses continuous magic obtained through contracting with the high-class wind spirit Merylda. Lucy stretches out her hand and requests for some jerky, but Ed runs right past her, his focus on something entirely different. According to the scenario, Merylda and Lucy are originally two separate entities and should not have been combined. However, thanks to Miss Lazy coming to his tent and temporarily hanging around the forest, she ended up contracting with Merylda and became even stronger because of it. As Ed races away, the announcer proclaims that the next combat training match shall be held between him and the Empire's adored and respected Princess Fionia Elias Clole. Fionia is already walking out to the ring, and she attempts to engage our guy in conversation, but he races right past her instead, barely sparing a second to notice her with how intensely and fast he is running. The problem is that the hero was supposed to win the fight against Lucy. Taylor was supposed to gain confidence in himself during that fight. Unfortunately, the hero lost because Ed Roth Taylor, who had not been there in the original story, now existed and remained within Sylvania Academy. Filled with guilt, our guy races after the hero and calls out to his hunched defeated back. He was not sure if his actions would have any meaning, but doing something was better than just sitting still. Ed then shouted encouraging words, telling Taylor that his efforts would surely pay off. He told the hero not to feel down and that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Our guy is not doing any of this because he is a selfless angel. It is because deep down inside he realizes that if the hero's heart gets broken, then he will be forced to work hard in the end at fixing things that Taylor was supposed to handle. So, he floods the hero with toxic positivity and tells him to walk with pride because he did good. Our guy screams with so much energy and passion that his face goes purple. Ed knows that there are sure to be more hardships that will occur at Sylvania Academy, but the hero is the one built to face and overcome these hardships, not him. Meanwhile, we go back to Fionia to shed a little light on her story and her past. The first person to discover her innate insight ability was Emperor Cole, who told her that she was born with God's blessing. However, he was wrong about that. The life of a royal was the kind riddled with endless intrigue and conspiracy. From within that dark abyss, the golden light that was Fionia developed the insight sense by herself as a means of self-protection. That is why she is always confident. The princess could always find an ugly abyss swirling deep inside the eyes of the imperial family that looked up to her. Even when she saw through them, the Princess of Love lived as if she did not know of their wicked hearts. Now, back to the present, she faces Ed during the joint combat training. He solemnly asks Fionia to go easy on him, and she also asks him to also go easy on her. While they brace themselves in preparation for the match ahead, the other students whisper about Ed's behavior before the match and how he rushed to yell at poor defeated Taylor. They all think that our guy is surprisingly persistent in his evil, and feel wowed that he put in so much effort to make fun of someone who wasn't even able to do anything. They figured that he probably wanted to look like a nice guy by cheering for the person he'd been caught bullying. They also agreed that such an idea is disturbing, and some of the other students laugh at Ed for being that kind of person from the start. Fionia closes her eyes deep in thought. The truth is that she believes the words of the jeering students are correct. Ed Rothtailor has always been the type of person who used his noble-born position to embarrass his juniors, and when things did not work out the way he planned, he was then caught in the shameless, disgusting act of altering the test results. Ed Rothtailor was a predictable eyesore. That was what he was like in the past. However, now he started acting different. The memory of him kneeling before her and offering her the chance to win the golden bead flashes in her mind. She wonders if she truly knows all there is to know about Ed Rothtailor. Earlier, our guy did indeed race away to yell at Taylor, but there had been desperation shining in his eyes, and that was not an act. The announcer declared that the combat would begin, and all the students cheered. Before they start fighting, Fionia tells him that he confuses her, which surprises Ed. She will come to a conclusion about him using this duel between them. Fionia informs Ed that she has begun her attack. She shoots just one ball of water at Ed, starting with one just to test him. She knows that the magic he uses is wind and fire, so she wonders how he will now react to her water ball. In a dramatic battle as a finale, she plans on getting rid of that mysterious man haunting her heart. However, to her ultimate disappointment, the water ball smacks Ed right in the chest and he takes a dramatic hit. Fionia is dumbstruck with confusion as Ed rather dramatically hits the ground like he was mowed down by an asteroid. Ed declares his silent defeat. Fionia is outraged, of course. The noble princess who could not accept a freely given bead during a hunting game would hardly be thrilled about a freely given win. She knows that he saw the trajectory of the water ball and yet chose not to block it. The student body throws back their heads and laughs at how pathetic Ed is. They think his battle went even worse than Taylor's. Ed was acting all cool earlier, but he ended up knocked down with just one hit. The students also cheer for the princess with adoration in their eyes, agreeing that watching the princess fight and win was refreshing. Ed bows his thanks to Fionia and says that he learnt a lot. However, Fionia is well aware that she's the butt of this stupid joke. She only fired one shot and Ed would have learnt absolutely nothing from a battle so brief it can't even be called a fight. She then realizes that Ed has never once made eye contact with her through the entire fight. This must mean Ed is lying, and that further aggravates her. Princess Fionia Elias Cole is announced the victor and, predictably, the whole crowd cheers. Fionia is outraged, but Ed races out of the grand auditorium as soon as his duel is over. It is important for Ed to avoid the princess because she is a very important person in the present scenario. The only one more important than the princess is the main character of the world, Taylor. Ed rushes off in a desperate search for Taylor, calling him a punk while searching for him. Suddenly, a person calls out his name. Just as dumb luck, the Princess Fionia is looking for him. He asks her why she's out in the hall without any escorts. However, she will not be distracted by his questions. She angrily demands that he explain what he is, and Ed confesses that he is not sure what she's talking about. He once again tries to say that he learnt a lot from the deal, but that only angers her more. She has already figured out that he had no intention of winning, and that he just wanted to get off the stage. She was already having a hard time keeping up with the class, but the fox-like merchant redhead was only thinking about ways to take over the school. Professor Glass's grumpiness isn't getting any better. Plus, all the servants go on and on about the ways of royalty every single day. In summary, the Princess Fionia is actually quite fed up and she already has enough on her mind as it is. Meanwhile, Ed is quite surprised to find that the princess had so much pent-up frustration. While playing the game in his past life, he spent most of his time inside the mind of Taylor and never did think too deeply about the other characters. Now, he places his hands gently on the princess' shoulder and tells her to take a deep breath and calm down. Very carefully, he goes through breathing exercises with her. Fionia breaths in and out. For a moment of silence, she cannot compute what just happened. She came out to confront Ed, but somehow, he ended up helping her. With a cute blush on her cheeks, she asks him to forget about what happened. Ed agrees on the spot and is about to head off right away, but the girl is still talking. She confesses that she has a bad habit of only asking blunt questions, because she feels like she's constantly trying to guess and predict what is going on in people's thoughts due to living in the palace so long. Ed couldn't care less, and he so desperately wants to leave to find Taylor. However, Fionia must get her question answered first, so she asks him bluntly. She asks if he tried to cut ties with his family because he knew of their dark side. She demands to know if the reason he picked on Taylor was because he needed a reason to be expelled from the family. Ed can't help the cold sweat that slides down his face at her super sharp deduction. Although it is mostly wrong, the thought of the Rothtailor family having a dark side was correct. However, he can't just openly admit that. So, Ed avoids eye contact and denies everything. It is too early for Fionia to know about that anyway. She can look that far into the future. Still, the girl is shocked by his blatant lie and dismissal. She demands to know why he was cheering and supporting the person who he was trying to get expelled. She asks if he never even disliked Taylor from the start. All those questions were very blunt and to the point. Ed responds by redirecting his gaze, and lying so much that Fionia can practically visualize his nose growing longer. The girl roars at him to look her in the eye and tell it to her straight, because her insight ability is seeing through all his lies. However, Ed unrepentantly lies that he is telling the truth, which insight detects as a lie. Fiona has no evidence, so she can't even prove that he's lying, which only further enraged her. Above all, going with the original scenario is his only hope, so Ed will not tell the truth at all. Finally, Fiona gives up and lets it go. She knows he has been staring at the door since they started their conversation, so she knows he must have something urgent to take care of. Ed bows in gratitude and makes his way towards the door. It was the first time he'd seen a new side to Fiona. She is someone who will affect the early scenario, so she's already gotten involved with so many people and events, all of which would give Ed a headache. He admits that these new issues are likely his fault since he's a new addition to the scenario. His burdens are nothing compared to the burden that the princess carries, so he pauses for a moment. Ed tells her that it is important to pay attention to complicated politics, but she should also relax a bit. After all, Sylvania Academy is not like the palace where she has to worry about every little thing. Fiona lived her life trying to see through everyone's lies, but it was the first time that someone else saw right through her. Ed rushed away immediately, still in a desperate search for Taylor. If Taylor gives up on his story, then Ed's comfortable life would be in jeopardy, the whole world might even end. So of course, our guy is relieved when he finally finds the main character sitting by himself with his broken wooden sword in hand. However, now that he's found Taylor, Ed has no idea what to say. Surprisingly, before he can speak, a girl shows up, standing defensively in front of Taylor with her arms spread. She declares that Ed Rothtaylor shall no longer bother her friend, as he's already done enough damage. Ed slowly recognizes her as Ayla Triss, the main heroine, and basically Taylor's beloved childhood friend whom he'll protect throughout the game. Ayla fiercely remains blocking Ed's path to Taylor. She tells Ed that her man is already having a hard time, without him showing up and making things even more difficult for him. She yells that he does not need to harass him anymore. Taylor finally gets to his feet and notes his surprise that Ed is somehow still in the school. Ed meanwhile is shocked to see that the main character has revived. As the hero, Taylor's fighting spirit is the kind that never falters no matter how strong his opponent is. He gently pushes Ayla behind him and calls out Ed's name. The hero has a willpower that is clearly evident from his stance to the look in his eyes. Ed can now see that while he dueled the princess, Ayla, his childhood best friend and biggest cheerleader with the biggest melons, raced after Taylor. She ran out the door without a single glance back and encouraged Taylor, telling him that he can get through his challenges no matter what they are, since he's always been good at that. She cheers for him and tells him not to be discouraged. The hero questions Ed's presence and asks our guy if he has any business with him. Meanwhile, our guy notes that with Ayla by his side, Taylor will always be able to rise to his feet over and over again. So, Ed just mentions that the hero is great with the blade. Ed has played this game before, and he has been by Taylor's side. He has been through lots of experiences with the hero and has been with him till the end. Ed turns away from Taylor, saying that he has no schemes. Honestly, our guy figured that the hero would save the world, while he focused on surviving, but our dude had treated the hero like a pushover. However, our guy is relieved, not because the story that strayed away from the original came back on track, but because Taylor, who he'd spent so much time with in the game, was okay. That was all he needed, so he left. Taylor and Ayla stared after him in gaping disbelief, wondering why Ed was acting like he was cool. Well, after everything, there's one thing that Ed can't avoid. As our guy walks by himself, he suddenly whips around to witness a burst of fire from somewhere within the school compound. It is already time for a significant event to occur. Originally, everyone was supposed to have witnessed that even while at their seats within the battle auditorium, which was called the Nail Building. A great red dragon rages in the Nail Building. The Golden Daughter Lortel immediately attacks the fiery dragon beast with ice magic. Her power is so great that it freezes the entire body of the large beast. However, that's not good enough and the beast soon melts its ice with its powerful flame magic. The dragon is wielded by the spirit sorcerer Janica, and she is the one dueling against Lortel. Although Taylor cannot watch this fight from the auditorium, it is so intense and the dragon is so large that he sees the fight from where he is standing outside with Ayla. Things are going a little differently from the original plot, but it is important that Taylor is able to witness this epic battle. Taylor and Ayla watch in awe. Our guy wants the main character to keep his eyes peeled during the battle, because one of the numerous trials coming his way, and the final boss of Act 1 is the wielder of the mighty fire dragon, Janica Failover. Lortel is powerful, but even her ice magic struggles under the onslaught of fire that rains down from the dragon's throat. Janica is the only student from the second year to win against one of the new students in first year, and all the second years cheer in victory. They congratulate the happy Janica, impressed with her skill, great personality and great ability at spirit sorcery. Janica is overjoyed by their praise and happily thanks them for their compliments. However, she notes the medics transport Lortella away. She is even congratulated as the pride of the sophomores, but she is horrified to see what she has accidentally done to Lortel. Unlike in the original, Lucy defeated Taylor, so it all ended with the main character of the joint combat training being Janica, who became the protector of the pride of the past enrolled students. This spirit girl already had a lot of friends, but this incident will make things even more frantic for her. Hopefully, Ed won't be seeing her at his camp anymore, because whenever he gets entangled with the main characters, his head starts spinning. 2 weeks pass after joint combat training. Without the main characters consistently interfering in his life, Ed can now go all in on his studies and survival without worry. He even made a fishing net so most of the food problem is somewhat solved. He also managed to upgrade his stats. His stamina, intellect, talent, and willpower upgrade. His body is even starting to shape up with well-defined muscles because his stamina stats are increasing. However, as soon as he steps out of the stream from bathing, he finds Janica haunting his camp. She gets embarrassed at his nudity. Ed is furious and demands why she suddenly showed up at his camp. He just came from fishing, so of course, he was dripping wet. Janica replies that it feels like a top-secret base, and she feels like an adventurer, which is all very exciting to her. She also wants to talk to Ed more, and she needs some advice. Ed is surprised that she has come to ask for advice, and wonders why she would choose to ask him of all people, when she's got all those other friends to hang out with. The girl goes on to explain that during the joint combat training last month, she hurt Lortel. Our guy, Ed, feels no sympathy. He knows Lortel used intermediate-level magic which was not allowed during joint combat training. Janica says that she kept trying to get over it, but she's worried that she might have overdone things. She asks if she ought to apologize to Lortel. Her friends would disapprove of her apologizing. However, our dude tells girl to do whatever she feels is right. The lovely and bubbly second-year student, Janica, was a treasure to everyone, precious in every way. So, if she ever felt guilty or self-critical, everyone would always take her side. However, she knew deep down inside that being kind did not erase wrongs that were done. Janica says it as she expected of Ed. He never takes her side unconditionally. She stretches with a happy smile. She thinks to herself that Ed has changed significantly, as he was not the same type of guy he was last year. You see, Janica was a bubbly and smiley girl, but she was also a very observant person. She notes that even when Ed asked for money during hard times, he did not show the desperation of beggars in such a predicament. She knows that he was indirectly telling her not to come close. However, those are the sides of Ed that stayed with her as a form of strange comfort. She tells him that she actually finds him reassuring. She also says that she wishes everyone in the world was like him. The next day, a bright and beautiful morning, Ed walks quickly in fear and in panic. The game The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is a masterpiece, but few players have ever seen its ending, and newbies usually encounter several bad endings early on. An example of this is saving a girl during an ambush by kobolds in the class placement test. A player who does that would win access to the secret of the Golden Daughter. However, she then sends someone to kidnap Taylor, and just like that the player dies and Taylor ends up assassinated. In the monster slaying practice episode, if you skip the childhood friend Ayla and instead form a unit with the Golden Daughter, Ayla will fall off a cliff to her death. This is because Taylor was supposed to rescue Ayla and save her from falling off the cliff. If you protect the Golden Daughter, who does not sound very golden at this point, from the tree spirit, Tarkin, which was summoned by Janica, the player ends up burnt to death. This is why Ed must run very quickly, ignoring the one who calls him senior. However, she jumps to his front, and he asks her how long she plans on following him around. She replies that she did not think he would just grit his teeth and ignore her for so long. She is the fourth heroine of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the business magnate Elite Kachellan's only daughter, Lortel Kachellan, the Golden Daughter. She smiles with angelic innocence and asks if she could kindly buy 2 hours of Senior Ed's time. To Ed, Lortel is also known as the Newbie Crusher. This girl is designated as the hidden hero, and unlike Fionia, she was treated as a villain from the start, and her true colors were only revealed in the latter half of the story. By the time players were able to understand the loneliness and anguish of the realist Lortel, they were already at a crossroads between herself and Fionia. Walking briskly, our guy reminds himself that he absolutely cannot fall for her words. Lortel, however, chases after him, saying that he could at least hear her out first, and that she just wants to help him out a little. Of course, Ed does not believe her foxy lies and he remarks that she says things that she does not mean. Acting sweet as a peach, the foxy girl asks Ed how he can say that when she holds so much respect for him as her senior. She even boldly declares that seeing him is such an inspiration to her. Honestly, it is easy to see how she came to a crossroads with Fionia with this kind of bald-faced lie. She tells our guy that she admires how he continues learning even under such difficult circumstances. She knows all the rumors about him, but she doesn't care. She even tries to laugh off his bad reputation. But through it all, Ed remains unimpressed. However, the fox girl will not be dissuaded, and she offers him 3 gold coins as a down payment, which is a lot of money for his poverty-stricken self. Foxy has noticed that Ed is rather close to Senior Janica these days, and she asks if he can help her befriend Janica. Our dude is slightly impressed by the down payment of 3 gold coins, because that kind of money could serve as a whole month's earnings for some people. However, he won't be swayed by her money. Foxy slips the money into Ed's pocket and asks him to keep it for now. This is because she is aware that the more people she has on her side, then the better for her. Ed knows that Lortel will eventually end up in a political fight with Princess Fionia for the control of the academy. He is impressed that she has already recognized the need to gain allies as soon as possible, and he smiles in acknowledgement. However, Ed is no naive and innocent soul. He knows that for the people who have been wealthy all their lives, a moment of poverty is enough to crush their heart. During that poverty, people who face such predicaments are often easily lured into their downfall by chump change. People like that eventually end up selling their families, their pride, and even themselves for the sake of a gold coin. Preying on the desperate is just that easy and simple, especially for the rich. Sadly, that is how it should have been. However, Ed manages to slip the money back into Lortel's hand during their handshake, and he leaves her staring confused at the gold in her hand. Ed walks away from certain danger, but he is also pissed. The truth was that accepting that money might have made things easier for him, but he can't afford to change the storyline. That night, Lortel Kachellan did not feel humiliated by Ed's clear-cut rejection. Instead, she paid a night visit to her senior Janica. Understanding the pros and cons, profit, and self-interest, the perfect businessman does not lose any opportunity that comes within their reach, and Lortel was a perfect businessman, or businesswoman in this case. The fox girl sparked the unrelenting spirit within her that desired to turn Janica Failover into one of her people. Lortel apologized to Janica for doing too much during the combat training, saying she just wanted to see how powerful the spirit sorcerer was. Fox Girl thinks that Janica is quite similar to the main characters in fairy tales, and that it would be much easier for her to just manipulate the spirit girl by using her guilt against herself. However, Janica surprises Lortel when she mentions that the spirits often tell her everyone's gossip. She confesses that she hears most of the conversations around the northern part of the forest thanks to them. The girl sweats, as she realizes this means that Janica heard about her conversation with Ed. Janica leans in real close to Lortel and says that you can't buy sincerity with money. Then, she laughs and asks if she acted too smug about herself. It is her first time being a senior, so she might have boasted a little, which is so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Lortel notes that Janica is not as naive as she appears. The spirit girl then waves the girl goodbye and gets going. The happy senior remarks that it takes a lot of preparation to form a contract with a high-ranked spirit. Janica has been getting a lot of support lately, so she has to work even harder. The powerful spirit sorcerer takes the moment to apologize to Fox Girl for hurting her during the joint combat training. Despite being aware of the dark side of the world, Janica is a person who maintains a surprisingly cheerful personality. Lortel stares after her figure, thinking that everything is much harder than she expected. However, she notes that the girl looked strangely on the edge. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Ed hangs up his laundry, but it all comes down in a huge gust of wind. Suddenly, someone calls out and it turns out to be the senior maid of the Sylvania's finest dormitory, the Opheles Hall, Belmaya. Belmaya happens to also be the maid who kicked him out of the dorm without a single glance back at him. She is slightly disgusted by his little setup, but she is not surprised to see him living in the woods because the lady Janica talks about him a lot. Belle remarks that she is glad to see it has been a good change for Ed, especially as he's looking way more responsible than before. Our guy knew the Opheles Hall maids were an elite group of women who perform all household chores to perfection, including feeding the students. Which meant that, inside the basket Belle had brought with her, was definitely food. Food made with the finest ingredients that this elite maid gathered from the forest. Ed thinks very deeply of the events where Belmaya could impact the main plot. While he is lost in the deep thoughts, Belle tells him that he does not need to be so respectful. She also mentions that he can also talk down to her just like he did while residing in Opheles. However, Ed immediately turns down the offer, which genuinely surprises Belle. She has never known Ed Rothtaylor to give up the opportunity to ridicule someone else. Ed smiles with joy as he cannot recall a single event where Belmaya had a direct impact on the main plot. So, he gleefully asks her about the basket she holds. Since they are both not heavily related to the plot, Ed cannot see the harm in two extras becoming friends. He heard about the explanations of various edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs from Belmaya. Ed also crafts a basket just like hers, and his crafting abilities get even better. He crafts a fish framing net and installs it into the water. He also has plenty of game with their meat drying in the sun. With this, Ed has plenty of meat and fish. His dietary needs are almost solved. He still only has the fire and wind magic, using 2 basic spells. However, he used them so many times that he reached his aim proficiency of level 10 without even noticing. He used his magic so much while chopping firewood or cooking that it increased his survival rate drastically. A proof of his growth is that he gets done with his work and the sun hasn't even set, so he gets to watch the beautiful sunset. Being honest, he is truly having fun with this quiet camp life. Suddenly, he notices a spark in the sky like a distant star, but it is way too early for the stars to be shining that bright. Ed was having fun, right until something fell from the sky and crash-landed in his camp, raising a huge cloud of dust. His precious wonderful camp got destroyed. Someone coughs in the cloud of dust and it clears to reveal Lucy in a simple dress like a nightgown. She remarks that something nearly killed her, but Ed is so dumbfounded to find Lucy of all people in his house. Lucy coughs out in the crater that she made, mumbling about how that fall just about killed her. Meanwhile, our dude is justifiably upset considering she almost killed him. He also worried about what could have been fatal to the most powerful mage. Lucy reveals that her attacker was Belle Maya, and Ed looks at her with heavy disbelief on his face. Lucy explains that she ditched class, which is something she does often, but she noted that Belle Maya was moody for some reason. It was so sudden that Lucy teleported out of there in fear, and she wrecked Ed's camp for no good reason. The world's most powerful mage then asks our dude if he has any jerky, but he just smacks her on the head and yells at her. Surprisingly, that actually hurts Lucy and she rubs her head in pain. Ed then realizes that Lucy is not using any protective spells. Lucy explains sulkily that she ran out of all her magic. Ed takes the opportunity to enact merciless punishment on her for destroying his precious house. It is about time that our guy gets a better and sturdier wooden house, so he visits the library to figure out how to make one. He checks out books that provide him with information such as materials for planning and other necessities. All that is left is for him to find the method of smoothing the wood and finishing the roof. Closing time in the library comes around, and a pink-haired girl with long wavy pigtails tells Ed that it is closing time. She notices he is studying hard and she remarks that it is nice to see someone study so diligently, because it really boosts her motivation to study as well. Her name is Elka Islan and she is a first year. Ed introduces himself to her as Ed Rothtailor and the girl freezes in shock. Ed is not too surprised at her reaction because of his soiled reputation. However, to Ed's shock, Elka replies that he is extremely different from what the rumors said. He even read books that are hard for her to understand in a few days. The students say that Ed acts all arrogant, but they have no idea what he really is like. She laughs and says that rumors are not to be trusted after all. Ed is so dumbfounded that all he can do is thank Elka for her support. She is about to leave when suddenly, an oppressive presence shakes through the library. Elka looks up in shock as the books come crashing down from the shelves. This reminds Ed of the final chapter of Act 1 from the game, which was called the Glaskin Showdown. A bright purple light shoots up from the school to the sky like a massive laser beam. At 11:30, the temporary camp in front of the student center is where most of the students gathered thanks to the efforts of Taylor and his friends. It had only been 2 hours after the unprecedented disaster. Ayla looks up into the sky, saying she recognizes the light from a book on spirit magic. The light is formed by a summoning rune which is used to summon the highest ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. Even Fionia has to acknowledge this as bad news. She knows only one person with a high enough spirit connection level to summon that many spirits. Their likely enemy can be none other than the second-year top student, Janica Failover. If Ayla is right about what is being summoned, then the barrier around the students will only buy some time. Taylor announces that if Glaskin is summoned, then there will only be more casualties. The students need to head inside the student center where they can be safe. The captain of the guard, Claire, says that people outside the barrier will surely notice in no time and help them out. However, Elvira from the first-year faculty of alchemy says that the barrier must be tough since they are dealing with the spirit of darkness. They must solve this problem from the inside, especially since Principal Obel is out of town as well. However, Clebuis Nortondale from the combat faculty is heavily against this idea, and he shakes in fear at the thought of having to deal with that loathsome beast. He explains that they will have to get through the intermediate level spirits hanging around outside the barrier and subdue the spirit boss as well. To do that, they will need to enter the building and take down Janica. Not only that, but there's high-ranking spirits inside the building as well. 2 tall, powerful, and heavily muscled high-ranked spirits guard the inside. They are the high-ranked Berserk Fire Spirit, Tarkin, and the high-ranked Spirit of Darkness, Velosfer. Clebius panics and screams that it is a suicide mission, and he refuses to partake in it. Meanwhile, Lortel is awestruck that Janica could do all this on her own. Even for a second-year student, she thinks Janica is way too powerful. Ayla explains that most of it is Velosfer's power being used. Their senior Janica is merely a medium manifesting that ultimate power. Spirits of darkness are the natural enemies of a spirit sorcerer. They take control of the spirit sorcerer and puppet them into doing their dark bidding. The reason all spirit sorcerers feel the same sort of repulsion is because they end up becoming the prey of the spirits of darkness. Right now, poor Janica is suffering the same fate. However, how she, the most remarkable student in spirit studies, managed to command Velosfer is not known to anyone. Ziggs reminds everyone that this conversation is not what is important at the moment. They all turn to the noble Princess Fionia, who has started to sweat buckets from all this responsibility dropped on her shoulders. All the students wait patiently for their beautiful and wise princess to tell them what to do. Fionia recalls that Ed remarked on her heavy burden, and asked her why she did not have any peace of mind. She wishes that peace could be that easy for her to attain. Fionia declares that they will enter the building after an hour. However, she has no desire to put the students in danger, so the only ones entering the building will be her guard who is named Claire, and every top student of each year in class. Only those who have proven their ability will go with her to stop Janica. She asks them to make their preparations and to toughen up their minds. She will take responsibility no matter what happens. Some more of the students return with a report after assessing the resident employees of the teaching area. The Audrey Hall and the Potions Archives are in the middle of a strike, so it is unlikely that they will join this attempt to stop Janica. Fionia sighs in disappointment that only those present are the ones available to take any proper action. Fortunately, most of the students are present and safe. However, a girl shouts that someone is absent. She rushes to the front to tell the princess that she was on the way from the library. In the student library, there remains a friend of hers, who serves there as an apprentice librarian and a sophomore student. Fionia is surprised to hear this and asks for the names of the missing students. The girl shouts that the apprentice's name is Elka Islan. Ziggs is horrified to hear this. Ziggs cannot bear the thought of Elka in danger, and he immediately tries to run off and rescue her, because Elka is powerless to defend herself. Lortel tells him to calm down, since the student library is really far away. She says they need to prioritize subduing the cause of this problem, so they have to first stop Janica. Fionia also blocks his path, agreeing with Lortel. Fionia adds that there is a second year in the student library, so they need to believe that the second year will definitely protect Elka. Ziggs finds it hard to debate their logic. Fionia then asks about the other student, and the girl who brought the news seems hesitant. Ziggs rushes at her, shaking her and demanding that she reveal what she is hiding. So, the girl finally reveals that the other student is none other than Ed Roth-Taylor, the infamous first-year bully. She cries that he was sitting in the library till really late in the night. She was so annoyed that she ended up leaving him to Elka, especially since everyone knows the kind of scummy guy that he is. Elka is not the kind to care about rumors like that. But no one at all is reassured by the thought of Ed Roth-Taylor. In fact, they all despise him. The students further aggravate the matter by reminding everyone that Ed Roth-Taylor, the shameless scummy loser, is stuck alone with a pretty girl like the library apprentice. Ziggs was beyond enraged. Fionia rushed again to block his path, and begged Ziggs to have some faith in Ed Roth-Taylor of all people. However, not a single person in that crowd has faith in Ed Roth-Taylor. They all go white just from Fionia suggesting it. Even Lortel looks stunned because she has no faith in Ed Roth-Taylor. Ziggs's face becomes a dark thunder cloud. He looks like he can become a second final boss if they do not step out of his way. He blasts through the barrier without hesitation, hoping to save Elka from the evil spirits and from Ed Roth-Taylor. The dark spirits continue to rage outside, and they rush at Ziggs as soon as he comes out of the barrier. He immediately cuts through them without so much as pausing, and continues on his way. Ziggs is the living embodiment of rage from all the awful news he has just received. He swears that if Ed so much as touches Elka, then he will beat him up to a pulp. The term rags to riches is not nearly enough to describe how miraculous the existence of Ziggs, the Spear of Grass, is. Ziggs was a descendant of the nomadic people who roamed around that land. By the time he came of age, he had already been separated from his family. Ziggs had no idea when he'd been abandoned, nor why he was abandoned. He did not even know if he would ever be able to return to his herd, his clan, his people. Ziggs learned to behead a deer before he'd even learned how to read. Before learning how to buy goods, he first mastered the art of procuring supplies from corpses on the roadside. Needless to say, this boy lived the life of a beast. He would drag his kills into the town. The blood dripping from the animals would stain the streets of the market, while the people watched in both horror and awe. They would whisper about him as he walked by. They called him the guy from the northern grasslands, the descendant of barbarians. They even passed around rumors that he devours human flesh. Yet, to his surprise, Elka asked for his name, treating him like he was human. He told her that his name was Ziggs. The girl smiled at him and said that he was like a wolf walking on two legs. Her smile was so bright that Ziggs realized that he had lived a life endlessly roaming the vast northern prairies. He had scavenged for carcasses on the side of the road. He had slept with the moon as a roof. He was a wolf pup abandoned by his pack. Ziggs realized, with tears in his eyes, that this whole time he had lived such a lonely life. The day he met Elka was the day that he met his first companion in life. To his shock, Elka and her father welcomed him into their family. Ziggs then spent his life chasing after the fast-paced life of civilization, learning magic with Elka and eating with them at a table. Soon, his savage life became a distant memory, and Elka helped give him a new haircut. After many years spent in loneliness, the wolf pup finally became a man. However, all of it was for the sake of protecting her, the light that had shone on his world of loneliness and darkness. To protect Elka, the wolf man would cut down and behead anything that came into his path. For her, he would gladly become a beast once more. Ziggs had heard rumors about Ed Roth-Taylor, who he refers to as that Roth-Taylor guy. He knows that Ed cheated on the test, insulted the princess, and harassed one of his juniors. To Ziggs, our guy is basically one of the worst guys around. He zoomed straight for the library, not even stopping for breaks as the thought of Elka being powerless and hurt by Ed drives him. It does not take long for the Wolfman to find Ed. Ed asks who he is, but Ziggs has no time for introductions. He grabs Ed by the collar and demands that Ed tell him where Elka is. Ed does not break his nonchalant expression when he informs Ziggs that Elka is in the reading room of floor 3. Ziggs tosses him away and zooms off without a moment's hesitation. Desperate to reunite with his beloved Elka, he throws open the door, asking loudly if she is okay, and he finds her sleeping with Ed's jacket on her body. She is sleeping so peacefully that he shakes with relief. He is grateful and rubs his head with his hand. Now that he thinks of it, he realizes that all the bookcases would be hard for a fully grown man to lift, yet they are placed around Elka like they are trying to protect her. There are even blackout curtains put up to block the berserk spirit's vision so they will not find her. He even sees a message scribbled on a blackboard for her. The message tells her not to panic when she awakens, and it tells her to remain in the safe space. Everything will be solved before dawn, so all she has to do is stay calm and block the entrance. The message also warns her to not provoke the spirits. It ends by telling her to think of her safety at all costs, and to not act rashly. Ziggs takes it all in. The moved shelves, the curtain, and even the message. He realizes that someone protected Elka in his absence. He also sees blood on the jacket that is on her, and he recognizes that the blood does not belong to her, and neither does the jacket. All of this has been done by Ed. Despite being wounded, he did not care for his own body. Instead, like a saint who looks after others, Ed prioritized Elka. Our guy who sits resting against the statue of a woman gently holding someone who needs care, the light further illuminating him like he is some kind of saint. Ed went so far just to protect Elka, the Ed Rothtailor that is supposed to be the scum that everyone hates. Just 3 hours ago, when the library began to shake, Ed managed to heave Elka over his shoulders and catch the shelf that would have crushed them. Thankfully, he does a bit of strength training on a regular basis, so he was able to prevent disaster from striking. Judging by the summoning rune, this is the start of the Glaskin showdown. He looked out the window at the laser from the sky, and then just closed the curtains like the lazy jerk that he is, because he is sure Taylor will take care of it. He shouldn't even look at that place because it is flooded with the storyline's key characters. In a little while, the Berserk low-rank spirits would surely come swarming into the library. He blocks the entrance so that the Berserk spirits don't come in. He also uses the chance to create a perfect shelter and places Elka there. After his hard work is done, Ed plans on eating the beef jerky he brought, and to do research all night long, especially since the library will now be open indefinitely until the Janica situation is handled. Suddenly, he recalls that Janica's strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection are the reason she is so powerful. Those two stats grow the more she interacts with spirits, and Janica happily talks to any and every spirit. Since meeting spirits itself is a domain of her talent, for Ed who can't even see spirits, raising his spirit stat is close to impossible. However, he is surprised that Janica is shooting materialized spirits, which means he is able to see them. This gives him the opportunity to grow his own combat abilities by fighting the spirits, an opportunity that Ed happily takes advantage of. He steps out of his perfect barrier and spends a good long time duking it out with the materialized spirits. He ends up boosting his ignition powers to level 12, his spirit connection to level 7, and his spirit understanding to level 7. If he had reached a sum of 15 levels for spirit connection and spirit understanding, then he might have been able to form a spirit contract. However, he pushed himself to the limit, so he will have to rest for now. As he rests, Ziggs asks what Ed was doing sitting in the hallway. Our guy figures that the Wolfman cannot turn a blind eye to him after seeing him resting there with all his bruises. He doesn't really need to lie for an answer, so Ed admits that he was training. However, Ziggs does not even slightly believe our dude. The Wolfman tells Ed that he finally understands the kind of person that is. With the sincerest look on his face, he bows to Ed and says that he truly owes him a big favor and calls him Senior Ed. The Wolfman promises that when the time comes, he will repay this debt to Ed at any cost. Ed realizes that Elka was Ziggs' lover. She was barely important enough to make an appearance in the setting, so he completely forgot about her, since he's such a dedicated Taylor fanboy. However, Ziggs is Taylor's friend who trusted Taylor from the beginning to the end of the storyline. The Wolfman is extremely important to the storyline. Looking at the situation, Ed confirms that Ziggs left the student center and came running to the library to save Elka. Since he has confirmed Elka's safety, he must hurry to go do what he's supposed to do and help the others to stop Janica. Ed tells him to return to the student center and help Taylor. He adds that as long as Ziggs does what Taylor says, then everything will work out. Ziggs is surprised and asks if our dude is actually about the Taylor McClure that he knows. After all, the Wolfman has no idea why Ed thinks so highly of Taylor, especially when he's never even talked to him. Ed says that it is less about regarding him highly and more about a compatibility issue, especially since the shell of the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkin, can only be harmed by Taylor's element/ability. In Act 1, Scene 9, Taylor learns one of his key moves, element/. To win this scenario, it is a necessary skill. As long as the guy uses that skill, he can win. Ziggs thanks our guy for the advice with another bow. Our dude dismisses him, telling him that he does not have time for messing around, and that he should move quickly. Meanwhile, Ed will rest in the library. He has given the Wolfman a huge piece of advice, so he hopes things unfold just like in the original story. This is when our hero realizes that Ziggs and Taylor are surprisingly not yet friends. The Wolfman barely even thinks of the hero. In the game's Act 1, Scene 9, during the end of semester assessment, the hero suffers one-sidedly in a duel between the Wolfmen, but he learns the element/ and cuts through the Wolfman's magic. That's when the two acknowledge each other and become friends. However, the final chapter of Act 1 is happening a month earlier than it did during the original story. This means that Act 1, Scene 9 did not even get a chance to happen. This is why Wolfman is not yet close friends with the hero, and the hero has not learned the super important element/. This means that right now, not a single person in the raid team can deal any damage to Tarkin. Our hero is absolutely horrified to realize that the whole plot is already falling apart, and the strike team is sure to lose against Tarkin at this rate. Back at the student center and the raid team's base, the Wolfman apologizes for the delay. He promises to make sure to pay for his wrongdoings. However, Fionia tells him to forget about it. Even if the Wolfman was around, they would have lost regardless. The entire raid team is covered in blood and bruises. They already attempted the raid and their first invasion attempt failed horribly. Claire, the guard, remarks that if they want to reinvade, it would be better to get more reinforcements, seriously, because the professors who are adults should be contributing heavily during this attack, instead of leaving it to a gathering of students. Claire says he will join the next raid as soon as the pain in his leg subsides. Fionia tells her guard that it is alright, and that he should rest at the base, especially since he can't even walk properly. He tells her that if she really cares, she should rescind her order. However, she refuses to, saying that she also has a heart. Fortunately, their retreat was successful, but her guard is now out of the squad. Plebius, the top student of the first-year combat faculty, also got injured. Fionia cannot see a way out of this difficult predicament. She tells them that they have to do their best to eliminate Tarkin with the people they have. However, Ed shows up, reluctantly, and informs them that they do not have the time to go get Tarkin. Everyone is shocked, and partly horrified, to see him, but our guy keeps talking. Our dude says that judging from the summoning ritual's progress, it will be complete in no time. Interfering with the plot is the last thing he wants to do. But he has no choice. If everyone dies in a second failed raid attempt, he will never get the peaceful ending he so badly desires. So, he tells them to split the raid team in two, and that he will take charge of one side. His existence has already changed the story way too much. From now on, Ed Roththaler will intervene in the storyline. Everyone is shocked to see Ed Roththaler not only show up, but also take charge of the situation. Plebius yells at him, and yells that our guy is treating this as a joke. But right away, the Wolfman halts Plebius' outburst, saying that they should at least hear him out first. Ed explains that they must get through the fire spirit, Tarkin, that Janica summoned. They also need to deal with the spirit of darkness, Velosfer, who has overpowered the spirit sorcerer. However, as everyone already learnt during the fight against the beast, it is hard to deal damage to him because of his shell. This is why it is no longer necessary for them to go against the beast. Once one team gets Tarkin's attention, the other can enter the combat training grounds and subdue the suppressed Janica. Ed figures they switch their plan from a head-on attack to a classic bait and switch using two groups. One will serve as the luring group that distracts the beast, and the other will serve as the subduing group. Once they've gotten past the beast, they can directly confront Janica. However, Lortel is against this awful idea. They have never faced anything the beast before in combat practice, and they only manage to retreat out of pure luck. If the luring group fails to capture Tarkin's attention, then the subduing group will end up chased by the beast. If anything goes wrong, the luring group could get completely wiped out, or worse, the subduing group finds themselves facing the two high-rank spirits at once. The plan is too risky. Ed replies that they can only weigh the risks when they have other options. The most important objective here is to take down Janica. That way, the beast will also be powerless. Some of the students say that picking members for the luring group would just involve picking out students who want to commit suicide. However, Taylor, our sweet and brave protagonist, offers to be a part of the luring group. Our guy, of course, immediately shoots down that offer. The hero does not have time to play hide and seek with the beast when they need him facing down the big boy villains with his mighty sword powers. The hero insists that he is quick, and that he will gladly sacrifice himself. Of course, Ed is not having it. He shoves Taylor to the side, telling him that he is mistaken. They are not picking sacrificial lambs, and they will not split exactly in half either. Ed says that Plebius and Lortel are enough to make up the luring group with him included. The three of them will distract Tarkin. Of course, Plebius and Foxy are horrified to hear this news, and Plebius protests loudly, saying that he does not want to die. Foxgirl also respectfully declines. However, Ed insists that this is the only way for them to defeat Tarkin. Plebius and Lortel loudly protest, and our guy is visibly annoyed since they do not have much time before Janica completes the ritual. Fionia finally speaks up. Her command is that they will go with Ed's idea and divide the raid into two groups. Taylor, Fionia, Elvira, Ayla, and Ziggs shall form the group that subdues Janica. Meanwhile, Plebius, Foxy, and our guy shall be the group that lures Janica's high-rank spirit Tarkin. Lastly, her final command will be short because they are running out of time. She tells the members of the raid teams not to die at any cost. Inside the Nail Hall corridor, Tarkin stalks. Lortel asks Ed how he is going to stall for time when his opponent is a fire lizard. Ed replies that she should just do as he tells her. If things go according to plan, then they will definitely win. With those words, he, Lortel, and Plebius charge. Ed is familiar with Plebius the Gloomy from the game. Plebius is a gloomy person who is very fearful and lacks confidence, which contrasts with his actual powerful skills. Despite his negative attitude, Plebius is the top student among the freshmen of the combat faculty. So, Ed reassures Mr. Gloom that he will be able to do it. Clebius is surprised that Ed is full of confidence, though he thinks Ed is a brat. He came all the way with Ed because he was convinced by the princess' firm attitude. He is worried, but since he is not alone, he feels that he might be able to muster up some courage. With a little hope in his heart, Clebius smiles. Tarkin has finally noticed them, and he is not pleased. The fire spirit roars out his displeasure, and Mr. Gloom shakes in fear at the might of the high-rank spirit. Clebius asks how he is supposed to lure Tarkin. However, when he looks behind him, he sees that Ed and Lortel are missing, and he has been left alone. Both Tarkin and Clebius are shocked at the empty space behind him. They are frozen in dumbstruck silence. Mr. Gloom feels the oppressive force of the fire spirit looming behind him, and he starts sweating buckets. He breaks out into a terrified run, screaming in despair about Ed tricking him. He curses and screams his hate as he runs around, avoiding getting hurt by Tarkin. Meanwhile, Lortel stands outside and takes a deep breath. She recalls that back in the hall, as soon as Clebius started running towards Tarkin, our guy told her to leave. He said that now that they had driven Clebius to Nail Hall's corridor, their part of the plan was done. He even believes that Clebius might be able to defeat Tarkin. Lortel smiled foxily and asked our guy if he was going to sacrifice Clebius in the end. She tells him it is not a bad idea, but he won't be able to evade the moral criticism that comes with that action. However, Ed responds that it is not a sacrifice. Mr. Gloom, despite how he looks, is a top student, and he is very resilient. He will not lose to Tarkin that easily. Also, Ed tells Foxgirl that the most important role will be hers. That is why she now stands outside the Nail Hall, outside the combat training grounds. He puts her in charge of securing the entry path for the subduing group, and landing a critical hit on Tarkin. She is amused as she channels her energy outside the hall. She decides that she should not jump to conclusions about Ed just after listening to rumors. Our guy told her that he is sure everyone will hesitate and doubt themselves, but he knows they are good at this stuff. Just as Ed said, the Fox Girl's magic activates and she successfully blows open a giant-sized hole in the wall of the Nail Hall. Her power blasts through the wall and brings it crumbling down in rubble by her feet. The members of the subduing team are shocked and ask what she is doing. Lortel smirks and just replies that they gotta go in. The girl recalls that during the joint combat training exercise, she blew up Nail Hall's ceiling using forbidden intermediate level magic. She smiles wickedly as she now understands why our dude left her to do this job. Now, the entry path is all set. All that was left was Clebius. He comes running out of the Nail Hall just as Lortel thought of him, with Tarkin on his tail. He screams all about how much he hates both our guy and Lortel. Even if the plan is successful and the raid party makes it inside without encountering Tarkin, she and Clebius will still have to deal with Tarkin, since it will run around. Going against Tarkin in the student plaza means there will be no escape. Mr. Gloom is also getting anxious and pleads for Lortel to save him as he runs towards her. She recalls another conversation with Ed, when she had questioned his plan to kill Tarkin. Our guy explained that the high-ranked Tarkin could not run away. The only way to defeat him is to apprehend him. Thanks to Tarkin's shell, no attacks will work on him anyway. They already saw this during the practice match between Janica and Lortel, and Ed graciously reminds the Fox Girl that she lost that fight. Not a single raid member could even lay a scratch on Tarkin. Ed holds up a small pouch and tells Lortel that they can use what is inside to deal with Tarkin's shell. All she has to do is get ready by gathering mana. While Lortel and Clebius are handling the beast, Ed does some running on his own. The girl completely freezes Tarkin from top to bottom. It is true that without Elemental Slash there is no one in the raid party that can break through Tarkin's shell. The beast quickly breaks out of the ice, roaring in rage. At the same time, our guy kicks open a door because what they need is overwhelming firepower. Behind the door, he finds Lazy Lucy, who had been sleeping for God knows how long. There are very few people who attempt to clear all of the additional achievement conditions that are necessary to beat this part of the game, which is likely because there are a lot of conditions to meet. However, Ed has done it countless times, and he knows exactly where to find the right kind of weapon for each scenario. In this case, that weapon is Lucy. He hauls the sleeping and lazy bum onto his shoulder. Lucy mumbles about just wanting to take a nap, while Ed barely holds back his fury. He does not even understand how she is napping in the middle of all this disaster. Also, she's been sleeping for such a long time that it hardly counts as a nap anymore. Miss Lazy had nowhere to sleep because the shelter had been destroyed, thanks to her asteroid panic. So, Lucy went to the rooftop where she usually naps. She had been sleeping that entire time because she had to be excluded from the storyline. Belmaya was irritated because Janica wasn't in good shape. So, Lucy ran away, used up all of her magic, and fell asleep. It was likely a tool in the game to exclude the most overpowered person from the Janica scenario, but Ed has rushed all the way to Obel Hall, and he has fetched her. Lucy suddenly pops awake because she smells beef jerky. She does not have a lot of power right now, so our guy stuffs her full of plenty of beef jerky so that she can regain her strength. The secret pouch he had shown Lortel was full of beef jerky after all. She does not have the privilege of being a picky eater because her target is the flaming lizard. Our dude is not sure if he will get the distance right, but there's no need to worry about that. He did a lot of throwing in the military. That's right, he does not have time to run all the way back to Nail Hall, because he is not going to make it in time to help Clebius and Lortel. So, he is just going to fling Lucy from the roof of Obel Hall. Now, that Tarkin has been lured out into the grounds, it is the perfect strategy to defeat him. Our hero screams for everyone to get down as he flings Lucy, and she flies through the air like a homing missile. It is just in time too, because the beast has broken out of his ice prison, and he is preparing to charge Clebius and Lortel. Lucy flies between Tarkin, cutting off his path to the other two present. Then, she explodes like a firecracker. She activates high-rank electrokinesis, divine punishment. The light she emits is so bright that she might as well have transformed into a nuclear weapon. Her explosion is so powerful that she nearly wipes out Clebius and Lortel along with Tarkin. She just manages to throw up a shield over herself and Clebius in time. Even our guy has to hold on to the railings for dear life, because the force of Lucy's explosion nearly blew him away. In some ways, this is the most important moment of all. Tarkin is a high-rank fire spirit with a tough shell, disallowing them to apprehend him, even if they were all to rush towards him together. However, after getting hit by Lucy's high-rank magic, even that tough shell shattered. Their attacks can finally do damage to him, and Ed races down the stairs. He knows that there will be a lot of exp left behind once Tarkin is eliminated. Now that he has come all the way here, he shall also partake in the spoils of battle. His eyes gleam at the anticipation of all the riches he can claim, so he sets his sights on securing the last hit. Janica recalls her mother telling her how she is so proud of her. She also recalls memories of friends. Her friends always tell her about how proud they are to be her friend. Teachers have told her that she is the hope of the sophomores, and that she was the only one who showcased proper skills during the joint combat training exercise. Another teacher smiles and says that she can always trust Janica to take care of things. Without her, the second-year class would have truly been the worst. Ever since she was a little girl, Janica always felt the weight of everyone's expectations on her. They expect her to always do the right thing. They believe that she is perfect. All those memories shatter like glass as the darkness fills her. The wall of the combat center explodes, and the subduing team finally makes their way to Janica. She welcomes them with a smile, even though the spirit of darkness, Belosfer, still has the spirit girl firmly under his wicked and unrelenting control. Meanwhile, Ed is quite sure that the scenario will end by the break of dawn. Fortunately, he has not arrived late, and he gets to Nail Hall in time to see that Clebius is still running, and Tarkin is still breathing fire all over the place. Ed notices that Lucy is missing and asks about her whereabouts. However, Lortel replies that Lucy is somewhere nearby, rolling around in a corner, typical Lucy. However, our guy thinks it would be great if Lucy finished things off till the end, but the fox girl is not sure Miss Lazy has the energy to do anything like that. Lortel used up most of all of her magic to propel 2 chastising ice spears at the beast, but the high-rank spirit is still holding out against them. The beast is one resilient son of a gun. Ed says that they have to slash his throat, and Fox Girl's magic is not great for that, so he will do it. However, Lortel points out that our guy is also from the Faculty of Magic, so his combat skills are not the best either. She says it would be best for Clebius to do it instead. However, Mr. Gloom is way too panicked to pull off a perfect cut like that. He says that he will bet on Lortel with his life on the line, so he asks her to please do it properly. She closes her eyes with a sigh, wondering if it really is easy for Ed to trust in her. In reality, this whole thing is a blind gamble. However, Ed counters and says it is not a gamble. The price of a person's life is not cheap at all. Instead, our guy is making an investment, speaking businessman language to the business girl. Lortel is amused by him, and says that investment is her area of expertise. She even admits that she likes our dude more than the princess, and since he is willing to put his life on the line for her, then she will also put her life on the line for him as well. Clebius is at the end of his rope. He cannot bring himself to keep running around, but he's just in time. As Tarkin roars, our guy charges at the beast. Just like Clebius, Ed is quite scared, but he will not stop his charge. He must get close to Tarkin. Suddenly, they hear a roar and see a giant red-clawed hand in chains reaching out towards them from the sky. Ed recognizes the hand, knowing it is Glaskin. That means that Taylor's party has entered the last phase, and things are going well. Unfortunately, a scene like that could cause a huge distraction. Tarkin uses the opportunity to shoot a blast of fire straight in the direction of our hero. Just in time, Lortel shoots a blast of ice to stop the beast's fire. Even in the midst of such a major upheaval, neither our guy or Fox Girl will make mistakes. He uses the spell Wind Blade to behead Tarkin, and the head of the heavy beast falls. The notification screen comes up, informing Ed that he has taken down the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkin. His spirit connection proficiency has increased, as well as his spirit understanding. His spirit contract slot was finally unlocked. Ed was granted the ability to make a contract with a spirit. Meanwhile, Ed stares into the red darkened sky, watching with admiration and fondness as Taylor defeats Glaskin. Taylor is indeed the hero. The sky sparks with red lightning and everyone stares into the sky, acknowledging that the difficult battle is finally over. Lortel remarks that she has met a lot of people in her life who said that they are seriously risking their lives, but most of them were cowards. Lortel is amused that they just went through a life and death crisis together, yet Ed is lacking too much sentiment. She shakes hands with our dude again, this time succeeding in slipping the 3 gold coins in his hands. Now, he owes her a favor. Ed would rather not keep in touch with Lortel, but suddenly Taylor shows up with his hair white from the power he used to defeat Glaskin. The hero still resents our guy for obvious reasons. Meanwhile, my guy admires how cool the hero looks in the manifestation of his swordsman form. Despite how much the main hero resents our guy, he bows and says that he owes him a debt. He also thanks him with great gratitude. Clebius is shocked, and he tells Taylor that he does not need to show respect to someone like Ed. Suddenly, the other heroes show up with a dark aura and they tell Clebius to shut up. It is Ziggs, Fionia, and Alvira. While Clebius sobs, Fionia also acknowledges that our hero did a lot for them. She suggests taking a recommendation to the student council, but Ed immediately stops her. Lucy was the biggest contributor in taking down Tarkin. Taylor also slayed Velasfer and Glaskin, so Ed wants them to focus on those things. Alvira is amused that Ed is tossing aside the credit for the victory. She jeers, saying it is no secret that Lucy and Taylor did a great job. However, right now they are talking about Ed, unless he's embarrassed that he helped out. Ziggs tells Alvira to show respect, and she is annoyed that they keep siding with our guy. Ed has been trying his best to keep his distance from the main characters so that it does not affect the original storyline. However, now that he looks at them together, he gets a warm and fuzzy feeling in his heart. After all, he has watched all these characters play their part and solve their own problems. Taylor will continue to grow stronger with each trial, and Ayla will grow strong along with him. Fionia will eventually embrace her destiny as a monarch, and slowly become an adult. Ziggs will find his own path in the midst of civilization. Clebius will grow in courage, and Alvira will realize that life isn't all about fun and excitement. Even Lortel grows, and will spend her life buried in gold coins. All of them are main characters with their own role to play, and at the end of their road lies the trophy called success. Knowing this, he turns away from their shine, and leaves them to live their own life. Instead, our hero heads inside of the Broken Nail Hall. Something fell off, so he had to return to check. In order to shine light on some of the protagonists, someone had to stay backstage. And sure enough, he finds Janica bruised and battered, hiding inside a chest in Nail Hall. Continuing the story, we resume from the scene where Ed finds the battered and bruised Janica hiding in a chest, inside the destroyed hall. As it turns out, Lortel had a theory on why the spirit sorcerer went berserk. You see, she once happened to see her room on the night they had the conversation in the hall, and everything in there was a beautiful symbol of sincerity and gratitude. There was a board hung with so many posts of gratitude, and gifts spread over her reading table, that weighed down on her shoulders like rocks. Her misery came from her inability to withstand the pressure of admiration. She was obsessed with honoring all the goodwill and sincerity she received from the world with utmost diligence. Velasfer exploited that darkness and Janica went berserk. The spirit sorcerer became the hero of the joint combat training due to Lucy defeating Taylor. Merylda and Lucy formed a contract, which was why Taylor got defeated in one blow. Miss Lazy formed the contract because she frequently visited the Forest of the North, and that was because he had built the perfect place for napping in there. Everything happened a month earlier than it was supposed to, because he still existed in the story when he should have left since the first act started. She laughed, saying that had not expected Ed to find her so easily, and most of the others forgot about her, which kind of hurt. After wreaking havoc on such a magnificent stage for everyone to see, she is now in the backseat since everything is over. She would have preferred to hide a little longer, since she is about to ugly cry. Ed recalls Merylda's message to him to save Janica. It feels like he was asked to save her from ending up as the villain at the end of Act 1. However, he can't believe that since he's the only one who knows the future. He believes that Merylda was just worried about all the pressure that she was under. He was the person trying to keep his distance from her, so he would have made the perfect person for her to rely on. Unfortunately, everything failed. Janica tried to form a contract with a high spirit, but her haste during the summoning ritual made her fall prey to the spirit of darkness. This destroyed the faculty building in the process. She studied magic till late in the night. She always smiled at her family, friends, and teachers who genuinely cheered her on. But while seemingly living up to everyone's expectations, she was having a really hard time in private. Since the process was beautiful, the failure itself was also beautiful, and she remains beautiful even as she cries. Our dude is not sure how much comfort he can provide, but he tells her that she has worked very hard. Atop the stage, the main characters parade among the applause and praises of the school. However, behind the stage, it was quiet and dark. Ed and Janica are alone. Janica, the Act 1 villain, exits the stage as the main characters move forward, and she cries. Ed has witnessed the completion of the first act countless times. He raises his head in awe, because for the first time, he can see the beautiful spirits that surround her. As she cries, they stay near her, and he feels like he has now properly seen Act 1 to the end. His spirit connection and spirit understanding upgrade to level 10, and many spirits take interest in him. 10 days have passed since the end of Janica's disciplinary committee trial. She acknowledged her mistakes, and testified that she would willingly accept her punishment. However, during the first trial, all her professors and friends expressed utmost support. During the second trial, Fiona said that the spirit sorcerer would not be tried for the attempted murder of royalty. She testified that Janica had been overpowered by Velosfer and had not tried to intentionally hurt anyone. Lortel also came forward to address the loss incurred. The Elite Merchant Association completely compensated the funds for restoration without asking for anything in return. Although, they did add a conditional clause in the contract to reduce the customs fees on the school supplies that they distribute to half. At the end of the day, the outcome was that Janica suffered the removal of benefits given to yearly top students, the retrieval of all prizes and decorations of glory, and the disqualification from entering the Ophiles Hall for the next semester. She was given probation for 10 days and suspension for 20 days, but her expulsion was revoked. It felt like they had shot a heart-touching montage in a coming-of-age drama with the number of students and teachers that rejoiced at the news. Everyone was relieved, but the students began to notice that Janica seemed under a lot of stress. So, her best friends, Clara and Annie's, worked hard to alleviate her worries. They prepared for her a wonderful tea party spread, with delicious delights to chew on. They also reminded each other not to mention the disaster or bring up anything that would bother her. They eagerly welcome Janica, but she is distracted. She suddenly asks them out of the blue what the difference is between liking and loving someone, with a blush on her face. She wonders deeply if there is a difference between the two. Her friends are surprised and wonder why she'd suddenly bring that up. Embarrassed and nervous, Janica quickly said she was talking about her friend. Her friend had a dream about a beautiful garden where she was surrounded by flowers like a princess. Suddenly, a nonchalant-looking boy came riding in like a knight on a shiny steed. There was love shining in his eyes when she placed a flower garland that she'd prepared specially for him. Of course, this friend was Janica, and the knight in shining armor was Ed. Then they held hands and skipped merrily through the garden, laughing like a Disney pair. Janica says that her friend has apparently had this dream over and over. However, her friends can immediately tell she is talking about herself, since she was on probation for 10 days and would not have gotten the opportunity to meet any friends. Annie's decides to go along with it, and she asks Janica what else her friend said. Janica replied that her friend would stare into her room blankly, and suddenly that person's face would come to her mind. Unable to withstand the immense pressure of second-hand embarrassment, Annie's flees, saying that she suddenly remembered that she had to help the assistant professor. This leaves Clara by herself, diffusing the bomb that is her delicate feelings. Clara needs to approach the situation carefully, so as not to break her heart. If things go wrong, the whole student body will find out. The love story of the Janica failover would circulate everywhere. Clara suggests that she think of the situation without much complications. She says that emotions can be a mystery, and it is hard to determine which feelings are negative or positive. Clara says it is better for her to just be honest with her emotions right now. Then she backtracks and recalls this advice is supposed to be for Janica's friend. Motivated, she agrees with Clara. She also tells Janica to be careful when she talks about such sensitive topics, especially as it would not be great for her friend's reputation. She gasps in surprise and once again agrees. Clara has managed to prevent rumors from rising for now. She amicably thanks her for the genuine advice, but now needs to return to the Ophiles Hall to report her suspension. Clara decides to linger in the garden for a bit while she sorts out her thoughts, and waves her a happy goodbye before her head hits the table in relief. She has now successfully defused the Janica bomb. Meanwhile, Ed recalls how he relentlessly saved money. However, thanks to Fiona's petition, he was waived from the next semester's fees. With the money he had left, Ed happily bought a few tools with his gold coins. He was surprised to see Janica waiting for him at the camp. He had avoided her all this time, but now that the first act that involved her is over, he will now interact with her casually. Ed greets her but is shocked to see her leap from where she stood to hide behind a tree. He is so confused, but Janica recalls Clara's words, telling her to be honest about her feelings. However, unable to overcome her nerves, she flees, saying she has stuff to do at Ophiles Hall. For her, confessing her feelings was a task much too difficult to do. Our guy, on the other hand, was frozen with white shock. With his new tools, Ed prepares to get busy, since he is finally going to make the hut that he has long desired. On the first day, he chose the location to build the hut, a wide area under the shade that would not stand out too much. He started his work without interruption. On day 3, he gathered wood. He had become rather proficient at wind blade, so that also went smoothly. On the 4th day, he paused the wood gathering to check the end of semester results. He also got pretty high scores for his practical, and his results for the theory exams were higher than the average freshman, so all his studying was paying off. Special incidents that occurred were that Janica continued to ignore him, and her friends, Clara and Annie's, looked at him as if he should not dare show his face around them. Day 18 brought the lumber work to its near end. Ed wondered if there was someone who ever got this good at using wind blade. Day 20, and the school vacation had begun. Now, Ed could put all of his time into building the hut. A special incident occurred when he went to check the trap he'd set for the game, just to find Lucy caught in the trap and sleeping peacefully. He makes the mental note to stop using beef jerky as bait. On day 27, the senior maid, Bella Maya, came to give Ed some herbs and mushrooms. She asked how things were going with Janica, and when Ed said the spirit sorcerer might hate him, Belle tilted her head in confusion. On day 30, with one pillar as the center, the outer lumber walls collapsed. He realized that simply making and fitting joints properly was not enough to make it stable. Later that day, he once again ran into Janica's group at the bakery, and she flat out ran away the moment their eyes met. Once again, her friends glared at him like he was the problem. On day 37, Ziggs came to Ed to offer him some assistance. He also came with updates that Ed's recommendation was correct, and that Taylor was a good guy. He is satisfied that everything is once more moving as per the original storyline. Then our guy tells Ziggs which side of the house is set aside for the chimney. Ed marks the wood as the days pass. On day 45, he can sit in the house. Neither the flooring nor the walls are tacked. There's not a single piece of furniture either. It is just a hut made of crude logs of wood. However, there are outer walls and a ceiling too. If he shuts the door completely, insects can't get in. He smiles in satisfaction as his log hut is completed and his proficiency in creation once more increases. Finally, after many days of hard work, he has a home. As he rests in his log house, Janica watches, her hands curled and her cheeks flushed. Now that our guy is finally done with the walls, flooring, and fireplace, all that's left is for him to put up a good fence. Then create a storage for the firewood and any extra additions. To his annoyance, he finds Lucy napping on the roof of his house. Suddenly, Janica musters up the courage to say hi. Belle had earlier informed her that she'd seen Ed building a remarkable house in the woods. The talented maid compliments his craftsmanship, and further adds that it would be a great idea to look inside, pushing the shy spirit sorcerer to go check it out. So, Janica shows up and loudly voices her curiosity about the house and how natural her curiosity is. It's only a recent build, but she loudly compliments it. When Ed asks if the spirits told her about it, she blushes since the spirits were only interested in filling her in on how hot and steamy he looked while he put that house together. So, she lies that she hasn't been talking to them much. Ed invites her inside. As Miss Lazy sleeps deeply on the roof, the spirit sorcerer gasps in amazement at all that our guy built by himself. While they sit by the fire, they talk and gist for a while, and she confesses that she owes Princess and Foxy a huge debt for letting her borrow money for tuition. He tells her that if she cannot pay them back, then she should not burden herself with it. The incident happened because she let herself get burdened with unnecessary responsibility. Everyone invested in her, but she still moved to the outdated Dex Hall because she wanted to owe them less. She now shares a room with 8 or more students who would probably envy her. In the end, the vicious cycle has not ended, so he tells her that she can drop by and visit him at any time. She is overjoyed at his offer and also says he can share any of his burdens with her. She promises to help at all costs. The second semester was approaching soon, which would mean the start of Act 2. The Sage-sealed grimoire, a little worn-out book, would end up causing a huge storm that would devour the entire academy. Lortel is at the center of it, noting that the book smells of money. Regardless, Ed thanks Janica for her offer, but he knows he won't be sharing his problems with her. Mostly because the problems that affect the school will be joyfully handled by the hero and the other main characters. Our guy will happily cheer for them from the sidelines. On a dark and stormy night, Act 2, Opheles Hall's occupation begins. The honor students at Opheles Hall are almost guaranteed a life like nobles. They get the first choice of class seats, freedom during meals, special maids, and many other sweet perks. One day, a heavy rain fell around the time of returning to school after vacation, and carriages and boats were provided only to the students returning to Opheles Hall. Students who could not make it were given the option of relaxing for a few days. However, the inferior students from Dex Hall had to trudge through the downpour, as failure to get there on time would be met with a deduction of points. This, of course, made them frustrated and angry enough to explode into a riot in front of Opheles Hall. All of this played out due to the hands of a familiar foxy merchant. Lortel had gotten in touch with the representative for the inferior students in advance. Discontent was already through the roof. All they needed was a justification. Willain, who was adept at provoking and manipulating people with his words, would serve as a trigger for the rest. The justification became the clear discriminatory treatment of regular students who had to return to school on time despite the downpour. A proposal was drawn, suggesting a proactive change in the deadline for return, supported by acknowledging the unfair favoritism for Opheles Hall students. Opheles Hall's head maid and a part of the Academy's Administration Review Division were already on Lortel's side. They fervently supported Lortel's proposal. It got to the point that it did not matter whether the Academy accepted the proposal or not. Just the thought of needing to discuss the matter was enough to infuriate the inferior students. They amplified the entire controversy into a large vocal issue. Opheles Hall is adorned with art pieces donated by noble and affluent families. Even the walls, carpets, and hardwood furniture were crafted by artisans. The more damage to assets, the better. While the rioting students were at it, it would be best if they completely destroyed part of the Opheles Hall. The more they run amok, the more of a critical hit it will be to the finances of the Academy, which is already in a predicament due to the Glaskin incident. As the negotiations for the Sage-sealed grimoire were currently underway, it granted the elite merchant association a distinct advantage. The Sage-sealed grimoire is like the heart of Sylvania, yet people are willing to offer even their own hearts in times of desperation, which is exactly what Lortel is hoping for as she watches the rain come down. There is not a single ray of light in the gloomy sky, and it reminds her of the time she spent in the slums while wearing shabby rags. She can't help but mock herself for feeling relieved at the darkness the rains bring, because Sylvania Academy was too bright for her liking. The image of herself lying in utter darkness covered in dirt is more vivid to her. The traces of conspiracy on top of her desk are proof that she has lived a life of never showing the slightest sincerity, and always betraying and suspecting others while desperately struggling to survive. While doing all that, she still frantically searches for her own kind, even in Sylvania, which is full of bright and radiating people. There must be someone among them who would acknowledge the disgusting life of a gutter rat covered in filth. She was lonely. However, her true self would never change. She makes it through the miserable reality, always taking the same stance. She was the dark curtain that covered the gloomy reality behind the stage at all times, which is why gamers call her the hidden villain. The raging students protested loudly and angrily. In the original storyline, the Opheles Hall occupation incident is a story of how the main character stops the inferior students who were provoked by Lortel. There are middle bosses from the 1st to the 5th floor of Opheles Hall, who interrupt the main character and help the inferior students. The middle boss of the 1st floor was Tote the Decoy. He mocked Taylor by calling him a loser and got beat up by Taylor's friends, so he held a grudge against them, and was bought off by Lortel. His role was to overpower the rookie maid protecting the 1st floor. Then Tote would open Opheles Hall's door and let the rampaging students in. They rushed in, shouting that they would make their voices heard. Once the students got through the 1st floor, the Act 2 Phase 1 middle boss Tote played a certain role. The role of stopping the main character and his friends who would come after them. Originally, this role was supposed to be Tote's, but to Ed's great disappointment, he wonders how he ended up as the middle boss, the one that Lortel bought off. Much to his annoyance, Ed became the middle boss of Act 2. To explain why this happened, let's rewind to 2 days ago. Ed was back to hunting. With no talent for combat skills, he forced himself to use a bow while hunting. Even after a semester and half of the vacation, he is still pathetic with the bow. Also, he keeps getting frequent visitors to the camp, since so many people now know that he is living in the woods. The extremely powerful Miss Lazy visits at random times. She pops through the window and asks Ed dozens of troublesome questions that he does not have time to answer. His other popular visitor is Janica, but he's happy to have her since she often comes with gifts like food and laundry techniques and helps with trivial tasks, Janica's gratitude knowing no end. When he tries to compliment her though, she blushes and acts weird, which confuses him, because she used to be so easy to read. Sometimes she acts off because she's jealous of how often Lucy comes around. The last visitor is Lortel the Golden Daughter, flouncing in like she owns the place. He figures she's trying to gather pawns to use for occupying Opheles Hall, but he does not want to get involved. However, Lortel explains that Tote has passed out. Ed immediately asks for an explanation because this will mess with the scenario. Tote picked a fight with Taylor, like in the original, and mocked him. However, Ziggs took Tote down with one punch because he dared to mock Ed. Alvy had never seen the Wolfman that furious before, so Lortel gives Ed Tote's job. She needs someone who won't rat her out to the investigators, so she came to him thanks to his shitty reputation. She figures he must want revenge since he did get kicked out of Opheles Hall. He doesn't want to do it, but he has a few conditions for taking the job. He bargains 20 gold coins to carry out a moderate role. He will just set everything back where it belongs. The Opheles Hall occupation started before the fight over the Sage-sealed grimoire started, and Lortel's plot is to drive the Academy finance into madness. In the storyline, she succeeds with her conspiracy and forms Mercenary, a profitable group in the Academy, which creates a structure that rivals the Princess's Student Association. The idealist saw, and the realistic, Mercenary. What matters is who Taylor chooses, because that side becomes the winner. Ed just needs to remain a spectator and join the group that seems like they'll win since he needs to survive too. Janica comes to visit, happy that she can come and go like she's on a camping trip. But Ed has to stay alone even during rainy days. Janica is about to move from Opheles to Dex now that the semester is over. She reminds Ed to come to her if he ever needs anything. He agrees and she has extra pillows, cushions, clocks, and lanterns, many necessities and supplies. Dex is smaller and it feels a waste to throw those things away. Ed agrees to accept anything she does not want and Janica is overjoyed. Then they note that Lucy often stands on the roof in the rain. Her extraordinary powers don't come for free, and she has lived a life of laziness as an excuse, turning her eyes away from her promised fate for many years. She only reflected on her life during rainy days. Ed says he doesn't really pay attention to her and Janica is thrilled to hear this. When the Opheles Hall gets occupied, protection runes will activate on a large scale and lock all students inside their rooms. Janica can get out on her own, but Ed asks for a favor. He tells her to come to the Rose Garden in front of Opheles Hall at 9 o'clock in the evening, and says that he'll tell her the reason on the next day. She starts blushing like crazy with joy. Ed doesn't want Janica in the building in case something happens. The rose garden is far enough away and she can avoid the rain. She runs off, blushing hard like a beacon, and Ed sits and watches the rain. Around the start of the semester, the rain will stop, then he can enjoy the bright sunny sky. The long vacation is ending soon. Finally, 9 p.m. arrives. Ziggs is doing his exercises in his room, pondering emotional control, when he spots Ed outside the window, racing to the dorm. Most of the maids have gathered in the meeting room to discuss an important agenda. They'll block the entrance once all the maids are in. The person in command was bought off, so things are working quickly. The maid working with Ed also prepped goods that were asked for in advance. Preparations are all done. Our guy stands beside a mysterious bucket. The Opheles Hall occupation begins in the inferior students' rampage, led by their rep Willain. The doors are opened and they race inside. Willain is surprised to see Ed is the one Lortel bought off. Ed gives a half-assed speech about siding with Willain and believing in his cause since he got kicked out of Opheles Hall. The inferior rep is somehow very touched by his very fake words. Our dude, meanwhile, is annoyed that Willain has caused all this mess and sends him upstairs so that the plot can move on. The inferior rep will end up taking the blame for the chaos in the end. Our guy does not stop the fleeing maid either, as her superiors are all locked up, so she has no one to report to. The chief maid Alice, who controls the protection runes, is in Lortel's hands. So, all the students are detained in their rooms by the protection runes. Everything is going as planned, and the hidden villain, Lortel, finally comes to the stage. Moving on, we know that the academy employees will repress the rampaging students in no time, so our party needs to finish things quickly. This is when Lortel suddenly asks Ed if he's ever killed someone. He of course replies that he hasn't, and she admits that she has not either. However, she's done things similar to killing people in a need to survive. She's crushed lives and stabbed others in the back. She lived her life forgiving her own sins and making excuses for herself as she built up her wealth, which is precisely how she got the name of the Golden Daughter. She knows she deserves no sympathy, so she searches for it from others. Like a possessed person, she asks if he can sympathize with her. Good or evil, all people feel lonely, and some search for people who roll in the dirt like them. They only find redemption in people who are as bad as they are. However, Ed does not sympathize with her, and he tells her that she needs to take responsibility for her own decisions. She quickly masks into her nonchalant self and says that they need to get to work since they don't have time to waste. Our guy relaxes in relief now that Foxy will talk to Alice about their plan going forward. Once they make the defense magic of Opheles Hall go berserk, and hand over the command of the runes to Willain, the story will unfold with current events intensifying. Willain, packed with the dense protection of Opheles Hall's defense spells, will transform into the boss of the 4th stage. This scenario is about defeating Willain, who will lose his mind and go berserk. All our dude has to do is sit quietly and wait for the hero to storm into Opheles Hall. He'll put up a mediocre fight and lose, then Taylor will handle the rest. He does not mind taking a few hits as he views that as a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, Janica sits in the rose garden, dressed warmly as she waits for Ed. She even finds a note he left for her, telling her that he'll be a little late. She blushes, thinking he is preparing something special. The golden horse carriage near the garden was not important to her, and she wasn't going to leave because she'd thought about him for the past 3 days, to the point that she couldn't even sleep at night. Despite everything, Janica had kept tabs on everything that happened at Ed's camp with the help of Merylda, and she knew everyone who visited. Unfortunately, most of the visitors were women, and that was very heartbreaking to her. That's why she was going to wait for him no matter what. That was until she made up her mind to switch up her hairpin, so guess who'll be showing up unexpectedly at Opheles Hall? Alvira, meanwhile, is freaking out about needing to enter Opheles to preserve her herbs with magic. She drags Taylor and Ayla with her to help her. Redhead is so upset that Ayla fears she will go on a rampage. The angry Redhead rushes in with the other 2 close behind her, and who do they find waiting but our main dude? The hero is surprised to see him and asks why he's here. Alvira can see the traces of the students that stormed through, and the entire place is a mess. Ed sits silently with his back to the stairs. She did not expect that he of all people would try to stop them. He confirms her guess and says that he cannot let them pass, like he's Gandalf. Alvira laughs, knowing he can't beat them alone since the people on her side are very skilled. Taylor, on the other hand, cannot understand why our dude would stand against them, and demands to know what is happening. As he gives no response, the hero charges at our dude. Ed of course blocks him with magic, and Alvira identifies it as the basic spell Wind Blade. However, the spell has now become so advanced thanks to his continuous use of it, that it does a lot of damage. The students at Opheles panic. Well, Clevius panics, wondering what is going on. Alvira, Taylor, and Ayla fell from surprise at the attack, and Alvira realized with horror that he cut her hair. She realizes he's going to be serious about this fight and reaches for her potions, but Ed sets the place on fire with ignition. The battlefield was set, so his judgment was quick and precise. Meanwhile, Alvira thinks to herself that Ed is showing talent far beyond just high mage proficiency. As the alchemy faculty's top student, Elvira represents their main forces. However, the biggest flaw of alchemy is that, without relying on magic tools or elixirs, their raw combat power is close to zero. Most alchemy students carry a magic ring or necklace with them. But Elvira had never thought a genius like her would need that kind of thing. Rookie mistake, because it seems Ed knew that as well. He dropped the chandelier and used the opening to cast Firewall, just to separate Elvira from her bag. However, she wonders why he went for the strap instead of destroying her bag and its precious contents. She is not out of options yet, and she cast a fire-resistant formula, amplified its strength, and made it go berserk. Meanwhile, Ayla hurriedly sought out a spell to put out the fire. Overwhelmed by the flames, she screams and Taylor yells at her to get her act together. She is usually confident in her magic, but her combat ability is average at best. Ed keeps targeting her, which makes it hard for the hero to leave her side and get close to him. Elvira, however, is ready to make an opening for the hero to have a shot at knocking down our guy. Her berserk fire-resistant bunny launches at our dude, and the hero follows behind, determined to put a stop to Ed. The alchemist redhead loves Taylor's energy, and wraps herself in a cloth, launching into the fire to Ayla's shock. She manages to get to her bag of potions. It's game on now. Ed throws Wind Blade at her, but she flings at him a chemical reagent prepared by dicing up unique flowers and mushrooms. This chemical works by controlling the release of magic and temporarily subduing the products that result from magic formulas. Our dude successfully takes down the Berserker Bunny, but the hero uses the chance to race at Ed. However, our dude suddenly turns tail and runs. He brings down a huge table between them and sets it on fire. Elvira is horrified, screaming that a fire would surely kill all the students trapped in there. However, the hero is sure he can slash through any fire created by magic with his elemental slash. They need to make haste while Elvira's chemical reagent is in action. Taylor rushes at Ed, even as Elvira shouts for him to wait. The windows are open wide enough for all the smoke to escape, and even the carpet that could catch fire is not there. There are no flammable objects in sight, which means it is a trap. Ed notches a bow and prepares to fire. The hero did not expect our guy to have a weapon, but he could easily deflect the shot anyway. However, to the hero's horror, Ed fires at Ayla. Ayla can't even use basic spells right now. However, the alchemy redhead saves Ayla, using Claw Hand, and stops the arrow before it hits her. Elvira is surprised to see the arrowhead is covered with cloth, so Ed did not even plan on hurting her. Taylor charges in, ignoring Elvira's warnings. Ed is waiting for something. Clebius has started to panic inside of his room, as the Act 2 of the final chapter of the Opheles Hall incident kicks into gear. Clebius escapes his room, and our guy can finally relax. The hero takes the opportunity to knock him into next week. Elvira is absolutely shocked to see Ed go flying. Taylor yells at the defeated Ed, asking why he dared to go so far. Even the redhead is pissed because she feels like he was just playing with them the whole time. Everything he did proves that he was not fighting them seriously. He tells them that if they're done, they can go upstairs and get busy. Elvira asks our dude why he let them win, which confuses Taylor and Ayla. She is very enraged that he toyed with them. Unfortunately, right at this moment, Janica emerges from her room after picking out a flower pin. Her pure love might be naive and delusional, but she is free to imagine happy thoughts if she so desires. However, the difference between imagination and reality can be cruel at times. The boy she thought would be at the pavilion all dressed up was on the ground, covered in blood, after being attacked by a suspicious group of people. There was no way our ever-sweet spirit sorcerer was going to take that kindly, and Janica's eyes flamed red. Janica would admit that it would be lying if she said something did not feel out of place. Ed could have gotten swept into some unexpected situation. Despite her concern, based on his simple life and the way he'd acted during the Glasskin incident, she felt certain that he would figure out the problem somehow. It was not until the flaw in such a complacent way of thinking was poked that she started to reflect on it. She had offered to help if he was in trouble, but Ed had not asked for help. The reason he lured her outside Opheles Hall, even going so far as to write her a letter, which was unlike himself. It was the same reason he fought alone till he was covered with blood, to keep Janica outside of the battlefield since she had already received several punishments because of the Glasskin incident. She doesn't entirely know what happened, but he was so considerate to ensure that she would not get swept up in all this. While she was busy worrying about her looks, Ed fought alone. Meanwhile, Taylor is happy to see her, oblivious to her rage. He tells her all about how Ed tried to stop them from going upstairs. Too late. Elvira tries to warn him that Janica has appeared as a foe instead of a friend. She doesn't really care about what's going on, but she won't forgive them for hurting her crush. Our guy tries to stop her, shouting her name. However, Janica summons all the spirits and tells him to wait because she's going to handle this. She's summoned intermediate grade spirits of the 4 elements and others that basically make up a battalion. Elvira quickly tries to get Taylor and the others to run since there is no way they can defeat the top student among the second years of the whole faculty of magic. They were already barely winning against our dude. Taylor already knew they would not beat the overpowered spirit sorcerer, and he also knew this takeover was not normal based on how Ed had been acting. However, the spirit of the hero burned within him. He could not back down because students could get hurt. He reminded Elvira that they had to secure her herbs and stood his ground like a hero. Our guy was impressed, but also hauled the hero by his collar and tossed him aside. He promised the hero that he would take care of his girl so that Taylor could go to the second floor. They can't believe he's letting them go after he tried to stop them. But he just yells that he changed his mind and tells them to hurry up. Redhead can't believe that he can stop the spirits alone, but Ed insists that they get moving and apologizes for tearing her back. They are confused, but they finally listen and get going. Janica approaches, her eyes glowing red. She pauses when she sees Ed and tells him that she will handle the rest without him having to explain anything. However, he gently places his hands on her shoulder and reassures her that he is fine. Janica gets knocked out of the rage mood by the power of Crush, her face flushing because our guy is touching her. He tells her to please send the spirits away, as the wind is so strong that he can barely hold on. The spirits feel underwhelmed as they are quickly sent away. To the heroic trio's shock, he actually managed to single-handedly stop her. He gestures for them to hurry and go, as there's probably not much time left. Exhausted, Ed collapses. Janica scolds him as she helps him, asking him why he keeps getting hurt, and why he did not ask her for help. He assures her that he'll ask for her aid in the right situation. She thinks the trio is excessive in beating him up, and she will get really angry with them the next time they meet. She asks him to promise to stop getting hurt, and he thanks her for worrying. The plan went a little astray, but he did his job as the first floor boss, and now he can rest assured and focus on his camp. However, just as he's about to relax, Janica informs him of the huge golden carriage she saw by the rose garden. The carriage, shaped like a golden crown, is the symbol of the Elite Merchant Association. Lortel's adoptive father, and the one who killed her biological father, the fake boss, will eventually disappear after losing to her. In the struggle of the second act's last episode, Sage sealed Grimoire the Golden King Elite. More importantly, the fact that he came to the academy earlier than expected means something else is going on outside the scope of Ed's knowledge. The rains come down heavily, and Lortel informs Alice that she was dumped by our guy. While they are on the 5th corridor of Opheles Hall, Alice mentions that she had not realized that he was Foxy's type. Foxy admits that his looks are not all that bad, but she thought he'd be able to sympathize with her. However, he had dumped her without mercy. She adds that people like them get used to hearing that all their lives. Alice was the chief maid of Opheles Hall, a senior maid who had worked there for over 20 years. She started from nothing as an apprentice maid at the age of 15 and eventually proved herself by becoming the Opheles Hall manager. Lortel had invested in Alice, spending the most trying to bend Alice out of her uprightness. The losses from that had burnt a hole in the financial ledgers. However, Lortel considered it a worthy investment, because she had finally found someone like her, someone who would abandon their rigid values for gold. Lortel had lived a life in the slums, stabbing first so that she did not get stabbed. Willie and the inferior students rep would take over the 4th floor's control room, and they would hand him command over the Berserk defense magic at the right time. This would destroy the whole Opheles Hall from the inside without anyone knowing anything. Regardless of the unfortunate past, or the sad story that pushed her into this predicament, Lortel is clearly an evil character, a hidden villain. Since everything is going according to plan, she will head to the storage room to put on the act of innocence and fear. She is a poor pitiful human, unaware that a person that can be bought by her can be bought by others too. Lortel has never loved someone or had someone she considered family, so she'll be alone even in death, as Alice informs her that she is not exactly her kind. She freezes as Alice holds a sword to her neck. It doesn't take long for Taylor and his friends to make progress. They clear the 2nd floor boss, overpowering Clebius and forcing him to join their party. Then, they stop the maid and 3rd floor boss, bedding washer Kelly. She was no match for them without her older twin sister. Everything was going unexpectedly smoothly and they finally reached the Opheles Hall 4th floor. Only the 1st floor had been a real challenge. They get to the 4th floor just in time to see Willian go berserk. He had become hostage to the defense magic, placing the crystal ball that triggers the magic circle control system in the control room's dead center. For everyone to see was Alice and Lortel's scheme. The self-defense magic formulas carved all over the building were installed to protect students from invaders. However, in Willian's hands, it was like a child holding a loaded gun. Taylor, Elvira, and Ayla helped the fleeing students to evacuate. The students inside their rooms panicked at the quake this caused, thinking the building was about to collapse. They used their powers to escape the building in their own ways. The whole situation slowly became a catastrophe. Elvira uses anglerweed reagent as a quick rebound and hopes that it will at least block all basic magic within this corridor. It is only assisting magic, and it might be a lot, but the hero can handle its force. So, she tells them to leave this to her, flinging Clebius and telling him and Taylor to knock poor Willian out. Willian is trapped by the runes and shooting magic at them. They dodge the magic and rush at the crying boy, who is relieved that someone has come to save him. A part of the top floor explodes and the rain keeps coming down. Meanwhile, Janica and Ed are still nearby, taking a little stroll outside. Janica tells him not to push himself too hard or the wounds will open again. He explains most of the stains on him aren't his blood anyway. Instead, his focus is on the crown golden carriage that looks rather plain. Despite the prestigious outer appearance, considering the man inside, the horse carriage looks plain. The Golden King, Elte. Ordinarily, he'd be escorted by a grand fleet of over a dozen carriages, but his discreet approach hints at secret motives. Elte is Lortel's adoptive father and is also the fake boss who later gets backstabbed by her and exits the stage. He's a figure that should not be at the academy right now. It looks like the carriage has been there for a while, so our dude cannot fathom why he is not getting out. He wonders if the Golden King is waiting for the Opheles Hall to be wrecked. Suddenly, Ed recognizes the third-floor maid in charge of dishes, Shenny. She is one of the orphans raised by Alice. Alice was originally bought off by Lortel and Shenny was supposed to be the third-floor boss with her sister, Kelly. However, she is with Elte, who is Lortel's enemy, and that is going far off script. There's no way Shenny would betray Alice, and Lortel bought Alice off, which can only mean that Shenny is with Elte because the head maid has double-timed Foxy. After all, money knows no loyalty. This could mean Lortel's downfall. Lortel is the one who gets into a political fight with Fionia in Act 3, as well as the main character's biggest ally in the fight against the Rothtaylor family in Act 4. Ed already had such an annoying hard time taking Toad's place as the middle boss, he can't play her role as well, but that will happen if she meets her downfall. With a heavy sigh, Ed asks Janica for a favor. She agrees to help in any way that he needs, no questions asked. Elte Kachellan, the Golden King and honorable president of the Elte Merchantry. Lortel appears to others like she is following his orders since he is her adopted father. However, she is in fact plotting to betray him and take over the Elte merchants. She knows all about how he killed her biological parents and coaxed the business magnates and directors of the Elte Merchantry to oust him. Also, the negotiations to purchase the sage-sealed grimoire were just an excuse to draw him out into the Sylvania Academy, and a bait to take him by surprise so that he can't react in time to the crisis back at the Elte Merchantry's headquarters. Certain factors led to him finding out about this betrayal, and now he has received a letter from someone who holds the confidential document that can prove Lortel's plot. That someone is Alice. Lady Lortel offered her a huge amount of gold coins. Unless she is offered more gold than that, she will side with her. She's lost her sight and most of her hearing due to an accident. This will be her last year as the chief maid. She is in a predicament, and the only human who knows the truth about the Fox Lady. Depending on her choice, things will change dramatically for the better or worse. The paper attached to the letter she sent has the names of the institutions that she has been secretly managing all this time. The amount of gold coins delivered to these institutions will determine her actions. She trusts the Golden King to make the correct judgment. Alice tells Lortel not to dare move as her father will arrive at Opheles Hall soon. She didn't expect her to suddenly look shocked and sad since she thought she was more level-headed. Lortel had wanted revenge against the Golden King, but in Alice's eyes, they were both the same, just like her. Suddenly an explosion knocks down the wall. Taylor's group shows up, dragging the fallen body of Willain. Alvira already suspected that there was no way someone like Willain could have gotten close to defense magic, so the real culprit behind this entire showdown had to be Alice, the chief maid. They believe she is holding poor Lortel hostage. Foxy uses the distraction to run to her friends, who are also the suckers who just saved her lying cheating ass. They quickly ask if she is alright, and the girl considers lying. She could frame Alice for the whole thing and everyone would believe her. However, she could not bring herself to say anything. So instead, Foxy makes an expression that shocks Elvira and covers her face to run away from the whole commotion. At the same time, Golden King Elte is coming into the scene. That man doesn't trust even his own henchmen, so he came all the way just to finish things himself. The plan to overthrow him is nearly complete, and he is supposed to take the fall for large-scale tampering with the account books, and the damages caused. Fortunately, he is not at the headquarters yet, so she just needs to get in touch with the officials there. She needs to send the carrier pigeon hidden in her room and hide herself somewhere. As long as she, the center of the plan, does not get captured, everything will be okay. Her pace slows as she tries to cheer herself up. No one in the world understands her, and she always expects betrayal. She has gone through it countless times, so getting her heart broken doesn't mean anything. However, Lortel is unable to hold back the rivers of tears that fall from her eyes. Crying doesn't suit her, so she keeps walking. She has to do what she can right now, so she runs. She has to get to her room before Elte does. Everything will be fine as soon as she sends the carrier pigeon. At the same time, on the first floor, the man of the hour appears in the wrecked main hall. He spots a student in the hall and tells them to evacuate. However, this student is our guy and he tells him that due to the risk of collapse, they're not allowing anyone inside the building for safety reasons. He is back in his Gandalf arc and he will not let them pass until faculty and staff arrive. Elte asks if Ed is under special instruction, but he replies that he is in fact acting on his own, since in these matters, Sylvania basically has a shop system. 3 people are aware of the story's flow. Lortel, who seeks to take revenge for her childhood and empty the seat for the merchantry's president, and Elte, who is determined to thwart her plans and purchase the sage-sealed grimoire. The final player is Alice, who is using both Lortel and Elte, and she is the root cause of the twist in the story. Ed expects her to be on the 5th floor with Lortel, though he is not sure why Alice betrayed her. Ed wonders if he needs to go to the 5th floor to get rid of her, but changes his mind since Taylor's party will run into her anyway. He leaves the fight against Alice to the heroes. He trusts very much in their battle skills and ability to overcome difficult foes. The matter that he has to handle is whatever Elte has planned for Opheles Hall. As long as Ed keeps him out, the events will continue as they should. He bows in recognition of Elte Kachellan, the president of the Elte Merchantry, and asks him to speak to the Academy to ensure that he is treated with the respect he deserves, trying to get him out of the hall. However, the man forms his own conclusion about our dude, and says with strong certainty that Ed is working with Lortel against him. The next chapter starts from 10 minutes ago, where Janica and Ed had wandered back into the Opheles Hall, and our guy was surprised to find Zig still exercising in his room. The Wolfman explains that he was just avoiding taking rash actions, since it was not like the building would fall and kill him. He also asks why our guy destroyed the wall because that would make the room cold. But our dude is thinking of how Ziggs doesn't even look like a mage with those 6 pecs. Ziggs, of course, greets Janica and they both apologize for the rough encounter during the Glaskin incident. Then, the Wolfman makes an observation, and asks if Ed and Janica are dating, which of course makes the spirit sorcerer freak out. Our dude isn't bothered though, and Wolfman apologizes for asking such a rude question out of the blue. Then, Ziggs asks curiously why they came all this way to find him, and our dude asks him for a favor. Back in the present, our guy is trying to convince Elte to leave Opheles Hall by convincing him to talk to the Academy's administration first to make sure he is treated with respect. However, the Golden King sees through that ruse and deduces with a malicious glint in his eyes that our dude is supporting Lortel. He asks if he fell for her looks, then tells him to take advantage of getting into his own good books instead of siding with Foxy, because he might not get paid if Elte wins. He tells our guy that she was born with the blood of a fox and backstabs everyone she sees. Since he raised her as a child, he knows her better than anyone else. He will give Ed double the gold coins she offered, if he gets out of the way. Our dude thanks him for the offer, but he is unimpressed, and confesses that he was promised a total of 0 gold coins, so there's no point in doubling that. Elte is surprised, but he will not back down and switches to violence. He tells his henchmen to dispose of Ed quietly and they all launch at him. They corner him so that he cannot escape, but Ziggs uses his magic to blast them away. Ed leaves Ziggs and Janica to deal with them, saying he'll come back after he checks out a situation. They happily do his favor and fight the henchmen and Elte. The Golden King tells the henchmen not to hold back while fighting them and the battle begins. Meanwhile, Ed runs. He races, wondering if he should go find Lortel to ask her about the situation. To his shock, he immediately finds her and is surprised that she's still in the building. He says they will go to the back door and get out, then asks if she can run. She must not fall behind and she must run as fast as she can. There was always a reason for all goodwill and trust. Even Cheryl, the elite merchantry's receptionist, acts all flirty with Lortel because he anticipates that she will give out some money-making information by mistake. Cadden, the merchantry's employee, becomes quite lively in front of Lortel because she'd often tip him off about stuff. Even Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, clings to her because the feed she provides is of the highest quality. All goodwill has always come with a price in Lortel's world. Ed races ahead of her, saying they don't have time to go into detail but Alice has betrayed her. Lortel blames herself for a stupid, foolish mistake. Janica grew up receiving the love and goodwill of others so much that she treated the world with the exact same love and goodwill. Lortel was not like Janica. The day she made Ed the offer, she had seen the love-struck way the spirit sorcerer looked at him. It was the look of someone who loved something without needing anything in return. Foxy had thought that she might have a chance at a relationship like that too and ended up spilling all of her plans to Alice. She had not realized that her hopes would be put to shame. Usually, her attitude in life was to trust no one. In fact, even after seeing Alice like that, she should not have lost sight of her own gloomy, grimy self. She should not have dared to think that someone like her could live a romantic life. Her goal had only been to occupy Opheles Hall, and she bought 5 people to achieve that goal. However, Alice, Shenny and Kelly joined hands with Elte. Willain also wanted to join Elte so he would not take her side. She does not expect our guy to side with her either. She apologizes, even though she knows that she should not. He is her last remaining ally, but she confesses that she has no money to pay him for his loyalty as the situation right now is unstable. However, he is unimpressed and reminds her, loudly, that he did not ask for a rundown. They don't have time for her depression because if Elte catches her, everything is over. He tells her that in order to plan any future, they have to escape first. Goodwill and trust. Lortel always believed they happen for a reason. If there is no reason, then those people cannot be trusted. That is how she learned to live her life. She explains that the merchantry headquarters plan to rig the market prices. After the massive hunt of the monsters in the eastern mountains last summer, the price of armor fell. Then they purchased and monopolized all the armor and traded them internally. So, in short, the plan is manipulative trading. For that plan, her father needed money urgently, so he found someone who would buy the sage-sealed grimoire at a good price. He sent her to Sylvania to steal the book. Ed now understands the plan. In manipulative trading, merchants A, B, and C monopolize a cheap product in the market and artificially increase its price by trading among each other. It's a classic method of price manipulation, since the product's price continuously rises at an unbelievable rate. People will believe it will soon be unaffordable. They will then hurry and buy the product. If they sell the products they've gathered at this moment, they can make a ridiculous amount of profit. However, such manipulative trading is founded on trust. If merchants B and C sell the product without merchant A's knowledge, the price would instantly fall. Merchant A, who desperately sold off their bonds in order to mass buy the product and monopolize it, would suffer bankruptcy. In this scenario, Elte is merchant A, and he would be put in a difficult situation where he could lose his powers because of the sudden huge loss. For this plan, Lortel bought off countless others that were related to merchants B and C for many years. Only when Elte is absent from his position at headquarters can the 6 big merchants she bought off have the rights to sale transferred to them. She was going to use the Opheles Hall occupation to burn a hole in the Academy's finances, which increases the chance of success in the negotiation talks for the purchase of the grimoire. That would bring Elte out of headquarters and force him to get the money he needs. Then Lortel can use the chance to sell off the armor at the headquarters. Lortel is shocked that Ed knows so much. He also deduces that she just needs to send a message to the merchant's headquarters to sell the armor. She has a carrier pigeon in her room. It is her direct line of communication with her forces inside the headquarters. She wins as long as she sends that pigeon to the headquarters and stays hidden till the sale is done. However, her father is expecting that as well. She is sure that he is planning to capture her and make the traders on the inside confess about the plan. However, Ed tells her to listen. From this point onwards, she must hide and leave the rest to him. If he was in Elte's place, he would have people stand at the 2 bridges that lead to the Arkan Mountains. They'll definitely try to track them down. Lortel needs to talk to the horsemen in the quarters and send the empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains. The horsemen should then leave the carriage at a suitable spot and run away from there. That way, they'll think she is on the outskirts of the Arkan Mountains. Ed then tells Lortel to go to the incomplete hut in the forest in the north. She just needs to hold out there for 3 days. He will send the pigeon in her room to the headquarters. A simple message will make her allies take care of the complex matters. He shakes her and tells her that someone is guarding the back door, so he will take care of the outside and run to her room. She just has to wait till he's gotten rid of the guard, and then escape to the quarters. Like a long-time ally merchant, he perfectly and harmoniously made a move and handled matters without wasting any time. Lortel actually believes she can trust him and leave things to him. He asks why she is so out of it and she replies that she understands what she has to do. It might even work, but she asks him why he is even helping her. He sighed heavily with a groan and just said that he felt like he should. Then he walks away. She sits heavily on the floor, thinking that something is loud. The loud is not the last fight between Alice and Taylor and his friends. It is also not the fight from the first floor either. The close and loud sound was her own heartbeat as tears fell from her eyes. Ed pops out and finds Shenny the dishwasher guarding the door with a weapon in hand. He calls her bland as the supposed last obstacle. Now this painstaking attempted takeover will reach its end. All of Opheles Hall's runes went to the one with the command. The swordsman who could hold her own in front of the combat faculty students, and an intermediate magic user without a single flaw, the chief made Alice. Despite all that, she could not defeat Taylor McClure because he was the main character. Act 2, Scene 3, Conquest of Chief Maid Alice, the final battle begun. Meanwhile, Ed faces off against Shenny. He is almost out of mana, but he's got 2 or 3 more basic spells left in him. Shenny charges at him lightning fast with her sword in hand. He manages to dodge her first attack, knowing that she would aim to stab his leg. He already knew her pattern of fighting, as well as the scope for prediction preceding her reaction speed. He catches her hand before she can pull out one of the daggers strapped to her thigh. The privilege of the twin sisters, blessed by the same star from birth, is called ability sharing. Once per day, they are granted the ability to share a skill with their twin. Shenny chooses low-level telekinesis magic and sends the daggers flying at Ed. Shenny feels smug at first, but gapes in shock at him standing before her, unfazed, with a few daggers embedded in him. He knows that the borrowed abilities are not refined. The wounds from the flying blades are not deep. He pulls out the daggers from his wound and tosses them aside. He kicks away her weapons and pins her down, telling her that it's over. Shenny screams that she cannot disappoint her mistress Alice, and she struggles underneath his hold. However, he informs her that her dear mistress will lose. The dishwasher screams in her defense, saying Alice has endured so much pain and fought so many battles. She has also saved so many orphans. To be honest, he does not know much about Alice. The game did not go into an in-depth analysis of Alice's background. All it covered was her fight against Taylor. Shenny explains she only got her job thanks to her mistress' sacrifice. She would never have been able to earn money for herself. She wouldn't even be alive if not for her. Ed fights against the guilt and says that is none of his business. He still feels the same after hearing the story. Shenny cries with hatred and eventually passes out. He does not know the stories of any of the extras, so he can't do anything about people he does not know. There are already way too many stories that will never come to light. All the losses faced from the Ophelia Hall incident far outweigh the time Alice spent rescuing orphans. People who decide their course of action based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. However, his course of action and ultimate goal has not changed from when he first possessed this body. He will survive, no matter what. After incapacitating Shenny, Ed acquired a new skill: pain endurance. Ed sneaks into Lortel's room and briefly admires the luxurious room. Everything is arranged neatly, it suits Lortel's tastes. Quickly, he writes the letter informing the merchants that Elte is in Sylvania and it will take at least 3 days for him to return. All the acquired gear is to be sold. He sends the carrier pigeon flying its way through the rain and the night sky. Bruised and battered, Ed stumbles back to his camp. He hopes his wounds will heal soon. If not for the help of Ziggs, Janica, and many others, Lortel would have been captured by Elte and her downfall would have been swift. The carriage Lortel hired would likely be speeding out of the Arkan Mountains. Elte has no choice but to chase it. Even if the coachman is captured, it would already be too late to stop the carrier pigeon. If all goes according to plan, he would find Foxy waiting at the hut. However, he spots her before he's even reached the hut. He thinks at first that she has come to greet him, until he realizes that she's holding a knife. He reminded himself that the person he'd chosen to trust was the backstabbing golden daughter. With Elte gone, Alice must now rely on Lortel, which means Shenny and Kelly will side with her. Willain can be bought just like last time, but he is a variable that can't be bought with money. This means that Lortel might be unable to trust him. If she just gets rid of him in this remote part of the woods, her perfect crime will be a success. She would use and dispose of any human. That was her true villainous nature. He has to use his brain if he wants to survive this encounter, but he is too weak. Lortel swings her knife, but she only cuts off a piece of cloth and uses it to bandage Ed's hand. She asks why he got so hurt and offers to help him. The rain stopped, so she built a bonfire. She brings him inside so that they can warm themselves together. Ed asks her if everything went according to plan, and Lortel proudly responds that the horseman promised to draw as much attention as possible, even if he had to put his life on the line. He wonders if she threatened the man's family to make the horseman that loyal. If the plan goes well, she will have power over the Elte Merchant Association. He would have much to benefit since she owes him a great deal, and asks if that cheers him up. However, Ed barely reacts, and she smiles. She adds that she will never forget what he did for her, but he just tells her to hand over the 20 gold as earlier promised. However, Lortel has a question for him. She asks about how close he has gotten with Janica. Oblivious, Ed just responds that the spirit sorcerer is a good person, and she agrees. However, Foxy admits that she's not as nice as her kind senior, Janica. Meanwhile, at Ophelie's Hall, Elte left after receiving a certain report from his subordinate, and his interest in Ophelie's Hall had completely dissipated. Ziggs wasn't doing well fighting the mercenaries, mostly because he was more focused on stopping his comrade from completely ending the mercenaries. At first, Janica had looked worried, but at some point, the spirits started going all out in the fight. She needed to be stopped before any casualty took place. Ziggs asks if she's upset, and she lies that she's not, while rage is burning in her eyes. The next day, the incident is over and Ed considers going to class. Unfortunately, his uniform is completely wrecked and he's too broke to buy a new one. Ziggs lended him his uniform and told him all about the incident. Willain took the blame for the damage to Ophelie's Hall, and Alice, who'd been subdued, went completely silent on the issue. With no response from Elte's side, the only conclusion was that the plan was a success. Now, events could continue as they were supposed to, and Ed waited patiently for a carrier pigeon with good news. The incident affected his labor power negatively, since he's not in a very good shape. His body is sore. Physically demanding work is too much for him. But he still has a lot to do. Fortunately, his advanced crafting skills slots are open, so acquiring skills takes priority, and he already knew which skill to master. Spirit Formula Infusion, compatible with Spirit Sorcery and Magic Engineering, which is great for crafting household and combat amenities. To master Spirit Formula Infusion, he must form a contract with a spirit and create at least one artifact that contains Spirit Formula, then it becomes instinctive. Magic Engineering requires successfully disassembling and assembling an item of a certain level of magic engineering at least once. He doesn't want to waste spirit slots unnecessarily, but for now he should make a contract with a lower spirit. Janica pops out and explains that she's not in class because of a headache and body pains, so she came out to get some fresh air from the woods. He asks in concern if she hurt herself, but she assures him that she's fine. Instead, she asks if Lortel is okay, and Ed confirms that she's resting inside the cabin. She has been there since the Ophelie's Hall incident, but there's still work to do. They persuaded the former chief maid, Alice, and laid the groundwork for the negotiation to purchase the sage-sealed grimoire. While Lortel awaits a reply from the Elte merchants, she must stay hidden with an anxious heart. It is frustrating, but she finds that she doesn't hate it because she gets to watch Ed all day, and that makes her heart race. His unconditional kindness and selfless trust make her feel safe. That feeling, which came naturally to most people, was more precious than gold to Lortel, who had spent her entire life on the cold floor of the streets. At no cost does she want to give up the safe feeling of being with Ed to anyone else, not even her sweet senior Janica. Janica's life was overflowing with unconditional kindness from her family and friends. Surely, she would let Lortel have this one thing. If the spirit sorcerer would not give him up, then Foxy was willing to fight for her knight in shining armor, and fighting was her area of expertise. 3 days of living together was a thrilling and perfect advantage over Janica. First, Lortel planned to bury the cabin in gold and seduce Ed with money. However, she backtracks as she recalls that she is broke right now, and that Ed might not appreciate the gesture. Then, she considered helping with his tuition. She considered cutely trying to play it off like she's not paying it for his sake, but nearly died from cringe just thinking about it. While she's still pondering her lack of experience with romance, Lucy comes into the cabin ready for a nap. Lortel is surprised to see her, but Lucy just wants to nap in the sunlit spot inside the cabin. Ed grabs Lucy and throws her out like she is a stray cat that wandered in, and he tells Foxy that she can go back to sleep. Judging by how he acted, Foxy deduces that Lucy comes around often. To Lortel's great disappointment, she finds that she has yet another rival. However, she is confident that she'll settle the score in just 3 days. On the second day of Lortel's cabin life, she finds Janica has come to visit again, erasing her plans of spending time alone with Ed. She also finds Lucy napping in the cabin again. Meanwhile, Ed crafted some handmade bricks, learning the skill stonemasonry. He also finally created a brick fireplace, and his crafting proficiency increases. Resting after the day's work, he eats with Janica and Lortel the pastries brought around by Belle. Nothing much has happened since the Opheles incident, so Lortel assumes that things are going as planned. He says that they should not let their guard down just yet, since there are things to do. Lortel agrees since she is yet to compensate him for his 20 gold coins, and asks if he'd prefer goods instead of cash. While Janica glares with jealousy, Ed mentions that he would like some construction materials, like excess magic engineering equipment. Lortel promises to check the inventory and tell him if they have any spares, but she'll also try to remember since she has most of the inventory memorized. Then, Ed asks Janica for a favor. He wants her to teach him how to form a spirit contract with a lower spirit. Janica is happy to help, ready to help him form a contract with even an intermediate level spirit. Ed is impressed and she immediately begins the lesson with spirit connection. She summons a small bird called Karis to see if Ed can communicate with spirits. Ed can hear the bird faintly, which assures her that he will progress faster than expected. However, Karis then loudly complains that Ed doesn't have enough time in his routine for magic training. He also adds that they know this thanks to the weekly report meeting they have. He also complains that our guy should concentrate on the cabin construction instead of getting distracted. Janica immediately shuts down the connection with Karis and asks with a forced smile if Ed heard anything. He mumbles something about a weekly report meeting, but she has no answer to that response. Lortel then pops up with information on the magic engineering equipment. The inventory does in fact have more leftover stock than expected, so she has enough for Ed. He asks if they can sell them at a discount price that the 20 gold coins can cover, and she laughs. The amount of magic equipment is not large and they're basically a dead asset. However, to give them for free is unthinkable. So, Lortel asks that he comes to the Merchant Association once every 3 days as payment. She can sell it at a discounted price, and when he comes around, they can have some tea and talk a bit. Janica asks why she can't give him for free since he helped her so much. However, Lortel is a merchant and a professional, and she refuses to give it out for free. Meanwhile, Ed's mind was only on magic engineering and spirit magic. Suddenly, Belle, the new chief mate of Opheles Hall, arrived with a message for Lortel. She apologizes for showing up when things aren't peaceful, and she apologizes for being the bearer of bad news. However, she has a message from the former chief made to Lortel. What do you think this message is about? Moving on, we see that Clara had something very important to discuss with Belle while she did the laundry. She is so sure that Belle will be shocked to hear the secret, and she makes the head maid promise not to tell anyone. She believes that Janica likes the dastardly rotten Ed Rothtailor. Now, this is all old news to Belle, but she notes that Janny's friend must be worried because of his terrible reputation. However, Clara does agree that he has been improving of late, so she will support Janica as her friend. Another issue is that the spirit sorcerer has been complaining about Lortel of late. Foxy missed the opening ceremony along with Ed, and they were both absent yesterday as well. Clara is worried that angelic Janica doesn't stand a chance if Foxy already has her eyes on our guy, but she doesn't understand how he hasn't noticed Janica's affections yet, and wonders if he's toying with her. Belle just says that perhaps he is too occupied to have time for romance or dating. But the other girl is sure that our dude is simply messing with them, and he's so lucky to have girls pining over him. Belle considers Lortel a sly thieving cat in front of a fish shop. Janica is a trembling kitten, and Lucy, who is always there, is just a cat. Just thinking about them gives her a headache. But more importantly, she has an important message to pass to Foxy from Alice. The flickering bonfire drives away the darkness of the night as Belle carries Lucy and leaves Ed's camp with Janica in tow. It bothers him that Foxy's whereabouts were exposed to someone related to the Opheles Hall. Ed puts on his worn-out uniform while Lortel reads the letter of victory that was finally delivered by the carrier pigeon. It is now time to return to school. She deduces that her father must be making his last stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. It is a futile last struggle, but he'll finally be too busy to care about her. There are chances that Elte might have a few tricks up his sleeve, but Slog, who aspires to be the next association chairman, supports her, so she will trust him. Her biggest concern was Alice, but she's also been taken care of. Alice will not reveal Foxy's manipulation because she needs the money of the merchant that wins. The parchment that Belle delivered was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the maintenance cost a year, and how to support them. The workload of the former chief maid was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and care for the orphanage, so she made a bet with her life on stake. No one guessed how dire her situation was, due to her stoic and unemotional nature. Of course, her followers seem to understand her. Alice is only siding with Lortel because it looks like she will win. Regaining trust will be difficult, but the former chief maid is willing to try again. There's no such thing as sympathy in the world of merchants, she knows this better than anyone. But she looked relieved that Alice had repented, saying there are no permanent enemies or allies. She is finally ready to leave Ed's camp and wishes him goodbye, asking him to stop by the Merchant Association's branch to write the contract they discussed. He gives her a torch to light her way, yet she hesitates. When he asks why, she mentions that he's taller than she thought. She says that it might seem rushed, but to win, she has to take some risks. After all, the essence of human relationships is all about push and pull. Grabbing his tie, she points out that it's all twisted. He mumbles that he doesn't need to care about his appearance since no one is looking. However, she responds that there's nothing wrong in keeping neat. They are students of Sylvania after all. Suddenly, she tugs him forward with his tie, and they share a kiss by the warmth of the fire, under the light of the moon. She giggles and mentions that the raspberries they ate that evening were delicious. Just thinking about them makes her happy. However, he just tells her to stay within her limits. She is a little disappointed that he's not as excited, and she decides to leave the ball in his court. After all, she needs to practice pushing him away too. Lortel leaves, walking then running away. Although our guy tries his hardest to avoid getting involved with main scenario characters, as expected when it comes to life, nothing goes according to plans, and he can barely hide his blush. The stars he sees from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is bright. The sound of crickets chittering, and the crackling of the campfire are the same. He feels the trajectory of the scenario he gets involved in continues to go astray. Regardless of his will, he feels a sense of discomfort as if he's being sucked into the center of the story. His plan of watching the scenario unfold smoothly from the sidelines has not changed. He has no greed and he will ignore what happened that night. He shall get his diploma and pay attention to his stats. The realization that what felt like an easy plan was actually a reckless and challenging endeavor came not too far into the future. Soon, the summer passed, and fall came around. On a bright sunny day, the spirits brought the news of the kiss to Janica. They tell her that they cannot sit by, and that they must intervene. Even the fire dragon spirit, Tarkin, compliments Lortel's ability to play with people's hearts. The spirit sorcerer is horrified and asks how our dude reacted. The spirits who have front row seats to this chaotic love story tell her of how Ed seemed to reject Foxy. Tarkin reports that our dude was so cold to her that he even cringed. This means that either he is impotent, or he does not see her as a woman. Janica is greatly relieved to hear all this, but Tarkin adds that men aren't good at being defensive, they are better at being proactive. In his experience, people like Foxy cling and burn more intensely the more they are rejected. The spirit sorcerer thinks that's not such a big deal since he does not return her feelings, but Tarkin scolds her. They point out that Foxy will steal him away at this rate. She is supposed to teach him spirit magic and use the opportunity to kiss him when they are alone. While Tarkin is being dragged away by the other spirits, another spirit tells Janica that she should just be herself. She should emphasize her naive and cheerful vibe so that she can experience a thrilling, exciting moment with Ed. With a blush, she admits that she would not mind feeding each other. Unfortunately for her, Ed is already spoon-feeding Lucy. She spits out in disgust, and he admits that the taste is bland. He is using her as a taste test machine for honing his cooking skills. However, he decides he'll postpone that until he gets a wider variety of ingredients. Key stats greatly influence the proficiency of living skills. Raising just one stat drops the efficiency, so he needs to increase them all evenly. The only problem with this plan is that he's too busy and has been occupied since school began. Even if he cuts back on sleep time, he only has 5 or 6 hours for survival activities outside of school. He's worrying about the efficiency of his survival activities because he needs to check if the scenario is progressing well. Even in his regular life, he kept a close watch on key students, like Taylor and the 4 heroines. The hero seems to be growing well, with Ayla doing her role to support him. Princess Fionia also seems to be having no problems, though it's about time for her to clash with Lortel. Clarice will enroll next year, so he's not worried about her. Instead, he watches the Golden Daughter like he's walking on thin ice. With Elte's early dismissal, it is uncertain how this will affect how she acts. It seems her plan to get her hands on the Sage-sealed grimoire remains unchanged. The reason Ed has been needing more time of late is because it is about time he started checking up on the faculty building. Because the final boss of this second act is Professor Glass, and he's looking into the hidden mastermind behind the Opheles Hall takeover. Assistant Professor Claire Elfin is the one to report her suspicions concerning a hidden mastermind. He believes strongly in her good intuition, but tells her to be careful not to miss the important stuff, like the thesis on divine science that he asked her to find. She shakily promises to find it by the next morning. In the assistant professor's office of the Opheles Hall faculty building, Annie's reports to Claire that she has gathered the materials related to the Opheles Hall takeover incident. The assistant professor thanks her and goes through the report. She wonders if she needs to be concerned about a case that has mostly been concluded. Besides, she is so tired already. However, no matter how she looks at it, something is off. Meanwhile, Lortel meets up with Ed at the Elte Merchant Association. She apologizes for her tardiness and suggests that he visit her again next week. She's even prepared some tea and refreshments as an apology. The magic engineering equipment is ready, so he can pick it up at the counter. He comments on her fancy clothes, and she explains she had to dress up a bit for an important appointment. She asks how she looks, but he quickly changes the topic and asks about the appointment. She asks about updates on the cabin, and he reports that it is in its final stages. She notes he will need furniture, but her products are too high-end and expensive. She can't give them for free since that goes against her professional ethics as a merchant, so she breaks a chair and says she'll hand him the damaged item since woodworking is his talent. He tries to refuse it, but expresses his gratitude anyway. She marvels at how he has no change in expression at all, even after she made the winning move. He still refuses to see her as a woman. She sees him as a man, and even offers him aid because of her ulterior motives. He is not sure how to respond, but she does not expect an answer since she does not engage in fights that she cannot win. However, she promises that someday she won't be the only one that can't contain herself. A seductive smile is the same, whether the odds are in her favor or she's in a tight spot. It is in a merchant's nature to never reveal their feelings, but she can't stop her hands from shaking. The next day, Janica meets up with Ed and is eager to begin their lessons. She summons a fire spirit and asks him to try focusing his magic and forming a connection. He gives it a go, and is finally able to hear the small spirit speak in her hands. Mug, the low-rank fire spirit, appears and is honored to contract with him. He relays that in accordance with the agenda of the last report meeting, regarding the proposal for the selection of a contract spirit for our guy, he passed the voluntary round, topped the interviews, cleared the third round of the council's agenda, and completed the fourth round of qualification verification. He also has the highest performance in magic efficiency practice independently conducted in the Northern Woods, and prides himself on having the best unspoken connection amongst low-rank spirits at his level. The overwhelmed Ed is shocked to hear Mug vow to set his heart on fire to serve him. Our guy had once gotten a spirit-typed skill while playing the game, and he often laughed, joked, and cheered with his spirit. They created a strong bond back then, so Mug has a completely different vibe. Ed is surprised that he's so strict, and she explains that selected a spirit with a good magic power efficiency ratio among those that she's contracted with. In the process, there was a slightly complicated selection process that Tarkin planned between the spirits. Mug, the low-rank fire spirit, was victorious, so she gently hands over the spirit to Ed. He marvels at his warmth, and she informs him that when he connects with a contract spirit, he will be able to feel their physical and magical power, even when they're not manifested. She warns him not to connect too hard or he'll get too hot. He should also ensure to keep it in control. He asks if the level of connection changes the fire power, and she says that makes Mug sound like a machine. However, Ed is amazed to see the tiny fire spirit in his hands, and Mug asks for his orders. The little guy is like a portable heater. It's an unbelievably useful survival tool, and he doesn't even consume firewood. Janica expresses her joy at his excitement, since he always looks exhausted. She offers to help if he needs anything. She will also teach him about the power of the connection and the senses themselves before the day's first class. He will learn faster if he is with her, and quickly reach the level for forming contracts with middle-rank spirits. They also need to practice spirit combat, and free up time to reserve the combat training room. She also has some accessories that increase the connection, but these are all in her room. Suddenly, she silences herself mid-sentence, and remarks that she is very busy, and that lots of people want her to teach them spirit magic. So, it is quite difficult for her to make time for him. She's saying all this suddenly because she recalls everyone telling her to play it cool, and not to give away too much. She says it is a bit much for him to ask her to teach him, and he agrees. He wonders if he should try to pay her, but she is horrified. She knows he is struggling as it is, so she will not take his money when he needs to save it. They are close enough not to need that, and him saying that makes her sad. However, he points out that she asked for compensation. With a blush, she confesses that Clara talked to her about push and pull, and about how she's too generous. He agrees with Clara, but she says that she's not like that with everyone. She will tell him the details later, but for now they will meet at the combat training ground next time. So, she will reserve it and let him know. She also promises to bring a good accessory, and she'll bring textbooks if he needs any, then she waves him goodbye. He also waves goodbye and little Mug salutes. Ed has now acquired the advanced crafting skill, Magic Engineering, an advanced crafting skill. The magic engineering supplies that he got from Lortel were surprisingly simple enough that he could analyze them in no time. He finally learned a proper advanced skill. If he ever runs out of fuel, he can use Mug, and if he runs out of mana, he will use the fireplace. Now, he can reliably warm the air. His living environment is now guaranteed to be stable, and just knowing that little fact makes him feel like a huge weight has been lifted from his shoulders. It's already late, so he goes to check on the traps. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Claire wanders the woods in search of the hidden mastermind behind the incident, and she believes Ed is the culprit. Everyone at the scene was a student or staff of Awfully's Hall, but Taylor and Ed have no direct connection to the incident. Taylor also helped in solving the incident, which leaves our guy looking suspicious. She came to the woods since she heard that he appears here often, but unless he's eating and sleeping in the forest, she doesn't expect to see him in the middle of the night. To her absolute shock, she sees him hauling Lucy and a dead bleeding deer through the woods. Principal Obel is a great man comparable to the Archmage Glocked or the Great Safe of Sylvania. Yet, even he would have to use all of his powers against Lucy Merrill. However, to her horror, she sees Ed casually carrying Lucy's unconscious body and is sure that he must be the evil mastermind that she is searching for. Seeing Ed carrying the powerful Lucy through the woods, Claire is sure that she has talent for being a detective. She sees him drag the powerful mage to a cabin in the woods, like the start of a horror movie. He throws down both Miss Lazy and the deer, mumbling about how he has so much to do and should go to bed early. While he is inside, the assistant professor sneaks into the camp to rescue Lucy. Quietly, she reaches for her leg, but she suddenly summons her magic in defense and demands that the assistant professor confess her identity. Claire introduces herself with a nervous laugh, and is shocked to see Miss Lazy crawl back into the small wood tent outside, glaring at her like a cat. Lucy then zooms off into the sky, leaving the assistant professor speechless. Claire rushes back to Professor Glass, asking if he remembers Ed, who was ousted from his family, but he does not remember useless trash. So, she asks if he knows Lucy, because our guy overpowered the powerful lazy mage to the point that she could not use her powers. She rambles a bit and he points out that her story is all over the place. She says that what is important is that she used magic that records memory on the first floor of the Awfully's Hall. He asks her to write an apology for using that kind of magic without permission, but she already wrote it in advance. Regardless, she can plead that these were extenuating circumstances, because Ed sits and acts like a mastermind. Professor Glass is speechless at her reasoning. He asks if that is all the evidence she has, and she adds that Arkai carried an unconscious Lucy. The brooding Professor Glass asks if he was just moving her while she slept. Now, Claire is speechless because she had not thought of that. He sends her out and tells her to return with her apology letter and explanation. Meanwhile, the broody professor looks over the reports and notes that our dude tried to stop the hero and his friends, but the heroes had been victorious. Someone ordinary like him could not stop that group, but he pauses when he sees something in the recorded memories. Meanwhile, our dude crafts again and successfully creates the ceremonial dagger, Explosion. It is the dagger he had ever since he started living on his own, and now he's been able to engrave it and turn it into something useful. Mug cheers him on and compliments his craft, saying that the more it is used, the more efficient it becomes. He is proud of Ed for advancing again in skill and sings songs of praises in his honor. Ed, however, feels awkward and stops Mug by pulling on his wing. The low-rank spirit cries about not knowing what he did, and our dude finally tells Mug to drop the formalities. Low-ranking spirits elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers, so he understands why they are pleased to have a contract with a strong sorcerer like Janica. But he barely has any spirit power and asks if Mug got bribed by her, because he is way too excited to be contracted to him. He insists that the spirit confess what is going on since they'll be together for a long time. Mug finally breaks down in tears and confesses the truth. He is ambitious and desires success. He has formed a contract with our guy to receive refined magic from the vicinity of Janica, since this will allow him to grow at twice the rate of low-ranking spirits. He also heard the rumors about the tyrant Ed, and about how he has a strong authoritarian temperament, so he's been acting this way to appease him. He had a really hard time being such a low-ranking spirit, because higher-ranked spirits are kind of mean. Ed comforts him, telling him that they're all doing what it takes to survive. Mug says he cannot talk to him in such a casual manner and prefers a more formal tone, so our dude agrees as long as it makes him happy. His combat skills are still making slow progress, but his physical stamina has greatly increased, now that he is no longer inferior to the average adult mage. The storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices and such, and he no longer needs to sleep outdoors while hungry. He can easily master the classes with simple memorizing and sequence theories with enough time and effort. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing will forcibly cram the information into his head, since it has nothing to do with talent. Every day is a forced march for him, and while the days are not gentle, things are better than he started. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out his name. It was Janica asking him to snap out of it. He apologizes because he was lost in thought, and she tells him not to overdo it. It is good to work hard, but he should value his health more. He has to focus since he received 3 letters today. The first came from the academy, the second from the merchantry, and neither were remarkable. However, he had to read the third with attention, because it is evidence that the flow of the story has already significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2, the negotiation for the purchase of the Sage-sealed grimoire, is currently in progress. Originally, the negotiation for the Sage-sealed grimoire was a tug-of-war between the academy and the merchant. However, because of Elte's downfall, the original client that contacted him, Crepin Rothtailor, got involved. This eventually results in a 3-way conflict between the academy, the Elte Merchant Association, and the Rothtailor family. The head of the family planned to use the grimoire to research eternal life, and when things went south, he personally jumped into the negotiations. Patriarch Crepin is a boss who only appears in Act 4, and he is so strong at that point that there's no way to suppress him. No matter what, our dude must exclude that guy from this episode. If that man gets the grimoire, then he'll walk away. However, if he gets the grimoire when he is already strong enough to be the final boss of Act 4, then it might be impossible to clear the game, regardless of any information advantage he has. The letter he received includes the man's actions, suspicions about them. It also has an invitation. The person who delivered the letter was Claire, the princess' personal guard. Principal Obel came to the princess about Sylvania's desperate financial situation. Since it's a private institution, he cannot just support the Sylvania Academy as he wants. If this continues, the merchantry will eventually get the grimoire. It would be embarrassing for it to be sold for money when it is like the Academy's heart, so Obel secretly asked for her help. However, she thinks it is strange that Big Bad Crepin knew to participate in the negotiation. Her guard thinks that our guy might have been a snitch, and that he would do anything to return to his family. However, Lortel doubts it, so she has come to share tea with the princess. Fionia is surprised because she thought Foxy hated her. However, Foxy believes that accusation is unfair, especially since she has come to offer sincere advice. Big Bad Rothtailor got involved in the negotiations because of the downfall of her father. Fionia is surprised, and Redhead goes on to explain that her father had been contacted to purchase the grimoire. She only found out after her father had been defeated, of course. Her father lost his position, but his plan to purchase the grimoire has not changed since they've already put a lot of time and effort into it. Fionia thinks it is strange that they will sell it to the Rothtailor family after purchasing it. She believes the interests of both the merchantry and the Rothbads align, yet they are trying to buy the grimoire separately. Ortel confesses that she has no intention of selling to the Crepin, because it would be best to disassociate from business connections associated with her father. The princess asks why Foxy is revealing this now, and she replies that the enemy of her enemy is her friend. Fionia would benefit from keeping the Rothbads in check, and she gets to obtain the grimoire. She also stepped in because she was worried about Ed, so she's looking out for him. He is separated from his family, so it would be unfair if he was connected to this event. The princess is still suspicious of Foxy, and adds that Ed is useful. She might ask for his help on a personal level, appeal to authority, and even give out orders. However, if he says nothing despite all that, then she will have no choice but to use him. Lortel laughs that Fionia accuses her of deceiving and exploiting, when she is planning on exploiting our guy just the same. Claire immediately jumps to Fionia's defense, but Lortel reminds the princess that they will be allies just for this matter. She warns the princess not to try and use our guy in a half-assed attempt, because she might end up the one who gets used. The guard is upset and wants to punish Foxy, but Fionia lets her go. She is confused and cannot tell what our dude is up to. She is also dealing with the Crepin problem, and now she wonders if she should be wary of Foxy too since the merchant has no respect for her status as a princess. She wonders if she will ever get the chance to see the merchant ever get flustered. Little does she know that Lortel gets flustered easily around Ed, especially when he shows up with Janica. They arrived at the Elte Company, Sylvania branch, but Foxy only prepared tea for herself and our dude, and she offered the spirit sorcerer cold water. She's being given the cold shoulder, but she acts nonchalant, knowing Foxy would charge her for anything she eats anyway. Our oblivious dude, however, offers to drink the cold water and gives the spirit sorcerer the tea. Fuming, Lortel quickly wants to give Ed the magic engineering equipment so that Janica will leave. They go into the store and she shows off her spotless brand new items that she's just giving to him for free, despite refusing to do the same for the spirit sorcerer. However, Foxy lies that the goods have defects, but the spirit sorcerer can see right through her flimsy fibs. What matters to the merchant is that these materials help our dude. He is hesitant about taking them for free, but she assures him to just regularly renew the contract with his visits. Janica suggests that she just quickly finish paying and end the contract, but Foxy says that is something she and our dude will discuss later. While the girls discuss, he feels a familiar sensation overtaking his body. It feels like he's floating in water. He's felt like this quite often because of his workload. He's been trying to keep an eye on Crepin Rothtailor who got involved in the grimoire fight, But there's 2 weeks before that happens. He's been busy making a mattress for the bed, stuffing it with feathers or assorted fabrics and sewn cloth to make it fluffy. He also needs to prepare the fawn he caught the other day, and to clean the inside of the cabin. He also has to make jerky for Lucy. He is so overwhelmed that he feels like he is drowning as the girls call his name in worry. Meanwhile, Fionia is pondering, acknowledging his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp, his calmness and precision when he gave orders to solve the glasskin situation, his reputation of focusing only on his studies, and Lortel's warning not to judge him lightly. Fionia wonders if her insight was off for the first time, so she needs to make sure one more time. That's why she ordered him to come visit her at the royal residence. However, her guard reports that he will not be joining them. She is surprised and asks how he can refuse a royal command, and Claire explains that he has passed out from overwork. Ed's current status is exhaustion, and he has come down with a fever. He is advised to take adequate rest to recover. It's hard to breathe and his whole body feels heavy. His lower belly also feels hot. He wakes on the bed in his log cabin to see Miss Lazy curled on his chest and sleeping like a cat. She's even talking in her sleep and he is offended. She is surprisingly light for a teenage girl, just like the way she looks, perhaps even lighter than that. So much that one would doubt that she's human. Yet, he cannot move with her on top of him. She's not acting any different, so he assumes there's something wrong with his body, a total physical breakdown. He's in his cabin but the blanket is new, and he wonders if it's from the Elte merchantry. Just then, Lucy wakes and asks for food. He wonders if she does anything but eat and sleep. Suddenly, she congratulates him for waking, and informs him that his mana was horribly distorted. He's been overtraining in magic and learning spirit magic, as well as repeating that for months without rest. He asks if she was like this the whole time he was asleep, and she admits that it was not difficult but it was boring, and she fell asleep several times. She's been walking on eggshells the whole time because of Lortel and Janica, and it was a hassle, but her care was necessary so they could not chase her away. She tells him not to get sick since it is hard and people die from it. She has watched Glocked, her grandfather figure, die in bed from a disease, so our dude thanks her for her healing. Suddenly, Zig shows up. He was not sure if he could use the cane stove, so he started a fire outside. It is a little awkward as Lucy is sitting on him, but she gets up and leaves, flying out the chimney. Ziggs wonders how many times this is, but it is not unusual for men to have several partners. He also wonders if this is the so-called openness of this civilization. Perhaps he has viewed civilization from a too rigid perspective. However, our dude asks why he's here, and explains that neither the spirit sorcerer nor Foxy could be around, since Janica had her attendance to fill up, and Lortel had to get back to her business. Ed points out the wolfman's longer hair and he explains that it happens during autumn. Our dude gets embarrassed about being fed by Ziggs, but there's nothing they can do about that, though perhaps it would have been better for a woman to help him. However, Foxy had said no women were allowed to have this task. As usual, Ed feels he must check out the scenario for changes and asks about students secretly mass-producing mandragoras that cause an incident. Ziggs admits that Alvira was behind that, but Taylor and Clebius handled it. This means that Act 2, Scene 5, Academy Exploration, was wrapped up nicely. He also asks about the monster handled by the Telos Order which snuck into the Academy's underground water system, but Taylor and the Wolfman also took care of that. This covers Act 2, Scene 7, Demon of the Sewers, which went by without any problems. The only major event left is the struggle for the grimoire, and he asks how much time has passed. Ziggs informs him that it has been 10 days to Ed's shock. Oblivious, the Wolfman goes on to say that the girls can't visit him today since they are busy. But Ed's mind is on something else entirely. He thought he'd passed out for a day or two, but he was out for 10 days, and he gulped down the bowl of food. He needs to send a message to Lortel immediately, because they do not have time. The day after he woke up, Act 2, Scene 10, the one full of variables, began, and so did the struggle over the sage-sealed grimoire. The ones involved are the Princess Fionia Kloll, the representative of the Elte merchantry's leader, Lortel Kachellan, and the man who strayed from the original storyline, patriarch of the Duke family, and the final boss of Act 4, Crepin Rothtailor. He greets the Princess Fionia, remarking on his pleasure at her health. It's been some time and he never got the chance to formally apologize, especially since she had such a tough time due to a foolish and thoughtless member of his family. As she ordered, he was disowned, but he still would like to apologize once again. She assures that everything is fine and he should not worry about it too much. Crepin Rothtailor is of the same bloodline of Ed, but he's also a noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise head of a ducal family. She can feel the respect that his attendants have for him in their every action as they serve him. However, his eyes see the true him and he is clearly evil. He also greets Lortel, the proxy of the Elte Trading Company. She introduces herself and says it is an honor to be in his presence. She is also the daughter of the Golden King, and he has heard much about his insight and adventurous spirit. She says that they go wherever there is a good profit to be made. After all, they always follow the scent of money. Negotiations for the purchase of the sage-sealed grimoire proceeds as follows. The negotiation team is assembled. Then they have lunch and check the condition of the item after. After that, the purchase method is confirmed. Each participant writes down their proposed bid price, and the highest bidder gets to buy it. The grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy. The Academy cannot afford to let it be publicly known that they're selling the valuable item due to financial difficulties. So, Principal Obelfrisius came up with a plan where Fionia will vouch for it, as an observer with her status as a princess, and the principal's proxy, Vice Principal Rachel, will quietly conduct the auction. The method is simple. Right there and right now, the highest bidder gets the grimoire. She had heard about the trading method in advance and looked into similar book trade, such the trade for the Book of Order, the Book of Similitude, and the Magic Travelogue. Intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. Foxy probably knows the prices and transaction records of way more books by heart. However, the person who will take this book will be Crepin Rothtailor. They all write their bids on a paper and maids take the bids to the vice principal who officially receives the bid amount. She thanks him for presenting their valuable opinions. A single bid auction with no upper limit. The key in this rule is knowing the opponent's maximum bid amount. Lortel intends to make a profit, so she would not make a bid more than the highest book transaction price of 8,100 gold coins. Anything higher would be hard to resell and surely result in a loss. Also, if Crepin simply bids a bit more than Foxy's highest possible bid of 8,000 coins, the grimoire will be his. The vice president prepares to reveal the bid amounts, and she reveals that Crepin bid 8,500 gold coins, just as Fionia expected. The Rothtailor Patriarch is not someone who would visit the academy, just to make a profit from books transactions. The important question is why he wants it enough to pay such a large amount. Then, Lortel's bid is announced, and it is revealed that she bid 9,400 coins, much to Fionia's shock. The sage-sealed grimoire is then sold to the Elte Trading Company, and the princess is shocked that Lortel was not after profit. The Rothtailor Patriarch is visibly displeased and leaves for the contract signing, as the proxy of the Elte Company is asked to move to a private room. The princess cannot guess at Foxy's real goal, but wonders if her goal from the beginning was just to stop the grimoire from falling into the hands of Crepin. Though, she is not the type to act out of justice, and even if she did, the fact that he is evil and that his intentions are dark is something only the princess can guess. She doesn't even have evidence to that with her authority as a princess, so she guesses that someone requested or ordered Lortel to act as she did. Someone who knows the dark nature of the Rothtailor Patriarch and wants to stop him, and Fionia suspects Ed is this person. Even after being disowned by his family and thrown wild, he lived with such determination that he collapsed from overwork. Even then, he fought against the darkness of the Rothtailor family till the end. She has a headache as she wonders what she has done. She wonders how she could have driven such a person on the road to ruin, and she was overwhelmed with guilt. However, her misunderstanding might have been a blessing. Meanwhile, Lortel looks over the contract she's obtained that details the buyer, the seller, and the transaction amount. She knows that if she resells the grimoire to Duke Crepin, then the least amount she can buy it back is 8,500 coins. The difference would be 900 coins considering what she paid for it. She had lied about not planning to resell it to Duke Crepin, and looking through the letters she received from our guy, he has promised her anything as long as she purchases the grimoire. He has made a mistake saying that to a merchant, because she plans to collect big time. To her, a free pass with him for just 900 coins is a bargain. Lortel collapses on her bed with a happy smile on her face as she fantasizes about what she will request. If the princess saw the expression Foxy was making at the thought of him, she would cough up blood. In the end, the merchant won, and the wolfman tells Ed that he should have seen her face when he delivered the letter, and that it is a relief that Elka is so innocent. Our dude already figured that she would bet on her sexual attraction to him, and the Rothtailor Patriarch bet on his inside information. He almost feels sorry thinking about what will happen next. Suddenly, someone arrives in a cloud of dust. It is Janica, and she has come before lunchtime, running all the way from the faculty building as soon as she's done with her morning classes. She doesn't have any more classes to attend, and she'll do her assignments at night. Our dude apologizes for causing Janica so much trouble, and Ziggs reveals that she ran around the academy crying and rumors spread that she was heartbroken. She panicked and quickly tried to silence him, and she had her spirits drag him away, saying that the weather is cold so he should get going before he catches a cold. This leaves Janica with Ed and the crying mug, who in a dramatic outburst, asks our dude to execute him for letting push himself so hard which led to his illness. He had not even noticed the little fire guy's presence and the spirit apologized that he feared his presence would affect his mana, so he got mana from her instead. Our dude thinks the spirit is overreacting but Wolfman points out that he was unconscious for a long time, and Ed concedes. Suddenly, he realizes again that he was out for 10 days, which means all the meat he got would have gone rotten, and the fishing nets would be broken from lack of maintenance. He has lost all his food supplies, so now he has to start from the beginning. However, his friends will not let him overdo it again. They offer to help, especially as Wolfman has some free time until the exam, so he will help with hunting or woodworking. When it comes to work, our dude should just handle things as they come, and everything will work out. It suddenly occurred to Ed, while looking at his little wooden tent, that not long ago, he slept under a hastily built wooden shelter with not even a penny. He slept alone in darkness and was bitten by insects with no one to rely on. A lot of things were tedious, but he resolved way more issues and survived until now. Ziggs was right, everything would work out, and Ed smiles. Meanwhile, Janica is worried about how tired he looks. She recalls that Merylda told her this is her chance. While Foxy is busy with negotiations, she should take advantage of the time. Foxy is clever and the spirit sorcerer must learn from her. In order to win a man, she must also become a fox. The forest spirit tells her to fix her outfit because she looks like a country housewife, and she agrees that her dressing looks shabby. The great wolf says that is perfect, since guys fall for the side of her that is good at managing everyday tasks. So, the spirit sorcerer should slyly and subtly show him that side of her. She should also roll up her sleeves more while she is at it, and show off the vibes of a wife who can go through hard times at his side. She must make progress when she goes to see him. Merylda is giving all this advice as a high-ranking wind spirit and dating expert. But she has absolutely no dating experience. Janica is curious about what kind of progress she should be making, but she's not to worry about that. Instead, the wind spirit asks what she was planning to do, and how she plans on getting closer to him. She says she wasn't planning to do anything, which infuriates the great wolf. She howls in sorrow so loudly that she shocks the birds out of the trees. At a time like this, the spirit sorcerer should not be wasting her opportunities, and Merylda scolds her for being ridiculous. A tough guy like him won't struggle for long, and he will grow at a ridiculous speed. She adds that there's no better winning strategy than being with him during the hardship. Janica is advised to use her position as the person who supported him during tough times, even if it requires calculation and cunning. She quickly says that she had a plan in mind and whispers her idea to the great wolf. Grudgingly, the wind spirit agrees that the plan is pretty good. It was quite late at night, and the stew that Janica made was really good. It was on a different level compared to what Ziggs made, and Ed wonders if he should also learn to cook from her. More importantly, he must focus on recovering. After all the help he's received, he can't keep looking tired forever. He might not be entirely in good condition, and his headache and slight fever are coming back, so he rests a little on the bed. Janica pops into the room, mentioning that he looks tired. He is surprised to find that she's still here, and she giggles. He cannot imagine what she is planning. Ed is really surprised to find that she is still around, and she giggles with a cute smile. She says she is not trying to do anything, as she sits beside his bed. He does not have to pretend like he's not having a hard time, since everyone gets exhausted and it comes at them both mentally and physically. She knows he is working hard and enduring a tougher schedule than anyone else. Quite a lot of people helped and comforted her when she was struggling, but what ended up helping her the most was when he had quietly stayed by her side. He is having a hard time right now, so she tells him that he is doing a great job. He tells her that she does not need to go that far, but she wants him to acknowledge that he's been struggling so that he can get some rest. He flops to the bed with a sigh, and finally agrees that he's had a hard time. He takes a few breaths, exhaustion finally taking him as he admits that it has been a really hard time, and she rests her head on the bed. The next morning, sun streams in through the window, illuminating Ed, who sits up with a sigh. He looks to his side and finds Janica sleeping with her head on the bed, drooling slightly. He tries to hold his laughter, but is soon chuckling at how ridiculous and adorable she looks. He has finally made a full recovery. His life skills have improved significantly and he is now an intermediate-level craftsman. He has also improved his magic engineering and has collected crafting formulas. He could not make much progress as he planned to in 10 days, especially in the research of magic engineering products. Advanced crafting skills greatly affect core stats and are far more versatile than general skills. The problem is that there is a clear limit to how much one can grow. Just by self-studying via reassembling magic engineering items, most magic engineering products recipes are rewards from main scenario quests. So, as someone who doesn't want to interfere with the scenario, it's hard for him to get them directly. Unfortunately, Taylor is not particularly interested in magic engineering. It is probably because even with the recipes, magic engineering doesn't make useful products right away. To craft, one needs material that may be obtained only in the later stages of the original scenario. However, his situation is different, because he has someone who can procure any material from even the other side of the world. That person, of course, is Lortel, and she is relieved that he has gotten better. He mentions that he is glad she looks healthy too, but she says that is only in her looks because she is suffering from chronic fatigue. Her hair is dry, her skin is rough, and it was a struggle to get it back to normal. She seats beside him, and he asks why she came all this way when she's very busy. She says she needs to rest and tell him something. It's weird to call the merchantry after her adopted father when he has already been thrown out, so she will change the name to just Trading Company and restructure the business. She also needs someone to help her with employee management, asset management, product flow, and external affairs. Someone who will stand in as a co-executive. He already knows where she is going with this, and she smiles as she asks him to imagine. He could wake up in the morning and go to work at the trading company, and they'd only be a wall apart. He would get great benefits as a co-executive of the Alte Trading Company. She would give him shares of her personal assets too. It would be like marriage. She giggles, saying that she might be rambling, and he calls her back to reality. It is weird for her to go that far for him, and she mutters that he does not know anything. She pulls her hood over her head, stating that she knows how he feels, and that he must think that something is wrong with her. He also might not want her to make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young girl, and he probably wants to keep things professional till the end. This is all exactly what he wants, but he cannot say it. However, this is all because he has no idea how she feels. She lived in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and where people get betrayed if they do not betray first. What becomes most important in that kind of world is someone who will never betray her. Someone who will stay by her side, even if all her wealth is gone. Someone who will stay even when the whole world turns its back on her. Some people have family, some have lovers, and some have friends. However, Lortel, who had seen countless wealthy and great merchants rise and fall, feared falling through betrayal. No more, no less, she asks if he can stay by her side. He stares at her in awe and tells her to at least say that without fighting to hold in laughter. She can barely stop herself and laughs that her words did not work. She thinks it's a shame because she almost had him, and he points out that her change in tone gave her away. She is human after all, bound to make mistakes, but she asks him to rate her performance and if he felt a little protective of her. Usually, when she leans into her timid and adorable side, it touches people's hearts and makes them waver. She sighs again, saying it's a shame that it didn't work this time. However, her words were not a total lie, and they sat for a moment in awkward silence. He told her that he plans to graduate from Sylvania, so he won't leave the school until graduation. Her face is dark and she says nothing at first, but he adds that if he has no other option for a job after graduation, then he'll consider her offer, and she grins wickedly. She says that she can wait until he graduates, but she is not giving him an actual choice. She might use the free pass that he gave her soon, and it was great seeing him after so long. He worries that he has done something terrible. Just thinking about the future stresses him out. Meanwhile, Lortel is also nervous. She had planned on telling him that he belonged to her, but seeing him so tired and stressed messed up her plan. If she had waited any longer, she would have shown her real face. She even brought the change from the magic engineering products payment, and it would be awkward to go back to give him the cash. She decides to just leave it in the wooden house, and strolls over there. The door is thrown open and Janica runs out of the house, saying that she should make a snack before Ed comes home. Foxy is horrified to see her acting like Ed's housewife. She demands the spirit sorcerer explain why she's coming out of his house, and she demands why Foxy is coming from the river where he was resting. It was the beginning of a new disaster as their rivalry became official. As he worked, Mug nagged about him not eating enough meat and vegetables. He also needed to make up for it at dinner and drink enough water. The little spirit says he really will die if our dude collapses again, even with his reassurance. The little spirit begs our guy to live healthily. He wants him to maintain their contract relationship for a long time. Our dude figures that he got scolded by Tarkin, which is why he's making a fuss, and apologizes to the little fire spirit. Thanks to Ziggs and Janica, he now has enough firewood. And thanks to Lortel, he can now furnish the place. The only thing on his mind are the 3 letters he received before collapsing from exhaustion. One was from Foxy, warning him to be careful of Elte. Another from Fionia, regarding Crepin's movements. And the last from the Academy. He was shocked to receive a letter from Professor Glass of all people. He sent a letter telling him that he wanted to have a private conversation after the conference. Unfortunately, Ed could not meet with him because he was unconscious. He has no idea why he's been summoned, especially as Professor Glass is the final boss of Act 2, and Act 2's final scene has already begun. He recalls most of the content of Act 2's final scene, and that Professor Glass always believed that a select few with talent would change the world. To revive Sylvania, the great sage with the most talent in history researched a spectral magic which could distort the laws of the world. To complete a spectral magic, he needed the sage-sealed grimoire, but Sylvania Academy fell for Lortel's plot and sold it. In his desperation, he stole the sage-sealed grimoire and tried to inject Sylvania's spirit into Ayla's body, who was born with a spectral magic, to usher in another progressive era. It was literally a madman's narrative. Fortunately, Taylor stepped in to save Ayla, and he broke through the traps in the secret laboratory, the spirit library, in the underground waterway. After having his entire scheme go awry, Professor Glass made an abrupt statement and fell from the top of the magic tower. Despite only dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals, his final words were, Ed can no longer remember his final words. In any case, the final battle of Act 2 is approaching. The Beginning of the Glass Conquest War is a book that changes the owner of the sage-sealed grimoire, the connection formula. It begins with Professor Glass kidnapping Taylor's friend, Ayla. She is frightened, and the figure before her agrees that the demon of the underground waterway is terrifying. She cries, saying that this is his fault and that she hates him. The figure responds that she is being kind of mean. It turns out that the figure is Ed, and he has found himself, once again, inside of the plot that he was avoiding. They were both kidnapped, it seems, and our dude is not happy about it, because he is now a part of the Act 2 final scene, the Glass Conquest War. It was not at all in Ed's plan to get kidnapped. Act 2, the final scene of the game, started unfolding 3 days ago. At his cozy little wood house, he had finished everything that he had not been able to do in 10 days. Not being able to train in that period felt like he wasted so much time. The Glass Conquest War was about to start, and it was such a shame that he hadn't raised his magic engineering stats yet. For magic engineering training, he also needed blueprints and materials. Suddenly, he thought of a way to drastically raise his magic engineering stats. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass Conquest War, has 4 battle stages. Among the hardest of the 4 is Phase 3, the Secret Laboratory. The boss of this stage is the Spirit Library's librarian, Riene, and she is so strong that it is hard to clear that stage without the Sword Saint's form. That is not a problem for Taylor to solve, and what he is interested in is the contents of the Spirit Library. It is full of valuable magic engineering blueprints. Just from what he remembers, there are a dozen of them. There are also 2 blueprints for legendary-grade magic engineering items. However, it is dangerous to obtain, but he figures it will be fine as long as he does not go alone. In school, they learn that Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C will be joining Class A in the next semester. There are a lot of talented people this year, so even if they join midway, there won't be any disruption to the class content, and there's no reason to worry. However, the top class only had 3 students, Ziggs, Lortel, and Lucy, so the students were rather doubtful about the large number of talented people. There even had been years where there were no students in this class, because Professor Glast was extremely strict about the selection. Ayla may not be great when it comes to combat, but they say she has a great affinity for spectral magic. Suddenly, the Wolfman gets to his feet and asks if the criteria for the top class must be strictly determined by talent, because students who put in effort might bloom in unexpected ways as well. The professor asks if he thinks he is ruining or underestimating them by denigrating and neglecting their efforts. He does not share this sentiment and believes that the surest way to ruin someone's life is to instill premature confidence in vague talent and support them inadequately. Before entering Sylvania, Lortel had already looked into the academy faculty, and she knows all about the professor's self-righteous and almost obstinate obsession with talent. This is because of his only daughter. She was an average mage, but he had endless faith in her. It was a natural behavior as a parent. However, Muri, his daughter, took it not as his trust, but as the faith of a professor from the faculty of the magic department. In the end, that faith made her prematurely join a monster raid at a young age. Unfortunately, she did not survive the expedition, and Professor Glass completely broke down. Since then, the professor became obsessed with proven talent. During most of his tenure at Sylvania Academy, he devoted himself to researching the enigmatic spectral magic. If you know his past, you can understand what he is pursuing is not spectral magic, but its creator. Hailed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage, Sylvania, a powerful woman with flowing silver hair. He's probably bringing Ayla into the top class for his research on spectral magic. Suddenly, the professor calls her name, but changes his mind and tells her not to bother. His face looks more emaciated than before, and he tells her that he'll call her separately since it is not related to the lesson. She wonders if this is about the Sage Sealed Grimoire. He must think it's a shame that she has such an essential part of the research of spectral magic. However, nothing he says will be of any use, because the connection ceremony for the passing over the ownership of the grimoire to her is just around the corner. The Sage Sealed Grimoire's connection ceremony is about to start, and all lessons are dismissed. It was a close call, but Ed had completed the plan, and the core of the operation he had developed was to follow right behind. He would follow Taylor when he barged through his course, from Phase 1 to 5 in a bid to save Ayla. While the hero charged forward, he would stop and pick up the leftover items. He made a list of must-have items, especially in Phase 3. He will grab all the magic engineering items in the Spirit Library. The items he's going for include Glock's Eye, Delheim's Hourglass, and many more. Although, the effects of these items may seem rigged because of the difficulty of farming its materials. They can only usually be crafted in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of much help to the hero anyway. This is why Ed shall take them instead, and while he is there, he will admire how Taylor is doing in Phase 5. After all, he is still a fanboy. Then, he will return to camp. The plan was flawless. The Glass Conquest War begins on the day of the Grimoire's connection ceremony. He told Janica that he lost something in the underground waterway and that they should go find it together. He thought she'd hate it since it was dark and narrow, but she seemed strangely enthusiastic, which made him feel sorry because he could tell she was concerned for him. With a friend great at combat, his plan was perfect. However, the assistant Professor Claire informed Ed that Professor Glast was calling for him. He had heard that the assistant professor had recently visited the cabin, and wondered if this was the issue she had come to talk about. The connection ceremony was the next day, and the professor must be very busy, so Ed wondered why he was being summoned. He did not respond to the last call since he was passed out, so he will respond to this one. He figures it must be important. However, when he shows up at the office, he is shocked to see Ayla waiting there too. She looks anxious and wonders why her reaction is a bit much when he hasn't even done anything to her. Even if it's been over 10 months, it makes sense if she still has bad blood with Ed Rothtaylor. After all, he did shoot arrows at her that one time. More importantly, he wonders why she is here when she is supposed to be kidnapped when the Glass Conquest War starts the next day. Then, he worries in horror about why he was called. He is starting to get a horrifying guess at what is going on. He flings the papers before him and sees that they are research records, notes, and grimoires. Nothing is indicating a change in the future he knows of. The only connection to Ed Rothtailor found in the office is the form submitted during Claire's investigation of the Opheles Hall incident. He wonders if the assistant professor reported what she had observed about him. If so, then Professor Glass might have figured out what he did in Opheles Hall. However, that has nothing to do with the current incident. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he whips around with a dagger drawn in defense while Ayla shrieks. The door flies open, and the professor stands before them. She races to him, fearing that our dude has a dagger. The professor's eyes widen and he casts a large magic circle. He casts a spectral magic, and uses the time prison to lock her in place. He turns the same magic on Ed, stealing the dagger away from him. However, to his absolute shock, Ed unleashes Mug and the fire spirit attacks, shocking Professor Glass. An explosion of fire stops Ed from getting snatched, and the professor comments that he was quick to catch on to what was going on. His response is also exceptionally smooth, and he asks if he scanned all his research materials in that short time. However, the professor finds it strange that just scanning a few documents would inform our guy of his intentions. He asks if there is a reason the professor is trying to restrain him, when he only needs Ayla's affinity with a spectral magic. Our guy mentions that the professor has achieved his goal, so there is no need to restrain him, and he won't tell anyone what he has seen. The professor admits that he has a goal, and he's doing it for his own sake, so he should not think too harshly of him. Ed would at least like some explanation, as this is all too much. How can he just vaguely say that he shouldn't think harshly of him? Then he thinks over the words again, and realizes it makes sense. Even if he manages to escape from this place, the professor would not leave him alone, and that would disrupt the scenario. Besides, if he is kidnapped, he will be locked up with Ayla in the secret lab, which is like getting a direct bus to Phase 3. He wonders if he should just let the professor kidnap him. The professor is curious when Ed calmly steps out. He asks if he has decided to step back, or if he's come up with a plan. Seeing that he is not fighting, the professor says it is not such a bad deal for him either and instantly kidnaps him. Papers fly everywhere as the professor walks to him. His assistant professor was suspicious of our guy before, since he was academically successful while living a life in the wilderness. It was like he lived 48 hours in a day, and he could not imagine the effort our hero exerts. He pointed out that she used to think he was a secret mastermind, but she did not expect his academic record to be so good. The professor had seen him in combat in the Crystal Ball, and he had noticed his knack for combat was extraordinary. It was, however, the approach of a weak person, to analyze the opponent thoroughly and use all available means to win. A product of effort, and not that of talent. Our dude's expression showed no hint of unease while getting kidnapped, and it reminded him of something that he had lost in the past. The daughter who had said that she would bring honor to his name through her achievements. Ed reminded him of her and her memory. The professor was so deep in thought that he did not notice Mug sneak out of our dude's clothes and zoom out through the window. The little fire spirit flew quickly and far, flying right for the little wood cabin, where Janica was cooking and waiting for Ed, thinking that he was running late. A new chapter begins from this point on, and we do a little bit of catching up as we witness a writer bring his magic travelogue of the southern continent to an end. As he traveled the world, he realized that there were many magical truths that he had yet to discover, and that his title of the Archmage felt underserved. His late master Sylvania, who passed away at a young age, remains in his memory as a beautiful woman. Looking back now, those years where he felt lacking were indeed full of ups and downs. The sorrow that gnawed at his heart on the day that he lost his master accumulated over time and now remains as an old reflection. In his long life, longing pushes its way forward. The writer is revealed as Lucy's grandfather, and he thinks of how sometimes regrets over what was lost paralyze his rationality. There are times when he has the urge to shatter the natural principles of the world and twist the truth just to see her face one more time. Unfortunately, what is lost, and those who have lost must become stronger. So, he tells Lucy to be strong, for she has become the full stop of his life, and she sits beside his deathbed with a book in her hands. He dedicates the last sentence of this book to her. She cries as she holds the magic travelogue of the southern continent. Glocked, excerpt. Present day, and Lucy is sunning on Ed's roof, thinking of how she misses her grandfather. More than anyone, Glocked acknowledged and accepted death and waited serenely. So, the girl had no choice but to let him go. She wondered if there would come a day when the pain of loss healed completely without leaving a scar. The only thing that temporarily helps her forget that longing is the satisfaction of a pouch of jerky she has. However, she is now out of jerky, so she looks around and sees Janica at the camp, receiving news from Mug. The more the spirit sorcerer listens, the more thunderous she becomes. Even Lucy gets curious about that behavior and wonders what is going on. At the Trix Hall, main conference room, the clandestine connection transfer ceremony of the Sage's grimoire. Scholars looking to sell, and merchants looking to buy gather around. Only the elite members of both groups gathered. Among them, attention was drawn to the leaders of each group. Lortel Kachelin, the acting head of the Elte company, and Obel Frisius, the headmaster of Sylvania Academy. She is surprised to see he is around the same age and has a similar image to Crepin Rothtailor, but compared to him, he is different to a strange degree. After the negotiations to buy the grimoire were over, the Rothtailor patriarch came to find her, and he requested that she hand over the grimoire. She was surprised at his audacious request. That was the plan from the start, so she was not planning on being discreet. However, the amount that would justify going back on the lie she had told the princess was 12,000 coins. It was a rather exorbitant price, but he accepted the deal without hesitation. Then he mentioned that her father had hired a mercenary group and was headed to Sylvania. He mentioned it out of caution because he wanted her to make sure that things did not go wrong this time. He was an unpleasant man, but it did not matter. The information he had about Elte was valuable, and she also found a place to sell the grimoire. Preparations were complete and the headmaster had to relinquish his right to connect to the scroll. Then Lortel stepped forward to receive the connection. She would have the trading profit and the purchase certificate, or rather, an all-access pass to Ed. Dark magic bubbled up around the grimoire and exploded, shocking both Obel and Foxy. Huge rock monsters arose, and Obel immediately tried to protect her and fight them off. However, she notices the grimoire. It has been taken by none other than Professor Glass, who was officiating the ceremony. He then vanishes along with it. She looks near tears to see her all-access pass to Ed disappear. Despite our guy's absence, the story progresses without a hitch. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass subjugation battle, begins. Inside Professor Glass's secret laboratory, Ayla screams. She asks why he is here and says that she hates him, shivering and crying in fear. He figures that by now, the professor must have seized the grimoire and is surprised when someone tells her to fall silent. If she keeps yelling, the monster of the underground waterway might wake up. It is Coom, a researcher of aspectual studies, and he says that they should consider themselves lucky that the professor asked him not to use them for his experiments, because they are important people. Ed mumbles if that is so, and Coom is unnerved by how calm he is about the situation. Anyway, he shall closely monitor the prisoners while reviewing the research materials, so they must not entertain foolish thoughts. There is nothing for more to do now. Our dude will now wait for Taylor to bring the subjugation squad and cause a ruckus. By then, the library that the hero passed through will already be devastated without any hindrance. This will give him the opportunity to sweep up all the replica magic engineering recipes from the magic books. His operation will be complete. He would not have to do anything important or get rid of anyone. The only thing bothering him now is how easy it all seems, which is pricing at his conscience a bit. There is also the fact that he has to be with Ayla, who is still making a wild fuss. She screams that she will scream if he takes any step further. She threatens to bite her tongue and that she is not bluffing. He explains that he has nothing against her. If he wanted to hurt her, then he would not let such an opportunity go to waste. Since he has seen it from Taylor's perspective, if he had to say it out loud, he feels rather positively about her. She screams that she knows his reputation, but he tells her to stop spouting nonsense and sit down. The hero will surely come if they wait. She asks if he has the right to say the hero's name, and Ed asks why would he not have the right to say his name. He apologizes for the matter with the entrance exam, but he had his own circumstances, and he helped a lot during the Glasskin incident. Even if she cannot trust him, she can trust in the hero. He will definitely come to rescue him. She cannot believe that he just apologized, and he sighs heavily. Suddenly, he hears Mug's voice. The little spirit asks if he is okay, if he is hurt or losing energy, if he can see okay, smell and hear okay as well. He shouts with tears in his eyes, asking if he has numbness in his arms or legs, any sluggishness or fatigue, if his face is turning yellow or his heart is pounding, and his pulse racing. The little spirit followed the magic reactions, and found that his spirit connection level was pretty good, but it took some time to detect him. He also apologizes profusely for not showing up sooner. Ed rubs his head fondly and asks where he has been all this time, and also congratulates him on his good job. Ayla is surprised to see a spirit, and that he can control spirits, because he used to be terrible at basic magic. He rudely says that it is none of her business since he finally has a proper partner to talk to. She believes the spirit can send a rescue request to the outside, and get the message to a staff member or a professor with strong spirit connection. However, there is no need for him to do something like that. Mug also reassures him that he has been thoroughly trained in emergency reporting systems more than anyone. It took him half a day to avoid the eyes of numerous monsters and the golem researchers to get here, so it must have been 2 days from then. However, he recalls how beautiful Janika's enraged face was, and her cold fury when she heard the news. Not only that, but Lucy was also interested in the news, and the spirit sorcerer thought to ask the Vixen merchant for help, which would be like having 1,000,000 troops on their side. Mug reassures him that one way or another, they will be rescued, so all they have to do is stay calm and wait. Meanwhile, Ed is furious because the story has now been altered too much by too many people knowing of his capture. The poor spirit cannot understand why he is making such an angry face. With anger, he grabs Mug's head and flings him with rage out of the cell. Ed then announces to researcher Coom that he has changed his mind and that he does not want to stay trapped, and that he must get out. He must leave the dungeon immediately. He is not joking. The researcher warns him that if he makes so much noise, the demon across will wake up. He is serious and says that if he does not get out of here, then they are the ones who will be in trouble. The man laughs and says that he is indeed just a student and that he should not ramble too much. Ayla asks what is wrong so suddenly after he told them to stay quiet and that Taylor would come to rescue them. However, he tells her to hush. Meanwhile, Mug returns with the keys and compliments Ed's ability to quickly analyze the situation. He also asks how he knew the location of the keys. Our dude dismisses him and is annoyed that the spirit went and did too much. Quickly, he opens the doors and sneaks out, but he shuts the door on Ayla and keeps her there. She is shocked, and he tells her to answer his questions with only a yes or no. There are all sorts of monster experiments and haunted magic tools out there. It is too dangerous for her to come out. He tells her to cooperate with them, and if they notice that he is gone, she should tell them that he escaped. She must sell him out immediately, that way they will not hurt her. He also adds that she cannot run properly with her legs given out. She tries to speak, but he tells her not to argue, and to reply with yes or no. She is hesitant at first, with fear in her eyes, but she replies with a yes. He is satisfied and tells her to stay quiet and still, then he runs away, saying that he will handle it. New twists inevitably find their way, and he can recall the raid bulletin board from the game, explaining the requirements for the final chapter boss of Act 2. He can handle the minor variables one way or another. His stats have increased enough already, so he can solve most problems by using the information advantage. However, there are bound to be variables that he cannot handle on his own. If Janica or Lortel join, then somehow he can manage. However, even game freaks and veterans who had invested hundreds of hours could not find a solution to the completely unbeatable enemy that would arise if Lucy joined the fray. When she joined, it led to a bad ending. This never happens unless someone deliberately tries to make it happen, so he did not bother with it in the game. But this is a definite bad ending triggered by specific conditions, which involve the professor meeting Lucy. No matter what happens, he has to stop her from coming here. The scene changes here once again, and we see that someone calls out to Ziggs during his daily exercise, and it's none other than Taylor. Looks like the hero has rushed over to ask for help, and he needs to rescue Ayla. Phase 1, the glass chase, has begun. The hero lost track of the professor after he escaped from Trick's Hall, so he requested help from the Wolfman, which is as the story goes in the game. He will soon lead his companions into the underground waterway to chase the professor. Our guy is familiar with the route of the scenario of the second episode's final chapter. Lortel is at the Triz Hall. Janica would come in through the underground waterway, and there is also the Spirit Library and the Monster Research Center where he is right now. Then there is the deepest part of the lab. However, retracing it in reverse will be a new experience. The Monster Research Center is a bit of a headache to deal with because Coom releases all the monsters, but it is easier in reverse because the monsters are confined at the moment. It is a relief because the encounters between Lucy and the professor are destined to lead to a bad ending. He must hurry to prevent it. The problem is that the Spirit Library is guarded. It is guarded by Rene, the librarian, and a banshee. He is familiar with her patrol pattern, so fighting her is not the issue. The problem is that she is someone who will grant the hero a valuable experience. In the later stages, there will be enemies that cannot be defeated without Taylor's swordsman form, so if he does not train well enough, the future scenarios will be harder to clear. He is supposed to progress the most during this arc, and he is to meet the ones who will help him learn essential skills which are critical, such as the revived demon of the underground waterway, and Rina, who will give him the most experience. So, he will just take only the necessary magical tools for the route and sneak out. He snatches the Column C Thunderclap generator and the one-way light dimmer. He will definitely come back when this is over, because it would be a waste to leave all those magical items behind. Mug finally tells him it is time to move because the Guardian is no longer paying attention. Suddenly, the room begins to shake and he worries an earthquake has started. He does not recall an event like this, and leaps to his feet as the shelves come crashing down. However, to his horror, Rina has spotted him. He has made a terrible mistake. 30 minutes before the earthquake, the rock monsters run amok, scaring faculty members. They raise their giant fists to attack, but Lortel uses her magic and freezes them in place. She appears from behind the monster, complaining that if the deal had not been done so quietly, then Sylvania Academy's reputation would have surely been ruined. She cannot believe the professor would steal the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's core personnel. Obel says that even if it takes time, he will take responsibility for the grimoire and get it back. He asks if it is possible for her to wait a little longer. He knows that whatever the professor is planning will not end well, and she questions him on the meaning behind his statement. He figures that since things have become like this, he will tell her the truth. There are 3 major taboos: to twist the laws of nature, to disrupt the flow of time, and to defy human destiny. The 3 major taboos are the pursuit of immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and time travel. She asks if the professor is using a spectral magic to resurrect the dead, and almost asks if the principal is crazy, but he stops her. He admits that he is curious. The legendary sage of Sylvania, whom Glass praised and admired, always said that talented individuals would advance the world. Then his daughter, Miri, passed away after he recklessly pushed her forward while trusting her questionable talents. If he has truly perfected a spectral magic for resurrecting the dead, then there is only one person the professor would want to bring back to life, and Lortel becomes speechless. Suddenly, the door flies open and someone comes to tell the principal that they have a problem. Several minutes ago, the hero was seen chasing the rogue professor, and he fled towards the underground waterway. According to testimonies, not only did he steal the grimoire, but he also kidnapped students. The members of the faculty are dismayed to learn he kidnapped Aelatrice. However, when Lortel hears that he also kidnapped Ed Rothtaylor, her beef with the professor becomes personal. She is horrified to hear that he was kidnapped. There is also so much thumping and vibration. Headmaster Obel is the greatest mage of this era. He promised to bring back the Sage's grimoire if he steps in. He can easily rescue our guy. The most sensible thing to do would be to wait for that to happen. But she's already taken off running. The familiar sound and the direction of where the tremors are coming from are near the entrance to the underground waterway. Looking through her binoculars, she spots Janica and Tarkin going on a rampage. The spirit mage is crying in dismay and Lortel is speechless once more. Since she is going, Foxy decides to go as well. It is seriously a pain, but seeing the principal be so nonchalant about the grimoire, she will personally retrieve it. That is what she says, as well as telling the others to minimize the negotiation personnel and follow her. She has not officially joined the battle. A combat alchemist well recognized by the alchemy faculty, Dorothy, a top third-year student of the alchemy department, was formidable enough to challenge those among the combat faculty students. The top first and second-year students of the alchemy faculty, Elvira and Norden, often sought her guidance. However, Dorothy did not stand out during her first year, so Professor Glast, who recognized her talent, was her savior. She believed that he had a purpose behind his seemingly extreme actions, although she did not know his exact purpose. She is determined to strictly follow his request to guard the entrance to the underground waterway, but she falls to her knees, saying that he is going way too far. This is because, before her, stands Tarkin roaring in rage, with Janica on top of him. She asks with fury burning in her eyes as Dorothy trembles before her. She demands to know Ed's location. Poor Dorothy is so horrified that she froths at the mouth. Meanwhile, ignoring her, the spirit sorcerer is trying to figure out where he might be, with her other spirits in tow. She tries to remember which way to go, mumbling to herself with confusion in her eyes. It's much later that she recognizes the top student of the alchemy faculty's third years, who is still frothing at the mouth. She is worried that she scared poor Dorothy and tries to cover her up. Suddenly, Lortel appears with a few others behind her. Foxy knows that Janica, excluding Lucy, is among the top students of all years. She is an ace of Sylvania and boasts the most brilliant force. She will do anything to ensure our guy's safety. However, if she succeeds, then she would carry him away all lovey-dovey, and they would go back to the camp together. Then he would be so infatuated with her, his face blushing with love, that they would end up married, and plan to have many children. The merchant is often known to make the most rational decisions about everything in life, but when it comes to our guy, her judgment regresses. So, she tells the spirit sorcerer that he has already been rescued, and that he got hurt while being kidnapped. She also lies that he is lying in bed at the camp, asking when she will come to his side. Foxy wants to be the one to save him, so she will get rid of the spirit sorcerer first. However, Janica is immediately suspicious that Lortel would willingly share all this information with her. She is not as naive as the girl had expected. As soon as she pinned down his location, she ran to the underground waterway. She was just near the entrance, so there was no way he got rescued without her noticing. She also got here before everyone else, so who rescued him and how did they do it without her seeing them? She usually seems so thoughtless and naive, but all of that disappears, and she becomes very sharp when it comes to our guy. Foxy tries to redirect the conversation, and Janica deduces that she is using the trading company's employees to rescue Ed. They are not trained in combat and she thinks the merchant is acting too cowardly, then says dangerously. Lortel is annoyed that she is so logical all of a sudden. The spirit sorcerer already asked Lucy for help at first, but she just yawned and walked away, since she never listens to others and prefers to do things her way. So, she is also alone, just like the merchant. The merchant has to agree that this is not the time to get in each other's way, especially since they have no other competitor. She asked all her employees to wait near the entrance, and no more words were needed. Janica will search the east side of the waterway, and Lortel will search the other side. The important thing is to rescue our dude who is in grave danger. So, they both run at max speed in the opposite direction, both of them determined to be the one to find him first and save him. Meanwhile, Ed is in serious trouble thanks to their ruckus because now Rihanna has spotted him, who will be the one to rescue him from this dangerous situation. Just as we wonder that question, the ceiling above cracks with lightning, and the rubble from above falls on top of the library guardian, scaring Mug, who wishes now that it was just an earthquake. The person standing on top of the fallen Rihanna, stretching her arms and sitting in the spotlight, is the lazy Lucy that we all know and love. Looks like my girl got bored sitting in the shelter, so she came to help our boy get out of this mess. And now that she has entered the scene, we already know that this is game over for everyone else involved. The scene changes in the next chapter, where the sun shines upon Principal Obel as he stands on the balcony. A man asks if he is sure that it is fine to sit back and do nothing while children fight their battles for them. However, the principal says that it is a good opportunity for them to grow, because flowers bloom where the leaves fall. The person asks if they need to be pushed this hard, since this is the greatest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. Across the entire history of Sylvania, this generation of students is a rare find, and each year's class has so many promising students, whom they have so many expectations of. Like stars, they are countless. However, the principal feels like this is a warning of upcoming trials that makes him believe even talented people will struggle. That is how intense it has to be. Meanwhile, Ed's hut smokes from where Lucy left it, and the smoke goes on to reveal a hole in the distant hillside. The gaping and smoking black hole leads deep into the underground waterway, past various tunnels, and opens through the ceiling on the ancient library, where the Guardian now lies, defeated underneath the rubble. Ed groans, his hand on his face as he calls out to Lucy. Oblivious and unbothered, she asks if he has any jerky left. He of course does not have any with him, and she sulks in disappointment, saying that she will find a place to take a nap. The situation is a mess, and judging by the time, Janica and Lortel should have entered the underground waterway already. He needs to go there and stop them from progressing any further. Considering Taylor's growth so far, if he defeats all the bosses of the latter half, then skipping Rihanna should not completely mess with the scenario. Everything is fine, and the only real problem is the lazy mage that has entered the scenario. If she meets the professor, then the bad ending event will start. He must stop that from happening, so he places his hand on her shoulder and tells her to stay with him. She is confused and he sweats nervously, but he won't back down. He recalls Janica's words when she said that the biggest help a person can receive is having someone quietly stay by his side. Since Lucy is so strong, she makes him feel safe, so even if she does not say anything, he wants her to stay. She is still focused on the jerkies and wonders if he really has none. Annoyed, he tells her to stop talking about jerkies and to just stay with him until they get out of the underground waterway. She agrees to help him get out. However, he has some things to take off before he leaves. She sighs but agrees to help him with that too, and then he asks her for a favor. He lifts her up and carries her on her back, racing away at full speed. Now he will get out of there by going in reverse. He will get everything he needs from the library, find the two girls, and finally get out of this place. She sleepily asks if he has any jerks again, and he has to once again tell her no. Dark red eyes peek out from above the library shelves, and ravenous bats fly out at them. He uses ignition to roast them, defeating them in a fiery and roaring blaze. His elemental magic increased, and so did his mana resonance. He wonders if he should call this the real thrill of mob hunting, since he is being bombed by the special exp explosion of the monsters. He silently promises the hero that he will not take too much, as he defeats various foes in his race to escape. There is a concealment spell cast somewhere around there, the magic resonance and unique insight that Professor Glass acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who specializes in spirit connection, Lortel was quickly finding the way. She acknowledges that this is not the time to exchange sweet words, and suddenly she realizes something. Right now, she genuinely wanted to help another person with pure intentions, without the bargain of getting anything back in return. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship that couldn't be bought with money, and her heart swelled again. She acknowledges it as the same feeling as before. The sound she hears is from somewhere close. Her heart is beating fast once more, and her face flushes pink. Then suddenly, the wall in front of her explodes, and Ed appears. He greets her with a surprised face, while she simply stares back at him in utter confusion. He sighs in relief and tells her that he was kidnapped, while also loaded with a lot of magical items. He asks her to help him carry some of his items since they are too heavy to carry by himself. She gapes at the items, which are all advanced crafting formulas. She is stupefied to find that he was not in grave danger, but he says that he was in danger. However, he managed to escape thanks to Lucy. Lortel is horrified to see her on Ed's back, and thinks the situation is too dangerous and too cruel. The spirit sorcerer is a coward who can't ever take a chance with Ed, and Foxy has been the most proactive in making progress. They even shared a kiss. That day, she had been so short on breath that she almost set the forest on fire. She can't believe that he can act so nonchalantly with another girl in front of her. He asks her to please hold on to the crafting scrolls for him, and that if the trading company can bring the materials for that, then he will gladly pick them up. If there is anything she wants to buy, then he does not mind her buying it for cheap since she helped him so much. She yells his name, thinking that she needs to push hard and take control, but he then begs her that she is the only one she can trust. He has really crossed the line now. How could he make such a demand of her at a time like this? However, her ears flush pink and his words ring over and over in her head about how much he trusts her and how grateful he is to her. She is only able to ask gleefully if he needs a receipt, silently cursing how she has become a pushover. One of the merchants finally catches up with her, and takes a moment to catch his breath in relief at finding her. They now have a huge problem. Meanwhile, in the underground waterway, Taylor and his team march forward on their quest to save Ayla. Gloomy Clebius is still hesitant and asks why they can't just leave. However, Elvira stomps on his foot and tells him that they have to do this. He is still not convinced since he never really liked either of the victims very much. The hero apologizes to him but says he still has to save his girl, and asks the Gloomy to please do him this favor. Ziggs insists that the girl they are going to save is a good person and tells Gloomy not to back out. Even the pretty blonde seer, Adele, points ahead. With a smile, she says that she feels something ahead. Her prophecies often hit the mark as if she peeks into the future. She has a feeling they are going to meet a very tough opponent up ahead. She points towards one of the dark entrances ahead, when suddenly an explosion comes from it. Janica appears with Tarkin, and they are shaking down yet another person they found in the dungeon, who is screaming about things not being planned from the very beginning. It was a simple whim, and they begged for a better chance. She still cannot remember the way and if she is to go left or right. She wonders if they went too far to the right. She pauses and turns with her spirits, waving happily at the hero and his group. Ziggs is happy to see her, but the others are terrified of her. They can never forget the learned fear that is now rising within them. Rationality when paralyzed by fear leads to misunderstandings, and they remember the time she nearly beat them up for fighting Ed. There is no guarantee that they can win against her, but they think she is their opponent and are already ready to give it their all. Meanwhile, Ziggs and Adele are confused. Meanwhile, the spirit sorcerer is confused about why they are looking at her like that, and wonders if she did something wrong. She wonders if she grilled the assistant professor too hard. The wolfman tries to calm the hero down, but Taylor is determined to fight to save his girl. Suddenly, a voice halts them, and our guy appears from the second entrance. They are all shocked to see him, since he's supposed to be kidnapped. Janica immediately rushes to him to check if he is alright. The hero goes tense at our guy's arrival, especially since he is aware of his fighting style. Only with archery and a little magic, he once single-handedly held off 3 opponents way more skilled than he was. Combining that with the power of his friends makes him unstoppable. Since the Opheles Hall incident, our dude has grown significantly. They might have been able to defeat only the spirit sorcerer, but with Ed here too, his chances of victory are 0. Ed marches towards the tense hero, his face an unreadable mask. However, he just encourages the hero to continue his quest, telling him that his girl is waiting as he walks past. It is Taylor's job to catch Glass. He will not interfere and keeps walking away with Lucy on his back. It is time for them to play their roles. The hero will handle the scenario, and our guy will take care of the variables outside, which includes Elte's surprise attack. In other words, he's going to catch Foxy's father. The issue reported by the trading company's staff was bound to blow up eventually. News came in that the mercenaries hired by the Golden King had entered Arkan Island. The mid-boss of the second episode in the original story was thoroughly defeated without even a chance to recover. The Golden King fell from power at a different time and in a different way, and because of that, he was able to escape unlike in the original story. Foxy knew that he was planning a counterattack, and it looks like he made use of the loophole with many personnel from the trading company stuck in the academy. The place is completely defenseless. They need to return immediately. Our guy got the magical engineering crafting formulas and so many magical tools this time, and they might be more useful than he imagined. However, if you were to name the best tool he has for surviving in this world, it would undoubtedly be the advantage of knowing about the future. The scenario unfolding now is the final part of episode 2, and the glass subjugation battle is nearing its end. The plan to have the storyline unfold as per the original story is still the same. If the Golden King is the mid-boss of episode 2, then he will of course attack in episode 2 just like in the original story. He will take down Elte, and he tells Ziggs that the path is almost clear. They just need to ask Ayla for the details and rescue her. In the end, Taylor has to be the one to sort out the scenario, because only after mastering all the unique skills and completing his growth can he face the big boss of the final scenario. There is a lot of stuff to sort out inside the underground waterway, and after this, the magic tower summoned by Glast will cover the sky and unleash dreadful spells. It will be really painful, and going forward, there will be many harsh trials ahead that are hard to endure with human willpower alone. However, Ed pauses after calling Taylor's name and tells him good luck. The hero does not need him to make any grand cheers, so our dude races forward with his team without looking back. They know that Elte is targeting the trading company to secure evidence that Foxy orchestrated the loss from the sale of the armor, which made him lose his position. They need to first inform the academy that the mercenaries have invaded. The spirit sorcerer asks them to pause a moment, but our dude tells her that they are in a hurry. She grits her teeth in annoyance and yells that he will get hurt again. He was just kidnapped and barely escaped, yet he is rushing in to fight the Golden King. He collapsed from overwork just a few days ago. This matter should be handled by the Elte company and not them, since it has nothing to do with him. She does not want him to get hurt anymore. He knows she is right, and that this is not really his business. However, he has to deal with a big variable like Elte to feel at ease about the game plot. Fortunately, to capture the Golden King, they need the help of both Elte, Lortel, and Janica, so he is sure that Foxy will drag them along with a good excuse. However, in a rare unpredictable situation, the Vixen agrees with the spirit sorcerer. She holds Janika's hand and admits that involving him is selfish, since he should be resting somewhere safe. They suddenly get along in matters regarding keeping him safe, and it is nice to see, but this is not the time for him to rest. So, he says that Lortel's matter is not someone else's business for him, which shocks Foxy and horrifies Janica. The spirit sorcerer demands that he explains what he means, while the vixen blushes cutely with joy. He tells them to hurry and that they don't have time, and they once again take off in a run. He tries to think of how to explain his words, but coming up with a reason is always hard. Suddenly, the spirit sorcerer offers an out by saying that it is because of his contract with the vixen. If she lost the trading company, then his magic engineering supplies would be disrupted too. That is why it is not someone else's problem. He pauses for a moment, but he is so desperate for an out that he immediately agrees with her. Meanwhile, Lortel is still blushing in bliss at his words. He thinks the spirit sorcerer is pretty smart, which is as expected of the top student in their year. All that aside, he glances at the complete chaos inside the tunnels, and the many fallen bodies of the rock monsters that must have guarded the entryway. The hero was so horrible without any regard for seniority in this situation, that at times like this, he was really heartless. However, he soon realizes the chaos was caused by the very guilty Janica. She cries that she did not mean to do it, but somehow things turned out like this. Lortel laughs that she is heartless, but the spirit girl insists that she is not a heartless person, and that they are just misunderstanding the situation. Anyway, they are almost at the exit now, so they will talk more outside after they have helped the academy. The carriage she came in is at the entrance with the staff. They emerge from the underground waterway to find chaos outside. The carriage has been destroyed and the bodies in the water beaten up. Foxy chuckles with a dark grimace and notes that the Golden King was faster than she expected. He stands before them with his arms crossed, a dark shadow over his face. She greets him, calling him father, and he asks who taught her how to manage documents so that there would be no evidence in the company's records even if he scours through them. There was a gap in her personnel management. All he had to do was threaten the worker, and he revealed that she was headed to this waterway. The man apologized for his betrayal and she smiled. Elte mentions that it took a long time for her to master that expression. It is a pity that the only evidence left is her confession, and it will be a waste to ruin her with torture. He waves his fingers and red light gleams in the eyes of the fallen bodies. Suddenly, with a whoosh they spring from the water and launch themselves at them. They raise sharp weapons and attempt to slice at our dude and the fox girl, but she blocks their attack with magic. She knew that he would not be alone, but he really loved to bring mercenaries into the academy, just like last time. The professor fled with the Sage's grimoire, but there is no need for comparisons with last time. This time is different. This time he has come with the continent's best mercenaries, and they far outnumber them. He tells his hired men that he only cares about Lortel's life, so the others can be cannon fodder, and he wants them finished off quickly. The mercenaries attack, firing arrows which soar through the air at them, but Janica blocks off the attack with her magic. Arrows fly close to Ed, but no arrow can touch him as the girls protect him with their magic. The spirit sorcerer uses her defense bird magic to protect him from the arrows, pushing them aside. She warns him to be careful because their movements are well coordinated. He thanks her and notices Elte's annoyance. He says that spirit sorcerers are always a hassle to handle, but this time is different, and he pulls out a suspicious-looking paper. It is the legendary grade magical engineering item, Valerius Prejudice. It suppresses the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. Despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use, based on the magic restriction of the night butterfly flower reagent that Elvira used. Belarus Prejudice is its high-ranking variant. It has the drawbacks of taking time to activate and the preparations to trigger it being fatally obvious, but it is a very dangerous item. They are already at a numerical disadvantage, while their opponent has the combat power of a veteran mercenary group that he can't get through during the time needed to activate it. Most importantly, their entire party consists only of mages. He already knows their powers, so Lortel is not surprised that he came prepared. If that thing activates, they are done for. The Golden King will be held accountable by the Academy and is asked how he will deal with that. He laughs maniacally and says it is better than losing his life. A third-rate villain who should have been eliminated early in the story. Even the butterfly effect caused by a third-rate villain can shake the world significantly. Our guy knows it well because he is the same. Their opponent is a mid-boss. If he survives, he likely will be a big variable in this world. The Golden King is the villain who gets backstabbed and exits the stage. That is how it was supposed to go. He killed her parents and did whatever it took to achieve his glory and prosperity. He is an absolute villain. However, our guy does not feel the slightest bit of animosity towards him. This is because ultimately, he is persistently blocking their path so that he can survive, just like him. However, he has no intention of giving Elte the chance. He will not lie and say it's because he is ready to handle all the variables he has created. He doesn't mind if he is called selfish. This is his story, and he finally calls on Lucy on his back, telling her to wake up. She steps down from his back with a big tired yawn. She mumbles that they are so noisy, and her magic powers activate. Light floods the area, and her magic power sparks around her in waves. This is where Lucy the Slothful awakens, and only judging from this one panel alone, I'm pretty sure this Elte dude is straight up fucked. The book, Glock's Travelogue, which was written by Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was crafted in a humble little cabin that did not quite match his fame. It was known by almost no one, except Lucy, of course, as she was his granddaughter. While she lazily slept and hovered in the air near him, he would often tell her that her natural talent was no reason to stop learning. He told her that she should always continue to learn, to be humble, and use her powers for the benefit of all. He warned her to be wary of the loneliness and bitter solitude that comes with overwhelming strength. At the blank look on her face, he pauses his lecture and finally asks her to promise him 3 things, and she listens curiously to his request. The first promise is that she will not kill anyone, the second is that she will avoid anything that might stain her hand with blood, even by accident, and the third promise is that she will live the life of a student during her time at Sylvania. Present day, dark purple lightning flashes around Lucy as she activates her powers, and she looks dangerous. It is evident that Elte prepared the best mercenaries from the fact that most present were veterans. They had survived for long in the mercenary life, and the very act of crossing the line of death multiple times already signifies strength. They had honed an instinctive sense of situational awareness, and their quick responses had become second nature. Right now, those very instincts screamed at them to halt their fight immediately. Elte screamed at them to keep fighting, but they weren't about to do that against magic that surpassed their understanding. However, most of the relatively young mercenaries do not have this survival instinct, and they rush at Lucy with their weapons raised. She shoots them a cold bored stare. Despite being a mage, she does not use magic very often. Just the flick of her finger renders maximum damage to the charging mercenary and sends the mercenary flying. She does not use magic because she can simply use the physical force generated from the overwhelming compression of mana coming from her. Simply put, she doesn't need to use magic when she can just use violence, and the eyes of her opponents widen in fear. Seeing the table turning, Elte checks how much time he's got before he can activate something. He just needs a little more time. However, she locates him and identifies him as the leader, so she will just have to take him down. However, Ed places a calming hand on her shoulder while the Merchant King falls to the ground in fear. Our main guy tries to say something to her, but turns in shock when he thinks an earthquake starts. However, it is not an earthquake and purple lightning flashes around the school. On a night when the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line and are visible, Professor Glass's advanced spectral magic distorts the laws of nature. Thus begins the descent of the magical realm, and purple magical light floods the area. The magic tower that covered the sky in the final stage of Episode 2's last battle, our main guy sees it and thinks that this is good timing. The hero and his team should have defeated the monster in the underground waterway and learned the necessary skills by now. Now that everyone who is necessary to clear the episode is together, even if it might take some time, Taylor will be able to stop Glass. The scent of the magic realm was triggered at the same time it was triggered in the original storyline, which means the scenario is progressing without any issues. Of course, since this magic is so alien and different from any other, everyone except him must be confused. This is even beyond the comprehension of Janica and Lortel, who are top students. However, to his surprise, Lucy suddenly looks into the sky and says that each of the 10 magic towers plays a role in absorbing aspectual magic. She flies into the air, saying in the case, bringing back the dead might actually be possible, and Ed watched her with worry in his eyes. In the epilogue of Episode 2, the players find Miss Lazy after the incident, and when she wakes, she lazily shrugs off the incident. She was supposed to be napping on the roof of the Tricks Hall for the entire scenario. However, if she is woken early in Phase 1 before the scenario is over, and brings her into the party, then the cornered Professor Glass makes her an offer. He offers to resurrect with a spectral magic, not Sylvania, but her disciple, Archmage Glock, the prodigy's grandfather. That is how Lucy turns into an enemy, and the entire party gets annihilated. It is an unavoidable bad ending. In the end, they only see her slowly disappearing into the underground waterway to join the professor and accomplish their dark quest. In Episode 2, she was never meant to be defeated. Even the most hardcore and dedicated players who spent hundreds of hours trying to find a way, came to the conclusion that there was no way to defeat her. Unexpected disruptions in the main scenario caused by variables that were not part of the original plot can still be patched up if our main guy intervenes. Sometimes, those variables can even twist the predetermined bad endings. Elte uses the moment they are distracted and activates Belarus Prejudice, thus suppressing all the mana in the vicinity for the next 10 minutes. Miss Lazy feels her mana draining, seeping away into the golden pitcher he summoned. The Merchant King then screams for his mercenaries to use the chance to fight the brats while they cannot use magic. Heeding his call, one of the mercenaries draws his sword and rushes at Ed, but he stretches out his hand and activates Windblade, to their almighty shock, and blasts the mercenary away. While our guy is also an unexpected variable in the scenario, there are entities that even he cannot stop. The Merchant King is shocked that our guy can still use his powers, and a nervous sweat drips down his face, because even the overwhelming suppression power of the legendary grade magic item, Belarus Prejudice, has its limits. Those limits happen to end and begin at the vast amount of Lucy's mana which flows like an endless sea. After all, it is impossible to drain the sea using a bucket. She says that she will clear the way, her eyes glowing menacingly as she announces that she has somewhere that she wants to go to. The Merchant King's experience is no lesser than a veteran mercenary's. The sense of survival honed by being on the edge of life and death now warned him of his certain death as he knelt before her. He knelt defeated and overwhelmed before the unstoppable might of the young prodigy. She gathers mana in her palm and lets the force of it fill her fingers as she prepares to flick them. She asks the Merchant King if he is aware that he can die, for she knows as well that Elte is no match for her. However, our main guy placed himself in front of the kneeling Golden King and reminded her it was not fine to kill others. It was odd for him to be so concerned about Elte's life. However, she hesitated because she remembered her promise. She had promised her grandfather that she would avoid anything that would stain her hands with blood. The person Ed was worried about was not the one who was going to die. He stared into her eyes with worry, concern, and determination, and her hand, which had been ready to flick, faltered. She turned and agreed to let it go. He asked where she was going, and she said that she needed to go somewhere. Conversations with Ed Rothtailor always go like this, and he asked if she was sure that she would not regret it, which made her pause in the air. She had not expected a reply from him, and she hesitated in the air with her back turned while he waited on the ground. He stared at her in worry, and she remained deep in thought. She recalled the last chapter of her grandfather's book, What's Lost is Lost. Sadly, those who have lost must become stronger. She was told to become stronger as she hugged the book to her chest. The last sentence of that book was dedicated to her, who had brought a stop to his life. Her grandfather had died with a smile on his face, and her head stayed bowed as she recalled his death. Finally, she responded no, and then vanished before Ed's eyes. All 57 of the mercenaries boarded the boats, and it seemed everybody safely retreated. Now that they checked that, Lady Janica, who oversaw their retreat, was expected to return soon. Deciding how to handle the subdued Elte was on the back burner for now. They could hand him over to Lortel in the trading company, as she would probably take care of most of the work. After all, she herself must end her bad blood with him, and she loomed over him, glaring down at his bound figure. Our guy figured that perhaps it was because he overexerted himself while already exhausted. Now, after rushing to the highest building in Sylvania, his body felt heavy. The Trix Hall is the starting point of this episode. It is the place where Glass stole the Sage's grimoire and where Taylor started chasing him. The Academy had taken care of the injured that resulted from the incident, so he did not expect to return there. Our guy ended up coming all the way to Trix Hall in the end. Though unintentional, his reverse journey through the stages of the episode had come together perfectly. From journeying up from the secret laboratory to the hall where it had all begun. This was where the hero started, and this is where our guy's journey will end. He opens the door to reveal Lucy watching the final showdown from afar. Among the student center buildings that Janica destroyed was the Glocked Hall. The institution that awarded him this semester's scholarship is also the Glocked Scholarship Foundation. Her grandfather had been a man who lived frugally, but he had donated most of his amassed wealth to Sylvania Academy, and his traces clearly remained all around this academy. That is why it was not difficult for him to find Lucy. He had guessed that she would be there, and he stood behind her at the place where they could look down and see the entire academy. After all, to her, this academy was her grandfather's legacy. The large glowing towers of the Aspectual Magic stand tall over the school, and Ed watches with Lucy from the rooftop of Trix Hall. In the moment they spend together, she calls his attention, and he asks what she wants. Her response is to ask if he has some beef jerky. He had already told her that he had none, and he repeated himself with a tired sigh. Conversations like this are common between them, and he asks what she is doing here. She replies that she is thinking about the old days. He looks down from the height, thinking that he would die instantly if he fell from that height. She mentions that she used to cry a lot back then because something really sad happened. But at some point, she stopped feeling so sad. He asked her why, and she said that she thought about it deeply, and the reason was surprisingly simple. It was because a lot of time had passed, and dwelling on old wounds was foolish. Even if she tried to revive her grandfather with Aspectual magic, he would have to leave again someday. Besides, he had already prepared himself for death, so he might get angry and die again. Resurrecting a legendary archmage who had dedicated his life to the study of magic with such forbidden magic would be nothing but an insult. She knew from the beginning that wanting to revive him was just her being selfish. Then he speaks, catching her attention, and as she turns to him, he asks if she is okay. It is not his place to say since he tried to stop her, but he cannot help but ask. Her changing her mind about reviving her grandfather feels like it could be a whim, and if she changed her mind again, then something terrible could happen. He could not help but make sure, but even in this situation, she would probably ask for jerky again. However, she asks him to lend her his shoulder as she scoots closer to him. He wondered why she made him sit next to the railing, but it turned out that it was just so she could lean on him while the powerful magic consumed the towers. It would be hard to find someone as passionate about Aspectual magic as Professor Glass in the future, so resurrection magic is also at its end. The dead are dead, and what is lost remains lost. That loss is different from person to person, but in the end, it comes to everyone equally. So, they must learn to accept that loss and cover their wounds with what they have now. Lucy understood this well, as tears filled her eyes and she cried bitterly. He could only sit silently by her side while looking up at the magic tower in the sky. The starry sky in his view seemed higher than usual and painted in sparkly colors of blue and purple. It was quite beautiful. The magic spreads through the sky as a giant golden golem raises itself from the underground, in order to protect the offering inside it, which was Ayla, the professor's chosen sacrifice. The hero's party panted hard as they stared up in dismay and anger at the grand figure. It was an ancient weapon created by Glass with a spectral magic, powered by their captive friend. It was the final battle of Episode 2, and the magic engineering golem rose against them, controlled by Professor Glass. The Glass subjugation battle was now in its final phase as he turned his hand towards the gathered heroes and controlled the giant golem, and spurred it to attack the team of gathered heroes. Taylor's eyes widened in alarm as the golem struck as Glass commanded. The group had to rescue Ayla, who was trapped inside the golem's heart, and wreckage filled the atmosphere. Ziggs caught the golem's hand and kept it suspended away from the group. He screams for the hero to go ahead, and he leaps, racing up the golem's restricted arm, his mind only on saving the girl. As Taylor charges at him, the professor cannot help but curse his nearsightedness. Taylor swings his sword at him and yells for the professor to give back his girl, like a toxic clingy ex. At some point, the professor was struck and blood sprayed from the wound he earned from the hero. The professor stopped being able to see anything without glasses. His eyes widened as he acknowledged that life as a teacher was bound to be static. His days were almost always the same, sitting at the large desk in his personal lab, reading ancient grimoires, analyzing aspectual magic as the books on his desk started to pile up. He was also involved in managing academic curriculums and reviewing materials to teach students. As he kept doing that, the scenery outside the window continued to change. It was snowing when a first-year elemental studies student kept coming to his personal study. She said that she wanted to study intermediate magic and advance. It was raining when the youngest professor who caused trouble always came begging for forgiveness, flustered with tears in her eyes. The wind was blowing strongly when the highest-ranking dean out on business stopped by for his usual cup of tea. Even after he became the principal, that did not change. As the weather kept changing and people came and went, Professor Glass sat in the same place, buried in his work, thinking that the painful memories would eventually disappear as well, but they never went away. In the present day, he spits blood and his body trembles from the force of channeling the power of the grimoire to subdue the hero's attack. He manages to blast Taylor away with magic. He activates a spectral magic, small-scale time travel, and heals himself. The painful memories do not disappear. His eyes redden and the dark magic thrums to the air as he unleashes attack after attack on our brave and fearless heroes. Clebius screams in question on the nature of the attacks. The professor activates another blast of aspectual magic and the shimmering purple magic floods the towers and shakes the atmosphere. He activates multi-time prison and all the students become frozen in time. Ziggs notices on time and screams at Taylor to dodge, firing a blast of magic to push him away. The Wolfman ends up frozen as well, but Taylor manages to avoid it, and Ziggs freezes while Taylor barely escapes, falling by stabbing his sword into the magical wall of the purple tower. Professor Glass is stained with blood and his head is downcast. His vision blurs, and through the long darkness beyond his eyelids, he sees what he lost, his daughter smiling brightly at him. He remembers then that he was almost there. He can achieve his goal, but Taylor climbs up once more, standing before him and panting heavily. The professor tells the hero to give up already and to stop trying to stop him. Harnessing the aspectual magic around him, with all of his might, he will reverse reality. The golem charges up its firepower and blasts the powerful magic from its mouth, its eyes glowing red. However, Taylor launches at it, slicing here, there and everywhere with his mighty sword. The golem explodes in golden light, having been diced to oblivion, and Professor Glass stares in shock. His eyes widen in awe as he takes in the power thrumming through the hero and his white hair. The professor asks the hero if he is using a swordsman form. Not waiting for an answer, he activates a spectral magic, time reversal, and time rewinds, even for those who had been frozen in time, and the hero's party soon starts returning back to normal. The professor shouts that it is pointless for them to resist him so much, even if it costs him the rest of his life. He is determined to do what it takes to achieve his dream. However, he spits blood, as someone activates intermediate ice magic, ice spear, and freezes the man in place. It was Ziggs, and he shouted for Taylor to attack now. All the party members leap forward and they attack the professor and his dark magic as a team using the power of friendship. He stares at their incoming attacks and wonders if this is the end. His eyes widen and the golem throws up its hand in final defeat. There is a large and golden explosion, and golden smoke pours from every crack of the mighty golem. Its destruction makes such a loud noise. Ayla is finally freed from it and she falls into the arms of Taylor, who was waiting to catch her, and he carries her in his arms bridal style with his hair a beautiful snow white, while the golem and the professor's years of work fall to ruin behind him. After the chaos comes the smoke from the fading magic, and inside the smoke, the professor heaves a defeated sigh. He admits that the children won, and he falls back from where he stands, tipping from one of the beautiful flashy purple towers and falling from the sky. He falls a great many feet down, his body limp from defeat as he descends from the sky, his body covered in bruises and his glasses cracked, his hair flying in the wind. Professor Glass is a defeated man. As he falls, the pain of losing his daughter remains and he mumbles that he misses her. He calls her name Miri and draws closer and closer to the ground. However, before he can finish the process of falling to his death, a magic circle appears beneath him, catching him. So it is that the professor vanishes into thin air. The magic circle reappears in the woods and he is deposited there. He used a spectral magic and spatial leap, and he leaned against a tree while he caught his breath. He left that magic circle for the final escape, and he coughs out blood now in the forest with his head bowed. For some reason, he escaped way too late, and even using magic to stop the bleeding seemed pointless. His hand slid down the tree as his knees gave way and he slid further down the grass, barely keeping upright. Anyone could guess from the original storyline that he had no future, but seeing it firsthand, it is clear that he will surely die in that moment in the forest. However, when he looks up, he is surprised to see a student in the woods, way past their curfew. That student is none other than our guy Ed Rothtailor. Despite everything, there was something that he wanted to confirm. Let's resume the story from an ago of the last point we left off, where the bright and sparkly purple magic still covered the magic towers. Before the teleportation magic got cast, Janica had sent the mercenaries outside the island. Meanwhile, Lortel confined the former merchant king in the trading company, which neutralized and eliminated all threats. Both girls promised to meet again in front of the underground waterway once everything was done, so the redhead hurries there now. She just needs to check that Ed is safe after he heads to the Tricks Hall, and to her immense horror, she finds him with Lucy. Oblivious, he greets her, but Foxy can only focus on the intense grip that the little prodigy has on her crush's sleeve. All the red sirens in her head are screaming danger as she glares in frustration at the scene before her. Meanwhile, our guy is still oblivious. When he sees the top third-year student, Dorothy, and assistant Professor Claire, he guesses that the situation in the underground waterway has ended. However, to his surprise, the assistant professor has tears in her eyes and he wonders why she is crying. Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire and Dorothy see them and scream in fear. This is because Janica has appeared with her giant flaming dragon in tow, and she lands before them like a superhero. Immediately, she asks to confirm that the magic tower uses a spectral magic, because there is something that she wants to check. Lately, Janica's meeting with the spirits has turned into consistent report meetings about our dude. Those meetings were originally out of her goodwill to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkin mentioned that he detected some spectral magic coming from the magic tower in the northern forest, which warranted investigation. If the magic surrounding the towers is spectral magic, then it's easy to guess who was behind the magic felt in the forest. However, there has not been a single magic tower built in the northern forest, so she wonders what Professor Glass was doing in that region. This makes our dude think about it, and he knows that nothing much happened before in the original story. He probably does not need to interfere, however, even the fake boss, Elte, had a huge impact on the plot when left alone, so he cannot brush this event aside. If someone of Professor Glass's caliber does not exit the stage, it is unimaginable how much influence he would have in future scenarios. So, that night he goes to investigate, and as the glimmering purple towers begin to lose their magic and collapse, Ed tries to confirm it one more time. However, he ended up showing up just as Professor Glass appeared bleeding in the northern forest. The girls come with him and while Lortel is resigned, Janica is horrified and asks the bleeding professor what he is doing there. Coughing blood, Professor Glass just says he is looking at the moon. He asks if they think that is funny, but the spirit sorcerer immediately denies the humor. He smiles in exhaustion, saying that it is strange that he finds himself quite laughable. Our guy points out that he must have known that he would fail, and he keeps laughing. The professor admits that he is right. In the end, he was bound to fail one way or another. It was reckless, but he never thought he would be subdued by a gathering of meddling students. Even if he had won, he knows the principal Obel would have taken him down. He wonders if the principal did not interfere from the start because of their years of relationship. Anyway, he does not think Obel is suited to be the principal. He tells Ed that he is a better student than he thought and that it is a shame that he discovered him too late, which was quite unlike himself. Our dude asks why the professor kidnapped him in the first place. The professor admits that our dude's talents were exceptional and he at first planned to use him for his scheme. However, he ended up fainting from overwork, so that plan failed too. When he hastily went back to get him, he had already escaped. The professor thinks of dying lonely like this as paying for his sins. It is not a bad deal compared to the sins he committed. Still, the 17 years he spent with his daughter were not lonely. They are surprised to hear that she was 17, and he admits that was her age. The years were both long and short. Then, he points out that he has known Assistant Professor Claire for a long time too, and Professor Glass is confused. He had known her for 4 years during the degree program, 5 years after obtaining a teaching certificate. If she had stayed until his retirement, that would have been almost 17 years. Before they made their way there, our dude had seen the assistant professor crying, and Professor Glass' eyes widened. Assistant Professor Claire had confessed that her glass was the type to dislike everything at first glance. With a smile on her face, she recalled that he was the meanest and most stubborn person she had met, always passing work on to others, full of himself, dogmatic, scolding others for the slightest mistake. He is really an impossible person to like. However, he was the most scholarly scholar ever to her, and she cries bitterly in mourning. He was a person with an uncanny intuition for unnecessary things. She must have had a hunch from what Professor Glass told her. Dorothy also spoke with a trembling voice, saying that she did not know what he had been planning. But he was a precious mentor who had recognized her. However, nobody can deny that he recklessly put the lives of students at risk. Nobody, not even the principal, can deny that he went astray. Even right now, nobody is around him as he slowly reflects on his life. He says he will die lonely. Mocking his fate was his misconception as he closes his eyes, blood staining his skin and clothes. When he thinks about it, the sobbing Claire, who became an assistant professor at a young age, and even Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy department, were both considered untalented. Professor Glass kept discovering and nurturing hidden talents like them while saying that talentless people like them had no value at the same time. It was like he was saying that his daughter was also someone valuable. It had been too long to consider it a lonely death. In the end, he remained in the hearts of people. For some, he was a mentor, to others, he was a colleague. Professor Glass has severe myopia. After some point, he could not see anything without his glasses, not even himself. And as he lay silently dying, bruised and broken against that tree, he said that before he had activated Descent of the Magical Realm, he saw the Spirit Library. Our guy made a flashy exit, taking all the legendary rank crafting formulas, but there was no point in doing that. Ed asks if there was something more he could have grabbed, but Professor Glass pulls out a key. He tells our guy that it serves him right. He will have to clean it all up with his own hands now, so the mess is self-inflicted. From now on, that library belongs to him, the professor entrusts it to him. Surprised, our dude asks why he is being given this wonderful gift. However, the professor just lets go of the key that he passed to Ed with blood-stained hands. He asks why our guy is not even happy after he just received the key. He coughs and explains that there is a secret safe beneath the desk that Rihanna guarded. He tells our guy to make sure that he handles it when the academy investigation starts. Lastly, he tells Lucy to look around herself every once in a while. She is there too, listening with the darkness over her eyes as he directs his words at her. His eyes widen and he relaxes, saying she is wise. Since she is behind him, our dude wonders what sort of expression Lucy had in that moment to make the professor react like that. Unfortunately, he cannot see from his position, but her hold on his clothes tightens as Professor Glass finally slips away into the next world, his soul leaving his body. Through Glass, who closed his eyes as though he was simply falling asleep, our guy could only infer. The corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree made it look as if he were in a deep sleep with happy dreams and a smile on his face. They stayed together and watched for a while. The next day, he finds himself brought before some of the school dean. He points out that he got involved in the Glaskin incident, the Opheles Hall occupation, and now the theft of the sage-sealed grimoire. He was there at every site, and he had terrible luck. Ed faces the interrogation squarely, knowing that he has done nothing wrong. After getting scolded all through the night, it is the dean's turn to scold him. He points out that Ed does not know why he was kidnapped by Professor Glass, but he escaped when he got the chance and sought help. During that process, he met up with Taylor's group. Ed confirms the story, saying it all went down the way he wrote in the report. Janica and Lortel came in a hurry to help him, and the dean points out that he left behind Ayla while he escaped alone. He points out that the girl could not move and that she did not trust him at all. So, he went alone to call for help, or so he says. The dean confesses that he is honestly rather suspicious of Ed, and looms over him menacingly. Even if the story makes sense, the repeated coincidences are way too many to excuse. From the dean's perspective, it all looks very suspicious. He points out that Ed acts like he knows nothing, but he gets the feeling that he knows a lot. Our guy faces the flames of the dean and nonchalantly thanks him for such a flattering evaluation. The same goes for his sly behavior. However, because of the Opheles Hall incident and the recent event, our dude is a student who has suffered due to the Academy's negligence. Ed stares at the report and realizes with surprise that it is not the report that he wrote. The report the dean was looking at was his report card. The dean acknowledges that he has worked hard. He will acknowledge Ed's hard work, and the Academy wants to reward him, much to his surprise. He leaves the dean's office with a skip in his step, and someone calls out to him. It is Janica, and he apologizes for making her worry. He asks her if she got hurt since it looked like she fought and he was worried. However, she assures him that he has no reason to worry and that she is fine. Then she gets a message from her spirit bird tweeting on her shoulder. Then Janica doubles back and quickly says that she might not be completely unscathed. She asks if she should say that her body feels a bit sore and that she got hurt a bit while saving him. He is surprised to hear that she got hurt and he asks of the specific place she got hurt. Throwing it back, Janica groans that her back aches. Perhaps she sprained it. He then mentions that he realized something from this incident. She is always the one who works hard and suffers whenever things like this happen. He believes that he took that for granted too much and now she has gotten hurt. It struck him after seeing their professor's last moments. He said regret always comes last. He is eternally grateful for everything she does, but he seems to be a burden to her. Hearing this, Janica starts to panic. He apologizes and says that because of him, she gets hurt, so maybe she should not be involved with him anymore. She immediately screams that she was lying about getting hurt and sobs her apology. Then, he adds that her dorm is the Dex Hall, because starting next semester, he will be moving to the Dex Hall, and she ends up way more overjoyed than he expected her to be. A lot happened, but it was wrapped up quickly. Episode 2 ended pretty neatly too, and he could say it is all finished now. The dean told him to end his lonely life as a wanderer and to return to normal life as a normal student because he deserved it. He is allowed to move into the academy dormitory, so now he will leave his log house behind. Personally, he wanted to set up some fences, grow some annual edible plants, and reinforce the hut a bit. But it all feels a bit futile now. His camp life is over and he goes into the house for what should be one of the last times. But just as he opens the door, he hears a huge crash as someone lands right outside his hut. It is Lucy in a sleeping gown and she looks dazed. Someone wonders if it is going to rain. They are in the middle of a forest, with small hills in the distance. That someone is Lucy, and she notes that she is not in Arkan Island. Instead, she is in the northern Ramelan mountain range. She wonders why she is dreaming of her childhood right now. Since she is dreaming of old times anyway, she decides to go see her grandfather's face. When she enters his house, she finds the insides covered in cobwebs and rotting away. He sits at the familiar place on his chair, but he has become a dark shadow instead of a welcoming presence. He raises his head at her presence, turning towards her as his skeletal form screams in rage, demanding why she did not save him when she had the chance. He asks why she looked the other way, and she realizes that she is having a nightmare. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, then opens her eyes to find herself waking up in her dorm, with a maid asking her to prepare for school now that she has woken up. She says nothing at first while the maid waits for her reaction. Suddenly, she activates high-level spatial magic, and the maid has to shield her eyes as Lucy suddenly blasts away. For some reason, she felt the urge to go to the northern forest right away. She landed on our guy's roof just in time to see him return from school. She felt an inexplicable sense of relief just seeing him, and she wondered happily if it was going to rain. However, his eyes widen in horror when she hears him say that his camping life is over, and she plummets from the roof to the ground. Ed recalls a lecture that cats are always unpredictable, and they never play along like people want them to. When a person thinks they have gotten close and tries to pet them, they act aloof and expensive. But when you lose interest and get busy, they get clingy. Cats are always like that, so the best way to control them is to lose interest. So, he turns away and heads inside without paying her any attention. The professor goes on to say that anyone who wants to have a cat-type spirit familiar should just stop giving them attention and act indifferent. Surprisingly, they'll end up coming to you first. The female students laugh, saying this is harder than dating. In the monster economics class, surprisingly, there was a section on these cat-type creatures. Lectures came from the experienced Professor Flurbin, and these lectures were very popular and everyone else had good grades. So, his grades were initially in the lower ranks. But soon, he got ahead in his preparation and there was almost no one who surpassed him when it came to any subject's notes. The lecture ended on the topic of cat spirits for the day, and Ed packed up his notes. However, he was suddenly called to the teacher's office, to his surprise. He is asked if he knows about the Academy's scholarship program. Ed says it is a system where a person contributes to academic tasks in exchange for a discount on tuition. The teacher acknowledges that he knows it well, and that the opportunity is a good opportunity for him. Ed asks what he would do for the program, and the professor responds with various academic tasks. He could assist Assistant Professor Claire since there were quite a few things the Professor Glass was handling alone. Annie's is remarkably capable, but it is too much to handle alone. There is also the duty of semester-end evaluations, and during the break, he will handle the academic society's agendas. At the end of the break, he could handle the freshman class assignment test too, and he tells him not to be too strict with the freshmen. Our dude thinks about it and realizes that guy will also be there. Meanwhile, Lortel assesses the grimoire that has rightfully been returned to her. She can definitely sense the magic resonance is extremely high, and she mumbles a few things as she studies the magical item. However, she wonders if it is really okay to sell such a powerful item to Creepy Crepin. The fact that our dude made such a desperate request means that he did not want the creep to have the grimoire in the first place. However, she only bought it so that she could resell it, and she had to consider the money tied up in it. She scolded herself, saying that she needed to be more ruthless, since her motto was to never put off today's work for tomorrow. She recalls that Ed promised to do anything for her as long as she got the Sage Grimoire purchase, and her cheeks heated up once again. So, she pulls out paper and gets to work writing. They get a special winter break class notice, and she wonders who will conduct the class without Professor Glass. She laments her busy schedule, but is thrilled that she does not have to worry about the camp anymore. It is the end of the semester, so she is not the only one that is busy. Janice and Ed must both be occupied, and Lucy, well, she thinks there probably won't be any immediately noticeable changes. However, her hand falters as she writes and sweat drips down her head. She wonders why she feels so uneasy. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the lazy prodigy points out that they are running out of firewood. Our guy turns in surprise and she says that he mentioned they would be short of firewood when winter comes. She sulks while eating beef jerky. He admits that is true. She also asks why he has not been hunting lately, and he wonders why she is suddenly saying something productive. It is not a surprise though, and he has been neglecting camp management on purpose. He is thinking about going to the Dex Hall. If that happened, he would not see her as much and maybe scenarios would unfold with more stability. Just then, Janica arrives, greeting them cheerfully as she rushes over, saying that classes must be over. He agrees that Professor Marie's late afternoon class got cancelled, so he came to the woods to rest. She says they won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so she has got to come here as much as possible while she still has the chance. She really enjoyed spending time at camp, but thinking that this was going to be over made her feel a bit sad, and Lucy listened closely while munching on jerky. The spirit sorcerer says that she really liked the camp. She adds that it is really unfortunate that she won't be able to hang out there anymore, but his environment is important too. If he decides to move to the Dex Hall, then he should make sure to call her. She says all happy and flowery while he thinks things over. She promises to help if he has anything that he needs, and since he has a lot to do. She goes on to say that most of their classmates are in Dex Hall. They will see each other more and maybe eat early, and she can show him around on his first day, so she will meet up in the morning, also in the study rooms. If he has trouble finding people to use them with, he can call her. Meanwhile, Ed studies the key he was given and figures it is time to unblock the secret vault in the library that Professor Glass mentioned. Then Janica presents him with an application form for Dex Hall, and warns him that if he applies late there is a chance that he will miss out, so it is better to fill out the form early and then think about it. He is surprised that she even took care of this and thanks her. She says she has done it once before so they can fill it out together. They will start with the application and then she pauses in surprise when Lucy suddenly pops out and holds her arms out protectively, standing between Janica and Ed. Her eyes are wide in panic and she is sweating profusely at the thought of anything taking our guy away from her. She finally works up the energy to tell her to stop, while waving her hands up and down. She tells him not to take the application. He stares at her in confusion. It was on that day that it all began. His spirit bat congratulates him on all his experience finally paying off. His growth rate is truly remarkable, and Janica claps in glee. His spirit resonance already surpasses that of ordinary novice spirit sorcerers, and his basic mana resonance has also improved significantly. However, she hesitates because the lazy prodigy is glaring at her and she asks if she did something wrong. Usually, the maids at the Opheles Hall make sure to dress her up neatly, but today, she looks like she escaped from the dorm in her pajamas early in the morning. His magic power must have increased too, so he tries some intermediate level magic. As he reads, Lucy sprawls on his leg like a cat. He finds her lurking even when he goes to the dorm for meals. She wraps around him like a coat, hanging from his neck. He wonders what is wrong with her, and the spirit sorcerer apologizes again in confusion when the lazy prodigy hisses at her. She seems to be particularly hostile toward Janica, and he wonders if instead of being hostile, she is afraid. Anyway, intermediate magic is harder to learn than he thought. Even after practicing all day, he still has not mastered the basics. Then suddenly, Lucy asks what he is going to do if she leaves. He says there is somewhere he needs to go. He also needs to check the campfire and the fireplace. The temperature drops below freezing at night, so if he is not careful, he could actually freeze to death. However, if he moves into Dex, he will not have to worry about things like that anymore. He can go once he is done with all his work, and she calls him again. This time he turns to her, paying attention as she sits before him. She then says that they shall go together now, and he stares at her in confusion. A thick red rope tied tightly around the base of a tree with dark orange leaves extends down through a hole that seems to lead deep into the underground. It leads deep down into the hidden library that our dude has now inherited. As he descends carefully, using the rope that he tied round his midsection, he asks Miss Lazy why she accompanied him to such a place. She hops into the space, not even looking at him as she remarks that she could have helped him get down with her magic. He sighed as his foot finally touched the ground and told her to forget it. He needed to make sure that he was able to come down and get back up by himself anyway. Since he will not be able to take all of it at once, he will need to come to the library a few more times. He pushes aside the dust as he moves the broken furniture about, and takes a moment to marvel that a hidden secret safe is in a place like this. He ponders on how the professor held on to the key till the very end, and wonders why. When he unlocks the safe, a huge gust of wind hits them, and Lucy staggers back, grabbing her hat so it does not fly off. Even our dude has trouble keeping his balance. Then his eyes widen when he sees what is hidden inside. It is late at night when they finally start crawling out of the hole, and the tree is bathed in the light of the moon as our guy mumbles that they will soon be outside. It was almost time for Foxy to send the magic engineering item materials he asked for. He also figures that he should ask for a ladder too, because climbing in and out of that hole with a rope is exhausting. If he had not trained his stamina, he would have already given up. Miss Lazy glances back and asks what he retrieved. It was a legendary rank magic tool, Glass Golden Phoenix Ring. It distorts the timeline and brings the magic a person possesses in the future to the present. It is very difficult to craft, yet it sits so beautifully in the palm of our dude's hand. He can use his future magic in the present, so he'd be able to use high-level magic right now, in theory. However, depending on the amount of magic borrowed, he won't be able to fight for a long time. If he uses it impulsively, the price may be huge. That means there's only one way he can use it in battle, and that is when he is driven to a corner and about to be overwhelmed by the opponent's power. He shall use it as his secret card in a final attempt. However, if not in battle, then perhaps his spirit contract. Janica can use so many spirits because of sensitivity, and because she has a huge amount of magic. For beginner spirit sorcerers like him, he only has 1 or 2 slots, and the reason he needs so much practice to even hold a conversation with a low-ranked spirit is because his maximum magic capacity is lacking. If he were able to temporarily increase his maximum magic capacity, he would theoretically be able to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. However, that is a reckless guess and there are risks. If he had the time to make that, Lucy believes the professor should have used it for his own gain. However, our dude disagrees, because it is all in the past, and even if they search through the whole library, there will be nothing more precious than that ring. There is no way the professor would have wasted time. Their Professor Glass said it was a sin to promote those of ambiguous talent. But this is an object that can destroy the wall of talent called maximum magic capacity, and our dude ponders that as he makes his climb up to the surface. This ring must have been the reason the professor researched magic engineering items, and the reason he hid it all, so that no one would know till the very end. It was all for a gift for his daughter. The night sky is full of fluffy white clouds as they ponder. In the past, one of Lucy's sleeve buttons fell off, the button on the very end of the sleeve. She never noticed it when it was on, but once it was gone, her sleeves were so loose that it was uncomfortable. So, she suffered for a long while. He listens curiously to her tale as she adds that often she only realizes the importance of something after it is gone. Something she thought meant nothing was actually very important. She followed him because she had a question that she needed to ask. She asks if he is going to the Dex Hall, staring down at him where he sits on the floor. Her gaze becomes softer as she asks him not to go, staring at her in surprise. He knew it was a difficult request for her to make. However, his mind maintained neutrality, as he pictured and preferred the comforts of Dex Hall over the difficulties that came with living in the woods. To enter Dex Hall or to continue camp life, he breathed heavily as he spoke. Entering Dex would give him a more comfortable life, and it is not normal to live outdoors in the cold winter. She hid her face behind her giant hat and adjusted it on her head, agreeing with his logic. Then she asks if it will rain. She saw the clouds in the sky and felt the moisture of the coming rain on the bridge of her nose. She could sense that it was going to rain, but she asked anyway. However, she was not always right and he said nope. As he stared up at the air, he said that it was not yet time for rain. She also stares up at the sky, a wonder in her purple eyes. One cannot be certain that what will fall from the sky will be the drizzling rainwater. However, at the end of a long monsoon season, one would thoughtlessly imagine that rain would come. Even though the rainy period is over, all that is left is the clear and beautiful sky. He goes on talking and she turns to him in surprise, because he has so much to do these days that he has not gathered enough firewood for the winter. He does not think he will be able to do it alone, but if she helps him, he might have time. If she helps, he might be able to extend his time in the woods. He smiles as he reminds her, just as she said, they do not have enough firewood. Understandably, the girl is absolutely stunned and throws herself at him with joy, her tiny arms wrapping around him, catching him off guard. There's something really soothing and heat-touching about this scene, as leaves fly into the air and our dude finds himself shoved to the ground from the force of Lucy's excited leap. He sighs heavily as she asks if he truly means what he said. He says he has already completely adjusted to camp life, so if they improve their surroundings a bit more, then there are many positives to just staying and living in the woods. However, his eyes widen and he cuts himself off, going silent when he notices something. He flops onto the floor in defeat, his arms spread like he's making snow angels. That was how the second act ended. It was now officially the third act, where the scale of trials will grow. There was so much to think of when he closed his eyes, like Princess Fionia who is aiming for the student council president position, and her fight with Lortel. He's also thinking of the new enemies and main characters that will enter the school as new students, like a mysteriously beautiful lady with a flower in her hair. He thinks of the person who will be the last one standing on this stage, and the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill, who looms menacingly with purple lightning dancing around her. There is so much to think of that he just stops to consider it all for a moment. It will not be easy, but he is putting his worries aside for a moment, because even when the next episode ends, both he and Lucy will be living well and healthily. This is because right here and right now, he sees Lucy make an expression that he has never seen in any scene or any route. She had a bright smile on her face that was bigger and more blinding than the light of the sun, and he was sure that everything was going to be okay. I mean, how can you worry about anything in front of a face so pure and dazzling? And so, winter eventually came, and he dug his shovel into the ground to continue his laborious work. Although it feels comforting while it falls, the snow gathering just meant more work for our poor main character who is living in the woods. He's spent all morning shoveling it all, and it is now the middle of the day. Although it's been a while since he set the policy that he cannot overdo himself because of how much there is to do. He is going all out because he was called out for the school scholarship student task, so he decided to do all the work he had to catch up on the day before. He had so much to do too. He had to finish the firewood and provisions work. But because the preservability is good thanks to the cold weather, he was able to finish the provisions work quickly. Giving up dorm privileges gave him tuition privileges. So, the problem of tuition was able to be resolved, which meant he did not need to divide his day by the hour like he used to do anymore, all thanks to the very helpful dean. However, that alone did not mean that he could just sleep, as he now has a rather lazy cat shamelessly occupying his bed. He had given up on throwing out Miss Lazy by now, and while it is not like her, who is protection magic all around her, to get a cold, it would make him feel bad to throw her into the snow. The current situation brings an ease that he is not sure will come again, and he trudges into the snow-covered woods all dressed up in his fancy uniform. This is because, if he had to take the risk, now would be the perfect time. He settles the ring in his hand and asks it if he can get started. His hand closes into a fist, glowing light of red, orange and yellow encircling his fist as it fills with power. He calls out and asks if the person he is talking to is listening, because he is taking the time to communicate and the intense burning magic swirls and spins around him. His face sets in a serious expression, and he calls out finally to Merylda, the guardian spirit of the forest. What he's going to talk about with the big fox lady is still a mystery for now. But in the meanwhile, we go back on the glistening and beautifully decorated grounds of the giant and prestigious school. The taste of the refreshments that the previous royal patissier was in charge of were required, as well as the terrace that smelt like sweet blossoming flowers. The highest quality refreshment set of Laplace Bakery, which is hard to get because the reservations for it are usually fully booked. But they got it anyway because this was a serious mission. It was the only way Janica's loving friends could lure her sweet and happy self out. It was the perfect bait. The spirit sorcerer is glowing with joy, though she's not sure how she feels about being lured with bait since that makes her sound like a fish. Her friend gets to the point very fast, saying that she is reaching a dangerous line. The sweet and kind spirit sorcerer has completely fallen under Ed's spell, and her friends are not having it. Janny is shocked that her friends have figured her out and demands to know how they know about that, and her friends back that it was so obvious. However, like a good friend, she is not trying to stop her. At first, she felt like she had lost her country, but after her assessment of our dude changed, she decided to accept the situation that had occurred. However, the problem was that the spirit sorcerer's heart pounded so fast every time she saw her crush that she could not even speak when he was around. Clara also noticed that she's been so nervous that she could not even look him in the eye. The talented sorcerer flushes and asks what the interrogation is about, but her friend demands an answer. In denial, Janny lies that instead of feeling nervous, she actually feels snug and comfortable when she is around him. However, her friend screams that behavior is a sign that she is going to the worst bad ending in dating. She fears that her poor sweet friend will end up a comfortable girlfriend, because for some reason that is supposed to be bad. Clara is burning up from excess rage, and screams out in anger, wondering what is the point if the emotion exchange only happens unilaterally. She will not stand for unrequited love for Janica, and demands that her friend makes her dude think of her with desire. A relationship that involves her liking him and following him around is a follower relationship, and even the spirits are glad to hear someone lay it on thick to their beloved spirit sorcerer. It is winter break now and her friend needs to see some seriousness from her. His face is not bad, and he has a lot of luck with women, so they need a solution fast. She feels super anxious because she will be going home for the holidays, which leaves Janny by herself. However, she advises that rather than a ridiculous game of push and pull, she should do something to activate his desire to protect her. The spirit sorcerer is impressed by her friend who has studied through countless love stories of other friends. Everything she says is correct. However, the reason Ed's assessment has changed is largely due to Clara's influence, and she's done it all because her friend likes him. Since Belle, the academy workers, and their friends all have good things to say about him, most people now trust Ed Rothtaylor. However, Janny's other friend carefully sets her teacup down on the saucer and ponders. She thinks a bit differently about the situation. Judging by how she's been scolded by the librarian for not handing it on time, she has no dignity whatsoever. When people see her acting clumsy and messing up over and over again, it is easy to wonder how such a person became a professor. However, all of the serious professors praise Professor Claire's abilities. Her special ability was called People's Luck. Somehow, she got to have Flurbin and Glast as her masters and teachers, and received guidance from countless scholars and managed to finish her degree. Even now, she has obtained the greatest teacher's assistant, in the form of a girl who people rush to assist when they see her carrying heavy books. She is the reason that Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind, but is terrible at work, managed to handle all of her important tasks. She is the teaching assistant. Annie's Halen of the Faculty of Magic, a second year. She is a second year that made all of the academy workers nod their heads, and she holds the title of the greatest advisor. The reason that the clumsy assistant Professor Claire's personal research lab is this clean all the time is due to Annie's work performance. The personal information was collected at a rate that was akin to stalking, by going back and forth between the student library, Trix Hall, the administrative management room, and the dormitory night duty room. She'd have been in trouble if she had gotten caught, but she breezed through it all with a graceful smile. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people knew her true appearance. To Annie's, human relationships were like a game of switching masks. 20 minutes were left until the professor would return from getting snacks from the bakery. Until then, she had to analyze all of the details and information about the man of the spirit sorcerer's dreams. She quickly researched the Rothtaler family. They are the strongest family within the Klol Empire, and he was the second in line in a family of a son and 2 daughters. That kind of public information is meaningless, so she looks into his history. In the year he was born, he seized the lord position. At 2 years old, he became an official heir, so she believes he is arrogant. He was baptized at 5, received etiquette education at 8, and started other lessons at 12. Judging from his first-year grades, he is not very smart. You see, as soon as this girl was admitted to this academy, her family situation became unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself, which was why she had to survive as both a student teacher's assistant and a scholarship student. Annie's was naturally gifted with great survival instincts, and would use any and all means to her advantage. She even thought of Lortel, a student 1 year her junior, as a role model. Of course, she did not have the ability to read the flow of money, but she had her own methods. She searched into the Rothtaler family history, focusing specifically on every piece of information she could dig out about him. He was second in line to the family of 1 son and 2 daughters, and the strongest family within the Klol Empire. She guesses that he must have been indoctrinated with domineering ideas after growing up in a suppressed environment. She is certain that he grew up with no money troubles, and to make things worse, he has no academic talent, nor did he show any notable ability throughout his first year. There is a high possibility that he lacks self-confidence and might prefer a pure and bright girl. There are a lot more details that would add up for the real Rothtaler of the story, but no longer apply to our MC. Still, once she can picture his every strength and weakness in her mind's eyes, she says it is not that difficult. She smiles and decides to get down to practice. Just then, the assistant Professor Claire pops in, beaming as she announces that she bought some Mont Blanc from Laplace Bakery. She'd like them to have a snack before they start work, and rejoices that her assistant already made black tea in preparation for her arrival. She already knew that the professor would come with snacks. Clumsy as ever, Professor Claire burns herself with the tear and drops the cup, spilling tea on the floor. She gets worried that Annie's would get upset at her for being clumsy again, and silently panics. However, to her great surprise, her assistant only asks if she is hurt. Her eyes widen in surprise and she adjusts her glasses as she stares at her sparkling assistant in disbelief. Her assistant, however, just repeats that it is truly a relief that the Professor Claire is unhurt. The professor's eyes widen in even further disbelief, baffled by what she sees as she calls her assistant's name. I wonder what exactly Claire saw in the innocent Annie's that has her so shook. We'll find out later, but let's first go back to our boy Ed, as he admires the cleanliness of the red cloak that he wears, feeling very grateful to the maids for having it cleaned. The maid in question here is the girl we all know and love, and she just replies that one uniform makes no difference in the amount of work she does. Not to mention, it seems the person that she serves, Lucy, is often indebted to him. Recently, while washing Lucy's clothes, she often found lots of blonde hair on them. Even when she was washing Ed's clothes earlier, she could scent the incense that Miss Lazy uses. She also found some white hairs on his clothes as well, and he is nervous about how close the talented mage has been sticking to him of late. She always lays on him like a cat, so it creates an awkward situation. He is also impressed that the maid caught on to that just from washing clothes, and he wonders what this person would have done if she was not a maid. The maid, Belle, asks why he is speaking so formally with her. He replies that this is more comfortable for him, and she replies that it is more comfortable if he speaks informally. However, he insists that formal speech is more comfortable for him. In all honesty, being the chief maid is a senior-level position among the workers at the academy. So, it is a bit uncomfortable for him to speak informally to her, as someone who is no longer a noble nor a student of Opheles Hall. She is always stubborn about this, but he insists that he will continue to speak formally as it is comfortable for him. She is the chief maid and manages a lot of people. However, she points out that he should speak informally as it is comfortable for her. Besides, he also has a gathering of people that he manages, and she is referring to all the people who flock around him. Worrying too much can be a burden. Regardless of what the ladies decide, it is his decision in the end. She will do his laundry whenever he likes. It is fine now that the workplace has stabilized and the restoration of Opheles Hall is complete. To think it was fully restored in a single semester, the academy must have used all their energy to restore it. The maid adds that new students will be entering soon. Of the 7 students who they will be attending to from this break onwards, one of them has already requested to move in and is in the process of packing in. He is surprised and asks about them. He guesses that person must be Tanya Rothtaylor. Things have gotten juicy as he thinks of a girl with long waves of golden hair and a ribbon behind her back. Bell notes that he is aware, and he sighs to himself because it seems that break will be annoying. After all, his younger sister is coming soon. Later that day, the Wolfman remarks that he is going to go to his hometown this break. Our dude asks why he would do that when Elka was also going for the break. The muscular student is shocked for a second that our dude knows. However, he admits that he does indeed want to spend time with Elka and asks if our dude is going to stay in the camp for the entire break. He says probably, since he will be a 3rd year soon, and he needs to be able to use medium magic to save face, so he is thinking of studying. Muscle Dude screams that our dude was at basic magic level just 1 year ago, and that he should not push himself too much. However, he cannot sense any magic, so he asks if our dude trained to his limit once again. Just in case, he checks his temperature to make sure he is doing well. He worries that our dude has a bit of a fever and asks if he is sick, and our dude reveals that there is a reason he will not be able to use magic for a while. Confirming that our dude is fine, the wolf dude shrugs it off and puts on his clothes after exercising bare-chested in the snow. Zick's greatest strength is his indifference, so he'll just agree with anything our dude says. He also mentions that Ayla was asking about him, since there seemed to be some kind of misunderstanding, so she said she would drag Taylor to apologize properly. She could not find his cabin and Zick did not tell her where to find it for now. Our dude says he does not want an apology, and that he is not upset and has no negative emotions about the whole thing. However, Wolf Dude points out that rather than being tolerant, our dude comes off as indifferent. Our dude has realized that Wolf Dude is great at keeping secrets, so he asks for some help before the Wolf Dude goes home. He tosses some money at him for payment and explains that he is using the underground library. It is such a mess that he needs manpower to organize it. But Lone Wolf points out that he needs no money when he can just think of it as trading. Then, he asks our dude what he's going to use the library for. Our hero replies that he's making a workshop, and Zick is amazed that he does magic engineering, survives in a camp, trains his magic, and now he's starting a workshop. He says it must be those like him who succeed, and warns him not to collapse again, and tells him to do well. My guy has already mapped out a to-do list, and tomorrow, he has the Academy Scholarship student work. The next day, all Academy Scholarship students are welcomed and thanked for attending. However, Assistant Professor Claire currently cannot communicate. She had to do some academy work, and tomorrow is the deadline, so she has been awake for 44 hours. Instead, Annie's will communicate the important things for her as the teacher's assistant. The academy scholars need to do the basic preparations for the class assignment exam for the new students, as well as provide supervision during the exam. The class assignment exam for new students was an exam that Professor Glass used to do every year. This time, it will be taken care of by Assistant Professor Claire, just like last time. He knows the results, although it is a bit unexpected that Clebius joined the program. He said it took place in a northern forest in Arkan Island last year, but this year it takes place in the northwest Oran Mountain. He is to get the equipment that they already requested from Trix Hall. Onyx is to assist the assistant professor with her work, to his blushing pleasure. Ed stands nonchalantly in the corner, unaware that Annie's believes there is something that both Clara and Janica are overlooking. There are too many girls near our dude and he looks like a player, so working with him as a scholarship student is a good opportunity to test him. After looking at the research, she perfectly created the type that he might like. She will see if he cannot resist her seduction, and is a pathetic man who will fall for her game. She says that he will go with her to conduct a field survey, while glistening and glowing like a supermodel. If he turns out to be a fraud, it will be her responsibility to rip him away from her dear friend. Northwest of the academy, at the Oran Mountain, the trees and landscape are covered with snow, and a lady observes that though not very big, a mountain is a mountain. There were some dangerous parts and some students might get hurt slipping on the snow. It is tiring climbing up the mountain, and she turns to her partner Ed, who does not seem tired at all from their trek up the mountain. He decides to call for a rest since she is so exhausted. Relieved, she tucks her hair behind her ear and laughs. She admires his stamina and also notes that he is very considerate. She had heard a lot of misconceptions about him, but she is glad to see that they were not true. He asks about the misconceptions, so she explains that she is close to Janica to some extent. She was worried that the kind and sweet spirit sorcerer might have been spending time with a bad person, so she had acted so cold towards him. However, he just says that it is fine since he does not care about that kind of stuff. The next point that has to be checked is noted down since they must finish things quickly. He points out that she must have been tired from being a student teacher's assistant all by herself, and that she has worked hard. She acknowledges her hard work, but says that everything is fine since he is here now, and smiles at him. Of course, the other two people are plenty helpful, but she feels supported by her side. She apologizes for bringing up a hurtful topic, but asks about him being excommunicated from his family. She was the same, and she narrates how her family became unstable as soon as she entered school, but she wanted to continue with the school so she endured on her own. She takes a moment to breathe and the wind whips through her hair as she adds that she felt alone for a miserably long winter. He definitely gets the impression that she has a strong ability to survive, and that she solved all matters on her own, whether they were financial or otherwise. He tells her not to be too distressed about it, and that she endured well. However, there is something off about her image. She laughs and holds onto his sleeve, smiling with a blush as she adds that they have a lot of similarities. Despite this, our dude cannot shake the feeling that rather than being emotional, she was more cool-headed and realistic. Suddenly, she trips on some of the fallen snow and nearly crashes to the earth, but he catches her quickly and pulls her to his chest as snow dances in the air. She apologizes with a blush on her cheeks, saying that she slipped on a stone in the snow. Our dude is a little surprised by that as he sees no sign of any stone on the path she was walking, and he turns in time to see her emphasizing how warm she is, with her face getting more and more heated with each passing second, even when she fans it with her hand. She asks for a moment to calm down, so she suggests that he sit at this spot and wait. She will return eventually. Our dude is confused, but he does as she asks and she wanders off to find a quiet place to think. She did not expect him to appear so reliable and trustworthy, and a part of her wonders if it is all an act. She finds the whole situation ambiguous, since she had appeared like a comrade who endured a difficult academy life, and she formed a relatable affinity point. An impression that she is competent, but on the inside, weak, which should have made him want to protect her. She was not sure if he liked mature girls or the cute and young, so she tried a mix of both. She tried creating some points of contact a few times, and one more at the end of the facade of an accident. It was all going almost according to plan, everything but him revealing himself as a self-centered jerk. She pondered on his strong and healthy body, and how he acted like a nerd but was very muscular. She had expected that he would be a noble family young master who grew up knowing nothing. But he is better at work than she expected. His appearance as well is something of note to her as he looks drop-dead gorgeous, shining and sparkling with glowing blonde hair. She now sees why Janica fell for him. She takes a moment again, her cheeks a little flushed as she thinks. Then, her eyes widen as she suddenly reaches a conclusion. She realizes that his whole act is how he makes women fall for him. It is the only explanation. However, she is different and she immediately gets serious about her mission. Meanwhile, our dude just sighs, looking out into the landscape beyond. He cannot help but admire the beautiful view. Oran Mountain's view made him briefly forget all of his worries, but there are some things that he just cannot think of any solutions for. For example, the issue regarding Tanya Rothtaylor, the young lady villainess. Those are the words that best describe her. As expected of a young lady who grew up in a duchy, she is a genius when it comes to politics. She instinctively developed her ability for politics and trickery. With that as her basis, she tries to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. Soon, she will start gathering the characters with influence in the academy, and likely cause trouble for the princess and Foxy. Belle said that Tanya was entering the dorms earlier than the others, which meant that she planned to cement her position as much as possible before the semester started. She was not an extra but a true villainess, so there are things that he remembers. Due to that, he thought he would be able to prepare for her first, but there is a problem. He wonders how she will treat him. He has no idea, after all. By this point in the game, he was not supposed to still exist as a relevant part of the story. He knows more about Tanya than he knows himself, since he is a factor that has changed so much about the game. He was a minor villain that was supposed to only appear briefly and then disappear. The settings never mentioned where he was when his sister arrived. There was also nothing much in the epilogue. He was really just an extra. There are no clues on what he should do, and whether he should hide or ally with her. He has no idea on how to handle this confusing and difficult problem, and his mind has gone totally blank. He stares out at the beautiful mountainside view, but he cannot stop thinking. To his sister in the game, her brother is actually garbage. That is what comes from the lips of the noble lady as she rides in her fancy carriage and clenches her teeth. Sylvania is full of geniuses like the Klol Empire princess, the Elt Trading Company's executive, and even the spirit sorcerer who can wield high-level spirits at a young age. There is even a great alchemist who made the elixir of engraving as a student, a beast who commanded the northern vegetation region, Nortendale's sword demon, and even a warrior who can wield the swordsman form. However, the coolest person at the academy remains the rare genius mage who may have received the star's blessing from the archmage Glocked. The school is a gathering of nobility that makes the heart of the Rothtaylor daughter pound on her journey to the place. She cannot help but long to be a part of that great and talented society of Sylvania Academy with its beautiful structures and talented students. She is determined to lead a faithful academic life within their gaps. The maids have already organized the luggage she sent ahead of time, and she is informed that her room is the second on the third floor. She asks her servants to kindly complete the entrance procedures through the attendants. She has to stop somewhere just before she goes to her room, and the maid bows that she understands. The first thing she had to do at Sylvania, the land of learning that she desperately yearned for, was to find her awful brother who had disgraced the family name. The small beautiful blonde girl crossed her arms and marched away from her carriage. She said with a look of seriousness in her eyes that she needed to get rid of the trash. She was Tanya Rothtaylor, and she was the Rothtaylor Duchy's second daughter. Someone read a letter that said how happy they were to hear from the person reading it. The letter went on to encourage the receiver's ambition, and told the receiver to show their face around as a proxy for the writer. The writer was the patriarch of the Rothtaler family, and the receiver was his daughter. His desire was for her to strengthen her position, and she was determined to satisfy his expectations without hesitation. Before leaving for the land of learning, she told her father of her 2 resolutions. While Sylvania may treat her differently because of her identity, at its basis, it was a land of learning. Even the princess, when it comes to learning, has to treat professors with respect as masters. So, the young noble lady is told not to rely on her nobility and commit discourtesies. She is expected to be polite to the staff, and to treat everyone a grade higher than her as her senior. Her father had also heard that she knew about a certain man, so he would not explain for too long. The man is a human who is like a point of anger and blemish in their family. She has grown up with him since she was younger, so she knows him very well. She also believes that it must have been hard, and that her childhood could not have compared to the one of the people she was speaking to. It is not difficult to naturally lead a conversation, and she is sure that her brother is just full of bluffs and is a crude person who does not know elegance. She shuns him and thinks that a human like him sat in the position of heir to the family just because he was older. He has no perseverance, so he barely started before giving up. But his pride is high, so he will never acknowledge his incompetence. Just because he had the slightest bit of mono resonance, he acted all high and mighty as if he had become an archmage, and when he barely managed to get into Sylvania, she was at a loss for words. Well, only a few years passed for him to cause incidents and get himself into this situation, so she felt better. The person she is conversing with remarks in her amusement at her bold statements, and the young noble lady goes on to say that she is sure her conversation partner must have already noticed all these things about her brother. With this opportunity, she was hoping to win the person's alliance, yet there is something off about the conversation they are having and she hesitates. She wonders why it has turned from a conversation to her being the only one talking. She recalled that her father warned her to be careful when meeting people that he introduces her to. She was told to respect them, especially when it came to negotiations and deals. The person he wanted her to meet was someone who could not be taken lightly. He had met her from the sage-sealed grimoire business, and he was sure that meeting her would be a great experience for his daughter, but there was something that he had forgotten to mention. He had just wished his daughter luck, and now it looked like she was going to need it. As Lortel looked at her with the cunning eyes of a fox, and she asked her dinner guest to keep talking, her words dangerously wrapped around the girl like a snake, cornering the noble lady who had been trash-talking her crush for the past 5 minutes. The little Rothtaler daughter hesitates and calls for a ceasefire, asking if the merchant is upset. The merchant girl just grins wickedly in response, and asks what she is talking about. She smiles as she hears all the interesting things that the poor naive young lady has to say. Ed's younger sister was hyped up as some kind of evil mastermind, but I'm honestly loving the fact that she's just a tiny little puppy with no clue on what's going on. And while she's being tested to her limits for reasons she could never fathom, back at the man cave, our dude looks through his winter break to-do list. He's managed to complete a lot of the items that he had planned, leaving just building the storage, expanding the cabin, acquiring a bow-type unique skill, and raising his magic engineering by 3 levels. He recently acquired a mid-rank magic particle explosion, which was great. He also got the mid-rank magic called Root's Desire. He brought it from Professor Glass's library last night, and it was quite convenient that he could see all the books without a due date. He could finish most of the scholarship student work on the first day, and it seemed that Annie's suffered way more than he did. He started practicing his ignition powers on the campfire at his little home, and then recalled that he could not use magic. He cannot practice it, but at least he wanted to become proficient in its theory. Although she popped up in various unimaginable locations in all sorts of ways before, he is now used to all of the places that Lucy can appear in. He calls out to her and pulls the covers from her as she naps in his bed, asking her to light the fire for him. It is not hard for him to lift her either, since she is so small and crazy light. So, he points her in the direction of the fire like she is an automatic lighter, and she immediately turns it on. He is satisfied with her work, and she says she will also stay outside. So, he agrees and she nuzzles in his arms to continue her sleep. Suddenly, she wakes when she smells perfume, and he agrees that he was working with Annie's all day, so her flower scent got stuck on his body. The little mage is worried and asks if our dude is feverish or sick, and he is surprised that she can tell. She immediately tells him not to be sick, because he might die. If his magic is twisted, she will happily release it, and she does so. However, she pauses for a moment with her hand over his chest, and realizes that it is not twisted. His magic is empty and he has done something reckless. He says that it is manageable, and she mentions that once winter ends, he might get much stronger. Then, she asks if she can make a weird request, and he is curious about her request. She asks him to pat her head, and he does just that while she sleeps, his focus on the book he is reading. She flushes with a happy smile on her face as she rests. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him and turns surprised. It has been a while, and he greets the foxy merchant. He asks if she came because of the favor he asked, and mentions that she could have just asked him to come to the trading company. However, she nervously adds that there were other things she wanted to talk to him about. But she cannot take her eyes off Lucy, who is using his lap as a pillow. Foxy mentions that there was something she wanted to ask. Back at the school, Tanya thanks another for hearing her out. The objective that she has is simple. If the person follows her and helps her punish an evil man, then she will reward them the best that she can. For example, there are a lot of reputable archaeologist researchers in the Island family. She can share several antiques that are in the Rothtaler family storage with the Island family, and the girl she is speaking to is excited to hear this. However, Wolfboy Zix is also listening, and he has heard of our dude's sister. She stares up at him and he glared down at her with the fire in his eyes, while she notes that his body is well trained, and she can feel the clear flow of magic from him. She needs to get him on her side, but he asks again if she is our dude's younger sister. It will be helpful while she trains her magic resonance. She is surprised, but he goes on to ask his girl if she brought some notes from Professor Delorf's elemental studies. Elka happily says she did, and they hand the shocked girl plenty of things. They even tell her she can throw out anything she does not need, and that having notes in class is very important. They even find the wreath needed for Professor Hallen's class. Finally, after giving her so many items, they sigh in relief and smile. She was shocked, now loaded with so many items, and asks them if they even heard what she said about the offer. They did hear that she wanted to do something about her brother, but he just says that he knows that siblings are usually at odds with each other. He even adds that there is no way for them to get along, and he understands why she has a misunderstanding with her brother's difficult personality. However, the ship is leaving soon, so they wave her goodbye and say that it was nice to meet her. He even introduces himself as our dude's junior, saying that he is indebted to our dude, so they are quite close. Since she looks tough like her brother, he is sure that she will do great. He also thinks it is a blessing that she was born into a great family. He taps her shoulder and wishes her good luck as he hops away with Elk. Meanwhile, Ed's poor younger sister crashes to the ground under the weight of the load. She lies on the ground confused out of her mind. Meanwhile, in the faculty building, in Claire's office, Assistant Professor Claire is congratulated on the good job that she did, but she looks immensely exhausted. As long as the new student's class assignment exam goes well, they will be able to take it easy for the rest of the break. The assistant professor thinks that her teaching assistant is incredible, and asks if this is the power of youth because her stamina is made of steel. Meanwhile, the serious teaching assistant, Annie's, knows that she cannot trust the labor force of the external scholarship students. Neither the third-year Onyx nor the first-year Clebius were efficient with their work, so she has to redo everything in the end. However, Ed was different, and there were no flaws in his document processing. He took down exactly what she needed about the exit and entrances, and the possible hazards that could be faced on the day of the exam. He was able to resolve practical issues at a standard hard to find amongst high-ranking nobles, and it would be a lie if she said she was not surprised. He was not living revered for nothing, surprisingly enough. Even the exhausted teacher Claire notes that our dude is very similar to the young teaching assistant. The teacher confesses something that must be kept a secret from him, but she told the young student when she was investigating the Opheles Hall occupation incident. She found that he had made quite a decent camp that was bigger than their lab. The tools he uses, his work table, campfire, display, drying rack, and smoker, he had made them all by himself. She was able to truly feel how persistently he lived, and who knew that his grades would improve so much that Glass would acknowledge him. Even when he contracted with the spirit, it must have been hard to do alone, so she had no idea how he did it. She is sure that he worked hard, and Annie sees more and more clues that demonstrate his practical abilities that have been developed to a strange extent. He is different from those who grew up as nobles like flowers in a greenhouse. The emaciated professor laughs that the young lady and our dude have more similarities than she thought. The teaching assistant thanks her for saying that, and she has to admit that he is not a bad man. She could not just listen to others' opinions and tell her friend Janica to have a beautiful love, but after meeting him herself, she could find no flaws. He is just a decent, honest, and hardworking man. His appearance is outstanding, and he has no arrogant attitude. Heck, even the clumsy and the unreliable assistant Professor Claire seems very fond of him. He also had a gentle side to him, and she found out unexpectedly that he has a good body. My guy also smelled pretty good, so she could tell that he took good care of himself. This is when the assistant professor then leans forward to ask her hardworking teaching assistant if she is spacing out, and the girl is currently choking herself with emotions she can't even understand herself. She slams her hands on the table to snap herself out of it, and flings open the windows, shouting that it is a bit warm in the office. The assistant professor agrees that some circulation would be nice, but the wind sends the papers flying and she chases after them. She asks if her teaching assistant is okay and is greatly worried that the girl has overexerted herself. However, Annie grips the window and stares out as she realizes she has done something troublesome. She does not think it is okay, and it is real trouble. Her face is flushed red because, in the course of trying to expose him as a horrible person, she has done something no good friend should ever do. She gasps and covers her mouth as she tries to fight back the realization, and she recalls how the assistant Professor Claire mentioned that he even contracted with a spirit, which is something that must have been hard for him to do alone. He even got a contract with a spirit in a short amount of time, which was impossible to do alone. She was sure that Janica helped him with the spirit connection, and that spirit must be talented and trustworthy. This also means that the spirit can report everything that happened to her friend, the very talented spirit sorcerer. Annie clenches her teeth as her hand shakes, because as much as she knows her friend to be a very sweet and kind person, she also knows that there's no way she wouldn't misunderstand her previous actions and be jealous as all hell. The assistant professor calls her teaching assistant and says that since they are done with work, they should go to eat snacks. She even offers to buy some. However, when she looks around, she sees no sight of her assistant. The Failover family's family motto is harmony and coexistence, and the beautiful way she was considerate of others and loved everyone was what always made Janica shine. She never experienced loneliness, and thanks to that, she could obtain many genuine friends. However, there was no such thing as a life without worries, and as she sat under the tree, the little fire bat filled her in on what happened between her crush and her best friend. Suddenly, our dude's younger sister popped up at the wrong time. She greeted her senior happily, and said that she wanted to introduce herself and talk. Since the talented spirit sorcerer is one of the incoming third years, and the ace among aces with incredible popularity, recognition, and ability, the wicked Foxy told the young noble lady to bring her to her side. Oblivious, the young noble girl asks the spirit sorcerer if she is okay, and a hot flame bursts from the senior in front of her as she rises to her feet. The girl is confused because she recalled Foxy telling her that the sorcerer was kind and considerate by nature. However, she finds herself staring at a large and fiery dragon, and a girl who looks bent on murder. She's supposed to be someone who always listens and believes everyone's words, but she's currently crying with tears of blood as betrayal and heartbreak burn in her eyes. Resuming the story, the students had finished arranging most of the production materials that someone asked for, but the legendary rank materials were proving difficult. They are hard to find during winter, and there is no helping it. He knows that she is busy anyway, but she accepted his request and he is grateful for it. She says that she just did it when she had time, so he should not worry too much. He says that she should have just rested, and asked why she came all this way to tell him. It was not even that close, but she smiles and says that he need not worry since she came to rest. The Mon was smiling, and only traces of the moon that was once as round as a wheel remained. Time had flown by in an instant after living in chaos. Even the river was hibernating in the winter, so of course, tranquility found everyone equally. However, the way people accepted that was different for each person. Although, these were trying times when he had to protect his body from the winter's bitter cold. He had a winter break to-do list all prepped and ready to go, and it was a busy time where he had to adapt to survive. For those who had transcended such things, winter felt quiet like walking down a still path. Winter had that kind of magical power. Suddenly, Lortel pauses and asks why Lucy is sleeping on our dude's lap. He simply replies that it is winter and she cannot believe his answer. She glares but wonders if she is overreacting. However, she says that she would not have come all this way just to talk about magic engineering items. So, he asks if there is something else she would like to mention. She grins wickedly and smirks that he is acting like he does not know. He acknowledges that she won the grimoire, and she beams that she did. She pulled out the letter, blushing with joy as she recalls his promise to do anything for her as long as she bid for the sage-sealed grimoire. It was a merchant's virtue to get their money's worth, and he worried about just how much she would demand from him. She grinned and said that she could not ask of a favor that would burden him too much or would be too hard for him to carry out. Instead, she asks him to pick her side. It was about time for the third act, and the opposition between Princess Phonia and Lortel would officially begin. Foxy was sensing this and was beginning her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phonia Elias Cole was the fated enemy of Lortel, and according to the scenario, she would rise to the position of the Student Council President, take control of the Academy and raise her power. With that power, she would become the main character who would dig up the darkness of the Rothtailor family in the fourth act. Foxy grinned that there may be a moment where every person in this academy would have to choose a side between A and B, and when that time came, she wanted him to choose her. That was all she wanted, and he thought back to the competition between the princess and the merchant, and how the main character would decide the winner. It was not him anyway, so he did not think taking her side would be that meaningful. However, she just smirked that his reputation was getting a bit better in the academy. However, his support would not bring about a meaningful result since he was just a student. He said he almost felt a little hurt by her blunt words. But she was unbothered since it was not an issue of being politically meaningful. The reason behind it concerned her, so he agreed, saying that it was not hard. She burned up the letter and his eyes widened. She smiled captivatingly with devising a plan, and she was truly worthy of being called a girl of 1,000 faces. However, her smile that night was bright and genuine, her face laughing and happy as she showed our dude a new expression. Since it was during the break, it was a day where there were obviously no classes and no academy scholarship student work. It was winter at the wood cabin and our dude wanted to sleep in lazily, but he woke early out of habit. He asked Lucy to light the fire as she also trooped out of the cabin and she agreed. Last night, he had a long conversation with Foxy, but there was something that never left his mind. She had asked about his younger sister and had mentioned that she believed that his younger sister had been preparing something. She could not tell whether she truly saw him as an enemy of the family, or if she just had lied ill against him as siblings often did. Honestly, she found the girl a little cute, so she introduced her to a few people. She had said that she would go and meet them all today, so she had already met Zix and Janica. She would probably come around to find him the next morning to tell him off, and our dude considered that she had come. The biological sister of the body that he was in. Her relationship with him was a complete mystery, and no matter how much he thought about it, it was hopeless. There was nothing he could do but turn to acknowledge the girl who came to a stop before his campfire. He stared at her in silence, and she greeted him with her procession of servants behind her. She nervously said that she had brought him a present, and he was a little confused on why she was nervous. He also wondered if she was embarrassed and piqued at her. However, to his surprise, she seemed scared of something. However, most importantly, she did not hold any ill will. He beamed and realized that while he was in the estate, to his family he must have lived a solid life. He groaned with his face in his hands and apologized to Ed Roththaler for coming to such a hasty conclusion. Meanwhile, his sister was totally terrified of him. When they'd been growing up, her brother had thrown food on the floor, cursing at the servants for daring to bring low-quality food to the next in line to be the Roththaler lord. He would call his sister and say that her perseverance in not showing even a gaze of contempt was quite impressive. He thought her worldly wisdom and wit were outstanding as he pressed the servant to the ground. The maid groaned in pain as her face was pressed into the thrown food, and the little girl had eaten with a shaky hand. She had yelled for her brother to please stop back then, slamming her hands on the table. He then asked her what was wrong, and asked if she felt sympathy and attachment to the servants who were mere tools. He would say that she was not a true noble yet, but the demon who would toy with her was incomparable to the nice guy who smiled now at the box she had given him. He thanked her and said that he would use the gift well and wear it at the start of the next semester. Strictly speaking, he had been excommunicated from the family and he was not her brother. However, he was grateful for her gift. She was surprised at his reaction and he told her to go wait by the fire. He did not have a lot of herbs left, but he decided not to save them. She was shocked when she noticed Lucy by the fire, but he told her to ignore her and made her give up her seat for his sister. He had heard that she had been going around to check out the academy and he asked if she had met anyone. She nervously mentioned that she had heard much about him too, and he was surprised. There were not many people who knew about him, so he asked if she had met Zix or Janica, and both the servants and the young lady went purple with fear. He smiled and realized that they had met Janica, asking if she was nice since she was the kindest person he knew and that she had the sweetest heart. She screamed that she had indeed met the incredible kind person, and she had been so extremely strong with a high-level fire lizard. She summoned it and was throwing workers around like toys. She even threatened to not let the little girl go if she did not reply properly. However, the sister still insisted that the spirit sorceress had been very kind and elegantly wished her good luck in her school life. Our dude was confused that Janica had taken out a high-level spirit. But the little girl screamed that she did not and that she had just made that up in her imagination. She said that it was just in the rumors that she had such a spirit and that she made the whole story up. However, our dude sighs as he knew something was strange. In his memories of the game, Tanya had never been so awkward. This kind of behavior was expected of someone who had a negative inclination towards Ed Roththaler. So, he called her name and said that he was living to the best of his abilities right now, so he did not want her to look at him so negatively. He was paying the prince and living as someone who had been excommunicated, and he had been pathetic while living at the estate. As he hands her a drink, he says that he is sure that there is a lot that cannot be taken back now. However, he apologizes to her, and he smiles, saying that he knows that she wants to be student council president, and he will cheer her on. He admits that he will not be much help, but he knows how hard she always works. So, he tells her good luck. He says this, but he knows that his sister will not become the president, because she is a villain who is there to help Princess Phonia. The girl in question is sweating buckets from fear and disbelief, while our dude goes on thinking that since she is the first blood relative that he has met, no matter what she does, he feels especially attached to her. Judging from her expression of utter fear and horror, he has no idea how their relationship will go. Later, back at school, someone huffs and pants, saying that they almost lost their mind for a second. Of course, it was little Tanya, and she knew that her brother's real nature was likened to that of trash. However, she had almost burnt to death after talking badly about him to Janica. There was something that she realized at that moment, which was true fury. The spirit sorcerer truly believed that our dude was a good person and a true human. It was strange that Sylvania was full of so many elites, and the top student was the legendary genius, the mage Lucy Merrill. In this place full of those types of people, no matter how good at acting her brother was, his true nature should have quickly been revealed. So, she is confused but pauses when she comes across Lucy going into her room. She did not recognize her and was at the raggedy-looking schoolgirl entering the room next door. Even in Ophely's hall, which was the best dorm, there was still that unsophisticated and inelegant human, so of course there were imperfections anywhere. However, the raggedy genius suddenly speaks to her and asks if she is the younger sister, and the girl sighs that her brother was just lucky. Suddenly, the odd girl with the giant hat stands on her toes and touches the young noble's shoulder, saying that she should let her know if she is struggling with anything. Then, she whips into her room, confusing the young noble lady. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes that even in the best dorm, Ophely's Hall, only the top students have golden nameplates. Her room was right next door to room 302, which housed Lucy Merrill, the academy genius. She gaped in utter shock and disbelief as she realized that the raggedy girl had been the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. Nothing in this academy made sense, and it seemed that it would take quite a while for little Tanya to adjust to Sylvania, but it was not particularly her fault. In the next chapter, someone asked to be introduced to a boy in the rose garden. She said that it would be best if it was someone who was handsome, tall and distinguished, and she knew Belle had worked at Ophely's Hall for a long time, so she must surely know many students like that. The warrior maid was hesitant as she knew the girl in question was not the kind to casually meet with boys, since she had no actual dating experience as well. She fell silent as she was plagued by the truth of these words, and the maid apologized, saying that she did not mean it in a bad way. The girl was always so busy and she was always doing her best to take care of herself, so she did not think that the girl would be interested in dating. Like the incoming third year, Master Ed, and now that Belle thought about it, they were actually quite similar, which was the last thing that the girl wanted to hear. Suddenly, Belle's eyes widened and she made a bold suggestion which the girl could not deny because she could not fool the maid's sharp eyes. She had met him since he had so many negative rumors surrounding him, but they had so many more similarities than she had thought and their conversations flowed well. He had been thoughtful and considerate, and the maid figured out that the intelligent girl had feelings for the young lad. She groaned but acknowledged it. She did indeed feel a bit attracted to him. If anything, this was supposed to be good news. If he was a good enough person for her to see his appeal, then he was good enough for Janica. This would not be a problem as long as she got rid of her feelings. However, the maid called to the Lady Annie's, but the lady went on, saying that like a malignant tumor, it was a relief that they found it in its early stages. It was not like he was the only man in the world, and as long as she found another boy to replace him and make it known that they were dating, then things would be alright. Which made the maid realize that the Lady Janica knew that her best friend was in love with her crush. The maid said that intending to find another boy to replace him was incredibly disrespectful to the boy she chose, and even if it was her, she never thought that Annie's would be this inconsiderate to another. She can't date someone new just because she wants to think that her feelings are elsewhere. To be honest, the lady admits that while passing through the teacher's wing yesterday, she had run into Janica. They could not even greet each other, so they just left and everything had felt so awkward. The spirit sorcerer's expression had looked so very dark. Next year, during the class assignment exam, she has to supervise the exam with our dude, and she shakes because she feels so sorry towards her friend that she doesn't know what she will do. However, the warrior maid says that it might not be that big of a deal. The situation might actually be better, and the intelligent teacher's assistant is confused. The maid explains that the Lady Janica was always kind and genuine to others, and as her friends, the two always protected her so that she would not get hurt. However, the problem was that way too many people viewed the spirit sorcerer as perfect and it put too much pressure on her. The maid said that perhaps their attitude was not so good, and now things would get better. She had been taken aback at first, but when she thinks about how she talked to her and trusted her, she felt grateful. Sometimes, it was more charming to show an imperfect side, and it was kind of like a desire to protect. The boy strangely had a lot of good luck with women, and a solution needed to be found soon. For example, instead of doing ridiculous push and pull, she recalled that they had advised Janica to do things that activated his desire to protect. Looking back on it now, Annie's head began to clear up and she was finally able to organize her thoughts after Belle encouraged her not to feel guilty. After that, she thought of Janica, and could not help but smile. It was obvious where Janica would go when she was confused and having a hard time, and at the cabin in the woods, Ed showed up and asked when she got there. He needed to slowly collect materials to construct the storage, and he wanted to expand the storage and have a big living room space. Judging from his winter plans, he needed to hurry, but he paused on seeing her curled up with her head lowered at the fireplace. He stared in silence for a moment, then he poured out some tea and handed her a cup, saying that it was snowing again. There was already a lot of snow on the ground, but it seemed that it would snow at least every 2 days. He said that if she had any concerns, she could speak. She hesitated, that she apologized because she could not speak. He then said that she did not have to speak, and she turned to him in surprise as he wrapped her up in his winter coat. He forgot sometimes, but her academy life was also pretty difficult. She kind of seemed like a small animal backed into a corner, so it was hard to just brush her off. He sighed and acknowledged the cold as winter continued. It was a cold that was hard to endure with just a blanket and a fire. Still, spring was slowly approaching and they cuddled together by the warmth of the flames. There were a lot of times that father, the patriarch of the Roththaler family, left because of business in the palace. However, the Roththaler residence was always peaceful. Unfortunately, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Roththaler, died, a new heir dominated and changed everything. Ed Roththaler, some wondered what kind of person he was. There was a saying that if one wanted to see who someone truly was, they had to see them with power. That pathetic piece of trash acted as if the whole world belonged to him. Just because he had a bit of power as the heir, he had acted up all the time and had laughed at his younger sister. He had asked her what she could do even if she looked at him with eyes of hatred, and that she could not kill him. He laughed as he picked a knife from the floor, saying that his elder sister had left the world, which was great for him. Now, if he died, she would become the heir and he would scream at her. He would shove a knife into his sister's hand and demand that she stabs him. She would watch him with fear in her eyes and he would ask her to hurry and hurt him. She often fell to her knees and let the knife drop to the floor, and then he would laugh even louder. That had been her everyday life back then. And in a moment, it would get hard to breathe. He would once again look down at her with those eyes of disgust and she would live suppressed by that gaze for half of her life. Although he would not hit her, as they were born from the same blood, in a situation where she could not save the family nor the people of the estate, she had lived like a spiritless being. She had lived as if she was dead, in a life of misery and sorrow. Finally, an opportunity came for her, and she had heard that her brother had finally been excommunicated. He was gone and all she had to do was prove herself. The upcoming student council president elections were her one and only chance, and that was her first plan. She was going to use the class assignment exam to her advantage, and the day finally arrived for the new students to engage in the class assignment. Annie's cried out for our dude to stay away, averting her gaze bashfully as she said that smell, gaze, nor energy would work on her, so he had to stay away. He was very confused, but he figured that she was very smart and must have a solid reason for acting so odd. The assistant teacher Claire grinned and said that she had explained all of the details and that it was time for them to go up and prepare for the exam now. It was time for episode 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the new student's class assignment. Unlike the exam in the Northern Forest before, the class assignment would take place on Oran Mountain, and in Professor Glass's absence, Assistant Professor Claire was in charge of the exam, so there were quite a few differences. The difference in the exam when it came to hidden magic marbles on the mountain was that instead of it being difficult to find magic marbles, there were easy to find magic stones. Not only were those not particularly hidden, but there were not many differences in points based on them. It was an exam where anyone could go for the class as long as they found one and put it on the altar of substitution. It sounded easy at first, but she was still the disciple of that strict master, and she believed that the students still needed to at least be good to qualify for a class. They would fight and defeat countless monsters and wild animals, and only the students who could survive would become a class. It was an absurdly difficult level. It was also called the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, there were no new students who became the class in Sylvania Academy this year. Of course, that was the original scenario, and the scenario where no one makes it to a class was directly related to an important scenario for later on, which is why he needed things to stay on track. That was why he decided not to particularly comment on the assistant professor's difficult choice, although he would write a written apology later on. The reason he felt comfortable was that even though it was a diabolical survival exam, none of the new students became casualties. Since they will be fighting imaginary monsters based on the magic engineering item, they will set up a vision disc, which summons the apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. Their work ended after setting up the disc and prepping for safety. The purple vision disc was the most important, and from what he knew, the reason no one made the class was because of the disc. Although it was commendable that she was taking care of them on her own because they are important objects, it still looked like she was going through a lot. He offered to help her carry the object if it was too heavy since she kept getting left behind. She groaned but thanked him because it had been too heavy to carry on her own. He reached out his hand, shining like a flashing knight in shining armor, and her breath was stolen. Quickly, she changed her mind and screamed at him in horror. She slipped and he cried for her to watch out, and he managed to catch her before she fell. She held her breath as their faces came a bit too close, and she let go of the disc. His eyes widened in horror, telling her that it was dangerous, but it was already too late, and the disc went rolling down the hill. The most important purple disc, fortunately, got caught by someone who raised it high and yelled at them to be more careful. He yelled that they would be stranded if the disc broke, and our dude let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was as expected of a top student. The scenario almost got messed up before the semester even began. Suddenly a crack appeared in the disc. In Clebia's hand, the entire purple disc shattered, and they stared in shock as the shattered pieces fell to the ground. For a moment, they were all speechless and could only stare dumbfounded now that the disc was gone. Clebius asked what they would do now, and our dude just let go of the girl he caught. As she screamed, he sighed that things had indeed been going way too smoothly. Last year, during the joint combat training, the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, beat Lucy and received attention. However, the scenario ended up going wrong, and led to Janica's hastened explosion path. The joint combat training this year was also important as well, and the elite first years full of talent got to request combat training matches against the generations who had already become renowned. Once the matches began, the first years began to go on a rampage, making the term training useless as they made use of any method or means to win. However, every one of them lost to Taylor alone, and he threw them around so they lay gaping and defeated around him, with bright sparks over them. The hero had only gotten stronger throughout the year and he'd become known to everyone. The Saintess Clarice, who had been hiding her identity, fixed her gaze on Taylor, and the act ended. It was emotional to see the hero's growth, and the fourth-generation hero, the Saintess, and the hero's relationship was very important. They needed her power for the third act, Lucy's showdown, and for what came after that as well. She was a very important character, so this event had to go according to the scenario. That meant that the elite first-year students had to go crazy as planned. But the honest cause of their frenzy was because none of the new students were able to get placed in the class during the class placement exam. The reason none of them made it into the class was because the motivated assistant Professor Claire had used the purple disc, which was now broken and irreparable, in the exam. The students groaned that this would be annoying. The circuit itself was broken, so they needed to put this in for repair separately, and all their hard work had fallen away. They panicked, and to everyone's confusion, it had been Annie's mistake. She apologized and said that she should have been more careful. It was not like apologizing was going to fix the broken magic engineering item, and at this rate there would be too many class students and they needed to fix the problem before it became a real issue. Our dude, however, said that they could definitely solve things. Plebius was surprised. However, our dude went on to say that he meant that the top fighter would, of course, have to contribute, much to the fighter's dismay. He cried out in horror, but there was no turning back. The class assignment exam location was the Oran Mountain entrance, and the narrator asked when one truly felt that they had come to the land of learning, Sylvania. If Tanya was asked, she would reply that it was when she met such noble students as her classmates. The princess and the chancellor were both Sylvanian students, and they all wore the same clothes, and did not take into account birth and status. Despite that tacit rule, there was an exception, and the anchor of millions of people within the Telos order, the Saintess Claris, and everyone bowed at her, even as she thanked them and told them to spare her the formalities. If everyone were to be mindful of etiquette, the whole academy would suffer, so they did not mind the formalities with her. The students are honored to meet Saintess Claris, and Tanya takes the sweet opportunity to introduce herself. The Saintess is intrigued to meet a member of the Rothtailor family, and she says that Crepin, the patriarch, had been baptized by her, but back then she had been too young, so she did not really remember. The little noble said that her blessing was the honor of their family, and when she became an adult, she also hoped to be baptized by the Saintess. She smiled and said that she looked forward to that, and the little noble was thrilled to have met the Saintess in full view of everyone. This would be helpful for the Student Council President elections, but today's main event was becoming a member of Class A, and they watched as the flare to start the game shot into the sky. The flare burst into a shiny firework, and it was time to begin. The Faculty of Combat ran to the Student Plaza, the Faculty of Magic ran to the entrance of Oran Mountain, and the Faculty of Alchemy gathered at the Obel Hall's basement. The location and contents of the exam were different depending on the faculty, but the goal was the same. That was getting into the class, a full exemption from tuition, the right to enter Opheles Hall, free use of student welfare facilities, and the fame of being in a class. The prize came with everything a student would desire, and soon a student found a stone. He grinned that he could join the class as long as he put it on the altar faster than the others. However, someone raced past him and told him to run instead of talking. The redhead yelled for Joseph to stop, but the one called Joseph just ran faster. All of the new students were staring at the summit, which was their goal. There were too many red stones lying around, and she was sure that putting it on the altar was not all there is to it. There must be some kind of device to make it harder. Instead of wasting her stamina, she planned to stay on her guard and go slowly. Suddenly, she heard a scream and her eyes widened. She saw a student fall to their knees and was surprised to see the student take her shoes off. She wondered if the student slipped and asked if she had hurt her leg. The student then looked up and said that was not the problem, and that she had just wanted to step on the snow with her bare feet, and she laughed that it is so cold. For a moment, the noble is shocked and speechless. The girl kept blushing and laughing, saying that it was logical, and it was on her wish list. She just never imagined how soft snow would be. Her eyes and her attitude are off, which makes our girl guess that there is something wrong with her. She believes that the girl hurt her head as soon as she started the exam, and that it was very unfortunate. She introduced herself and said that they seemed to be classmates. The girl somehow got excited on hearing her last name, and said that she had heard that those in her family were amazing with a high status. The little noble hesitantly said that not all of them were like that, because she low-key hated to get lumped in a group with Ed. She muttered that no matter how high status a family was, if it existed for a long time, then the family could also end up with absurd and shitty scoundrels as well. He seemed to have reformed when she saw him at the camp, but she could not tell who is the true Ed Rothtailor between him and the mad person that she knew. The fear that had been ingrained in her would not just disappear. The other girl went on talking, saying that she did not think the noble was that kind of person and that she was from a noble family while she was from the countryside, so she should be respectful to the noble. Tanya said that it was fine, this was Sylvania and status did not matter. The girl was surprised, but she blushed with happiness and agreed that it was indeed Sylvania. She introduced herself as Kyliech, and she was from a small city-state called Terranea Principality in the east. She did not know much about the world, but she apologized in advance in case she did anything strange. She was not used to places like this. Tanya asked if they could please speak informally since they were classmates, and the other girl happily agreed. The noble then said that they had to hurry since this was an exam, and the other girl agreed. She however laughed that she was not very concerned about marks since getting into the class would bring her a lot of unwanted attention, and that was the lady's final straw. She could not believe the little country girl had replied to everything. The girl grabbed the noble's hand and said that since she was not interested in the exam, then she would help her and then they could get closer. She pulled her along, much to the noble lady's shock. The country girl laughed that it was her first time having a friend her age, and the noble yelled that she was only letting it go because it was her, but she'd really appreciate it if her new friend got it together. If it was the princess or the saintess, she would be in big trouble. The country girl asked if that was so, but the noble sighed and said that she would also be in trouble. Then, she told the girl to not mind and that they might as well continue their journey. 30 minutes after the beginning of the exam, the redhead swore that he would be the first at the summit, and he struggled through the difficult climb with a determined grin on his face. He said that no matter how good Joseph was, he had way more stamina. He paused for a moment to catch his breath, thinking that he had been running too much when a monster appeared before him. He gets attacked as it screams at him to just die, and he screams in pain. He wonders what the heck just popped out and scared him, and the other guy was panting as well. His hands shook, saying this technique was dirty, cheap, pathetic and unbecoming of a senior, but as he stared at his shaking fist, Clebius realized that this was way easier than he expected. He had cried that he had been set up like this yet again, but our dude had assured him that he would not work alone this time. Sure enough, there were multiple explosions on the mountain. Clebius and Annie's would block the students from coming to the altar from halfway up. If the first years could get past them, then they were worthy of a class. Annie's felt it was her responsibility to partake in this since she put them in this situation, so she was going to do her best. Oinks, since he was good at flight magic, was in charge of safety. The documents to report the change in the exam contents could be done quickly by the assistant professor, so she had to go down and write them up by the time the exam was done. She had grown, but it could be done if she sacrificed sleep. The professor was in charge of documents, Oinks was in charge of safety, Clebius was in charge of the southern entrance, and she was in charge of the northern entrance. So then the intelligent teaching assistant asked what our dude was going to do. Our dude just muttered that he would be here, standing right at the altar and blocking the way. The assistant professor was concerned since he could not feel magic properly at the moment, and she asked if he would be okay. He just mumbled that he had something in mind, so he sat there while the chaos continued all over the mountain with fighters shouting for their opponents to die. He thought that all was going well and he got to work fixing the vision purple disc with his crafting magic. The vision disc was difficult to completely fix, and his magic had not even returned yet. However, he pulled out the magic stone which had a large amount of magic inside. The stones being used in the exam were of extremely high quality, and if he used the altar, it would take a while, but he could continuously recharge his magic. His fire spirit happily cheered him on and he smiled now that he could see him. Our dude still could not hear what he was saying yet, but he was happy. Annie's and Clebius were good for buying time, and he had enough magic stones for the process. His goal at the end of the day was to not let a single person pass the exam. He sighed and then called for the first-year students to come to him because his preparations were complete. Many of the first-year students had collapsed in the snow, exhausted from the one-sided beatdown they had gotten from their seniors. The only ones left standing at this point were the noble lady and her new friend. The beast they had been fighting admitted that he was a bit tired, but he was not in a very good mood. So, he planned to end things quickly. That is right. The beast they faced was none other than their senior Clebius, and the girls screamed at seeing him standing above them and looking larger than life. An explosion sounded behind the angry second year and he turned in surprise to see that there was trouble at the northern entrance. However, the explosion was not Annie's magic and she was in charge of guarding that area, so he worried that she might be having some trouble. The girls took the moment to run while he was distracted and he gasped, yelling at them to stay put. Although Annie's, the top teaching assistant, was talented enough to be considered a specialist in the practical and academic field, in the fighting field she was just a bit above average in her year. Of course, she was not an easy opponent for the first years. However, Annie's had met her match in the student she faced. He was Joseph Whitefeltz, and he seemed to be on a completely different level with his shiny purple magic and shiny purple hair. Unlike his sister, who needed to work her ass off in order to become the top alchemy student, Joseph Purple was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic. In other words, young Purple was a genius, and the lazy-eyed blessed kid was the leading top student candidate. He told Annie's that there was no need to be so upset since he was sure that she had her own field in which she was talented. It just happened that fighting was not one of them. However, she growled that he was mistaken. The lady was not upset that she was bad at fighting. That was something she already knew. So, she asked the boy to just keep moving and Purple said that he understood and headed off. Our genius girl clenched her fist because everything had been going perfectly without a flaw. However, she had ended up making things difficult by breaking the magic engineering item. She could not even think of an alternative plan and our dude had to lead the situation again of all people. Our dude had not gotten annoyed once and he had led the conversation in a constructive manner. Yet, she had lost to a new student and could not block the northern entrance to the altar. The genius girl was frustrated, but more than the feeling of defeat or resentment, she felt the most angry and frustrated at herself, because she kept thinking of the trustworthy face of our dude who had resolved the situation in whatever way possible. Our dude raised his head to greet his first guest, and he asked the students if they were aware of the rules of the exam. All the student had to do was put their magic stone on the altar, but he would not let them do it so easily. Joseph Purple strolled in, barely paying attention to our dude, and Purple mumbled that the exam method was kind of strange. If Purple succeeded in defeating our dude and offering the magic stone, then he wondered who the students who came after him would fight against. Our dude replied that who knew, but that was not for Purple to worry about, and Purple Genius agreed since he was sure there was some kind of alternative prepared. Honestly, he was not too curious about that, and the first-year student really was just trying to buy time to understand his surroundings. The vision disc was in a different color, and he wondered if it was an improved model. Purple Genius reminded himself to stay on his toes while facing this foe, since the senior looked like a magic faculty member, but the student could not feel a lot of mana from his senior. Plus, there were traces of our dude having used a magic stone, so the fact that he had to use a magic stone to fight the student, the first visitor, meant that the senior had a very low amount of mana. If this was the case, then the junior had no reason to fear, and he was partly disappointed by the school as he fired his attack. He had thought that there would be something to learn from the school, but it looked like this fight would be easy. Purple decided to just think of the type of sandwich that he would eat as soon as he got down from the mountain, and he fired an attack at our dude. The bright light triggered an explosion as Purple had used the mid-rank magic particle explosion, a vicious mid-rank magic spell that did not have strong firepower, but if a person was not ready for it, they would get hit. If the person getting attacked did not see the direction of Purple's hand and dodge in advance, then they would not be able to manage it. However, his senior slid out of the explosion unharmed, and Purple was slightly impressed that our dude had evaded that, noting that he must have some combat experience. From the flow of things, our dude was likely to use fire magic, and judging by his level, it would either be ignition or scorch. Scorch spurts out the fire in a radial shape, but looking at how our dude was aiming downwards, Purple guessed that he would use ignition instead. That is exactly what happened, and the fire magic went soaring towards Purple in a hot flash. Purple's eyes widened as our dude's aim was on point, and the scale of the flames was much bigger than the first year had expected. His senior had definitely trained in basic magic diligently, and it might even be considered a mid-rank spell. The large flames enveloped the student, and for a moment he was blurred from sight. However, he could easily put up a shield to deflect the flames. Purple thought that it was such a waste, and that no matter how high the level of ignition was, it would not be able to get past the junior's defense magic. Battles between mages are often decided based on the amount of one's mana, so if the two consume a similar amount of mana, whoever has more mana determines the winner. Purple guessed our dude did not actually have a lot of experience in fighting using magic, since it was clear that the junior had way more mana. The junior was confident that our dude would fail to block the junior's offense magic or maintain his own ignition once he ran out of mana. Battles between mages were profound, but the junior was taken by surprise when our dude called him by name. The junior was chased by a giant fire monster who told him that it was possible for Purple to block spells with his defensive magic circle, but not physical force. Our dude was the giant fire monster, and he slammed through the shocked student's shield, grabbing him by the shoulders and slamming his knee into his junior's face, chiding Purple for preparing for a battle only between mages just because he was a mage. Our dude looked down on him with glowing eyes, and the junior slid back to regain his bearings. Purple groaned and held his cheek, noting that our dude went through the fire, and wondered how that was even possible. Purple made a new pledge not to be careless, and he started up some mid-rank ice magic, while our dude fired ignition at him in huge fiery waves. Purple was surprised to see fire magic again and wondered if that was a response to his ice magic. Purple also wondered if the senior was trying to block his vision with steam and do the same thing as last time. However, the junior could use other elements too, and he had no plans to get caught by the same trap twice. He fired fire in hot waves at our dude, using the basic magic of Scorch. The fire was huge, scorching everything it touched and blurring everything from view in a flood of orange heat. That is when our dude activated his Blessing of Recovery, and he gained temporary immunity to flames in a greatly increased form. Our dude flew forward like a genuine demon from hell and charged at his poor junior, and Purple was shocked to see that his senior had fire tolerance. Purple shielded immediately as our dude came at him with a knife that he brought to a wand fight. Fortunately, Purple had the physical shield to block physical attacks, but the student panicked and wondered where his senior had pulled his weapon from. However, when it came to casting speed, Purple was faster. The Purple's eyes widened in horror, because our dude had somehow empowered the knife, and our dude leaped backwards as he called for his elemental spirit. Our dude called for Mug, and the inscribed knife began to spark with the explosion spell. The huge explosion rocked the first year's body so hard that he was thrown into the air with a scream. There were follow-up explosions on the ground, and he landed with a huge bang against some nearby rocks. The dust cleared, and the junior was finally taking things seriously. He told himself to keep it together, encouraging himself to think. There was no way that our dude's casting of basic magic was faster than the junior's. The junior then realized that his senior was using spirit magic as well. Not explosion magic, but a spirit formula, And now Purple understood that our dude had gone through his scorch with his bare body because he could use the spirit magic of the Blessing of Recovery. Our dude had purposely hidden his spirit's form within the fire, but the dude could see Mug now. Spells, spirit magic, and those magic engineering items that he had not even used yet. Purple sighed with a groan where he leaned against the tree he had hit. Purple had no idea just who he was dealing with, and our dude stood tall. Purple let his magic stone slip from his hand and gave up, saying that he had lost. Our dude stood before him, watching the magic stone roll to the ground. As our dude was distracted by the magic stone, Purple then took the opportunity to launch a sneaky attack, charging at our dude. The junior activated the mid-rank magic of Ice Spear and aimed it at our dude. However, our dude had seen that coming and he easily dodged. Purple had not given up yet and he screamed as he swung his fist, punching our dude in the face successfully. There was no way Joseph, who had only ever researched magic his entire life, could have made any kind of impact with his fist. In truth, Joseph had missed his shot and a dark wind gathered around them. Purple's eyes widened in shock as he wondered how that could be. A huge spirit beast roared from our dude as protection of the wind was activated, as it always did when an unexpected attack was recognized. The enemy would get blown away by the wind, and that is exactly what happened to poor Purple, who got shot through the forest. The junior was blown away in a tunnel wind attack, and he smashed against a tree again, this time breaking it. The junior shook, covered in bruises and in pain, but he refused to give up. He pointed a finger charged with magic, breathing heavily. Then, he collapsed in exhaustion before our dude and the magic stone shattered. Joseph accepted his defeat and admitted his loss, this time for real. Our dude mumbled that Purple had done a job and that his ending was amazing. It was a wonderful decision and the junior had landed a blow. Then, the junior asked for our dude's name, and our dude took his seat at the centerpiece where he had been waiting before. He told the junior that his name was Ed Rothtailor. Our dude left the defeated student to Onyx to carry away for treatment. Meanwhile, somewhere else inside a carriage, Zix was asked why he had joined the magic faculty. The wolf boy was surprised to be asked the question, but his girl insisted that he would have been the top student if he had joined the alchemy or the combat faculties. She felt uncomfortable that he had given up several benefits because of her. Zix smirked and said that he did not put much value on being the top student, and maybe he would have been a top student in alchemy, but not in the combat faculty. This was of course because of the incoming second years. The top student in the combat facility was Clebius Nortondale, who had just finally gotten knocked down. The top combat student was dazed, wondering what had just knocked him down. Someone rushed over to ask if he was okay, and if their holy magic was too strong and if she had broken anything. Someone said that Clebius should be left to them while the two students were advised to continue their exam. The top combat student cursed and someone yelled at him to get it together, but the combat student was drained. He had no idea how he was supposed to block something like that. It was already 20 minutes before the end of the exam, and everyone had been working very hard. The girls had finally made it to the centerpiece where our dude waited, and they were both shocked to see our dude at the finish line. It was the last exam and he was surrounded by a pile of many defeated students. Our dude said that he would get to the point. The person who was once the object of fear and the object of hate for our noble lady now stood at the center of the exam, covered in bruises and blood, and he told them bluntly to just give up. The Saintess Clarice had two dreams. While praying at the church, the priest told her that nobility came from the unwavering belief that a person maintained their entire life. It was believed that a person had to become like a blank slate. The Saintess' first dream was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other dream was the one that told her that rather than a blank slate, it would be better to die in wastewater. Her eyes opened slowly and she saw a woman who told her that the pure white holy imperial capital was built by humans, even the tall tower that was majestic and confident. The woman sang that the tower was just a mere sandcastle in front of the Ramelin Mountains' gray rocks and stones, the green fog of the Denkin wetlands, and the golden field of the imperial capital of Clolan, the emerald fields of the land of farming called Pulan, and the opalescent smoke of the land of alchemy called Crete, the red roofs of the commerce city called Oldek, the turquoise intelligence of the land of scholars of Sylvania, past the Dresde desert's reddish sand ocean are the purple shadows of the lawless Cohelton. The singer sang about how the pure white was just a very small portion of nature's beautiful colors. The singer had been the one in charge of the holy fire, Adele, and after leaving the order, she called herself a romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building. When the world went to sleep, the romantic would often sing a song at Clarice's window. The dream that the Saintess had dreamt at night was of the outside world that her only friend whispered to her about while looking at the stars. A life where one would take classes normally, and make friends normally, and love normally. It sounded like a place where one could feel a sense of nobility, rather than countless prayers from believers who revered the romantic. The romantic believed that a hug from someone a person loved would be much more valuable. She had smiled as brightly as the moon falling over her, and after leaving the order, Adele had joined Sylvania. When vacation came, she would go around the world like she does now. After the beautiful blonde left, Clarice went back to the places that the romantic had spoken of in her dreams every night. At the end of it, the Saintess would share a deep hug with someone, and they left together on the path she had taken alone. The journey was full of many colors which sharply contrasted with her life, which had been simply pure and white. It was the most outrageous imaginative thought that the saintess could have, but the priest told her to always ensure that she was careful and to never reveal her true identity. The priest told the saintess that she had to carry that magic engineering item with her at all times. Since she always had the holy magic's blessing, he was not that worried, but the saintess had smiled that she seemed like such a different person, so no one would suspect it. Still, Verdio reminded her that there was nothing bad about careful. Coming to the academy with the order's arrangement was a natural method of deviating, and nobody paid close attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building's street. That alone made her feel satisfied and made her breath shallow. There was no one who revered her or bowed their heads to her, at least, not a single person in Sylvania, and she fooled around happily with the noble lady that she had befriended. Who would bother thinking of Kylie as the saintess? There was only one person, and our dude told them both to give up with a glare in his eyes, but he instantly recognized the saintess. The noble lady was shocked to see that the last exam was her big brother, and the saintess was surprised to find that they had already met her friend's brother. Our dude apologized and he asked them to kindly turn back, but if they insisted on fighting, then he would face them and harsh winds would blow right at them. The girls cried out as they nearly got blown away by the great big gust of wind. The noble lady felt that this level of magic was surely impossible even for students who had trained in spirit magic their entire lives. The magic our dude was using was way more advanced than even a graduated student's level. Even currently active spirit sorcerers were called veterans if they could handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits, but our dude was out here channeling a high-level spirit and throwing all of her power at them at full blast. It was incredible. The saintess with a bob panicked and said that she would give up, and she asked her friend to think rationally. The noble lady realized that her friend was right. A high-level spirit and the trauma of facing such a thing came back to the noble lady's mind once again. However, she grits her teeth in hereditary stubbornness, knowing that if she left, it meant that nothing had changed from the past that she had spent with her brother. The noble lady said that she did not know about Kylie, but she refused to give up. According to high status and rank, there was a burden and responsibility that always followed. The young lady could remember how her brother was 2 years ago, and she knew that there was a level of reality to how much he could have improved. She did not believe that someone who could not even use elementary magic could suddenly have high-level spirit magic. She was very sure that his power was definitely fake, even if it took the form of a giant howling wolf of the wind, even if it felt so real. To eliminate the fakes, the noble lady was determined to just defeat the main foe, even as the wolf kept blowing its wind at them. Kylie cried out as the wind lifted them, and the noble lady was shocked. She covered her face in surprise and fear, not understanding how this could be real. Her eyes widened as she realized that it truly was a high-level spirit that they were facing, and controlling it was her brother in the midst of the wind, battered and torn but standing firm. The two girls were thrown back and Kylie went flying while the noble lady caught herself. Kylie was amazed, noting that the person they fought was Tanya's brother. The young saintess had a fantasy about noblemen, about them having a neat appearance, a generous smile and graceful manners. However, the young Kylie was sure of it when she heard that the person who appeared to be the complete opposite of that was the son of Rothtailor. She was sure that our dude was a scoundrel. Even the Bob girl could feel his badness, despite not knowing anything outside of the holy imperial capital, and not being quick to catch on to things. She recalled how her new friends had said that absurd scoundrels could make it into noble families no matter how high a person's family status was. Judging by the deep hatred that Tanya had towards this scoundrel, the saintess was sure that our dude was a bad person. So, she pushed herself to her feet and told the blonde noble to go for the main body like she had been planning to do. The Bob girl would happily play the role of the bait, since she had said before that she had a strange constitution, so she definitely would not die outside of special cases. The noble lady was of course concerned about her new friend getting seriously injured, especially since she said that she was not even interested in the exam. However, the noble had said that our dude was a really bad person, so the Bob girl could not let that slide. Besides, the noble girl was the first friend that Bob girl had made at Sylvania, and that was a huge deal to her. Normally, the Lady Tanya would have dismissed such a saying, and would have told the other girl not to say something so absurd. However, the noble lady had seen the Bob girl fight on their way up to the altar. The combat faculty senior who had come towards them scarily like a demon had been swiftly deflected by a strange glow. The noble lady suspected that her new friend had some kind of special power. What surprised the young noble the most was that her new friend, a scaredy cat, was taking the lead. The young noble wondered if her friend normally had this much bravery, but then Bob girl started crying as she raced for our dude, which quickly answered that question. Of course, Bob girl was afraid as she raced directly to face the giant wind wolf. The wolf sighed to see the girl coming close, however, its eyes suddenly widened with the realization, and a golden glow surrounded it, cutting its paw when it tried to attack. Bob girl had activated the Holy Magic's Blessing, which was a mid-rank skill that was activated against any hostile being who attempted to cause harm. The wind wolf howled in supreme pain and a mighty wind blew forth through the mountain, oppressing even Bob girl and her holy magic. She cried out as the wind blasted her, curled inside a protective golden bubble as the wind flung her around. Our dude watched exhausted and bruised, and he asked if that was all that they had. However, someone reminded him that she had not given up. It was Little Miss Noble and she launched an attack at him. It was the basic magic called him it. The blast flew right at our dude and blasted him right off his aching feet. Our guy flew into the air, and the noble lady painted as she gasped and was shocked that her brother had just disappeared into the wind. Then, the young noble noticed the vision disc and that there were arrows flying at her to the point where she was kneeling. She was shocked to see magic blue arrows coming at her, and a voice told her to stay still. Her eyes widened in shock, and she could not believe that the person who could not even wield the hilt of a sword properly suddenly knew how to use a bow. Of course, it was her brother, broken and bloodied but still fighting as he pointed the arrows at her. He said that the first arrows he had shot were a warning, and they had been arrows made out of magic. Her eyes widened in shock and she wondered if this was really her brother, Ed Rothtailor. The girl panted, her eyes wide with fear, and she felt that it was the same as back then, with him still towering over her with his power. The noble lady closed her eyes and a tear slipped as she realized nothing had changed. No matter how hard she tried, and no matter how hard she fought against it, she would always be our dude's weak younger sister, and she could not do anything. However, our dude commented on how hard she had worked. She opened her eyes in surprise and he apologized, saying there was a reason that he could not let her pass the exam. Our guy added that he could not go easy on her either just because they were related. Besides, if he had gone easy on her, he was sure that his sister would have been even more angry. As our dude spoke, he crushed the emerald gemstones in his hands as he knelt by her side. The noble lady was confused by his sudden soft tone, but our dude continued praising her, saying that it was incredible. If he were her, he would have turned around and run away. Our dude was impressed that his sister had faced him until the end, even if it was a vision. Her eyes widened in surprise as she realized that her thoughts were wrong. Our dude told his sister that he was now seeing her differently. The noble lady could also see, as our dude smiled, impressed that she had that kind of side to her as well. The noble lady was sure of it now, that something had definitely changed about her brother. Our dude smiled, saying that it was an illusion, but she had fought him to the end, and he told the teary-eyed girl that she should be proud. He also added that she was quite impressive as she cried tears of defeat. Our dude was very confused about her reaction and he wondered if not getting into a class was something worth being that sad about. Suddenly, the disguised saint showed up and wrapped her arms around her blonde friend, telling our dude not to come any closer. The girl yelled that if our dude dared to recklessly attack or antagonize her, then bad things would happen, so she warned our guy not to move. Meanwhile, someone called out to our dude and informed him that the exam was over. He was called to come and help since Clevius had been completely knocked out. Assistant Professor Claire was told to update the grading list, and there was so much to do when the student council president elections began right at the start of the next semester. The exam was over and the little Bob Saintess was relieved, but her voice was a little different. She glanced in horror to see her hair already altering from white to brown and realized that the transformation magic was getting undone. She realized that it was back when she was fighting our dude and her special charm had flown off. She needed to carry the magic engineering item with her at all times in order to maintain the transformation. At this rate, she would definitely get exposed as the assistant professor Claire came closer. However, the assistant professor realized something was off and Bob Girl began to panic that her identity would be revealed and that her school life would be over before it had even begun. However, Mug suddenly flew over and dropped the golden item in our dude's bruised hand. He quickly handed it to her while looking away and told her to be careful not to lose her things, almost calling her by her title. Bob Girl was shocked by our dude's kindness, and the assistant professor asked our dude why he was so hurt, but he insisted that he was fine. The class assignment exam ended, and Ed Rothtailor had managed to successfully return everything to their intended positions in the scenario, except for one thing. He had created a great change that had created a very small and meaningless gap. That change caused two ruby-like eyes underneath the world that was turning red to focus on Ed. The Saintess realized that our dude had definitely tried to formally speak to her, but our dude had already moved on to his mates who noted that he was tired and they told him to rest for now. The others would deal with the aftermath, but our dude asked Onyx if he could support Clevius. The other said that he could and that he would be on his way immediately. As the rescue boy moved, he added that he could have sworn that he just saw the shape of a person, but he was sure that he was mistaken. Even pieces of art worth thousands could be interpreted differently and were subject to one's opinion. But when seeing the sunset, there was no one who could think that it was not beautiful. Our dude mumbled that the person was talking nonsense. Anyway, the person added that humans lived such short lives, but did not even know how to appreciate each moment. She was of course the high-ranking wind spirit Merylda, and she went on to say that the worst curse a human could experience was a dull and boring life. The wind spirit added that our dude needed to know how to appreciate the small things, and find meaning in even the everyday things. Although they said a human's lifetime was like the 4 seasons, a spirit's lifetime was like a very long winter. A boring and bleak life it was, and our dude realized that Janica had been right about the wind spirit being a chatterbox. The chatterbox said that people like our dude who were thorough in everything and left no gap were often senseless when it came to themselves. The way our dude fainted from exhaustion and constantly got hurt was proof of that. Our dude asked so what, and the wind spirit replied that what she was saying was that our dude should definitely date someone. The wind spirit was totally thinking about Janica as she added that he must have someone around him who was kind and cheerful and friendly with him. Someone who was strong enough for him to rely on as well. Meeting someone like that and improving himself would be very helpful to him emotionally, and he did not even know that. The wind spirit then asked the little fire bat if she was wrong, and the fire bat energetically agreed with her. Meanwhile, our dude knew that the wind spirit did not make a contract with Janica, and that the two were just close. However, the fire bat chimed in and said that the wind spirit's advice was the Bible among spirits, and that our dude should at least listen to what she was saying and pretend to agree. Though the wind spirit was not a big fan of the pretending part, Mug and Merylda did not exactly have a superior-subordinate relationship like the one Merylda did with Tarkin. But our dude guessed that high-ranking spirits were just scary after all. The fire bat added that he had gravely misspoken by telling our dude to pretend, and he energetically was ready to repent with his death. Then our dude turned as he remembered something. He recalled that Janica had looked kind of down lately, and he asked the wind spirit if she knew why. The wind spirit chuckled and asked if our dude was worried about his friend. Our guy was of course worried, and the wind spirit grinned that she could not tell our dude something that Janica did not want to tell him yet. This further confused our dude, but the high-ranking spirit assured him and told him not to worry too much. It was important for even the famed spirit sorcerer to experience winter for once, and she needed to experience it and go through the process of growth and understanding. The world was after all not a fairy tale, and a lot of people needed to endure until spring came. Our dude finally lifted himself from the ground, and the happy wind spirit asked if they should go now, since consuming more of his mana would make her feel guilty. Even her current form was not easy for our dude to manage, so he told her that she could go. The wind spirit chuckled that she was a bit expensive, but the form she had was the best for efficiency. Our dude asked if the spirit had other forms, and the spirit asked if our dude would prefer a beautiful girl since it was better on the eyes. However, the wind spirit doubted that our dude could support her taking such a form. Our dude agreed that it was fine, and that back when she had undergone gigantification, and now he had not noticed much of a difference in her efficiency, so he was curious. The wind spirit gasped dramatically and said that our dude could possibly not sense it because of the mana stone, and that he was still a bit dense. He groaned and gritted his teeth, and the wind spirit laughed and asked if he thought that they were handling the mana all by himself. She laughed and said that a spirit like her would not make a contract with just one person, and as our dude watched, the wind spirit bounced away into the air until she dissipated with the wind. He stared speechless, knowing that he definitely could not summon a high-level spirit with just his mana for too long. If it was not his mana, then our dude wondered who could have helped him while he had been fighting on the altar. As he descended, he realized that it was simple if he really thought about it. A person who would contract with Merylda other than him could be no other than Lucy, who had been sitting somewhere nearby. Our dude pointed out that he did not think that she had chosen a good place for a nap, but the little genius just said that she had not come for a nap when she would rather nap at the hut. So, our dude asked why she had come. She stared silently for a moment, and then replied that she did not like an empty tent. So, she had gone on a walk. Unfortunately, the end of her walk was this altar of substitution, and it was the final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Claris began to suspect the order after she realized the darkness of the holy city, and then Telos' apostles came to Arkan Island to condemn Claris. Not knowing the story behind it, the Academy's character follows the Archbishop's orders. Princess Phonia's Royal Guard Army, Lortel's Mercenary Union, the Holy City's Cathedral Knights, the Academy's high-ranking employees, and also the main character's Generation's raid party, and the principal Obel Frisues as well. At the end of that whole complicated mess, everyone's swords ended up pointed towards the same thing, towards the one girl trying to protect Arkan Island, following her master's final will. The renegade non-believer, regardless of what she was called, the girl had never complained. She looked down on everyone with a firm gaze, and she was the awakened Lucy Merrill. She was to defeat all of the main characters at Arkan Island, and then defeat more than half of the raid party by herself, but in the end, her stamina would run out. She would end up defeated by Taylor, who had finally learnt the final swordsman form. Her bloody hat would fall to the ground, and after the inside story was revealed, she would lay in a pool of her own blood, and everyone would learn why Lucy had been trying to kill the God's apostles. They would realize that she was not a villain after all, and that they had not known that there was a story like that behind it. Saying things like that. But unfortunately, the only thing that hurt more than a misunderstanding was an understanding that came too late. Perhaps it was her innate nature, or perhaps she had thought it would be meaningless even if she said something. But the genius mage had kept everything to herself until the very end. Of course, our dude had no plans of stopping her or her destiny. However, sacrificing Lucy for the scenario was something that he was not cold-blooded enough to do as he sat with her to watch the sunset. It was simply because he did not necessarily think that letting things move that way was a bad ending, especially considering the girl's very strong connection to her grandfather, and how she knew that Sylvania would one day face a trial that it could not overcome on its own. She had sworn to lend them strength during that time. The story that had been told to her by the dying archmage, her master and only family. Only the genius mage herself knew how much of a burden it would be. The genius needed to get rid of those muddy emotions. It would be a long battle, and there would be a dangerous moment. but it is what needed to be faced in the scenario that would occur in Act 3. That, of course, did not mean that our dude would not do anything though. Placing her hand on his lap, the little mage said that she had found something recently. Our dude smiled when the little mage then curled with her head on his lap, as the genius said that it seemed that she often got lonely. If there was one thing that our dude would like to make sure to do, it was to tell her in advance whenever he left the hut for a while. Someone had returned earlier than expected, and they explained that they wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. A present was happily presented with a smile. Most mistook Annie's to be from a noble family, but Clara was actually the one from a pretty well-known Viscount family. The maid Belle was touched to receive a gift from the red-haired noble, and the girl stretched, saying that this was the place that her heart called home and that she felt very peaceful. Anyway, she needed to go see her academy friend since the noble redhead had not seen their faces in a long time. The red-haired noble had brought a lot of yummy snacks, so she had finished all preparations to have a tea party with her best friends Annie's and Janica. The happy redhead headed off first and said that she was excited thinking about seeing them for the first time in a while. The young red-haired noble had so much to tell her friends, and she could not wait for them to taste the blueberry pie that she had brought. As the girl skipped away, the maid crushed the box in her hands, her face sweating in horror as she realized that the blueberry pie tasted like sand. Clara was shocked when she finally got to the tea party, and she could not understand why her two best friends were raging like wildfires and barely saying anything to each other. She worried that they had had a fight. The spirit sorcerer and the genius teaching assistant sometimes bickered back and forth, but it had always been good fun. The red-haired noble had never felt this kind of atmosphere before, and it was intimidating. She wondered if she ought to make a joke. The noble had no idea what to say, but she still attempted to break the ice. Suddenly, the spirit sorcerer spoke, calling out to Annie's, who flinched in fear. Janica stared at the teaching assistant with hurt in her eyes, and she asked about the teaching assistant getting a hug from her crush. Ed Rothtaylor was 18 years of age. He was a third year with the achievements of an elaborate survivor for 1 year and a high-level spirit summoner. His stamina, intellect, talent, willpower, and luck were all pretty good, and he had newly created a wooden wind-blocking wall. Now, items like that no longer raised his stats and production proficiency since they were now considered beneath his talents. Our dude wondered if he ought to look for something else to continue growing as he made his wall. Pushing hair out of his eyes, he thought that it was definitely good to be thoroughly prepared for strong winds. And then someone showed up, saying that it was a relief that our dude looked healthy. Our dude asked the maid if she had come to take Lucy, who looked ready to cry like a kindergartner going to school. The maid explained that the academy had implemented a new policy, saying that during snowstorms, students could only leave the dorms if absolutely necessary, so she had to take back the little genius. Since the genius was the one with the highest risk of escape, the maid thought it was best to keep an eye on the little mage, who was distraught. The maid even further explained that they planned on having a rotating lineup of surveillance staff throughout the week. Our dude perfectly understood even as the mage whined. Our dude said that he would continue to use formal speech. The maid then asked our guy if he could really make it through a week-long snowstorm in this kind of environment. The maid added that it might be presumptuous of her, but she did not think this kind of wind blocker would be enough to protect him. Our dude mumbled that he was just setting the things up to protect his supplies. He had thought that there might be an adverse effect on his hut, so he used twine to secure the roof and tied it tightly to the ground. Our guy had also already collected his hunting tools and traps, and he had put them all into the hut. During the week of the snowstorm, our dude planned on focusing on magic engineering research at the spirit library. So, our guy explained to the maid that he had another place that he would be staying at, so she did not need to worry. The maid agreed to lessen her worries since our dude was saying that, and our dude noted that the maid seemed extra worried since it must be her first time experiencing a snowstorm from an administrative position. The maid was truly worried, but she said it was because she had another worry about our dude, and the little mage had finally stopped struggling. The maid thought better of it and decided that it would be overstepping to mention anything, and that only made our dude worry more. The maid just sighed as she wished our dude the best of luck as the fires between Janica and Annie's continued to burn bright. The spirit sorcerer, with despair in her eyes, finally mustered up the courage to ask her friend if she had gotten a hug from their crush. Clara was shocked and she turned to her genius friend, hoping for an explanation. The brilliant teaching assistant was sweating buckets, speechless, and looking guilty as sin. The red-haired noble was in shambles as she looked between them both, thinking that there had to be some misunderstanding and that the spirits must have gotten it wrong. However, the genius teaching assistant declared that she had indeed flirted with our dude. The redhead noble was about to agree, but then she gasped in absolute shock. Then the teaching assistant fell into shaky plea mode as she apologized to her friend, explaining that she had not found the dude trustworthy at all. He looked like a playboy, she screamed, so she had been trying to feel our guy out. The spirit sorcerer was shocked and asked if the teaching assistant was truly not lying about this. The teaching assistant went on to explain that kind of guy was not her type in the first place, so her friend had nothing to worry about. Annie's laid it on thick, saying that our dude looked like a thug and was arrogant about everything, and he was always grumbling. She also added that he lived completely selfishly and she could not see why she would want someone like that. Now of course Janica was heard about all the mean things she was saying about her crush, and that the teaching assistant did not even know our dude like that to be making all those assumptions. For a moment they just stared at each other across the table with their noble friend stuck in the middle. Then, the teaching assistant sighed and apologized for flirting with him even without talking to her friend first. She apologized sincerely to the spirit sorcerer. The spirit sorcerer looked teary and asked why her friend would even do that when she had never asked her to, and that she had been worried for so long. The poor spirit sorcerer could not even sleep at night since the teaching assistant was one of her precious friends, and she felt so betrayed by the actions of her precious friend. The spirit sorcerer also wondered if she was even in the position to feel betrayed when our dude did not even think of her. Janica cried that she had been worrying without even knowing her place, and a gentle hand was placed on her shoulder, telling the powerful sorcerer not to worry. The sorcerer was quite the special person to our dude, and the teaching assistant reassured the sorcerer that from what she had seen, the sorcerer was definitely more than a friend. The spirit sorcerer was surprised to hear this, and her eyes widened with joy to hear that she was special. Tears flooded her eyes and the sorcerer cried that anyway. Honestly, she did not think it was a good thing for her friend to judge and try to assess our dude like that, but she got teary-eyed knowing that the teaching assistant had done it for her. So, Janica could of course not stay upset about that. The spirit sorcerer happily hugged her friend, asking to be sure that her friend did not like her crush and was happy that her friend had been honest with her. Clara was relieved because she had worried that Annie's had fallen for our dude. However, Clara noticed that as the genius teaching assistant replied, she had a blush on her face as she lied about having no feelings for our guy, and of course, their noble friend was horrified. The noble laughed that it was just a misunderstanding and that the spirit sorcerer had not visited the northern forest often, but it was not because she felt uncomfortable while the redhead noble was gone. Then the spirit sorcerer realized there was something that she really needed to do and she sped off while her noble friend waved her goodbye and told her to have a nice trip. Then, the noble turned to her teaching assistant friend who quickly said that she had something in mind. The noble asked what and the teaching assistant immediately demanded that her friend introduce her to a man. Then, the teaching assistant decided that she needed something more adventurous and suggested that they break the stereotypes and she asked her noble friend if she wanted to date. Her noble friend stared at her with blank eyes and the teaching assistant felt so offended. But her friend denied it and said that she was just staring. The teaching assistant panicked and said that she was sorry about lying to the spirit sorcerer. But when their bodies were apart, feelings were supposed to fade, and once the break ended, the Academy Scholarship student work would end too. Then, the teaching assistant froze as she found that the Academy Scholarship students were going to happily continue being her student assistants. Clebius and Onyx both worked hard and did well, so it felt it was a waste to send them off to another lab when they were proactive and proficient. The assistant professor Claire was especially happy to hold on to our dude who was quite good at working, and as a student assistant, the boys would receive more scholarships, and it would be better to work there than in other labs. Since they worked together throughout the break, the assistant professor assumed that it would be comfortable for her teaching assistant. Little did she know that Annie's was horrified as the assistant professor encouraged them to continue to stick together. Meanwhile, our dude went through his magic power details and checked out all of his improvements so far. He had gotten Mug and Merylda in his spirit slots, and he had a few more extra spirit slots thanks to his hard work. Janica had finally come over, and she reminded him that he needed to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Our dude noted that it looked like the spirit sorcerer was back to normal, because back when she had visited the camp, that time she had looked rather sad. The sorcerer panicked with a blush and said that she could not at all remember when that was, and our dude smiled because when he was with the spirit sorcerer, he felt like he loosened up a bit. She was a character who never appeared in the other scenarios after all. Right now, the spirit sorcerer was the only person that he could be his friend within his year. The oblivious sorcerer was still stuttering about how our dude made a contract with Merylda, but no matter how much she thought about it, it was strange and much too early for him to handle a high-level spirit. Our dude explained that he had used a trick, and he showed the glass golden phoenix ring, the legendary item. He explained to the spirit sorcerer about Professor Glass's golden phoenix ring that was now completely tapped out of power, and he also explained about his plans for the future. The spirit sorcerer noted that our dude could not use magic for a while, and that it would be hard for him to make a contract with a mid-level spirit for now. Our dude admitted that his magic would return when the break ended and the semester began. Still, the spirit sorcerer beamed and gave our dude a hearty congratulations. Among spirit sorcerers, they often call the day that a person made a contract with their first high-level spirit their second birthday. So, she asked if he was really planning on staying in the spirit library throughout the snowstorm. The spirit sorcerer thought that our dude was a really hard worker, and he added that she was also a really hard worker since she was top student of the year. When the snowstorm ended, there would be the student council president elections too, and since Janica was the top student of the year, she would probably get some attention. The spirit sorcerer laughed that everyone was asking, but she did not know yet, so she maintained neutrality. In the scenario, the spirit sorcerer did not particularly receive the spotlight just for being the top student of the year, and this was because, based on her personality, she respected all of the other candidates. Suddenly, the spirit sorcerer recalled that our dude's sister was also running in the elections, and he agreed that his sister was quite ambitious. The spirit sorcerer nervously mentioned that our dude seemed really close to his sister, as she recalled scaring the poor noble girl earlier. Our dude said that one could say that they were close, but he could not confidently say that since he had been excommunicated. However, he and his sister were still blood related. Whether they liked it or not, there was a high chance they would see each other for the rest of their lives. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with her. Even if not dearly, our dude did care for his little sister a lot. The spirit sorcerer was still stammering and stuttering, sure that what she had encountered was just a fight between siblings. The spirit sorcerer grabbed our dude's sleeve as she called out to him, and then tearfully asked what Tanya liked and if there was something he thought that she would like as a gift, or a food that she liked. Now, our dude was concerned and he asked the sorcerer what she had done to his sister. The spirit sorcerer screamed that she had done nothing and our dude stared at her suspiciously. Janica was really bad at lying and she folded very quickly. It took about 3 seconds for the guilt to be too much before she confessed. Our dude laughed because it was not even that serious in the first place. It was going to start storming in the morning, and leaving the dorms would not be allowed other than for special reasons. So, if anyone had any business outside, they needed to ask a maid. The little saintess clutched her item as the sight from a few days ago refused to leave her mind. The sight of that third year, our dude, had been terrifying. But what she felt more than that was discomfort. It was so natural that she thought that she had seen it wrong. The way our dude had avoided her gaze and then handed her the item, while he had almost spoken formally at the end. The saintess could not sleep easy from the worry that our dude knew her secret. She had worked so hard so that she could lead a normal academic life and to uphold the conditions for the hard work of the priests and the stand-in at the holy city. If a single outsider found out her identity, her academy life would end, and it had only just begun. It had not been hard to get information about our dude, and everyone who made it to the altar had faced him at some point. The first years jeered at each other for failing to make it to Class A, and Purple remarked that the senior he had fought was not a normal human, and he had heard that our dude was famous among the third years as a freak among freaks. From what Purple had heard, our dude had built a hut in the northern forest and he'd been living there. The saintess now knew where our dude resided, and once the snowstorm started, she would be unable to leave Opheles Hall for at least a week. Once the snowstorm ended, spring would come and the new semester would begin. By then, the little saintess feared that she would lose the chance to seal our dude's lips or do anything else. So, she threw open her bedroom window. The little saintess was scared, so very scared of our dude, the darkness and the bitter cold. However, as she faced the aching cold coming from her window, she recalled how she had lived while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings. Her first friend had told her that would cause her vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world was full of all its natural colors, and they could not be known unless the little saintess experienced it herself. So, she leapt forward, jumping into the cold air from the window and diving into the snowy night. Gripping her charm tight, its golden glow radiated around her, and as she landed on the outside, she transformed. The little saintess could not bear the thought of losing the freedom that she had worked so hard to obtain. To properly confirm her suspicions, she needed to meet that man, and so she ran into the snow. The saintess Clarice ran into the snowstorm in danger and distress. A person's eyes had long since adapted to the dark, because darkness was all they had ever known. The most vivid memory that they had was of their brother who had stayed by their side even when everyone in the household had avoided them. Their brother was covered in bloodstains and coughing blood, as well as the moment that they had stabbed their brother through the heart. The last words that the boy had spoken to his brother, perhaps meant as a curse, were not revealed as the scene quickly shifted to Assistant Professor Claire. The assistant professor was surprised to hear that another lab wanted one of her student assistants, and Clebius nervously explained that about the whole student assistant thing. He had felt like he was just a burden last time since he had gotten knocked out by a student. The treatment he got was really good and the top combat student liked it. The assistant Professor Claire then smiled, saying that she thought that he was dissatisfied or that somewhere else was trying to take him away. Since that was not the case, she asked if he could keep being her student assistant, and the combat student no longer had a reason to refuse. The assistant professor then beamed and asked him to just keep doing it. The top combat gloomy student bit his lip and fell silent, and he accepted the role as her assistant, unable to turn it down. Meanwhile, as Ed Rothtaylor had been born with a weak body, it felt like our dude had really trained the body to the very limits of what it could handle. During the break, our dude was able to concentrate on training, and he had advanced his crafting skills with the spirit formula and fusion, as well as increased his ability in magic engineering. Both of those skills were now good enough to be called his specialties, and he would be able to utilize those too well with a bit more training. So, our dude would be spending the remaining week working on magic engineering and spirit formula and fusion inside the underground library. Our dude had given Zix some money to clean up the mess with a bit of magic, but he had not expected the Wolfman to organize the books as well. Considering that the books were also organized according to theme and title, our dude was pretty sure that he had told the Wolfman that the library was a secret. However, it looked like the wolfman had gotten some help from Elka and they had probably fixed up the library while thinking of it as training. Our dude made a mental note to repay them for it later, and he got started on his studying, and it was inefficient to learn hundreds of formulas. The most important thing was prioritizing and focusing. The goal was to get the legendary magic engineering item, Glock's Eyes, that would temporarily amplify the proficiency of all sensitivity abilities. Our dude would also get the legendary item called the Delheim's Hourglass, which reverted all physical states by a few seconds and removed all damage and wounds, but it also had a one-time use. Our dude's aim was to make at least one legendary magic engineering item. A weak wind emitter, echo noise generator, crystal ball, blue magic sphere, Kragel's magic ink, and light transmitting sphere. Our dude would craft these items repeatedly to raise his magic engineering skill, and once he was used to it, our dude would make other rare items. Just thinking about it brought a smile to his face. Our dude had already gone over the ingredients, and he just needed to use the tools to achieve his goal. However, our dude paused with his hand rifling through his bag, and then he paused in horror when he did not find the item he sought inside his bag. Our dude was horrified to find that he had forgotten the tools at the hut, and he had to crawl back through the snow. He figured that it was time for his body to do some work as he trudged through the snow. Living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings caused a person's vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world was full of all its natural colors, and as her feet sank into the snow, the little saintess realized that romance was nowhere to be found as she struggled in the white snow. She finally found the river, and the little Bob girl rejoiced since they said the river was in the northern forest. This was downstream according to the map, so should she come across the hut if she kept following along the river? It really felt like she was on an adventure, and the Saintess Claris was not weak. While she was already more talented than many other mages, her holy magic was even better compared to others. The holy magic's blessing meant that anyone who attempted to harm her would have the damage returned twofold. So, even if she came across a wild animal or a robber, she would not be harmed as she trudged through the dark and cold. Despite that, the little saintess still felt a bit of fear when it came to our dude, and there was a possibility that was baptized by the Telos order since he was the successor to the Rothtaler household. The holy magic's blessing did not work on those who had been baptized by the order, as one was not to harm their fellow brothers. In the first place, someone who was faithful enough to have been baptized should never think of harming the saintess, but the reason the saintess had come was because our dude might know who she was. It was finally time for her to confirm her suspicions. She was sure that things would work out somehow, but she was so confused as to why the hut door was not opening. Bob Girl finally threw the door open with a huge burst of strength, and she knocked over the paint that our dude had been using to keep the door closed. Her eyes widened when the little saintess saw the stain of red in our dude's home, and then she looked up to see a giant boar skin nailed on the wall, which of course made her scream in horror. The Bob Girl fell over in shock as she squealed, and she was shocked to see red blood staining all of our dude's tools. There was blood everywhere which had spilt from the bucket at the door. The little saintess stared in horror at her hands as she wondered if she had landed in hell. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching and she panicked, looking around the bloody room. The little saintess searched for a place to hide. The door was thrown open and snow flooded into the shed. From the outside, something covered in scarves and looking like a giant snow monster peered into the shed. The door was pushed open and the damage was taken in. The little saintess was hidden, her hands over her mouth as she trembled in her little corner. The person reached out and touched something on the ground, and the terrified girl looked up to see the person. The stranger moved on, not seeing her as he focused on retrieving something from a box. He checked out some dangerous-looking tools, looking like a suspicious person in the dim light, and the little saintess hiccuped from the intensity of her fear. She trembled so hard that it was a wonder that she had not been caught. Then, a hand appeared above her head and the creature peered down at her, like a monster from a horror movie, and it asked who she was. The little saintess nearly had a heart attack, and that was when our dude finally recognized her as Kylie Etchen. He was shocked to see her and asked what she was doing in his house and why she was shaking so badly. However, Bob Girl was way too shook up and she blasted holy light right at our dude in fear and terror. Holy magic nullified most of the opponent's magic and inflicted physical damage. So, our dude found himself flung back with a magnitude of power. He was launched into his things and everything scattered. There was dust everywhere from the attack, but a figure suddenly arose from the cloud of smoke. However, that was just our dude, knocked flat and bleeding in the rubble of his things. Bob Girl stuttered in fear, trying to say that she had not meant to attack, and she fell to her knees in despair. Our dude had a serious blood stain and the little saintess cried that she had killed a person. Bob Girl pressed her hands together as she confessed to her dear Telos that she had gravely sinned. She, who was supposed to live a life of purity, came before the Lord with her blood-stained hands and confessed that she had been stained with sin and that she had to burn in the depths of hell to atone for her misdeeds. However, our dude pressed his hand to her shoulder and called out to her, interrupting her prayer as he growled at her in rage, further terrifying the little saintess who screamed in fright. The little Bob Girl had been through so much that her soul was already leaving her body. She passed out with her hands pressed together and our dude stared at her fallen form. Our guy was so pissed that his perfect day was ruined and he bit his lip and barely contained rage. Meanwhile, in the school hall, someone called out to the chief maid, A report had been heard and the chief maid was asked to please figure out what they had to do. Someone thought that they needed to notify everyone and begin the search, but that idea was discouraged since they would not have enough people left to run the place. The chief maid told them that they needed to be as efficient as possible right now, and the maid agreed. Awfully's Hall's chief maid Bellu is aware of Kylie's real identity, and the order had decided that the person in charge, at least, needed to be aware of the truth. The nation would be in an uproar if the Saintess were to go missing in a snowstorm. But even then she kept her composure and the other maid watched the chief maid in admiration. The chief maid had decided that it would be best to take care of things in secret considering the Saintess' holy magic blessing. She got dressed and explained that she would go out to find the holy Saintess on her own, and she asked the other maid to please take care of the rest of the students, especially Lucy. The maid agreed immediately, but she did add that according to the witness, Kylie had gone towards the northern forests. This made the chief maid stop in surprise, and she knew that was our dude's territory. She also knew all about all the girls that our dude had accidentally charmed and that he was 100% the accidental seducer of women. The man who was strangely blessed with women was now stuck in a snowstorm, with a man and a woman left alone together, having to depend on each other while waiting to be rescued in the harsh conditions. Just two people on their own made the chief maid think that they would definitely be doing lovey-dovey things together. The chief maid was horrified. Our dude could not get lovey-dovey with the Saintess. The chief maid was silent for a moment as she tried to process her next course of action, and the other maid called out to her in confusion. The chief maid then stepped on it and rushed into the forest in horror, stuttering that they had to find them as quickly as possible. She was very sure that the Saintess was in danger. There was a suspicious man in the northern forest, and he had buns for days, walking like a shadow through the forest. He was an expressionless man who walked around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. There were already rumors among the students as snow came pouring down heavily. Belle raised her hand to protect her face from the raging snow as she contemplated the rumor. However, she knew the truth. The head mage followed the magic fireball that she had conjured all the way to our guy's cabin. Here, she saw the footprints in the snow that she had been searching for. Despite Ed's standoffish appearance, he was relatively easy to talk to and was pretty considerate. She knew of all the girls who had been charmed by him, and he was the kind to faithfully carry out his duties despite the many women who approached him. The boy in the woods was always someone worth tutoring. However, thinking about how those relationships getting even more complicated than they already were made the head maid's head hurt. She grabbed the door handle, sure that the young Master Ed would not know the young lady's real identity, and as she stepped in, the head maid heard our dude say that he knew it. It was her after all, just as he had suspected. The MC was wrapped up in thick bandages, and in the corner, the Saintess was serving some punishment with a chair on her shoulders as she cried. It was not at all the night that the head maid had expected to see, and she was alarmed. Then, she hesitantly asked the young Master Ed for an explanation of the weird scene that she had just walked in on. Finally, some time passed and the head maid had gotten her explanation. However, if she did not take Miss Kylie back soon, the snowstorm would become too intense for them to make it through. Our guy completely understood, and he was sure that it was not a good idea for someone of the head maid's position to leave Awfully's Hall unattended for so long either. The maid agreed with his statement and the Saintess remained ignored in her little corner. The reason that the Saintess had come all the way there, the MC could guess it, but he was still rather displeased with her. The girl had done her best to hide her secret identity, but it was rather unnatural, and her identity was not supposed to be revealed until much later on. It should not be getting revealed now, but the Saintess was clearly doubting Ed now. So, he apologized for his rude behavior, and he asked the Saintess to kindly put the chair down. The girl sighed in relief and she placed the chair down. Then the maid and the little Kylie exploded in shock and horror when they found that our dude knew that she was the Saintess. They were shocked that he already knew, and our guy just pointed out that he had been baptized a follower of the Telos order. After all, it only made sense that he would be able to recognize her from close up when the spell was undone. Then, our dude gently encouraged the terrified Saintess to kindly put the chair on first so that they could have a civilized discussion about the issue. The girl agreed hesitantly, and the MC reminded himself that he had not changed his plans and he would not change his plans. He refused to get involved with any of the main characters of the scenario, but at this rate, with the Saintess blasting him from fear, she might end up doing something unexpected. So, it was just better to let her know that he indeed knew who she was so that she would stop being anxious around him. Ed groaned that hiding her identity and coming to this place must mean that she was tired of her life of restraint. He understood that much and the little Kylie was hesitant on how to respond. However, our dude added and then asked the Saintess what she thought of his life, seeing him live freely in the forest. He asked if she could guess what kind of life that he was living. The MC's life was not a life of freedom, and the Saintess only realized that as she looked around the cabin, realizing that he was just surviving. There was a light and dark side to everything. Freedom was no different. If the Lady Adele was a romantic who loved the beauty of freedom, then this man before them was different. Ed apologized for doing something like this to her when she was the Saintess. The Mick represented the dark side of freedom. He bowed, apologizing for overstepping his bounds because he had thought that there would not be anyone near her who would tell her this kind of thing. Now, he then asked the little Kylie to please leave as he stood to his feet. The little saintess hung her head in shame and apologized to the maid for making her walk all the way to the cabin in the woods. The maid says that she is just carrying out her duties and that she should not concern herself. Once they returned to the Ophilas Hall, then the young saintess would enjoy a delicious soup in a warm room, and this hut in the snowstorm would feel like a distant dream. However, inside that hut was the MC, who stepped out all dressed and covered in his warm clothes to resume his studying. The hut would still smell of blood and the harshness of reality. The saintess had never imagined that the man who stood there halting the incoming students would be living that kind of life. Now, she thought of the romance that she had dreamt of. It was a sad thing for someone to destroy your dream of freedom. But the saintess was certain that coming to the school to search for freedom was a good thing, and then she blushed because she hadn't met someone that she could respect. As they left with the fireball lighting the way, the head maid silently took note of the blushing girl. Her face set in disappointment but no surprise. Of course, Belle was horrified as she could not be sure if the MC's accidental love charm had taken root and infected the saintess. She could not know what the saintess was thinking, so all Belle could do was worry. Then, spring came again, just when they had nearly forgotten about it, and that was what made it so special. Someone said that they did not need tea and that it was hard to get a seat at the place without making a reservation. At the Laplace bakery, a person had come around for business, so it should be alright, and the foxy redhead asked if that was okay with Ed. She was going to take some time before the inventory inspection was done. The chef bowed and nervously asked them to please make themselves comfortable, and if they needed anything, all they had to do was ask. Foxy thanked the nervous man and dismissed him before he sweated all over their food. Having a monopoly was so fun in these kinds of situations, and it gave Foxy the power that she had never had before. Meanwhile, our guy thought that she was the only one having fun in the situation. Still, the redhead sipped her tea, saying that it was such a harsh way to put it. Ed may be right, but it was not like she went around harassing people, they just got nervous around her. As he knew, there was a bit of error in the distribution process because of the snowstorm, and the Laplace bakery ordered a bunch of things they did not need before the snowstorm. However, when it got closer to the delivery date, they had suddenly cancelled all the orders. The MC asked if it was a deceptive order, and the rich merchant explained that she did understand since food was valuable. However, she could not praise them for trying to monopolize products that could have gone to other businesses. People needed morals and ethics, and she sipped superiorly from her cup of tea. Suddenly, the chef rushed back to beg the redhead to please change the minds of her colleagues. The chef explained that he knew that he was in the wrong. But if she went on limiting the number of items that he could order, then things would become difficult for the bakery. He begged for the merchant to please be understanding, and that if things were not changed then they would be in big trouble. However, Foxy just laughed and said right. She had a lesson in the afternoon, so she asked Ed if he wanted to walk with her to class, completely ignoring the pleading sniffling chef. Even our guy thought that she was rather cold. She did not want to take such harsh measures, but the snowstorm had cut off the distribution from the main base, so the available funds were tight now. So, they needed to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. The MC had to admit that even merchants struggled sometimes, and she beamed and said as if, asking if he did not know who she was. Her specialty was managing worry, so our guy had nothing to worry about. It would be alright as long as there was no money going out to useless things. She had to be able to handle this much in order to run a trading company. Then, the redhead paused and asked our guy where his textbook was. He explained that he just had to stop by the library to borrow one and that he had to run. But it was good for his health. The redhead was horrified, saying that the textbook did not even cost much, and she asked why he did not just buy one. Now that she thought about it, the book was not cheap by a normal student's standards. All the textbooks used at the school were pretty pricey, and she was filled with dismay as she reached into her purse, knowing that she was on a tight budget. She nervously asked how much was the book together, and our dude appreciated it, but he rejected her attempt to buy him the book. It was almost time for the student council elections, and he guessed that she was not going to try for a position. The trading company had to come first after all, and of course, it would be best for someone who likes her to become the student council president. Then, the merchant asked Ed to try since she would not mind supporting him. However, he did not want to, and it was not like it was a guarantee that he would get that position either. The merchant sighed that it was such a shame, but she had already expected him to turn it down. Then, she suddenly suggested his sister. Our guy was surprised that Tanya had gotten brought up, and the red-headed fox grinned. She said that she did not want to have to suck up to Princess Phonia. However, our dude would not go into detail, but his sister was young. The redhead smiled and said that he already knew and that it would be hard for the young noble to become president even if all of the top students of each grade were to support her. She may be the daughter of the Rothtaler household, but the gap was way too large. Our guy agreed mentally that Lortel was right, and it made the most sense for Princess Phonia to become the president with how things were going right now. Tanya Rothtaler is the lesser evil, and with a lot of passion, she does anything she can to get one more vote. Pitifully and pathetically, but she is unable to close the large gap between her and the princess. Tanya ends up losing to an overwhelming difference in votes. Red then asks our guy if he supports the princess reign. He is surprised by her question but admits that he does not know, and he guessed that he supported Tanya more. Red was supremely glad to hear this since most of the people in the school admired the Princess Phonia, so she had been worried that he would be the same. Then, she blushed, sparkling like the fallen leaves during autumn, and asked if our guy was aware of her feelings for him. She blushed, her eyes soft and her cheeks rosy as she confessed that she had almost gotten jealous just asking about his affection for the princess. Our dude stared down, unmoved by her sparkly eyes and the flowers budding around her. Then, she rested her head against her chest and giggled, asking if that worked and resting her head on his chest to check his heartbeat to confirm. Then she groaned when he just shoved her away with a slightly annoyed look on his face. She complained that he was so cold, and asked if she had done something wrong. He sighed and said that she had not, but he did not plan on dating anyone until he graduated. This created a time frame that immediately interested the Red Fox, and her eyes widened as she asked what would happen after he graduated. Ed was silent as he pondered this because he had not yet crossed that bridge. Then, the redhead grinned seeing that he was undecided, and knew that she had gotten some very valuable information. She did not know what meaning graduation had for our guy. But that was not too far from now. Well, that was if he could stand to keep rejecting her, as she was rather confident of her seduction skills. Our guy was silent as he pondered his goal of graduating safely. It was not an easy goal at all, and it involved the final boss that they would have to encounter at the end of the story. The main character had to defeat the final boss in order for the world to regain peace, and it would be a fiery tense match between Taylor and the great final boss. Only when the boss had been defeated would the game be cleared, and everyone could march to happiness so that he could also graduate. Claris, the symbol of the order, and Phonia, the symbol of the royal family, needed to support the main character in order for him to be able to defeat the final boss, the Sacred Lance Dragon. In other words, Taylor needed to grow as the scenario intended and to make a lot of friends. The class placement had gone smoothly, and the curly-haired young noble raced ahead with her friend Kylie, who seemed to be hiding her identity well. Our guy sort of felt bad for Tanya, but Phonia would definitely become the council president. Then, the scenario would return to normal and Ed could have a nice happy and peaceful flowery spring, and he would be able to rest easy. However, the princess had sat up in bed and someone called to her as the bright light came in from the windows. Despite Ed Roth-Taylor's expectations, the scenario had already begun to break down in the bedroom of one girl, and the princess' hands shook as she said that she did not think that she wanted to run for the council position, as she bit her lip while looking haggard with dark bags underneath her eyes. Meanwhile, for some reason, Clebius was panicking as usual. He had his head in his hands as he groaned and cursed, saying that there were others who could do it better than he could. He had no idea why it had to be him from the start and he cursed his wretched life. There was a sheet of paper before him and he cursed again in dismay, asking why it had to be him. It was a duel request form. Someone had challenged the battle genius to a duel. A challenge for a duel had come about and a question had been asked on why they wanted to have a duel in the first place. Ziggs had asked why, and the person had responded that they wanted to learn from him. There was a moment of silence and then Ziggs closed his book, unimpressed by such a request, and he said he did not want a shallow reason like that. He had turned to the tall student with bulging muscles and a confident smile that stood behind him. The challenger with white hair then admitted that he wanted to prove his worth. The wolfman had then smiled, saying that the challengers had already claimed the position of top student of his year. However, that did not mean much to the student since he was just a first year. Janica was the top student of all the third years and Drake was the top of the faculty of combat. Ed was also very popular among the first-year faculty of magic for some reason. The challenger planned to have a duel against them all, and of course, there were orders to things, so the white-haired confident student had already sent in a request to Clebius, the top student of the second-year faculty of combat, but it seemed like the gloomy fighter was avoiding it. Anyway, if the white-haired challenger won against the second-year combat champion, then he planned to request a duel with Elvira, the top of the faculty of alchemy. Then, he would send a request to Ziggs, so he thought that he would tell Ziggs beforehand. The wolfman was perplexed as he stared up at the tall, large and imposing student. Then Ziggs curiously asked why he was next when he was not a top student, and the student sighed that the second year's top student was out of the question since Lucy was an undefeated prodigy, so that would then make the wolfman the technical top student of the second year. The wolf boy smiled, noting that his junior was rather self-centered. But anyway, the junior's plan was to beat him and then move on to fight Janica and then Ed. It seemed that the first lesson that the junior needed to be taught in Sylvania was that he was not always right. The wolf boy admitted that he did not think that it would be easy to defeat him. No, that was not what he meant. The dark-haired magic student laughed as he said that the arrogant junior would not be making it to him. Talk less of Janica or Ed. Ziggs laughed that the junior seemed to be a bit mistaken about something, and he concluded that the arrogant first year would not be able to defeat Clebius. The junior was told to learn to perceive reality properly first if he wanted to defeat his senior. The arrogant first-year student was heated at his senior for talking down to him and he was speechless with rage. Later, Ziggs was greeted as he headed out of class, and he looked up to see his favorite guy, Ed, waving at him. Our guy wanted to express his appreciation for Ziggs's work in the library. Then, the wolf boy told the MC all about the junior Wade and what he was doing. Wade was the recognized top student of the first years. He had been sending duel request forms to everyone that was doing well academically. It sounded like he wanted to fight the MC too. As far as our guy knew, Wade Callermore's challenges would go on from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. Episode 3 of the game had begun and it was the election of the student council president. The top first year was born a talented swordsman as the son of the commander of the northern border territories. The strong, tall and muscular first year was covered in a blue battle aura and he was able to easily take over the top student spot within the first years. However, the prodigy first year was unsatisfied, so he went off to challenge his seniors. In the end, he was able to defeat them one by one with ease, and their bodies fell to the ground with multiple injuries. The strong junior had even been able to feel Ziggs, the unstoppable wolfman. The senior Ziggs had been already exhausted going into the fight, so it was unfair for him. However, it was still a loss in the end, and Wade's rampage, which seemed like it would not end, ended up being stopped by the main character Taylor, who had appeared with a glowing sword because he had improved over the years. The wolfman mentioned to our guy that he had heard that there was going to be a welcoming festival for the new students that night, and he asked if Ed wanted to check Wade out. However, the MC had to turn that down since he already had plans. Our guy already knew what Wade looked like anyway, so he just thanked his friend for the invite as well as the warning. Then, he asked the boy to take care of himself. Ed had thought that he did not care about that kind of stuff, but seeing how energetic the school was, it was giving him energy too as the beautiful spring flowers filled the air. The refreshing atmosphere of a new semester had begun and he smiled because it made his footsteps lighter. Ziggs watched our guy go and he wondered if he should have mentioned one last thing. He had noticed this since they were in the same grade, and because he saw her often. But the Princess Phonia had been looking rather down recently. However, when the wolfman had been talking to the junior and Ed got brought up, the princess would whip around with alarm and immediately take interest in the conversation. To try out his theory, the wolfman called Ed in the middle of the class and the princess turned. The little royalty was acutely aware of our guy's name, and she almost seemed wary of it. Well, it was not like today was the only chance Ziggs had to tell the MC about it, so he was sure that it would be fine. He would look into it more and then tell the Rothtailor boy. So it was that time passed and the weather soon became warm. The butterflies floated in the air, flapping their adorable blue wings, and the scenery in the northern forest was a sight worthy of being called spring. A beautiful butterfly floated to Lucy's nose, and she waved her hands in annoyance, chasing the pretty insects away. Then, someone noted a really fast improvement. Janica had noted that our dude's connection to the spirits had gotten even much better. He had even gotten into a contract with Merylda, so he should be able to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit as well. No one would believe that he had done all of that within a year, and the spirit bird praised Ed, and then Janica cleared her throat. The spirit sorcerer had activated her teacher Janica mode, and it sounded cute, but it seemed like she thought it was a dignified title. So, the MC decided to play along, and he sat on a log and clapped for his teacher, saying that he had improved so much because he had such a good teacher. The teacher went on, saying that usually, to get into a contract with a mid-rank spirit, one had to explore mountains and valleys to find a spirit that matched well. Our guy could not just enter a contract because it had enough mana, and he needed to find a spirit whose man flow matched his own. The MC noted that he had not considered anything like that when he had made a contract with Merylda though, and his teacher pointed out that this was because he happened to match well with fire and wind elements. However, if he wanted a new spirit, then it would be much better for him to look for something that was not fire or wind. Our guy had to admit that she was right. It would be convenient to find a spirit whose element he was already able to handle, but that would make it hard to respond to various kinds of situations. Ed did not need to be proficient with every element like Janica was, but it would be best for him to try to branch out. So, he hung his head and mumbled that this was going to be pretty difficult. His teacher beamed and said that this was why people thought of their mid-rank spirits as fate. There was an illustration of a spirit sorcerer in the game of the failed swordsman of Sylvania, and it evoked feelings of wandering through nature, through forests and rivers, and connections with spirits that one met through fate. The first step was the connection, and our guy closed his eyes and focused. He needed to concentrate his mana into his eyes, so he did just that. Then, his eyes snapped open and glowed blue. There, before him, he saw various spirits flying and floating in the air and on the land around him. A new world of spirits had opened up to him and his teacher beamed as she introduced him to all of the mid-rank spirits that she had chosen. Ed could not help but be impressed and asked if she did not get distracted by all these spirits around. The spirit sorcerer was amazing, and the girl laughed that there was no reason for her to push them away when they all liked her. She had already talked to all of them too, and she even played around with the spirit snake on her wrist. Once again, our guy admitted that she was amazing. However, it was time for him to pick one of the many spirits that she had brought before him, and they all awaited his choice. Our dude was overwhelmed and he nervously repeated her suggestion of picking one out. A mid-rank water spirit called Pella the Pelican suddenly introduced itself and showed off its pretty blue wings. Number 2 also showed off its power while the MC's Firebat judged them as the privileged spirit to have been chosen first, despite being a lower class one. Ed could not help but judge the bat a little. Still, everything felt a little weird, and Janica deflated. Worried that she had brought too many spirits and asked if they ought to do the selection at another time. Ed sighed and said that it was nothing, and the Firebat urged him to take a look at the next applicant. The MC was just majorly disappointed that he did not get to partake in his fateful meeting, and he wondered if this method was really alright. A welcoming festival for the incoming students was very meaningful for the new students. However, the top student of the third years, Janica Failover, was unable to attend this because of personal reasons. The personal reasons were that she was busy conducting spirit lessons for Ed. The top student of the second year, Lucy Merrill, was also unable to attend due to personal reasons, the personal reasons being napping. So of course, certain members of the faculty found themselves in a rather difficult situation, and they worried that the festival would not be enjoyable. However, the lack of the top student did not have as great an impact as they had feared thanks to the appearance of one of the most dignified beings in Sylvania, Princess Phonia. The princess nervously moved around a chess piece on a board. The Sylvania Academy valued equality, but it was only a given that the students would be too afraid to talk to someone of royal blood, and even the nobles were too afraid to approach the chessboard. There was only one person who was able to talk to her during the event, and that was someone who easily made a checkmate. That person was the successor of the Callermore family, loyal servants of the royal family and one of the three greatest swordsman households, the top student of the first year, Wade. The princess acknowledged his skill in chess, and he pointed out that she had begun to hesitate after sacrificing one of her pawns. If she had let go of such hesitation, then he would have lost. However, the princess did not like projecting real military tactics onto chess. That was something a tutor in the palace would have done, and reality was different anyway. The top first year noted that she must have learned a lot in the academy, and the princess just mumbled that she was more self-aware, with a hooded look in her eyes. She had thought that she was better than anyone when it came to reading people, but she was starting to think that perhaps she was wrong. Who knows? Someone had told him that it was necessary to learn that one could not always be right. Her eyes widened in surprise to hear those words, that one person could not always be right. Ed Rothtailor, the mistake of kicking him out of the Opheles Hall was only a small concern, like a fish bone in her throat. However, he had saved Janica, and he had made a home in the forest. Then as more time passed, the undefeated hero had risen time and time again to the occasion, and his presence had grown bigger in that passing time. Even the new incoming students spoke highly of him, and as his presence in the school grew, her mistake grew bigger and the bone choking her began to hurt more and more. It was normal for a person to be wrong sometimes. That was something that applied to all aspects of life, not just Sylvania. However, if the princess kept acting like a child, evading her problems, then nothing would be resolved. Regardless of class or social status, learning was her duty in the academy. The princess smiled, thanking the young Wade for his helpful words. She was then ready to play again and she grabbed her chess piece. It was impossible for the princess to run from her mistakes forever. That would be foolish, and it would take about 4 days to resolve everything. After that, she would go to the hut in the northern forest, and they could sit by a campfire and talk freely. Princess Phonia felt deeply refreshed by this thought, and it seemed like spring was finding its way to her as well. However, one of her pawns slipped and began to fall to the ground. The princess' newfound spring was crushed when the morning of the third day arrived, and the news of Ed Rothtailor's death reached her ears, and the pawn that slipped crashed to the ground and broke apart. A dear respected father was greeted by their child in a letter that acknowledged that the father spent all of his time in the imperial castle. The writer had gotten used to telling their father about their days through letters. However, it was noteworthy that the writer would no longer be sending them from the Rothtailor residence, but from Sylvania Academy. Although there were many aspects that she was not used to yet, as it was her first time living away from home, she would not forget the honor that she must uphold as a member of the prestigious Rothtailor family. There was a period when it had been hard to adjust to the busy schedule, up to the intensity of the school and the egalitarian atmosphere that Sylvania was known for. As for friends, however, she had a few of what her father would call school friends. The young noble was working hard towards her goal, which he had confidently told him of before she had left home, as well as her plan to become the youngest student council president. She was a little worried, of course, because she had heard that the Princess Phonia, who was loved by the people, would be running in the elections, but she would try her best regardless. The young noble lady had also met Lordell, and although she was not much older, she gave off the feeling of being a perfect merchant. The negotiations for the purchase of the sage-sealed grimoire would begin soon, and the little lady was already wondering if it would really be okay for her to go as the family representative. The last bit of news was a little hard to mention casually, and since he had been excommunicated, she knew that the person she was about to mention had been nothing but a shame and embarrassment to their family. However, if she had to mention it, her brother did seem to have become hard-working and diligent during his stay at the academy. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Honestly, the young noble had been so young in the past that her memories were not that great, so she might have been misinterpreting it. However, recently, she had gotten a strange dream of when she was much younger. In the dream, she had been at the low hills behind their residence, a place where the lilacs and daffodils bloomed in abundance during the spring. The young noble remembered following the hilly path while smelling the flowers. She had been going up while holding hands with two people, and one of the hands definitely belonged to Arwen, so the other reliable hand must have been her father. There was also the chance that when Arwen was still alive, her brother had not been that much of a scoundrel, and back then he would have smiled and held her hand. If that was so, then perhaps her brother had not turned over a new leaf, but he had just returned to how he used to be. The night brought many complicated thoughts, but she ended the letter by saying that it was addressed to his loving daughter, Tanya Rothtaylor. There was a pop-up about the seal of the deadly poison magic, and if they were grazed in the slightest, then the victim would surely flail around in pain and die. Both Taylor's head had read through the letter he'd opened with a dagger, and he said that he had already sent a response to Tanya Rothtaylor, and he tossed the letter to the ground. The Student Council President elections, as well as the negotiations for the purchase of the sage-sealed grimoire with Lortel. It would be difficult for the young noble to handle all of that on her own, so the head of the house was going to send along a vassal for the young lady to trust. The poison dagger was brought before two bowed cloaked figures. Although it was usually not allowed to send a family's vassal to Sylvania, if it was for business reasons, the academy would allow it. So, the Rothtaylor had sent the vassals on their way, and the cloaked figures nodded. They exited the throne room quickly, and then he yanked off his gloves to look down at his rotten reddened hands in horror. No matter what, he could not get used to its ugly appearance at all, and two eyes opened on the back of his hand. The highest rank magic, cause and effect determination. If one sets a certain action or variable that one has caused, one would be able to see the resulting effects of it. The Rothtaylor had grabbed a purple orb and mumbled, wondering if there was no choice outside of using a great amount of mana. It was a shame that he could not use it often. This was definitely an absolute power, and when he was ahead of an important task, he could use the source of something that had been done and confirm the inevitable result. The result of that was our dude with wide eyes being dragged to the edge of a cliff, bruised and battered in the rain as a person shoved the poison dagger through him. Ed coughed out blood in shock and alarm, and the spirit sorcerer could only watch in horror. She screamed as our dude was suddenly dropped from the top of a cliff, and he plummeted, falling from a great height, blood splashing in the air as he fell. Even though she reached for him, he was too far, and the broken third ear clung to the cliff as she cried for him. She was speechless, and the heavy rain came down, soaking her hair and clothes and skin. Then, the spirit sorcerer returned with nothing but rage and malice in her eyes as she turned to the people who had done this. This did not really feel the greatest to the Rothtaylor head as he watched the whole thing unfold from the orb he held. However, to him, it was a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, the sun was bright and shiny over the peaceful atmosphere of Sylvania Academy. The young noble lady was checking out the progress of her attempt to take charge of the student council, but she ended up greatly intimidated by how far outranked she was. She thought it was impossible, but the president candidate approval rating investigation results showed that Princess Phonia was winning by a landslide of supporters. The princess was so popular that all of the people of the Klol Empire would have heard her name at least once. If the princess really did compete in the elections, then no matter what happened, the chances that Tanya had to win were zero, and this was very depressing news. Of course, she was very aware that reality and her delusions were very different. It was a shame, but she should just give up. Then, she saw Ziggs, who happily greeted her, asking if she was headed to elemental studies training. The girl was surprised to see her cheerful senior, and he asked if anything had been bothering her during her classes, and that they should have some tea together with Elka later. Ladies flocked behind the wolfman, gushing in awe since they thought that he was the strongest person in the whole academy, and they were impressed that she was talking to him. Later, the Lady Lortel told the young noble that she would probably be going to have a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade, and she asked what time worked for the young noble. The fox lady even asked the little lady to let her know when she could, and the fox would set something up, so she really wanted the little noble to attend. More people gushed to see the Rothtaylor noble talking to the renowned merchant who was an executive of the Alt Trading Company. Even Lucy worked up some strength to say hi to Tanya, and the onlookers went wild to see that Sylvania's best genius Lucy Merrill was talking to the young noble. They could not believe that the genius girl could actually sleep. They were amazed at all the connections that the young blonde had, saying that she was totally different from normal students like them and that she was so cool. They gushed about her multiple connections, and yet she acted with dignity and never showed off, which they all found so amazing and awe-inspiring. They would be happy if they could be half as dignified as she was, and the little blonde blushed furiously from their compliments as sparkles danced around her hair. Suddenly, she was all chipper and smug, saying good work to her fans. It must have been tiring, so they can go back to their rooms and get some rest. If they kept working hard on everything, Kylie and Terry, her fans and friends, would also become amazing students, so they had to work hard tomorrow as well. They would work hard tomorrow and the day after that so that they could become as dignified and as talented as the young Tanya. Then, the blonde closed the door to her room with great confusion in her heart. It strangely felt like her position and status within the academy had risen an absurd amount over the last few days. However, she had not done a single thing to achieve that. If she had to point out one thing, the reason that she was receiving this kind of treatment was because she was Ed's younger sister. The little girl groaned with her head in her hands since she had only seen her older brother as a piece of trash, but now she felt like the trashy one since she was benefiting so much just for being his sister. She could not understand why such a thing had happened. Then, her gaze turned as the door to her room opened. 2 people had appeared at her door, grown men who greeted her and said that they were happy to see her look healthy. The young girl recognized Kadik and Nox. Her father was so considerate as to send them both, and she expressed that it was good to see them too. They had heard that she had been working hard at school, and it was a relief that they could be of help to her. The taller man with the mustache would help by collecting information regarding the market price of the grimoire purchase negotiations, and he would ask about the current funding of the trading company in order to make the negotiations go smoother. Next to Katic, the burlier man with the black beard would work while the blonde was focusing on her studies. He would help her with the student council president elections, and with the rumors of the Princess Phonia being in the running. Then they would find information on the pledges. However, the young noble said that it was fine and that Nox did not have to do that. After all, some new information had come out that morning. Apparently, the Princess Phonia would not be running in the elections, much to the surprise of everyone who heard. Janica had heard that the Imperial Secretary made the announcement near the Imperial dorms and everyone was whispering about it. However, since it was just an announcement, that kind of information was subject to change, so our guy tried not to worry about it. The final boss of the fourth act was Crepin Rothtailor, and with his perfect work processing, everyone knew of him as the benevolent patriarch of the Rothtailor family. Only the Princess Phonia would catch on to his darkness. The power of the Imperial family and within the Academy. Phonia, who possessed both, became the most reliable ally who could take the lead in the fight against Crepin, and who would aim for the Sylvania Academy. That was what had to happen. However, now the princess was not interested in running in the elections. The spirit sorcerer pouted as she said that she was slowly getting the feeling now, and our guy was confused. However, the girl hovered over him as she said that she had the feeling that he was going to do something reckless again, and he did things like that so often that she could now feel it in her bones. He tried to protest, but she shut him down, saying that she could not accept him getting hurt and blessing himself again while she knew nothing. The MC was already suffering a lot, so there was no need for him to make things even harder for himself. Regardless of what he was planning, she would help him. Our guy sighed and said that honestly, he thought that it would be good for the princess to become the student council president. The spirit sorcerer was surprised by this verdict since the princess had been very mean to him and Tanya was his sister, so she had expected that he would support his family. However, the princess herself was stepping out of the running, so there was not much that they could do about that. It would be nice to know the reason at least. Suddenly, Ziggs showed up and pointed out that there were a lot of eyes and that they were both being rather scandalous in broad daylight. The two were surprised to see the wolfman, and the young lad apologized for interrupting their quality time. However, he suspected that he knew the reason that the princess was not running. The spirit sorcerer was in flames over Ziggs calling them scandalous and saying that his phrasing was too much. The poor girl's face was burning red, but the wolfman ignored her flustered self and explained that the princess was like an alpha wolf who had lost her pack. Due to her making the wrong choice, her pack died, and so the alpha wolf showed no reaction despite having an arrow pointed her way. It was quite typical of Ziggs to explain this all using wolf puns, but the princess' previously bright eyes had now dulled and faded. That was what she looked like to him, as if she was in a state where she had lost her self-confidence and could not do anything. Anyway, the wolfman would stop interrupting them now and he would be on his way. He had heard that it would likely rain the next day, so he asked them to keep that in mind when they were leaving. They informed him that he was not interrupting anything, but they thanked him for the advice. The boy's animal-like senses were usually a level above a normal human's 5 senses, which meant that his instincts should be tested. The worst possibility was that Princess Phonia had completely lost all sense of hostility towards the Rothtailor family. This immediately darkened Ed's mood and he wondered what he was going to do now. Meanwhile, Janica stayed oblivious, and she beamed that this was a nice turn of events. He was shocked to hear her say that and turned in surprise. The spirit sorceress spoke on the rain, saying that it would be the perfect environment to train water spirits since being near the ocean would be best. They had to go train a mid-rank spirit at the northern cliffs the next day. They would do that after the elemental studies class, and our guy could not help but smile at her positive attitude. He beamed brightly and thanked the bright girl, deciding that he would just do what he could do for now. Meanwhile, Lucy turned her nose to the air and she smelt the rain coming. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as she sensed something else, beef jerky in her mouth. The girl leapt down from the roof of Ed's hut and landed at the campfire. With a snap of her fingers, the fire was lit and our dude popped out from the bushes. It was finally spring and he strolled into the house while the powerful mages slept on her log. However, because of the rain, the MC turned back knowing that it would now be harder to go out. The rain that drizzled onto the tiny girl's body made her depressed, and if it was going to rain, then he hoped that the rain would pass quickly for her sake. Meanwhile, someone stalked into the forest, commenting on how the place looked. It was our guy and it was his first time coming to the northern coast. His fire spirit hid within his cloak and explained that the cliff area was definitely wide and desolate, with few people, so there was not much reason to come there, and it was ridiculously far out too. However, there was no better place to train a water spirit formula, and if the small bat spirit may be worthy, he would speak boldly, as he thought that the location was an excellent choice to make a contract with the mid-rank water spirit Leica. The fire spirit was also impressed that the MC had thought of even using mana arrows with it. Suddenly, Ed asked Mug to fall silent as he felt a dark presence nearby. The dark figures said that it was an honor to meet him at last, and they greeted the young Master Ed. Our dude immediately notched his arrow and held it ready to fire. In Act 4's final chapter scene, the Crepin Showdown, S third phase middle bosses, Katic and Nox appeared for some reason. They were the vassals that were in charge of darkness within the Rothtailor family. The veterans that had been a part of the Rothtailor family history for their entire lives, Cadex and Nox, both looked mighty threatening standing in the rain holding out a dagger while looking menacing. For Crepin,'s right-hand men who had undergone all sorts of hardship to be on Arkan Island, our guy should be happy to see their faces, but he could not say that he was. The two greeted him, saying that it was an honor to see his face again, and they called him Young Master Ed. He was surprised that they would still call him the Young Master even after he had been excommunicated, and he said that he should be thankful. They had heard about how he had been doing, and they had come under Lord Crepin's orders. These shameless adults boldly stated that their goal was to assassinate him. Our guy's eyes widened in alarm and they added that, however, they would repent. This of course confused the young boy who kept his weapon drawn. The two men were vassals and that had held a great deal of animosity towards the young Master Ed. This was why they had come to assassinate him, someone who had once dominated the estate as if he was a completely different person from his childhood. They would take his life with this blade engraved with the seal of deadly poison. However, the more they investigated his life and others' perceptions of him in the academy, they saw a surprising brightness that he had once possessed in his youth. He had helped many and surprisingly became well loved and well known in the school, and they realized that our guy had finally returned to his true self as the heir of the Rothtailor household. We would explain everything to the Lord Crepin, and they bowed as they asked him to please become the heir once again and to make the honor of the Rothtailor family known to the world once more. Our dude was confused that his assassins in the rain had turned from threats to apparent allies as they bowed to him. After a moment of silence, he told them both to stop messing around. Both the men had wicked grins on their faces when they raised their heads once more, smirking as they noted that he had grown much. Immediately, Cadec attacked first, releasing lightning-fast strikes at our guy. The Evil Knight Cadec who sent forward sword strikes of wind, and the MC just managed to dodge those fast lightning bolts of wind that came at him. Then his eyes widened as Nox had used the opportunity to get closer, wielding fire in his hand as he screamed. He was the Brown Bear Knight Nox who used a mace of flames. Our guy groaned as he barely managed to dodge the onslaught of heat that came at him from above. Ed was standing in a rather unsafe environment, but he just managed to avoid that first attack. Raising his bow, he fought to defend himself against the people who intended to take his life, but neither Cadec nor Nox were giving him a break. A battle in bad weather conditions was trying enough for the young student, but he was also fighting experienced vassals who intended to end his life. They were the vassals that were in charge of the darkness of the Rothtailor family. Nox growled at the young master, and Cadec asked if our guy remembered Meliana. She was the poor child who had lost vision in her eyes for his amusement one day, a maid that Ed Rothtailor had enjoyed bullying. She had also been Nox's daughter, and he raged in angry red flames as he recalled how the second-rate villain had stepped on her and pushed her to the ground. Our dude was very unlucky to inherit rage meant for someone else's actions, and the buff vassal punched the air, intending to obliterate the MC. However, his eyes widened in surprise and the main character drawled as he recalled that such a thing had happened. However, he covered himself in a protective shield, saying that revenge was useless. Even he knew that the only thing that lay at the end of this vengeance was emptiness. The man raged, saying that was not something that he wanted to hear from a cruel creature like Ed, and he swung with the intent to kill again, smashing some part of the shield. The MC was able to dodge that attack as well, and he agreed with the angry giant. Cadec was impressed and mumbled about how much growing the young heir had done. However, it would be impossible for Ed to block Nox's mace, which was involved with fire magic. The young heir was dodging quite well for now, but if he got hit even once by that mace, he would die immediately. Even Ed was aware of that with how he grit his teeth as he dodged each attack. The whole situation was rather troublesome, and the bow that he carried would only continue to get in his way. Our guy barely managed to dodge attack after attack. The heat of the flames scorched his skin each time that he barely managed to get away, and it was difficult for him to keep up with Nox's trained and consistent moves. Thanks to all this, his movements had become sloppy. It was becoming harder and harder for the young heir to take note of his surroundings, and he nearly slipped on the mud on the floor. Our dude panted, drawing to a halt with his fingers dug in the mud to stop himself from falling right off the edge of the cliff. He was outnumbered and properly outmatched in this scenario that he had not prepared for at all. Nox growled that the MC now had nowhere to run and he lifted his fiery mace with rage. The young heir could not help but agree that he indeed had nowhere to run. Then, a knife suddenly pierced Nox's back, splashing blood everywhere, and the angry father screamed in pain and surprise. Cadec also yelled in shock, calling out his partner's name. The other vassal wondered if our guy had used telekinesis, and then he realized that it had just been a spirit formula. Ed used basic shield magic that could only block magic to defend against the attack, and purposely prompted them to approach, while he prepared in the meantime. The MC then called to Mug, and the tiny fire spirit exploded, making Cadec raise his hand to protect his face as fire flew everywhere. The mustache vassal yelled out for his partner in worry. Then magic arrows rained down after the fire, flying at the mustache vassal who groaned when one of the magic arrows shot through his thigh. The vassal grits his teeth, wondering how their young master is now attacking them with an explosion like that. Our dude panted heavily as he fought tooth and nail for his right to live, bathed in an orange glow as he gripped his bow tight. He used the Blessing of Recovery and gained an increase in his temporary immunity to flames. The mustached vassals cursed and wondered just what had happened in such a short amount of time for a scoundrel like the young to get like this. However, next time, the young lad should attack his vital points instead of his lower half. Of course, there would not be a next time, and the other vassals fired his wind power at full force at the young lad. The power rushed out in waves and waves of wind, like a dancing green hurricane, and it all barreled at Ed. It rose a heavy cloud of dust that blocked out everything from view. Still, our guy remained standing, coughing heavily of course but still standing, and he had bruises and blood all over his clothes. He stood over the fallen body of the bigger Nox, and Kadic noted that the young heir had used Nox as a shield to protect his vital points. However, this was the end, and the vassal leapt at the young boy who stared up at the incoming adult. However, behind Kadic appeared a large and powerful water spirit that roared its protest and rage at seeing our guy getting attacked. Then, the vassal recalled the arrow that had shot past his shoulder and had fallen to the water as he realized that the MC had missed on purpose. The water gathered together and rose in the form of a huge wild cat. Lake of the Mind rank water spirit arose. The water spirit immediately devoured the shocked and struggling Kadic, suffocating him inside its body so that he had no choice but to drop both of his weapons. The poison knife fell just within the reach of the large Nox, who also lay on the ground. The mustache vassal panicked that he could not breathe, and he fought inside the water bubble as he quickly ran out of air. However, Nox tightened his grip on the knife within reach and suddenly arose while our guy was still trying to catch his breath. The defenseless boy had not seen him coming. Those were burns and stab wounds that would easily render most people unconscious, but for a brown bear knight who was confident he had seen everything that could occur on the battlefield, Nox was able to stay conscious and he loomed over the MC with the poison dagger raised. This was something that even Ed Rothtailor, the new and improved version, could not predict. The poison dagger came down hard on the shield over his head. The attack had been completely unexpected. The muscular man was alarmed at the sudden appearance of the shield, and he gritted his teeth as Merylda suddenly appeared, the great wind spirit, and she attacked the big muscular vassal with the rage of a protective mother. The protection of the wind that was activated during unexpected attacks manifested to blow the great Nox away. The overwhelming attack hit the man with all of the power of the wind, with the strength of an out-of-control tornado and all the rage of a powerful spirit. The wind was strong and imposing, and not even a strong wizard would have been able to withstand it. Yet, when the wind cleared, 3 shadows remained at the end of the cliff. Ed's eyes widened as water fell from his hair, as the dagger remained unmoved above his head, and Nox remained as well, covered in bruises and blood. The great wind had not been enough to throw the great man away, but it had frozen him in place. Then, the muscular fighter finally fell to his knees, and Kadic fell as well. It looked like the two had been defeated by Ed's might. Kadic was barely conscious as he fought to regain his breath, and Nox also looked like his brains had gotten knocked out. Our guy ran a hand through his bloody messed up hair in relief. Defeated, the muscular man stayed on his knees as he asked if it would be a luxury to ask for the young lad to finish things quickly. However, that is what Ed was asking, and it was Nox's shock to see the young lad return the knife to his hand and kneel before him. The fact that both of them had come meant that his father was determined to kill him. So, even if it was not this time, the young boy knew that he was definitely going to die. Even if he killed them both, his father's attempts at his life would not end. So, he would rather die here. Although it might leave only emptiness, at least his death would not be meaningless, since Nox at least would not live shackled by revenge anymore. The great muscular vassal could not believe Ed's words, and the young heir smiled as he said that this was a small gift for the big guy's loyalty to the Rothtailor family, and the big vassal could only groan and choke in shock. His hands shook, cradled in the hands of the one that he was supposed to kill. Then, the big vassal moved forward and drove the knife through our dude. Ed's eyes widened from the pain, and he groaned, spitting out blood as his life faded away. Meanwhile, Janica was just showing up at the scene, and she apologized, saying that her class had ended earlier than she had expected. However, her eyes widened in shock to see a dagger ripped from his belly, and to see his body get kicked down from the edge of a cliff. Her crush, covered in blood and bruises, looked battered as he fell. The spirit sorcerer cried out his name, and he also choked, his hand outstretched, as he fell. She screamed and raced for him, their hands inches apart as he grabbed at the air. However, he remained too far away and he plunged, far from her reach. The spirit sorcerer called out his name in vain. The rain fell heavily over her and she was in despair as once more she had come too late to save the one man that she loved. The muscular man cursed as there were not supposed to be any witnesses. His body was already in so much pain that there was barely any chance that he would be able to fight her. Then, his eyes widened in horror when he saw a large amount of spiritual energy begin to flow from the spiritual prodigy in waves. Even a brown bear knight who was confident he had seen everything that could occur on the battlefield had things that he had never seen before. An entity even higher than a high-level spirit, the summoning ceremony of the highest level spirit of which only one existed per element in the natural world, and the only girl who could execute it, who turned with her eyes red with a different type of bone-deep rage, as she asked the terrified veteran if he understood what he had just done. A giant magic circle, pulsing with light and magic galore, sparkling and vibrating with energy as it danced and circled each other before unleashing magic. The main character wondered just how many people could actually understand the meaning of this magic circle. A genius spirit sorcerer who had experienced summoning the highest ranked darkness spirit, Glaskin's right hand, had put everything on the line in this display of grief and fury, and the magic fell from the sky like rain. The sun that scorches the earth below, a vibrating and overwhelming show of magic that summoned a creature that possessed a tail larger than the imperial capital, the creation that had burned down the Alpons mountains during the Age of Myth, and the highest rank fire spirit, Teorphas, a gigantic and ferocious beast that seemed to form from the storm clouds themselves. Even summoning just one of his hands would be enough to burn all of the northern forests to ashes, and his hand descended from above. There was no need to understand the giant magic circle in the sky, because those who even looked upon it were hit with an unshakable truth. This truth was that once they saw what was in front of them, then they would quickly be able to understand that the great wave of magic that fell from the heavens like the birth of a great powerful and terrifying beast was nothing but absolute death. So it was that Janica turned to them with hatred burning in her eyes as she asked the shocked and terrified assassin if he understood what he had just done. The man could not speak, his face already earing off just staring at her. His entire body was consumed by the heat from the creature, and his mouth fell open in a scream of agony as his skin melted from his body. However, much to the man's surprise, something happened to save his life. A great wind arose, wrapping around him and protecting him from any further harm. It was the great wolf of the forest, and she told the man to quickly gather his wits and flee the environment. The man had to hurry and run, but the idiot was somehow still asking useless questions. However, the great wind wolf insisted that he must survive and report everything that he had seen and experienced. So, realizing this was his one chance, the man did not waste much time and picked up his fallen companion, crawling out of there immediately. However, Janica was not having it and asked the great wind wolf what exactly she thought that she was doing. Rescuing innocents was one thing, but getting in the way of her prey was unacceptable. She commanded the great wolf to move, and turned her power on her oldest friend. The wind wolf, however, did not fear the girl's approach, and the great guardian of the forest faced the spirit sorcerer head-on. The spirit sorcerer paused in confusion. The great magic still swarmed her, but her friend was not attacking, and she felt lost. The wind wolf spoke, noting how the spirit sorcerer could not recall who she was. The wolf asked the young girl to calm down for a moment and think about it. She was not the one who had summoned her. Then, Janica's red eyes of rage softened and widened in realization. The heavy rain continued to pour, and it was a stormy downfall, darkening the sky and blocking all from view. At the edge of the rocky cliff was a flowing stream, and out of that stream popped a hand. In the past, our guy had been asked how his magic engineering was doing. Lortel knew that he had taken some magic engineering items and ingredients last time. However, he replied that he did feel like all he did until the break ended was train his magic engineering all day long. He had worked tirelessly inside his little hideout, happily studying. So, to sum it up, she could call all of his hard work a great success. So, it was Ed who emerged from the water, clawing at the edge of the shore with bruised purple fingers. All of his hard work had been worth it, since he had been able to craft a legendary rank magic engineering item. It was called Delheim's Hourglass, which reverted all physical states by a few seconds and removed all damage and wounds. It could only be used once, and it was now destroyed. Since Ed had managed to use a legendary item though, his proficiency had increased, which was great news. However, he needed a moment to cough, hack, and to catch his breath as he gasped at the edge of the shore. He had reversed the injuries from falling from the cliff and released the seal of deadly poison. However, our poor guy had only won back a few seconds, and he was absolutely drained from all his previous wounds. Due to the salt water getting into his injuries, his temperature was dropping rapidly. He had summoned Merylda because the situation while he was atop the cliff was not normal, but he was in such a mess that he could not even grasp whether it went well or not. The legendary magic engineering tool Delheim's Hourglass, which should not exist in the third act. He had never thought that he would end up using it this early. It was sad when he thought that all of his efforts for that long period of time had disappeared after one use. However, he had managed to survive. Kreppen Rothtailor's cause and effect determination magic was really annoying. Even if Ed were to defeat Kadik and Nox and survive, Kreppen would utilize his enormous mana pool and repeat the cause and effect determination magic until he found a new future in which he died. So, the main character needed to die once. The young Rothtailor did not understand why his father suddenly wanted him dead, but if he confirmed a future where Ed died, then he would be uninterested in his son for a while. It was hard to send vassals to Arkan Island without reason, and the only thing that could be considered a good enough reason was to help Tanya with the elections as she had gotten busy, or for the sage-sealed grimoire negotiations. Once those had ended, the vassals would have to leave. This meant that our dude did not dare show his face and that he had to live like a dead man until the grimoire negotiations and the elections were over. It was a pretty solid plan, but our dude was covered in wounds and he landed face first inside the mud. The problem was that his body was not moving properly, and it was raining and he was exhausted. The talented extra paused when a light shone upon his face and he saw a giant fire beast launching right at him. He was kind of too exhausted to even bother dodging that. However, he did sit up and laugh about how his body was so sore, he thought for sure that he was about to die. It was a relief that he had been found well. He mumbled out his thanks, but before he got far, the spirit sorcerer rushed at him and grabbed him in a tight embrace. Ed's eyes widened in shock as the spirit sorcerer cradled him in her arms, the rain still falling around them. She had leapt with such force that she had knocked him down, and for a moment they just lay in the mud with her arms tight around him. After the shock wore off, our dude finally admitted that he felt like he only ever made her worry, and he was sorry about that. The girl hiccuped as she cried and his bloodied hand raised. Very gently, he embraced the crying girl and the lady like that together in the rain. The rain continued to pour heavily in the storm, even after they moved into the warmth of a nearby cave. So, in the end, until the elections take place, it would be beneficial for our guy to stay hidden. Without even asking any further questions, the spirit sorcerer immediately happily offered to bring the main character some daily necessities and living tools, and she told him that he should not worry too much. She blushed with glee and he thanked her as always. However, he did have to mention that his injuries still hurt since she had taken to clinging to him like a monkey. The girl gasped and fell back, apologizing and saying that she had just felt relieved because she was hugging him. Then, she blushed even more and begged him to just forget what she had said. Our guy was speechless for a minute, then he noted that it was still raining. They sat near the warmth of a fire, and they had a lot that they still needed to do. Meanwhile, the rain poured on, and a bit of it fell on the roof of Ed's hut. If someone were to ask what Lucy was doing so lazily, they would say that she was doing nothing, like normal. However, the little genius was actually practicing the art of waiting as she settled just outside the MC's door, with her arms wrapped around her legs. The difference was in the fact that she felt peace and not boredom. One could easily imagine the daily life of the owner of the hut. After walking through the forest grass and confirming that the campfire had gone out, he would kick the wooden reinforcements a few times and ensure that they were sturdy. Then, he heads to the drying line and puts away the laundry that's completely soaked and takes all the tools that might rust and puts them under the tent. After that, he would brush off the rain from his clothes and say hi to Lucy at the hut. Ed's daily life was ever-changing and turbulent, but in the end, he would always return to where Lucy waited for him. He would light up the lamp, sit at the desk, and begin to read a magic engineering book. While he did this, the little girl was curled up at the fire and fell asleep, while listening to the round of the rain, the fireplace, and Ed flipping the pages of his book. It was a simple life that made her feel content. However, when the little girl opened her eyes from the nap that he slipped into, she got the strange scent of mana and blood. She thought it was annoying and closed her eyes again, imagining our guy returning home and patting her head, telling her that she did a good job protecting the house all by herself. The little girl was happy with this image, but then she cracked her eyes open. With a yawn, Lucy got to her feet and decided to investigate the strange scent. That was when she spotted the two injured assassins. They were surprised to see her, and Knox introduced himself as a vassal of the Rothtailor family. He begged for assistance as he was very injured. He said that he had tripped in the forest and that his comrade met a wild animal which hurt his throat. However, at some point, Lucy interrupted his filthy lies, telling Knox that she would let him live. The man fell silent in terror, and the little mage repeated that she would indeed let the man live if he was honest with her. She asked exactly what he had been doing. Meanwhile, someone had found the knife that was sealed with deadly poison. It was an advanced seal so rare that one might only ever see it once in their life. The member of staff was frustrated and he mumbled that it felt like these accident reports only occurred when he was on shift. Seeing how there was no mana left and only traces left, the seal of poison must have already been used and someone died. Considering the person fell from the cliff, it would be hard for the security to find them even when it got bright outside. To sum up the situation, the someone was going to meet with Ed in order to help him with his spirit sorcerer, but when they came, he had been stabbed. Janica bowed her head and said that was exactly what happened, lying to the feds in HD. The staff said that he was sure that the young lady was shocked, but he also asked her to try to remember clearly if she saw the culprit. The young spirit sorcerer was shaken, saying that the people had said that they were Rothtailor's vassals named Kadik and Knox. The staff was surprised to hear that vassals of Rothtailor were behind this. He decided that once the morning came, he would talk to the High Dean. But then he paused. He noticed a student approaching, a little girl with a tall hat on her head. They were surprised when she vanished from view and suddenly appeared before them. It was Lucy, of course, and they were both surprised to see the little genius. The spirit sorcerer realized that things could get dangerous, and she said that she would explain everything back at the camp. However, the young mage announced that she had caught them, the murderers that killed their dear Ed. The Rothtailor vassals, Kadik and Knox. The little girl marched forward and grabbed a bow, charging it with magic as it was definitely Ed's. Janica tried to cry out, but Lucy would not be reasoned with, and purple magic sparked from her in waves. Then it exploded before the onlookers, and they barely kept from getting blasted away by her sorrow and heartache. The staff was shocked at the wild display of magic, but the spirit sorcerer quickly said that they needed to chase the young girl immediately. The teacher wanted to ask questions, but they did not have time for anything like that. They had to move quickly before things escalated to worse degrees. Currently, the two vassals were being severely tortured by Lucy, who had returned to them. The vassals had been around under the pretense of helping with work. They loyally served the Rothtailor family, and just thinking about her got her boiling with rage. With the bow in her hand, she recalled how the vassals had yelled that they were not suspicious and that they had come to assist the young Tanya legally with permission from the academy. That information sent Lucy into a new flavor of rage as she recalled the little Rothtailor girl, thinking that she had something to do with this. The maid's hand curled into an angry fist that radiated with power, and she punched a hole through a building wall. The uninvited, very angry, and very powerful guest entered into the broken room, an intimidating and dominating presence, and she asked where Tanya Rothtailor was. The walls came crumbling down once Lucy showed up, burning with anger and a thirst for vengeance. The world had taken away the one thing that she had come to hold dear, and she demanded the location of Tanya Rothtailor. Someone called to the talented mage, and she turned with fire burning in her eyes. It was the maids of the hostel, and they were in the rain, asking what was going on with her. Their sweet lazy cutie pie had never acted like this before. A magic box was activated, and it shone with blue light burning from inside of the box. Magic circles surrounded Lucy and the two prisoners that she kept hostage, attempting to subdue her. The head maid Belle could not understand this behavior and asked the talented mage why she had embarked on a rampage. However, the girl looked at the maid with the kind of malice that had never been seen in Lucy ever before. A flash of magic, and the blue box that tried to contain her got zapped right out of Belle's hands. The maid's eyes widened when, instead of heeding their plea, the little mage made a demand. The talented, lazy mage demanded that they bring Tanya Rothtailor to her. With darkness in her eyes, Lucy would not rest until she had seen the young Rothtailor lady. There was a huge thunderous explosion, and the dust settled as it was acknowledged that the brief skirmish had been a good fight. However, the redhead was dissatisfied with the results, since she was currently on her knees. She muttered that her opponent sure acted arrogant just because he beat the second-year seniors. However, the silver-haired junior just smiled and praised Elvira for her hard work. Regardless, he could not yet say that he had beaten the second years. After all, he was yet to fight Ziggs. The wolf boy was not interested, and he just sighed, ignoring the big strong junior. Even if the 1-versus-1 battles were his speciality, it was still amazing that the young junior had beat Elvira, the top alchemy student. The genius Joseph was well known in the first-year magic faculty, but the silver-haired fighter was still somehow the year's top student. The heir of the renowned swordsman family of Callermore, Wade Callermore. The first years had started to believe that the fighting giant just might be able to beat Ziggs. Suddenly, the wolfman's eyes widened, and they all sensed a tremor hit the building. The students were surprised and wondered what it was. They considered that it could be an attack, and they wondered if they ought to run. The explosion was of course Lucy breaking down a part of the wall. The students immediately stopped their petty rivalry and rushed out. The top of the first years said that they had to find the head maid. However, the wolf boy immediately shut that idea down. It was already too late, and they all saw the head maid and the others frozen into stone. The time type of spectral magic, time prison, had come upon all of the maid's staff, freezing them into what seemed like solid rock. In this world, there existed a genius who could witness the spectral magic that someone spent their entire life researching. This genius could also copy a spectral magic after just one look. The genius, of course, was the little lazy mage. But she was furious, and she demanded for Tanya Rothtailor. The wolf boy was shocked to see Lucy Merrill of all people causing so much havoc. Some of the maids were still on the ground, and they were evacuating the students to safer sides of the school. Ziggs immediately tried to gather some information on what the heck was going on. The maid explained that even the head maid had fallen victim, and they had no idea what to do. If the Lady Lucy was telling the truth, then the situation was that the third-year faculty of magic student, young Ed Rothtailor, had died. This news stopped the wolf boy in his tracks. His running halted, and he slowed to a stop. The maid explained that the assassin was a vassal of the Rothtailor family, and Wade was surprised to hear this, asking if Ed's sister was somehow behind us. Then, they just realized that Ziggs was no longer following them. See, this fight had just become personal. So, the wolf boy told them to go on ahead first. The maid was shocked at his behavior, saying this was not the situation to be acting like this. Even Wade yelled and asked what was wrong with him. The junior asked if the wolf boy was going to try to get revenge or something and to just evacuate. However, Ziggs turned and bolted in the other direction, saying that when the time came, he would evacuate, so they could leave first without him, and he was sorry, but this was a matter he could not ignore. The burnt heavy doors were kicked down by the wolf boy, and just as he thought, 5 minutes after the first loud noise, no one had seen Tanya Rothtailor. The girl was not in the room, and the wall had been broken down by the little mage. However, the door was locked. The only place the girl could hide in this situation was inside a chest. Sure enough, that is exactly where Ziggs found the crying girl, who shook and trembled, wondering how this could happen. All evidence pointed to the little girl, but it confused the wolf boy, and he still did not understand. To be precise, thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation and life at the academy had gotten significantly better. Although it did seem like the little noble held some ill towards her brother, it was strange for her to have orchestrated an assassination. So, the wolf boy took a moment to think rationally about the situation. He told the little girl to listen very carefully, and that she needed to answer truthfully. However, he still had some dark threat in his eyes when he asked if the girl had ordered for his friend to be assassinated. Ed's male fans were almost as scary as his female fans, and the poor girl screamed in terror, crying that she really did not do anything like that. The wolf boy could not be sure, but at this rate, the little girl was sure to die if she got caught by Lucy. Thinking about the main character being killed left the loyal fanboy feeling desolate. He could not imagine a world where our guy does not exist. However, there were too many things that he could not understand right now. It might be right for him not to interfere. However, he took off his coat and said that he would listen to the details later. For now, the little girl needed to stay hidden inside her small hiding spot. One thing was for certain, if the young noble lady went out in the square, she might die. So, Ziggs wrapped his coat around her, knowing that the little girl dying, and Lucy getting blood on her hands, would never be what Ed would have wanted. So, the wolf boy was willing to sacrifice himself to hold the little mage off for now. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked Ziggs if he could not read the room. Wade had reappeared, saying that there was no need to try the impossible. Right now, the right thing for them to do was to listen to Lucy. No one knew what would happen if they kept protecting the little girl, so it was best for them to send the shivering noble to the talented mage. However, the wolf boy was having none of that, and he insisted on making his own judgment concerning the situation. The little girl had tears in her eyes as she watched her senior fight for her, while her classmate was ready to leave her to die. Oddly enough, her classmate was being very insistent, telling Ziggs that he was making an unreasonable decision. If the wolf man persisted, then Wade would need to achieve his goal even if by force, and he drew his sword. The swordsman insisted on taking the little Tanya. Magic battles against magic, purple meeting gold. The little mage was nearly invincible, and nothing they threw at her could permanently hold her down. She blasted various buildings in the school in her wild hunt for Tanya Rothtaylor, even turning certain students to stone and freezing them in her time cage. Clebius was absolutely horrified to see her, and he gasped in horror at the stone statue in front of him. It was Dorothy, who was from the third-year faculty of alchemy students. She was a top student too, but even she had fallen victim to the talented mage. The combat specialist was terrified, and he looked up to catch sight of Lucy just hovering with her two prisoners. The little mage had never looked more alert and darker, just looking at terrified Clebius so much that he took off running. He could not imagine why something like this was happening, and he had not come to Sylvania to experience crazy plots back to back. There was no such thing as peace in Clebius' life, and he was having the absolute worst time. He cried as he ran, closing his eyes as well, which led to him tripping over a small stone on the floor. Clebius went crashing face first into the mud. For a hot moment, the little combat kid just lay there a while and pretended that he was one with the dirt. If something like Lucy suddenly appeared, of course, such a thing would scare him. The young student swears that he hates this situation. Suddenly someone showed up and mocked him for being idiotic, saying that they could not believe that the dark-haired boy was lying down in a place like this. The dark-haired combat student raised his eyes in surprise to see the alchemy genius, Elvira. She pointed out that the black-haired boy had just been sparring just a few moments ago. However, the combat student whines that he used up all of his reagents while he was sparring, so he would have to go to the lab to get more. The only people who could stop that monster called Lucy right now were the top students. In terms of time, they needed to hold out for at least 30 minutes before the academy workers arrived. It looked like Clebius' legs had given up. Once the cowardly warrior had regained his strength, they would escape to the faculty building. If there were any academy workers over there, then they would call them over. Underneath, the sky is dominated by Lucy's magic. Elvira strolled away with confidence. The black-haired boy stared at her, feeling a little inspired. He considered his current situation, and then he cursed at himself, calling himself a lot of very mean things to say. Clebius cursed and covered his face as he cried, and the howling of the wind and rain grew even darker. Meanwhile, Janica was keeping our dude updated, and things had gotten really bad. The academy workers were on their way, and Merylda was also going to help. But Lucy ended up finding out before she had gotten the chance to explain everything. The spirit sorcerer nervously admitted that she might not know what might happen. Then, our guy asked about Lucy and was informed that she went to Opheles Hall to find Tanya. The main character paused at this news, and then suddenly he shot to his feet and stretched out his bandages. Ed said okay, and then declared that he would have to go himself. The heavy downpour continued on, raining in large showers on Ed's hut. It reminded Lucy of the time she lay in bed sick and her grandfather had scolded her severely for rolling around in the rain. Of course, she ended up falling sick. He scolded her and told her to make sure to remember that feeling. And the tired girl looked at her grandpa in confusion. Slowly, the number of times where she would lie down with a fever or get injuries on her body would become less and less. She would meet weak people, and those who could spend their entire lives just barely managing to do the things that she could easily do. Those people gathered in the square and fired magic at Lucy in an attempt to bring her down. However, the irritated mage just responded, realizing that the members of the campus were not going to bring her target to her. If that was the case, then the lazy mage was tired of asking nicely. It would not be long before she found her target herself. Her grandpa had warned her that the little girl would one day become such a powerful mage that no one would be able to rival her. The magic that whipped around her was like a storm, a giant tornado of purple that no one could breach. All those who came against her were swept in a wave of her magic and immediately frozen in time and turned to stone. The little mage landed as she recalled her grandpa had warned that life may get tedious because of her innate talent, and everything may end up seeming meaningless. Even the feeling of pain would eventually become a distant memory, and Lucy trudged on in the rain, the pain in her heart threatening to rip her apart. She called her old man a liar because tears were running down her eyes. She had just lost her best friend. The little mage stepped on a square that burnt hot and it exploded, a magic trap activated. The smoke cleared and of course, Lucy was still standing, though mildly irritated. Her opponent cursed that the plan had not worked, and it was of course Elvira with her bags of tricks. The alchemy genius said it was a stranger since the mage wielded a type of magic that she had never seen before, but its casting speed was abnormally high. The mage did not care for the alchemist and flapped her hand like the girl was a nuisance, asking her to move. The poor alchemist took a serious attack and she spat blood, flying back in pain. Lucy's casting was so fast that Elvira had wondered what principles it was. However, it was not magic. The talented mage was fighting them using the essence of pure mana. The little mage sure was a different type of beast and she strode over to them menacingly. In the end, the problem was the mana. Mages who had outstanding mana sensitivity would make magic out of mana. However, the grinning alchemist asked if the mage was aware that alchemists could understand mana and transform it into something that was not magic. Lucy's eyes widened as she noticed the little trinkets that were scattered around her feet. Magic engineering items could be used against mages and mana as well as reagents. Elvira then activated the red quartz reagent, which allowed her to absorb a great amount of mana, allowing it to move with fluidity. She would then use the mage's mana as fuel to activate all of the magic engineering items, and they sparked around the little mage, forming a mana circuit. The connection was complete. A Krex mana separator, a noise generator, an elemental stimulator, a claw hand Hadouken, a vision disc, and Catlin mana purifier. If the alchemist activated all that with an increased output at the same time, then all of the mana in the area would evaporate. The alchemist was so sure that all of her babies, that she had spent her entire life making, would get ruined. However, not all of the students had evacuated yet, and the maid needed more time too. So, the redhead was willing to sacrifice her intentions to buy more time, and she asked the mage to just try and break past these as well. The circuit activated around Lucy, all sparkling with glowing and beautiful colors of light and energy. It was a good plan. A brilliant plan in fact if her opponent had been anyone but the genius mage who quickly overloaded the circuit with mana. Elvira's eyes widened in shock just before all of her gadgets exploded just from getting filled by the mage's essence. It was a great plan. Calculating the amount of mana it took to overload all magic engineering items was theoretically possible, but nobody did such a thing because it was not academically valuable. It was supposed to be impossible for anyone to have that much mana. Unfortunately, Lucy was the living and breathing manifestation of the impossible. For someone like her to exist, it would be impossible to stop her in the first place. The time that it took to apprehend the Opheles Halls had made Belmaya, the fourth-year top magic faculty student, Tressiana Bloomliver, the fourth-year top alchemy faculty student, Dorothy Whitefelts, and the 14 high-class maids, and the second-year top alchemy faculty student Alivra was just 3 minutes. Lucy stared at their fallen bodies without a care and she walked past them. However, the redhead was not through and she grabbed the ankle of the little mage. Elvira warned the mage of the regret that was to come if she did not stop now. The mage could have just sent the entire Opheles Hall flying with the amount of mana that she had. The fact that she had done all this instead must be because she also thought that Ed would not have wanted this either. Her words halted the little mage in her tracks because she knew those words to be true. Carnage, violence, destruction, their good friend would not want anything like that done in his name. However, the purple magic bubbled in her hand as she said that was something that she would decide after she had met Tanya. Suddenly, something crashed into the little mage from above, though it did not hit her thanks to her shields that worked all the time. The new attacker was a crazy person who was completely out of his mind, and his whole body was trembling. But he would not let Lucy get past him. Of course, they both knew that he would not last very long against the talented mage and they sat in silence for a second. Lucy then casually activated her magic again and immediately shot Clebius down. The time that it took to apprehend the second-year top combat faculty student Clebius was just 1 second. The little mage even had the audacity to look slightly bored about it. Meanwhile, Wade the Pest was still being annoying and insistent on fighting Ziggs in order to achieve his goal, even by force. The young swordsman demanded for Tanya, and the terrified girl peeked from the closet in fear. Ziggs kicked up a nearby sword and he managed to dodge the junior's first attack. Spinning around he made his own thrust at Wade who quickly blocked the charge. The junior swordsman was shocked that the wolf boy could so easily display the Island family's swordsmanship. It was too much of a difficult and drastic change to say that. But it was the swordsmanship of a beast that once romanced the northern grasslands who became civilized after staying at the island estate. Although it was rather free-spirited, it was not completely detached from theory. Fightin' Ziggs was a real swordsmanship experience. However, the junior refused to be intimidated, and he raised his sword to meet the wolf boys. The swordsmanship style was incomplete, and Ziggs' center of gravity was too high so he had an easily identifiable weak spot. The junior swordsman celebrated his win, and he charged right at the wolf boy like he was aiming to kill him. Zig saw the sword coming, but suddenly the attack was blocked by a strange magic that the junior boy had not expected. It was the wind blade. Wade growled as his sword got knocked away, and Ziggs took the opportunity to leap forward and punch the lights out of the silver-haired junior. Once Wade was down, the wolf boy asked the junior if he wanted to keep going. The arrogant junior still stumbled to his feet, saying of course he would love to continue. He was someone who enjoyed fighting with strong people, and he looked absolutely villainous when he added that it was an opportunity to fight with someone as strong as the wolf boy, so he did not dare give up so easily. Wade cried out, asking for the wolf senior to entertain him more. The senior sighed that his junior had become quite unsightly, and that people did not enjoy fights. They were instead supposed to enjoy victory. The junior was supposed to only show drive when it came to fights where one saw the potential of victory in. However, the junior could not at all understand what his senior was saying. If the junior truly wanted to fight someone strong, then he would not have chosen Ziggs out of the magic faculty second year. He was not the magic faculty's top student. After all, that was Lucy. The junior stumbled at that accusation, but the wolf boy cut him off, saying that if he was done looking for an excuse, then that was all the junior would amount to as a coward. The junior was so taken off guard that he squeaked when Ziggs knocked his sword down. His eyes were wide in shock as the wolf senior now looked at him like a wolf looking at prey. The tip of his sword was just underneath Wade's neck, and he'd probably do the world a favor if he pressed a little further, but the junior had already raised his hand in surrender. The junior asked with wide eyes what he should do against an opponent as impossible as Lucy, since fighting against her would just be foolish. The wolf boy agreed, but he also said that the young mage was Wade's limit. Suddenly, Ziggs's eyes widened and he felt a very strong and scary presence coming from behind him. Lucy had arrived. Pride is the cause of the death of more warriors than anything else in the world. Beware of those who believed that it was a virtue to charge forward courageously and pompously with full confidence in their abilities, and did not hold respect for those who put their lives on the line, over and over, in order to express themselves. Glittering in the darkness was a single red eye as someone dragged their battered body after Lucy. Clebius had been told when he was younger to be afraid. Fear was his weapon. Clebius stood before Lucy, his little dagger stabbing up and down on parts of his own body as he dripped blood on the floor. If the gloomy fighter lived his life only in fear, then one day, a day would come when his feet would be unable to leave the floor. Even though, as he always had done, Clebius could quickly escape, Alvira watched in awe as there arrived a time when his fleet feet did not want to lift from the floor in retreat. Although his entire body trembled, fascinatingly enough, the hand that held his sword was firm and steady. Around his hand gathered dark waves of red mana. Although loss would be inevitable, his body would still strive to move forward. The second-year combat student had been told by his father to remember that feeling. The feeling that would wind through his body as he stood covered in deadly mana and as his eyes turned to black against an opponent far stronger than he was, because that feeling was conviction. The combat student Clebius gripped his mighty sword, his form covered in large waves of dark red aura, giving him an almost inhuman appearance. There was a hunger in his eyes as he regarded the opponents before him, and his eyes were covered in black with red irises shining within. The onlooking Alvira could not believe that the monster before them was supposedly Clebius. The combat student now looked so different, though it was of little consequence to Lucy, who just summoned up her powers as usual. The girl had no intention of letting anyone get in her way, so she summoned up a flame pillar and shot that at her opponent. It was to do 100 damage, and it hit its target in a loud fiery explosion. She had not forgotten her promise not to kill anyone, and the fire sizzled over the combat student's flesh. She could still do this despite that fact because she was 100% confident that she could not kill the monster that the dark-haired boy had become with just that level of magic. As it turned out, the little genius was right, and the monster reappeared behind her, an insane amount of bloodlust still burning with intensity within his chest. She was surprised to see that he had gotten faster, but he had no intention of giving her time to think. The monster lashed out, attacking Lucy so fast that she was only protected by the protection of the wind that blocked her from unexpected attacks. The monster Kael'Bais growled in frustration that his attack had not landed. The combat student was blasted back, away from the little Lucy with Meridla's amazingly strong wind magic. Of course, the combat student had no interest in giving up just yet, and he slid to a stop, his blood-stained claws digging into the ground. More wounds formed on the gloomy combat student, and even more blood was split over his blood-stained body. Still, the monster that was their classmate leapt forward. It would not be strange for the boy to have fainted at any point from the blood loss, considering the amount of blood that warped around his body. However, the amount of mana that surrounded the boy's sword and body only increased the more he lost blood. The more he was wounded, the more powerful the boy became and the more blood flowed. He clashed against the talented mage who protected herself in a purple sphere against his onslaught of relentless attacks. She would not go down easily, but she was also starting to find that neither would he, and the mage's eyes widened with the sweat starting to form on her brow and slide down her face. This was because she realized that her opponent was also swinging around something sinister, a cursed sword. The Nortondale family's taboo, the blood swordsmanship. This was what Clebius wielded against her, and the little mage found herself feeling the slightest of fear for the first time, and the monster descended on her yet again. The monster roared in the night, spitting out its determination as mana and blood carried it through, a hand raised with a purple attack brewing like lightning, and the genius mage found herself able to block the monster's attack. Multiple magical circles manifested around the struggling boy, and Lucy knew she could no longer take it easy on her opponent. Her hand closed into a lightning-charged fist, and Clebius knew pain like no other, as a lightning strike was unleashed on him by all the purple magic circles that he controlled. The boy was zapped, and yet the genius mage found her eyes widening in horror when she realized that for some reason, not only was he the opponent still standing, but he had become even more ferocious than before. The gloomy combat student roared, looking more monster than a man with each passing second. The maid's lips wobbled as she charged her hand with even more power. She was desperately trying not to kill her schoolmate as she raised the intensity of each attack. Still, the combat genius attempted to cut through the attack, fighting with a swing of his blood sword at the attack. The blast was increased in intensity, and once again the genius mage's attack hit the combat student full force. A large display of purple power engulfed him. It was a terrifying sight, an attack that very few would survive. Clebius fell to the ground, his hair soaked and fell over his face. His body was beaten and damn near broken. Blood swordsmanship was the kind that used the blood flowing from a person's body as a new mana source. It was a taboo among taboos. As long as the blood bubbled within Clebius' body, his swordsmanship would rise again. The family had called the little boy the sword demon, saying that he had killed another person. They had called the poor student a demon and a monster, even insulting his heritage and legitimacy. Some wondered aloud to the boy's hearing why a monster like that was even in their family in the first place. The boy endured all those insults. Even the Nortondale family itself forbade the young boy from ever inheriting that combat style. However, a gentle hand on his shoulder would always remind him that he was not a monster, and would smile at the young lad with pride on his face. Now, blood dripped from the combat student's hands, and they dripped in waves. Slowly, the boy managed to crack his eyes open, a bit of red in a sea of dark. The monster that learned the taboo of blood swordsmanship on his own was the sword demon, Clebius Nortondale. The young tenacious boy recalled his brother in the moment that he fought with all of his power and might, but even he had to acknowledge the situation. The dark sword demon was a worthy, formidable, and downright terrifying opponent. But the real monster here was the mage who lifted her hands again, shiny purple light dancing at the tip. Lucy stared at her manic opponent with determination in her eyes as she once again charged up for another strike against him. She fought like she wanted him dead, but she just wanted him to stop moving. The genius mage summoned divine punishment, and her opponent could only brace for impact. Meanwhile, Siggs was running ahead, dragging the exhausted Tanya along with him. The little noble girl huffed and panted in fear as she raced after him, and he reminded her that they were almost there. Suddenly, the wolf boy paused as he noticed something. There was someone standing at the door, smiling smugly as she informed the two that if they went through the door at the end of this hallway, they could escape. It was Lortel, the foxy merchant. She had popped out during all of the commotions, and Ziggs had to pause with his sword drawn and hesitant and distressed. Foxy went on to say that there were a lot of blocked roads, so the little blonde was lucky and she should make sure to thank the wolf boy for coming with her. Then, someone called out to Lortel, knowing that she had surely heard the news about Ed, and they already knew how fond she was of him. However, the foxy redhead just smiled and said that he was not sure. The wolf boy was apprehensive, asking the redhead what he would do if the little blonde had shown up here by herself. The redhead was silent for a moment, before finally confessing that she would definitely have ripped the little girl to shreds, with a murderous look in her eyes. Siggs reminded the merchant that much would be too rash a behavior, and the redhead agreed that he was right. Instead of killing the little noble, she would happily start instead with ripping the girl's fingernails. Foxy was not sure that was enough to make the little girl confess, nor what she would confess. Horrified by the many stages of Ed's crazy girlfriends that she had to go through, the little blonde cried and squeaked that it was not her. She was not responsible for her brother's death. However, her guardian wolf boy assured her that it was fine. The redhead was going to let them go simply because she could not beat Ziggs in a battle anyway. However, even the wolf boy found that very suspicious, and on instinct his body froze. See, everyone in Sylvania knew that making an enemy of Lortel Ketchelm was a very foolish choice. The moment that girl began to show hostility to a person, that was the moment a person could never tell what might be waiting for them behind the next door. The wolf boy was hesitant, and he had no idea what he was supposed to do in this situation. Tanya's guardian was frozen and was now deep in thought on what would be the wisest course of action here. However, he had not caught on yet as to why he and the girl he was protecting were still safe. He had no idea how it was possible that he could spend this time frozen in thought. The wolf boy had no idea of the sacrifice that Clebius was making for his sake, and it brought Alvira to tears. The alchemist begged her friend to stop, asking just how many times he was going to get hit by this high-level magic. The sword demon had fallen to his knees yet again, barely keeping himself upright by leaning on his sword. The boy was a tattered, bleeding mess, and still, his eyes glowed with a red hue. The boy could recall a memory of someone calling his name so dearly. He had been told not to blame himself too much, and that it was the fault of the people who had wanted to test his power, not his own. His brother had told the young boy to lift his head and to not think of his powers as a curse. As far as his brother was concerned, the little Clebius was the hero that charged forward with the conviction to hold the line against an army bearing down on him like a mountain. This was the power of their progenitor, Belcus Nortondale, and it had been used to protect the family. With that power, the older brother believed that his young brother could also become a hero like him. Now, the dark-haired gloomy hero swayed, cursing as his bleeding fingers dug into the hard ground. The sword demon believed now that his brother had been wrong. Once again, Clebius channeled his blood and leapt into the fray like a man on a mission. The Nortondale family had a sword demon and said the demon raced through the night, through the rain and through the pain towards his opponent. Even if he acted like a human, once he lost rationality, his surroundings became a sea of blood. Whenever the boy lost himself and swung his sword, everybody died. An antiquated concept like morality did not apply to a monster who bathed his surroundings in blood. Once again, lightning shot at the crazed fighter, this time shining blue with a sharp electric charge as it tore through the air and tore through the sword demon as well. The boy spat blood and all his wounds bled simultaneously as he was once again hit with a strong attack. Despite that, the boy flew forward, bursting towards the genius mage and once again raising his sword. The girl found herself so focused on the monster boy that he worked hard to buy time. Once again, the monster fighter was zapped, the charge tearing through his skin and worsening his wounds. As they fought, Lucy found herself watching the boy with an unreadable expression on her face. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and her shock grew when a blade swiped close to her neck. It was the closest that anyone had ever come to her, not counting the one time that Taylor almost struck her. The combat student sliced towards the mage, displaying power that dared to defy the impossible as well as achieve the improbable. With determination shining in those red eyes, he was determined to become a hero with his power. However, those red eyes and a face stained with blood had once regarded the brother that he so dearly loved, coughing out blood. The taller boy had held his younger brother's blood-stained sword and said that it was a relief. The brother was relieved that his little brother had been the one to kill him and not someone else, since he could at least forgive Clebius. So, the brother had clutched his little boy and told his younger sibling not to blame himself for what had occurred. His older brother had died with a smile, and the combat student could not help but think that the true hero had died that day. The younger boy then started with horror in his red eyes as tears flowed down his cheeks. The hero had died at the hands of a monster. Now, the boy had stopped with his sword so close to Lucy's neck. He cursed as he had finally closed the distance and breached the gap that kept him away from Lucy. He was seconds from breaking through her defensive shield, but his whole body ached and his conscience had once again awoken. The poor boy could not go on any longer. His blood-stained hands trembled as he registered that he did not want to become a hero. The dark-haired boy's only desire was to not become a monster. With that, the boy fell forward, sword lowering in defeat, and he crashed to the ground in front of Lucy, unable to do her harm. Still, tears fell from the eyes of the boy who lay on the muddy ground. He had managed to do his part, and most of the students had been evacuated from the danger zone by the maids. Clebius had fought hard and he had fought well. So, he let his consciousness slip and his body stayed slumped before the tiny genius feet. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounded the sword and body as one became more wounded and as more blood flowed. Ironically, the closer a person was to death, the more power they would possess. However, even that great power was insignificant in the face of Lucy. Perhaps due to the complacency of the strong, or the determination of the weak, a moment occurred that could never be repeated, and for the first time ever the little mage had been cut by an opponent in battle, a small slice on her neck. For the first time in her life, the little mage definitely could have died against an opponent. The little girl had lived her entire life as part of the strong, and her hand brushed her wound as she could never get used to the feeling of being weak. The fear of death that she had experienced for the first time made her determine that she had to kill the weak who no longer had the ability or will to fight. She feared the repeat of such an incident ever occurring again, and so she gathered a storm of power in her hands and prepared to strike the fallen sword demon. However, an arrow fired just in front of the fallen Clebius, and the broken boy groaned, cursing in surprise, taking the words right out of the tiny mage's lips. Just as he had thought, the mage found a figure standing before them both, cloaked in a hood that was tugged by the wind and the rain. The figure was an archer that they recognized well, and the dark-haired combat student cursed as something he suspected was confirmed. The cause of all this chaos was alive after all, and he looked pissed. Meanwhile, the wolfhound of the school still found himself frozen in the hallway with Tanya behind him and Lortel in his path. The young lad was unsure of what his next move should be, and he ground his teeth in rage as he tried to figure it out. There was no time to waste, and Lucy was almost upon them. He needed to hurry up and decide the next course of action. Then, the wolf spoke to the redhead when suddenly the window beside them exploded into a million different shards. The wolf was shocked, even the fox was shocked, and everyone was shocked as Janica of all people came crashing in through the window. The spirit sorcerer landed right on top of the foxy merchant, wiping out the tense situation that they had all been stranded in. The spirit sorcerer was quite surprised to see Lortel there and called out to her in a casual greeting. The foxy merchant was also surprised to see the talented spirit sorcerer. Then, the spirit sorcerer proceeded to shake the rain out of her hair like a happy dog. Then, the spirit sorcerer noted Tanya and immediately pointed at the blonde, loudly declaring that she had found her, much to the girl's dismay and Ziggs's apprehension. There was silence as the four regarded each other for a moment, with the blonde noble trembling like a leaf. The foxy merchant watched the spirit sorcerer in awe, noting that she seemed fine even after hearing the news about Ed, which was very unlike Janica. This made the smart merchant feel suspicious immediately. The merchant thought perhaps the sorcerer had gone crazy, and if not, there was one other option. The spirit sorcerer was hesitant as she mumbled that she was misinterpreting the situation. However, the wolf Merylda appeared beside her and said that if anything, the spirit sorcerer had arrived right on time. Ed had also arrived right on time, and he clutched his bow with his might as he stood in the rain, standing before Lucy. He was alive all that time, and Clebius cursed to see him. The combat student took a moment to cough blood, and the MC regarded him, asking if that was really the gloomy combat student that he knew. The gloomy dark-haired boy groaned that he was aware of what he looked like. He had gotten very beaten up, and he knew that all that fighting was for nothing and that he would never be able to even reach the talented mage's toes, even if he put his life on the line. He should have run away, and he fell face forward into the puddle in front of him. However, the combat boy laughed that he was not the only idiot. All those people who were now frozen in stone were weak and definitely would not be able to stop her. Yet they had still come this way to try and somehow stop the rampaging Lucy. Nobody asked Elvira to either, but she had to sacrifice the things that he worked on her entire life without hesitation just to stop the tiny mage. It would have been more comfortable for Clebius if his brother had just given up everything like the others, but instead, he believed that even while being destroyed, his younger brother could become something like a hero. The gloomy boy sniffled and cried in pain, wondering why his big brother would not just let him run away. Even in death, the brilliant boy haunted him. Despite all that, Clebius still could not even win, and he was shaken by so much regret and pain. It was all wrong again, and it all felt so meaningless, but a scarred hand was gently placed on the boy's trembling shoulder. Ed had walked forward to comfort, thanking both Elvira and the combat boy. Their efforts had not been meaningless, and they were truly valuable. Even Elvira could not believe what she was seeing as our guy turned away from her. Even as he slumped by her side, the combat boy could not help but curse at Ed, calling him a loser and an insect, sobbing and saying that he knew. The alchemist noticed the combat student slipping, and she yelled for him to get it together. The boy had slumped to the floor. Ed's words, deep inside his heart, were not empty, and he was truly shocked. He had a full understanding of all of the main characters in the academy, but he never thought that anyone would have the ability to do this, not even himself. The rain continued to pour over the three figures, and it had taken at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for Ed to arrive at the scene. The boy Clebius had stood for that entire time on his own, battling the most powerful mage of their generation and almost winning. The failed swordsman of Sylvania's third act final boss had found against the awakened one, against Lucy, the little mage who also stood in the rain. Her huge hat covered her gaze as the water dripped down and soaked her completely. The mage's expression was unreadable, and had found himself apologizing, saying that he should have told her in advance, based on the situation that he found himself facing. He had just had to die. However, he was also in an extreme situation where his life had been at risk, so he did not have the time to reach out to her. The MC had not been able to prepare anything in advance, and he was sorry that he had not been able to let her know. However, he was interrupted as that giant hat flew right to the talented mage's head. The genius mage, who always seemed so untouchable and strong, suddenly felt so small in his arms as she grabbed his cloak tight. The little girl shook as she held him, telling him that he had thought that he was dead. However, he reassured her that he was still there. His scarred hands held her little shoulders as he told her to look clearly at him. He was right there, and he held her tight in his arms. The two embraced in the rain as few onlookers watched, and all was well once more. After entering civilization, Ziggs was confident that nothing would ever cause him to feel fear again. However, facing the spirit Merylda, who regarded them and announced that she had found Tanya, and that she had been looking for the little girl, along with Janica and Lortel, was a whole different ballgame. Ziggs had found himself in a very difficult situation, and these two already were not in their right minds because of the news of Ed's death. If so, he was not sure how the situation would end. However, Janica suddenly said that she had something that she wanted to say about their guy. Before she could speak, Ziggs fired a barrage of magic at her because Janica had looked a little demonic while speaking. The little blonde coughed when the wolf boy told her to think clearly. If she followed the path this way and ran forward, she would eventually come to a forked road. From there, she could go west, and if she kept running like crazy, she would eventually reach the life buildings. Once she had lost them, she was to find a place where she could ask for help. The young noble was now the heir of the Rothtaler family, so it would be ideal if she could find imperial forces or a noble family that she had a good relationship with. The girl stammered and asked what about the wolf boy, but he just promised to block their opponents to the best of his ability so that they could not go after her. He kept up his magical green wall and told the girl that it might not be possible for him to hold them off. The girl was shocked and asked why her senior would even go this far to protect her when he barely knew her. However, he would not go this far if she was not Ed's younger sister. The little girl was to consider herself lucky and to run away. So, the little blonde dashed away and Ziggs prepared for battle. The fire wall fell before his two supposed enemies, and the wolf boy prepared. He was sure that the two would not hear him out no matter what he said now, and he completely understood why they were upset. After all, he also had someone that he loved so greatly, and the girls sighed as they regarded him. Janica had just finished briefing Lortel and she was confused at the wolf boy's words. The wolf boy knew that just the thought of losing the person that he loved hurt so much that he could not stand it. He was sure that the spirit sorcerer's entire body was burning in fury and she had no choice but to feel that way. After all, Ed was the person that she loved and she loved him more than anyone else. Janica had never been more exposed as he went on to say that he knew how serious and precious her love towards the MC was. He knew all about the passionate love and feelings that she had towards their guy who lived in the woods, and that he would remain in her heart in whatever way and become a part of her. However, his tirade ended when she blasted him with embarrassing magic. The magic was so intense it blew out of the building wall. The smoke lingered after the fire had died out, and Ziggs lay fallen to the floor, smoking and everything. Suddenly someone poked him with a stick and yelled that he was not dead. It was Janica and she had just been trying to tell the stubborn and stupid wolf that Ed was not dead. Their beloved third year was alive, and the poor wolf groaned for her to stop assaulting him with the stick. The moon was high in the sky and someone stood in the rain. Spring rain was falling as blood coated the ground. The petals on the street and the flowers that were left in the gardens often got swept away by the spring rains, and the seasons would take on a new image. Emotions were of course the same, and once it was all released and a person regained their composure, then even stable relationships could enter new conditions. The little mage Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glocht, her grandfather, was the same way that she felt about Ed. However, those overlapping feelings were similar and yet slightly different, and she realized this as he held her in his arms. The difference between the two was in fact suddenly realized, and the little girl had to push the other boy away, which surprised the MC. However, the girl now had her face painted red and a serious blush as a realization dawned on her. He called out to her, unaware of the blooming electric charge that had taken over her heart and made it beat faster, an embarrassing realization. Although her friend had only said her name as he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. The little mage finally realized what this emotion was as embarrassed tears filled her eyes and she was horrified by it. Finally, resuming the story, we start with our girl Lucy, staring blankly ahead with no emotion in her eyes. The poor girl laid flat on her bed as she had been under house arrest for so long that she felt like she was starting to become one with the furniture. The girl asked for death. It was 29 days until the end of the probation and she already could not take it anymore. It was 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Phonia had met. Water crashed along the shore and a giant water jaguar leapt out and roared. A knife was raised to counter the jaguar's razor-sharp teeth, and Ed, with his shirt open for some lean muscular view, was in wet combat with the wild spirit animal. Water danced around them as they fought, hitting the ground with a loud splash. The two were locked in a vicious battle, spirit's water clashing against Ed's combat skills, and he danced and whirled as he blocked the spirit's attacks. He fought not just one wild tiger but two coming at him at the same time. It was a battle of the century. Water splashed and the battle waged on for quite a while. Finally, it got to the point where our guy could finally lower his weapon. The fiery bat spirit flew over with tears of adoration in his eyes as he sang the praises of his master, praising his incredible reaction time and ability. Mug the fire spirit was so touched and he added that it would be great if his master ended things there for that day. Another nearby water jaguar praised that the young lad's close combat skills were outstanding for a mage and he must have been training for a while to grow so much. She was the mid-rank water spirit, Leisha. The boy thanked the water spirit as it was with her aid that he had grown so much. She was the perfect opponent for him to duel. Mug was way too small to handle intense battles like the one that he just fought. With the training, our guy had been able to advance his crafting skill slot of spirit formula and fusion. He had also contracted a few spirits by now and it was pretty good. He was still contracted with Merylda, but training with her was a bit too much. The jaguar hummed and said that he thought fighting with the protector of the forest would likely be more helpful to the young lad. However, the boy fell to his hands and feet to do a few push-ups, huffing and puffing that if he fought a house-sized wolf then he would definitely be sent to the afterworld. The water spirit smiled and noted that high-rank spirits could freely change their form. That was how it was possible for her to easily go around the entirety of Arkan Island. The boy considered it as he did his push-ups. He felt strangely pleased. His stats barely increased once they passed 15. And to get by, he needed to fulfill specific conditions like clearing hidden quests. When he considered the stats that he could obtain as Ed Rothtailor, the boy ran his hands through his hair as he realized that he was getting closer to the upper limit. He sat on the floor with a breath of relief. Once his long-term goal of mid-rank magic was achieved, he wondered if he should think of a special ability to develop. The boy could not get complacent here and stop growing. He was ready to stand and keep exercising, but he paused in surprise. He had been sitting there relaxing and had not expected Lortel to suddenly show up and get a great view of his open sculpted chest. The redhead blushed in surprise, saying that she had just been enjoying the view. She knew that it was frustrating to live in seclusion, but her friend needed to develop healthier habits and to start resting when he could. The boy asked if that was so, as to be honest, he felt more at ease just living in isolation than he had felt in the forest. His food, his clothing, and shelter were all provided for by the help of others. The foxy merchant asked if he meant Janica and he admitted that she offered the most help around. Then, she noted that he must have been training with the spirits who were not particularly happy to see her. They knew she wanted to snatch Janika's crush. The redhead blushed and said that the spirits must surely be watching all of this, and she curled in close, hugging Ed's arm close to her bosom. The spirits immediately set off the emergency alarm, disapproving of her behavior at once. The redhead laughed in amusement. The young lad asked what she was trying to do, and the redhead replied that she would be going to visit the Princess Phonia soon, and she thought of a few things that she could make some off of regarding the upcoming elections. Lortel intended to finish the deal with her before that. As our guy had requested, it would be easy to release the two knights Kadak and Nox, but it would not be for free, so she wanted to take the deposit for that little favor before she visited the princess. Ed was surprised and asked about the deposit. The foxy girl grinned seductively as she asked the young lad to hug her once. The boy was surprised and speechless at her request. However, he quickly came to terms with it and sighed while accepting his fate. The happy redhead watched his hand move as she pressed up to his exposed chest, and she was suddenly pulled into a hug, much to her shock and delight. The girl had requested for the hug, but she had clearly not anticipated getting very flustered from being in his arms. The girl gasped and pulled back, asking him to wait when her hands fell upon his chesticles. The girl gasped and shoved him back, screaming out the genius's name. The young student was surprised and asked what she was doing. The flustered merchant mumbled that normally this kind of thing, attack and defense, were separate. She was babbling nonsense now from all the blood that had rushed to her head. She even gasped out that she was now a little confused. The hug ended up feeling way too different from the countless times that she had imagined it before she came here, and she could not understand why he was dripping wet and not wearing clothes. She was weak when exposed to the power of his maximum riz. The redhead ranted that he should know that she was walking a tightrope inside her heart already, and there was such a thing as common courtesy. The young lad was shocked off course as he had just done what he wanted. The girl admitted that was true, but she rested her head against his chest and asked that he hug her a bit more slowly this time. To be honest, she had come because she wanted a response in advance. She asked if he remembered what she had asked. Lortel had once asked Ed to take her side, and she knew that he was up to something, so she tightened her hold around him. She worried that she would have a lot of enemies soon, but even if the entire school became her enemy, she wanted the main character at least to remain her ally. It was her one request that she made while hiding her face away from him and the world in the darkness of a cave. Later that evening, the princess asked why the sneaky fox girl had come looking for her. Smirking, Lordel replied that she had just wanted to ask why the princess was hiding the little Rothtailor noble. She recalled Ziggs had given the girl guidelines on how to find a place where she could ask for help. After Ed's death and disownment, Tanya was now the Rothtailor heir, so it would be ideal if she could find imperial forces or a noble family that she had a relationship with to help her. Tanya, who headed towards the life buildings, would most likely end up in the princess' care. The fact that the academy did not know her whereabouts made it clear. The princess then scowled and asked the merchant why she had come out to find Tanya in the first place, and although the princess is good at masking her expressions, the merchant giggled because the royal lady was right in her palms. The foxy redhead smiled and asked what the princess would do if she told her that she had business with the little noble. As the princess was aware, the redhead was opportunistic and petty. Although the fox merchant acted weak to those who she could not dare touch, she was cruel to those weaker than she was. The princess knew this all very well. The Rothtailor family had enough power that even the royal family could not recklessly touch them, so the princess was not sure whether their heir, Tanya, was truly weaker than the merchant. It was an issue that the princess felt like Lortel should consider a bit more. The redhead agreed that she could not touch the Rothtailor family, but she also happened to have the economy of the life buildings in her hands, and in such a situation, Tanya was considered much weaker. Of course, the redhead added that if the princess tried to take the young noble's side, it would be hard for the foxy merchant to get to her. Then again, Foxy added that she had known that the princess would come out like this, so she had been properly preparing. The redhead then wickedly announced that she was going to run for student council president, and if she was the student council president as well as the association leader, then Tanya would have to come to her. Then, Lortel would have the higher power. It was a situation where Phonia could not keep hiding the Rothtailor heiress forever. The noble family's vassals had already been arrested and all routes outside of Arkan Island were within Lortel's hands. Lortel Ketchon's feelings towards Ed Rothtailor had always appeared to the princes as special feelings. Based on the circumstantial evidence, she must think that poor Tanya was the culprit behind her brother's unfortunate demise. It was not a great situation, and the two blondes sat together to ponder their next step. The girl thanked the princess for telling her about it as she hugged her knees. The princess had no choice but to finally ask the noble girl if she was not the one to kill her brother, then did she have an idea who might have done it. The little noble girl stared at the floor, and then she suddenly announced that it was her, much to the princess' bewildered shock. The reason Kadak and Nox came to Sylvania in the first place was under the pretext to assist her with the elections, and the one who gave the order was the patriarch of Rothtailor, Crepin Rothtailor. The little girl knew that their father did not care about Ed, and the reason he suddenly made this extreme choice was probably because she mentioned her brother within her letter to him. The one who had ended up causing her brother's dreadful ending ended up being her after all, and the little girl began to cry once more. The princess told the sobbing girl that it was not a crime, But the Rothtailor noble sobbed that she could not just stay like this. Once again, Phonia was surprised to hear this, and she asked if the girl had some kind of plan. In the land of learning, Sylvania, Ed did not give up and showed her how much a person can change as long as they are alive. There was only one way for the little noble to survive, and she wiped the tears from her eyes. She needed to find out the truth behind her brother's murder. The little girl was determined to run in the student council president election. The princess reminded the young girl that it would not be easy, as she was already currently a suspect in the murder of her own family member. The little girl knew that it would not be easy, but when considering those who had helped her while she had been backed into this corner, and for her brother's sake, she could not continue to sit and do nothing. So, the princess made the decision to publicly support the girl, much to her surprise. Tanya turned to the princess, asking why Phonia would go so far. Even the princess was unsure why she was fighting so hard for the little noble girl. Well, the princess patted the girl's hands and explained that she also had a debt that he could not pay back to Ed Rothtailor. With a dazzling smile, the princess made her pledge. The next day, the sun shone bright over the town, and the assistants in the Merchants Guild informed Lortel that they had gathered all of the related submitted documents. The worker asked the redhead if she truly was going to run in the elections. They had obtained information that Tanya would also be running, and there were rumors that the Princess Phonia would be supporting her too. This news made the foxy girl smile. Since the little noble girl was suspected to have murdered her brother, many did not think that she would receive much support. However, the association leader Lortel was doing most of the work herself, and she was losing a lot of sleep. Her workers were worried about her. The association leader's secretary Liema was especially very worried. She asked if her boss truly thought it was possible to be the association leader and the student council president. The redhead reminded her secretary to only ask necessary questions, and the girl panicked and apologized, saying that she would submit the documents to the academy immediately. The redhead took a deep breath after her secretary left. The student council president elections at Sylvania Academy would begin with Ed Rothtailor dead. Lortel laughed at the silly question that her secretary had asked, and the secretary would find out very soon about the twisted scenario that was urgently passing by with every minute and second in Lortel's hands. Meanwhile, deep inside of the dungeons, the Rothtailor vassals were locked away, and one of them cursed in regret of their very pathetic fate. The man guessed that Duke Crepin's judgment was indeed correct. Even though he was not fully developed on a technical level, to have that ability to respond and that level of battle proficiency meant that if the young Ed had lived, he could have been a great threat to the Rothtailor family. That was something that could not go unchecked. The other vassal agreed that this judgment was true, and it was not just the boy's abilities that were outstanding. The spirit sorcerer who summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through all of her mana, and the mage who resolved to take revenge without hesitation in the name of the disowned boy. Judging from how the orange-haired boy was able to build deep relationships with such powerful people, the young boy's potential could not have been predicted. They were aware of what a terrible human the delinquent heir of the Rothtailor family was, but still, they were curious about why the patriarch would order them to assassinate him. However, they could now make a cautious guess about why. It was now a possibility that the young lad, with that much ability, had thought of opposing the patriarch and feigned lunacy after being named heir in order to run away to Sylvania. The child could have been raising his forces within the school, but it was pointless to think of that possibility now. A guard then stood and said that was correct. The most important thing now was that the two vassals left this place and reported to their patriarch. The two were shocked, but the guard told them not to worry. It was just that there were those who would benefit from the confusion of the two vassals escaping. That is why the figure in armor was helping them out. The two men were speechless, but the guard just smiled and introduced himself as Dune with jangling keys in his hands. He was a mere decoy of the Alt Trading Company. Meanwhile, still stuck in confinement, thoughts of Ed and Jerky kept swimming around in little Lucy's head. She sighed and mumbled to Belle. However, the maid reminded the little that she had 24 days and 3 hours left in confinement. The tiny mage was speechless for a moment at this announcement. Then she cried for the maid to kill her, and the maid sparkled as she said that she still could not do that. She even apologized to the poor wailing girl who was forced to stay put as the construction around the broken hostel went on. A beautiful lady with long silvery hair walked past everyone, her hair dancing as she walked. All who saw her thought she was gorgeous and that she had a very fascinating aura. Her shiny silver hair that glowed in the light was attractive to everyone. Suddenly, the girl disappeared right before their eyes. She seemed to be around the age of a student, but she was not in uniform, so the saintess in disguise really wondered who that beautiful damsel was. There was still so much that the brunette did not know, and since there was lots to learn, she was determined to live each day to its fullest. The girl got all pumped and excited, as she knew there would never be another time like this in her whole life. The girl fell silent for a moment at those very depressing words. Then, she sighed heavily as she stared at the pamphlet in her hands. She had thought that she would be able to meet Tanya immediately after Opheles Hall was retaken, but the noble's whereabouts were still largely unknown by most of the students and staff. However, the saintess had been surprised to hear that the blonde was one of the student council president candidates in the academy newsletter. However, it was indeed a very immense relief that the girl was at least safe if she was running for a position. What was really shocking to the brunette was the news of the third-year student passing away. The vassals of the Rothtaler family that excommunicated him were the likely culprits. The scenery of that hut during the winter blizzard and the sight of the boy who made her think of the meaning of freedom. It was a feeling that the girl could still recall like it had just happened. However, the blonde noble girl had been her first friend at the academy, and Tanya was now being named as one of the culprits who had a hand in his murder. The brunette strongly believed in her friend, but with the news that the vassals escaped prison, the opinion of the blonde girl within the academy was getting worse as people were horrified that she would kill her own brother. The atmosphere of the academy after the loss of Ed was tense, dark, and quite uncomfortable. It was all very gloomy. Meanwhile, the principal hummed and said that it was an incredible amount of work, but in the end, it was related to Ed Rothtaler's death. The principal would like one professor to take on the responsibility of getting the work done. It of course had to be someone who knew a bit about the boy who had been murdered and who had interacted with Clebius and Lucy. The principal then asked if there was no magic faculty professor like that. However, there was one assistant professor available for the job. So it was that the poor assistant professor Claire was chosen for this duty, and the poor lady was absolutely exhausted. She looked like all of her life had been drained from her, and she wondered when they suddenly got so much work. Ed had been so helpful in the office. The assistant professor groaned and sighed that people really took life for granted, and she looked so depressed. Clebius mumbled his agreement, not wanting to say too much because he knew that the boy was not dead. The emaciated-looking assistant professor glanced around the office, and she noticed that Annie's as well had also stopped talking. The poor dear now had eye bags at her eyes, and she barely said a thing as she stared blankly at a pack of papers. Poor Annie sobbed to herself, knowing that her and Ed were a short meeting that never would have borne fruit. The pain that was filling her heart was immense. However, the girl reassured herself that she was okay. She could still see her crush glimmering in her vision, so she would just have to endure it somehow. However, poor Janica was the one who testified on the real culprit behind Ed's murder case. Annie's was over here having such a hard time. Meanwhile, Janica had to be suffering way more than she was. The poor girl was sure that her friend was really going through it. Meanwhile, the girl in question that was supposed to be grieving and sulking happily announced that she was going to try curry that day. Her friend Annie's was very good at cooking, so the spirit sorcerer asked her opinion on the matter. It was hard for the country girl to control the fire, so she wanted to do something that she could just keep on medium heat for a while. The perfect teacher's assistant was flabbergasted by this reaction. Janica went on babbling about how she was used to cutting up ingredients, but she was scared to try a new dish. Then again, she thought otherwise as they had only eaten hot food recently. However, it was not good to decrease vegetable consumption, so the girl started thinking of making a salad as well. Then, her friend pushed to her feet and grabbed her friend in a tight and all-consuming hug, surprising the spirit sorcerer. The teacher's assistant cried for her friend to wake up from the dream that she was stuck in, telling her to let go of the memory of Ed. He was dead, and the spirit sorcerer had to accept it now. The spirit sorcerer was stunned as she patted the girl's head. Then she recalled she had to pretend that Ed was dead, so she just comforted her friend and shushed the spirit that called her out on her behavior. Meanwhile, Ed was busy fetching some water back at the cave. He was fully clothed this time. Tanya had finally returned to the academy on her own, and she had apparently been hiding at the royal dorms. However, it seemed that she was actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Phonia had also decided to officially support Tanya, so some of the girls' support had returned because they trusted the princess. Janica happily gave Ed an update on all that had happened while happily washing his clothes. There were way more people from the academy who were supporting Lortel, of course. Lots of people energetically cheered her on as the economic president and the president of the common people. The candidate registration was not even over yet, but the energy had completely shifted over to her. However, Janica's hands shook as she had heard from the spirits all about what had occurred when the red-headed fox had come to the cave. Ed was shocked speechless as he had not expected her to mention that. The spirit sorcerer laughed high and loud, saying that she knew that it was none of her business, but at this rate something would happen. Their conversation was interrupted by someone saying that Lortel would become the student council president. Ziggs had come because of his promise with Ed, but it seemed that Janica was here as well. They were all very surprised to see him. The boy sighed and said that it did not matter if Lortel became the president, but Kadik and Nox had escaped, so the rumors that Tanya had murdered her brother were growing stronger. The youth had gone to the royal dorms after the Princess Phonia called him, but because Ed had put his life on the line in his own way, the wolf boy could not testify for Tanya either. What Ziggs wanted to say at the end of the day was that the noble girl was in really bad shape. She had lost a lot of weight and an extra amount of color. The girl who had been close with the top students as Ed's younger sister was someone who would receive attention even if she was not a first-year student council president candidate. However, now that she was being framed as someone who killed a family member, she was currently being suspected by all students in the academy. The girl would soon stand in front of everyone once the student council president candidate registration period was over, but it did not look like she would be able to handle it any longer. So, Ziggs had come to make a plea to Ed. However, the smart student did not need the wolf boy to complete his sentence. He already knew what he had to do. Right now was Act 3 Scene 2, right before the election. In the game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, according to the student's memories, this act did not have a single fight scene and is a scenario to clearly show all of the relationships the protagonist had built up until this point at the academy. Normally, Taylor would actively support the Princess Phonia since she was the one who chased Ed Roth Taylor out at the beginning and saved him. Of course, it was not like he was meeting and persuading all the students one by one, because the top students in each year had a large influence on the students. So, in the game, Taylor would go to convince the top students who he already had a relationship with. Lucy did not vote because she was lazy. Janica wanted to give everyone a vote. The first year Wade remained on the princess side, and the fourth year Dorothy supported Tanya. Those four were the ones that could not be convinced. However, the ones who could be convinced were the two top students from each year, making a total of 8 people. In the elections, as long as a person can get 5 of these 8 on their side, then victory is possible. Winning the elections like this, Princess Phonia became the president and Taylor obtains the necessary power of the royal family, who would become his biggest supporting force until the end. In the fourth act, he especially needs the royal family's power to go against Crepin Roth Taylor, as well as during the battle against the final boss. Maintaining the flow in a scenario like this was a matter of life and death. Although at a small scale, it could be a weapon for a person's own gains, and it was the most assured way of guaranteeing survival in the great trials ahead. Although the smaller aspects had changed a lot, Ed needed to make sure that the overall flow for the future was consistent. Princess Phonia had to become the student council president. If he just did like this, the opinion about Tanya would continue to get worse, and in order to prevent Lortel from winning, Princess Phonia might actually decide to run. It might be better to secretly let the princess know that he was alive and then convince her to run for the presidency seat, and then convince all of the top students that he had connections with to stir up the pot. Regardless, until the registration period was over, there were still a lot of ways to turn the princess into a candidate. So, Ed pushed to his feet, but then he paused as he considered his poor little sister. The girl who was supposed to become a one-time villain who would disappear later had now become a murderer because of Ed Roth Taylor. Thanks to her brother's disappearance, the poor girl was now experiencing an overwhelming ordeal that was not originally in the scenario. The boy now had to choose between his sister and the scenario. He seemed worried to Ziggs, who was watching him, and the first-year student admitted that it was a shame. The wolf boy asked if the boy wanted to cancel the day's plans. However, Ed said that it was fine. They were going to begin and Ziggs smiled. First, the smart student needed to confirm the results of training all this time, and he had something that he wanted to check as well. When he had a lot on his mind, it was good to get his body moving. The wolf boy smirked and thanked Ed, as he had not had a proper opponent to face recently, so he had been itching to work up a sweat. He unsheathed his mighty sword and said this would be good. His new opponent also agreed. Both of them had decided to do a little bit of light sparring. Suddenly, the girl's old memories came to mind. As was always the case with old memories, the light had faded quite considerably. Still, the girl tried to recall every scene. The 3 siblings, hand in hand, had walked to the hill that was covered in blooming flowers. Arwen, Tanya and Ed had walked together, their younger sister safely held by the guiding hand of both older siblings. Perhaps that was the little girl's last happy memory. Ever since then, the young noble's life had been filled with great responsibility and heavy pressures. There had once been happier days, but now she heard the screaming as the students yelled for the young girl to step down. They yelled and called her a murderer. They gathered in front of the princess home and screamed at the young Tanya, who watched them through the window. The blonde heiress could not help but wonder how things had ended up like this. Helping Tanya, who was being driven into a corner, would have a huge influence on the flow of the scenario, so this made Ed feel a little hesitant. Even more so with the way things had already been twisted, with many things still having unknown causes. Now, the smart student faced off against the wolf boy and Ziggs got ready to begin, raising his heavy sword to the sky. Other than Lucy, Ziggs Effelstein was the strongest second year who was a comrade to Taylor until the end. However, due to the exhaustion and incompatibility, he should have lost to Wade in the scenario. The boy swung his mighty sword, announcing his attack as he charged at Ed. The swing created a harsh arc that zoomed across the earth as Ziggs summoned the first sword. It was a small detail, but it still bothered the smart student, so he decided to check. The slash came soaring towards him, so he raised his dagger to deflect it. Above all, the boy had to see how much he, the person who had changed the most from the original scenario, had gotten stronger. With that, the main character stretched out his hand and activated the basic defensive magic to block magical attacks. Ed's eyes widened in shock, for Ziggs was almost right on top of him, swinging his sword in close range. The outcast had underestimated how fast the second-year student would be. He wondered how on earth the wolf boy was moving that fast. However, with the wolf boy moving that quickly, it would be difficult for him to dodge a certain type of attack. With that, the smart student slid back, much to the surprise of his opponent. Ed had dropped his dagger right in front of Ziggs, and with that, the student summoned his fire spirit mug. There was a huge explosion that sent fire shooting high. The smart student was alarmed by the intensity of the flames, and just as he suspected, the wolf boy suddenly emerged like he was leaping backwards in time. The orange-haired boy had never seen such unnatural movements before. The boy rushed forward and grabbed his dagger as he blocked the strike of his opponent in realization. The main character swiped in an arch that had the mage boy leaping back, and the MC realized that Ziggs was using telekinesis magic to move his own body during the battle. No matter how much of a grasp he had on his own magic and physical abilities, those were not movements that could be replicated. What the wolf boy was doing now was out of this world. A person should also need a battle sense of this that surpasses simple theory, and the wolf boy possessed battle experience in waves. The dark-haired boy then turned the ice spear towards the main character using the mid-rank magic, and our guy raised his hand to block the attack. Ed barely managed to dodge as he realized that Ziggs was now attacking with no mercy. He wondered if his opponent had really assumed that he could dodge such a wild attack. In reality, the MC was barely keeping up with all the wild attacks. However, the sudden ice wall was an obvious diversion, a strategic move to activate greater magic to buy time for a larger spell. The orange-haired boy commented that he thought that this was supposed to be a light spar. However, his opponent replied that he had also thought this would be a light spar, but then Ed unleashed bombs on him and he was just responding in kind. The wolf boy had been planning on using a single blade, but he thought now that practice should be a bit more like the real thing. With that line of thinking, he activated his very powerful and supercharged advanced mana armament with a grin on his face. The battle raged on between the two boys in the mix of fiery orange explosions and blue magic. Janica seemed to notice the spar and then giggled to herself, wondering if it was okay to put carrots in the curry. She was so busy in her little housewife fantasy of hoping her crush did not dislike carrots that she was barely paying attention to the fighting happening down below. She was sure her sweet and darling crush would be hungry once the duel ended, so she had to hurry up and make the grub as soon as possible. The clash and the crashing went on as the two boys fought with a mix of magic and strength, the landscape cracking and trembling in their wake. The main character started looking strained as he fought against the wolf boy, panic in his eyes as he barely kept up with the talented top of the class. There was a huge blast and the MC fell back with the blue shards scattering around him. However, Ed was not done just yet and he pulled out his blue water arrow with determination burning in his eyes. He fired, powering the shot with mana, and it flew sailing away from the boy to slam against the shield that Ziggs had put up. Mana armament, as the name suggested, was the type to create armaments out of the user's mana. Most mages did not need to arm themselves in such a diverse way, so there was no reason for them to use this difficult high-rank magic. Therefore, as the solo mage who could use all types of weapons without limitations, this was Ziggs' unique magic. The main character faced this special magic head-on, firing arrow after arrow at the wolf boy, and each shot curved in a delicate arc through the air while the dark-haired boy charged still for his opponent. The two were locked in what almost looked like a death match, with their eyes burning with the drive for victory, and the orange-haired kid groaned when he saw the wolf boy was using telekinesis again. The movements could not be followed nor predicted, and Ziggs was coming for him at his blind spot. The MC's eyes widened with shock and the blessing of the wind activated immediately, formed to deal with unexpected attacks. The enemy was to be blown away by the wind and the wolf boy found himself wrapped in a volcanic torrent of air. The boy groaned as he was blown away far from Ed, and growled as he suffered lacerations from the wind's harsh protective temper. The boy managed to still land on his feet, sliding to a halt some distance away from Ed. Ziggs slid to stop on a particularly soggy piece of wet ground and the water activated immediately, much to the boy's surprise as he wondered when Ed had the time to set such a thing up. The outcast noble rushed to the opportunity to manifest a waterhead, and the wolf boy found himself transported to a world of clouds and water. Soon, the waters around him began to bubble and jerk and toss, and soon it took up the form of a grand and mighty beast, roaring out at him. However, the wolf boy was unmoved as the jaguar water spirit rose behind him. He growled and turned swiftly, dodging the water attack and stomping hard on the puddle. However, something still arced overhead and the wolf boy's eyes widened as Ed suddenly appeared and nearly blasted his face with a ball of fire. It was mid-rank magic, particle explosion, and it did go off, throwing the boy into the distance. As the main character had expected, Ziggs was strong and he had relearned that as his heavy breaths fell, exhausted from dueling with the boy. If the younger boy had learned mana armament, then he had gotten just as strong as expected for the scenario. At this rate, Taylor's party would never have a problem facing enemies. Suddenly, Ed found his thoughts interrupted with shock and horror when saw the second-year student was still standing. The dark-haired boy coughed out that it was just as he thought. He thought that his senior was incredible. Though covered in blood, bruised and battered, Ziggs pushed to his feet and said with glowing, dangerous eyes that he just could not let his guard down. The boy stepped forward and suddenly declared that he would now get serious in their fight against each other, smiling like a behemoth from the underworld. The boy then activated convergence before Ed could protest and gathered mana in one place. The third year was horrified and he sent Laisha to block the damage. The water spirit charged with her scary fangs open in a roar, but Ziggs' even scarier magic tore through everything. It was only the beginning of the third act, but the ability that Ziggs was showing now during this duel was considered the maximum expected for the coming scenario. Ed was both amazed and absolutely horrified. He had never thought that he would see this amazing form so soon. In Act 4, Scene 7 of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, this had been Ziggs' final battle pattern that could be witnessed during the Gregol Cathedral infiltration battle. Now that absolutely terrifying form was being unleashed in front of the orange-haired student, and the dark-haired boy lifted the terrifying weapon high in the air. It was called the Nature's Lance. Rather than having a ridiculous mental battle, he thought that crushing him with the difference in their power would be the best way to deal with someone like Ed. The power rushed right at the main character who stood before the incoming wave, and the boy groaned as he pulled forth fire to defend himself. The two powers clashing caused an explosion like never before, and it echoed through the entire environment, blasting light in the sky. The attack that the wolf boy shot was too fast, and by now Ed was far out of mana. Particle explosion was not mana efficient, but he had no choice but to expend that. The problem now was the second attack that was coming, and Ziggs tossed off his school jacket to launch it. The fist of the main character hit the ground and light danced around his hand as he worked hard in this battle. The world around him was lit up in bright colors of blue and purple as the MC activated his last-ditch attack. The boy huffed and puffed as his magic just barely managed to block the second stream of the wolf boy's awesome power. The smart student had used the impact amplifying wave ball, which was a magic engineering tool. The wolf boy took note and declared that the fact that Ed was now utilizing a magic engineering tool in their battle could only mean that he was all out of mana. Instead of then ending the little sparring session like a normal person, Ziggs instead bellowed that this was the end, and he attacked full force. He leapt with his lance right at the boy, who could only face the incoming weapon without protection or guard. However, the wolf boy suddenly froze in frustrated surprise. His opponent refused to fall and was somehow now using wind magic. However, Ed was out of magic, so that could not be possible. The senior growled and pointed his fist at the junior and fired an attack. Since the dark-haired junior was going all out at full force, the senior had no choice but to do the same. So, the main character used the legendary rank magic engineering tool, Glass Golden Phoenix Ring, and he could not have it, rendering him unable to use mana for a long period like last time. He had to use the least amount of mana as possible, just enough to slightly manifest it. It was with great struggle that Ed somehow managed to achieve that, and he gritted his teeth as it summoned it forth. Someone then sighed in relief, and Ed's eyes widened in surprise. Without the altar of substitution, Lucy or Janica's mana, the main character had finally summoned a strange-looking lady in white robes. The lady smiled, telling the smart student that this achievement was a very great stride. It was to the main character's shock that he realized that he had summoned the human personification of Merylda. The big golden speakers in the compound announced that was all, and the students gathered around, threw their hands into the air and screamed their cheers. There was a huge gathering of students, and one white-haired boy asked what was even the point of having 4 candidates. The result of the election was clear to see, and the student council president was sure to be the red-headed merchant Lortel. The students yelled and cheered, and her people admitted that it was easy to feel Lortel's sincerity when she spoke. With her leadership ability from running the trading companies, she would definitely do well as a president. The company leader seemed the best option for sure. One of the students asked worriedly what the member of the company would do if the merchant truly became the president, and the man replied that it just meant that nobody within Sylvania Academy would be able to stop their company leader. As the redhead walked away from the podium, many people cheered and delighted in her. She was a fan favorite among many of the students. Suddenly, the foxy lady stopped and gazed with disgust as she took a look at the little Tanya. The redhead said that the blonde did a good job with her nails, and the little noble steeled herself despite the merchant's disapproval. The fox smirked, asking the shivering girl what was wrong as she seemed nervous. The girl was shaky, but she said with pride that she did not kill her older brother. So, with confidence, the girl climbed those steps to face her accusers. The redhead smirked as she watched the girl stalk away, and the little girl with her golden curls faced all the students who glared accusingly at her. Tanya cleared her throat and then yelled out a greeting to all who had gathered. She announced her name and that she was currently running for the student council president. There was huge silence at this announcement, but that was to be expected as they hated her. The girl had finally come up to the podium, so that was a huge success in her books. She kept up her mask, and some thought that she was acting like nothing was wrong right till the end. The redhead wondered if this was because the young noble wanted to prove her innocence, or if it was because she really had no talent for politics. However, it was already 10 minutes since Tanya's speech began, and not a single person had reacted. The blonde girl was basically talking to herself. The only good thing was that no one had yet to yell at her with curses or hate. There was silence among all the students, and fighting back tears, the little blonde announced the end of her speech. Just as she concluded, a shout raised from the crowd and someone yelled, calling the poor girl a murderer. The girl's eyes nearly blacked out with fear from the accusation. The longer she stood there, the more the students rained papers at her in hate. They yelled for her to explain the murder charges against her, and that they said it had to do with internal conflicts in the Roththaler family. They asked if she planned on denying everything after all. They yelled that they knew all the information in the student newspaper, and they asked if she was not going to say a single word about her murder charges. The girl tried to thank them for listening to her speech, but yet another paper hit her head and she flinched. The girl tripped on a bottle that had been thrown on stage, and gracelessly the little girl fell to hit the floor. The students looked pointed and laughed mockingly, entertaining themselves with the little girl's downfall. They laughed and mocked her, saying they could not hold back their laughter. The girl cried that she was reckless as she tried to push herself to her feet. It had been foolish of the girl to even attempt to stand at the podium before the others. She cried and wondered if she should have run away instead. The students still yelled and cursed, their eyes now blazing a terrifying red as they scorned and mocked her. The girl cried that she had to run, but she could barely stand as they kept raining down dirt on her. Suddenly, there was a huge burst of wind that tossed aside the people who had gathered. The students gasped in confusion and someone peered through the sudden gust of wind. It was a mark that anyone would recognize anywhere. Standing before the students was the wolf spirit guardian Merylda, who stood over Tanya with a cloaked figure on her shoulders. They were so faded and worn that the poor blonde noble could not tell whether the visions she often had were memories or dreams. In the end, the little girl could not remember, so she had given up on trying to. However, there would be moments when those memories would become so vivid that she could not even believe them. After all that time, no one would be able to forget ever again, as a hand once again took her. Tears flooded her eyes as a familiar-looking face stared down at her. The familiar stranger whispered that there were a lot of things to explain, but for now, they had to resolve the current situation. Several days before Ed appeared on the podium, the wind spirit in her human form had congratulated the boy, saying that he had made a great stride. He was shocked to see her, of course, and she smiled that his magical power efficiency had gotten much better. Of course, there were still restrictions on what he could do, however, this much was enough. He had used updraft, which raised everything around him into the air and restricted freedom of movement. Ziggs was blown backwards and he screamed as he wrestled with the powerful wind. Ed thought that it was strange and watched as the poor magical student came crashing down to the floor. The smart student thought quickly, assuming that Ziggs's growth at this point in the plot was maxed out. The amount of magic power the main character had used was not a large amount by any means, but he had already completely exhausted his reserves. The spirit explained to the boy that the efficiency was good, but she sighed that she did not want that particular form. Using every possible magic technique available to him, and with Merylda using a cheat-level secret technique, the result should be Ed's victory. Meanwhile, Merylda was still whining and growling about how she hated the small mouth and the lack of fur, and the loss of her tail made it hard for her to keep her balance. Suddenly, the spirit's eyes widened and green power surged from Ed as he charged with the intent to win. The lady was shocked and alarmed, noting that it was really hard to move with this form. The main character showed no mercy and very shamelessly hit the lady with his magical glowing green ball. Magic danced near Ed's fleshy neck. However, it came to a stop as Ziggs had suddenly appeared, pushing forward to defend the wind spirit but stopping shy of slicing our guy's head off. After a beat, the main character raised his hands in defeat, soaked and covered in sweat and blood. The boy admitted that he had learnt something that day. Ziggs could not believe that Ed had trained himself this much in barely a year. Merylda was still pretty upset at the sudden attack while the wolf boy was struggling to catch his breath. Ziggs had grown stronger, even more so than in the scenario, and Ed wondered why his calculations were so wrong. He acknowledged the wolf boy's growth and strength and asked him his secret. Even if it were not for our guy, the wolf boy admitted that he would have kept training himself. However, because he watched the main character work hard to grow stronger daily, the magic student was inspired. The background character was speechless at this remark, and the mage smiled that the MC's hard work had pushed him forward. The boys collapsed in bloody dirty messes, sitting side by side together. Until now, the main character had tried to do whatever he could do to keep the plot as it was. He had worked so hard to maintain his knowledge of the future as well, but there was one condition that was absolutely necessary for Taylor to be able to win in the final act. So, the main character had believed that the plot could be the only answer. In reality, even with the plot in tatters, there had been several dangers from the very first arc to every single deviation that had been caused by his presence in the game. However, the main character had still worked hard to keep the plot on track. As a result, it was also true that Ed had begun to fear the factors outside of his control. As such, after hearing that Kadik and Leisha had escaped, he had hesitated about whether he should save Tanya or not. What little remained of the original plot had already fallen far out of his hands and his control. So, the boy smiled and decided that for now, he would focus on what he could do at that moment. Ziggs, who would be Taylor's ally in the final act, had to become stronger. Just in case, the main character had also become stronger, and above all, the number of reliable comrades he had now had grown. The boy smiled now as he thought that he might be naive to think this, but he was sure it was okay to think this way sometimes. Deviating from the original plot, showing up to Tanya's rescue on the back of the giant spirit wolf did not mean that they would have to meet a bad end. The students were astounded to suddenly see Merylda, and many of them started to flee the scene. However, someone yelled for everyone to calm down. It was a cocky purple-haired student and he grinned, saying that he had seen that high-rank spirit before. That is when the other students started paying attention and they realized that they recognized Merylda. There was hardly anyone that could handle that particular strong spirit. Many students had taken elemental studies before, so they knew that person could be no one else but Ed Roth Taylor. Every student was absolutely shocked to see the boy suddenly appear as he yanked the cloak off his head and held his little sister close. Both siblings stood near the podium and everyone cheered in shock to see that the boy was alive. The main character then grabbed the microphone and greeted all the students gathered. He introduced himself and then revealed that he was not at all murdered by Tanya Rothtailor. Lortel smirked as it was all going according to plan. To start with, the boy supported his sister more than anyone else. Besides, Janica, the third-year top student, Lucy, the second top student, and the Imperial Princess Phonia had already declared their support. Also supporting Tanya was the Combat Faculty's top student Clebius and the Alchemy Faculty's top student Elvira. There was also the second-year top student Ziggs, the first-year Magic Faculty top student Joseph, and the first-year General top student Wade in support of the little Rothtailor girl. Winning over their votes should not be too difficult. However, before thinking about all the pros and cons, the recently revived student made a request. As a member of Tanya's family and someone who had always supported her, he wished for the little girl's vision to be conveyed properly as the poor child was already in tears. Finally, Ed could feel at ease because he had cleared up the difficult situation in front of the many watching students. So, that was the situation. Upon being stabbed with a knife bearing deadly poison, the young boy had used Delheim's hourglass to survive. After that, he then survived alone in a cave and he was found and rescued by Janica Failover. Immediately after that, he ran to the podium where Tanya Rothtailor was giving her speech and defended her. That was Ed's whole story. The main character with heavy bags under his eyes admitted this was the entire story. The teacher that he reported to thought deeply about the situation, saying that it seemed the investigation was wrapping up and this was really the last one. The young lad had stopped counting the number of interrogations after he hit the double digits as every teacher wanted to know what had happened. The boy was so sick of this, he could not believe that it was finally over. Suddenly, the last teacher spoke, addressing the Magic Faculty's third-year student, Ed Rothtailor. Unfortunately, the very last person who would interrogate him turned out to be the principal himself. The principal, Obel Frisius, asked the boy to enter. The principal had read all of the investigation data concerning this very delicate case, and noted that the young boy had truly suffered a lot. The principal would like to apologize for the Academy's lack of security, which allowed these terrible things to happen to Ed and caused him to experience such hardships. The boy, however, assured the principal that the assassins had likely prepared this attack quite calculatedly and meticulously, so it would have been difficult to prevent, even with higher security measures. The principal thanked the boy for saying that and downed a cup of his tea like one would chug a cup of alcohol. It had been a very long day for the principal, and he slammed his cup on the table as he was not sure if all of what Ed had said was quite true. It all seemed very contrived. From the timing, it almost seemed as if the young boy had waited for Kadik and Knox to escape before making his reappearance. There was no way the principal was buying Ed's excuse. He had not run this school for years for nothing. Plus, it seemed Ed had waited for the assassins to deliver the news of his death to the one who had sent them, before being relieved and revealing himself to the rest of the student population. The principal was too smart for his own good. The older man did not know how the internal conflicts within a noble family like the Rothtailors worked, nor did he plan on looking into it. However, he was someone who managed the academy and he needed to report to the royal family about everything that happened. If he were to report that the boy had come back alive, then the Rothtailor family, who is a major force behind the royal family, would also find out that the young boy was alive, in a way that was slightly different from what the young man had intended. He was sure Ed indeed was sweating about this prospect. The young lad then suggested that the principal postpone his report until later, and the principal asked if there was a reason that he should take such a risk. The main character was sure that the man had already guessed, but the one who had planned the young boy's death was none other than the patriarch of the Rothtailor family, and the actual authority behind the royal family, his father, Crepin Rothtailor. The boy huffed and said that he was not interested in business outside of the academy, and the boy was speechless. Then, he hurried to explain that the noble family that they spoke of was pivotal to the royal family, and they would want this to pass by quietly without receiving any news. If it became an issue later on, it was okay if the principal reported it. The boy continued to make his defense when the principal suddenly silenced him by calling his name. The principal said that from what he could see, the boy's grades had increased significantly and his reputation among the students had rebounded impressively. Even his sister's future looked rather promising, and the boy had a good reputation among all the top students as well. It was almost as if the boy had suddenly become a different person, and these words chilled the young student to the bone. It was hard to come up with a counter-argument when the principal was right. As the man had always said, Sylvania was always on the side of the students, even more so for students as capable as Ed. Slamming down the report, the principal extended a hand with a smile, after nearly giving Ed a heart attack. The principal said that he would see the boy later and he would remember his name. It seemed that the principal Obel had caught on to the entire situation, and even so, he was overlooking this. Thanks to that, the fact that the main character was alive would not be exposed outside of the academy. Thanks to Ed finally showing up, Tanya's popularity had massively boomed once again, to the point that the young saintess explained to visiting guest students that the noble's schedule was finished for that day, so the other students were not allowed to bother her and the noble would not be accepting wrongful gifts. The poor guy with the gifts slunk away sadly, and the main character wondered if it was really okay to have the saintess act as a bodyguard for his sister. Suddenly, someone called that they were waiting. They had been shocked when they heard that the boy had been called by the principal. Of course, the speaker was none other than the boy's little sister, and the boy admitted that he had heard that it was basically confirmed that Tanya would be elected. He gave her an early congratulations as her day to shine had finally come. The girl beamed and laughed, saying that she could not be at ease just yet. Her innocence had been proven, and 8 of the 12 top students, the majority within the 3 faculties and 4 years, supported Tanya. However, the reason that Tanya, who was once hated, could receive such an overwhelming amount of votes, the most decisive reason that is, was Lortel's collapse. The fox merchant had made it seem like it was a one-on-one fight between her and Tanya. When she did that, the other minor candidates ended up forgotten. Thus, it became a two-way fight between the two of them. At the perfect timing, when both Lortel and Tanya had similar levels of support, an article was released for all the students to see. It stated that Lortel had been embezzling the trading company's funds and threatening their clients. In the end, amidst the disgrace, she stepped down from the race. In the end, only Tanya's supporters remained, and she was basically winning by a landslide. Thanks to the election and the investigation, the siblings had barely had any time to talk to each other. There would be many opportunities for them to talk. However, what the little girl really wanted to do was to express her gratitude. The boy pointed out that she had said that enough times when he had first showed up, and she basically bent over backwards crying her thanks on the day of her speech. The girl protested that it was back then and it did not count. The girl sighed and then called her brother. A question like the one she was going to ask might seem offensive, and it did not seem good, so she was going to hold it in. But she could not bear to go without the answer any longer, so she had a question for him. During his announcement at the election, she asked why he had taken her side like that. If he was hiding, he did not have to step out and reveal himself there. His doing it like that made it seem like he just could not stand the injustice that she was experiencing or something like that. That was what she had thought at least, and her brother looked at her with a difficult expression. He admitted that was exactly why he did it, and it made her heart clench. They were family, he added, so of course he had to take her side, and he smiled at her with pride. The girl beamed with tears beading in her eyes. Well, she was the student council president now, so she planned on doing her work professionally. However, it was okay to be a little biased towards her brother. After all, she was human too. She beamed and asked her brother to tell her even if she was in danger. If possible, she would help him out as much as she could. He smiled as she walked away, a fondness sparkling in his eyes as she left. Ed smiled brightly, but his smile dissipated when he heard someone mockingly repeating his words. He glanced over and spotted Lortel, who giggled and said it must be nice to be family. The girl was cloaked in red with a teasing smile, and the boy asked how long she had been there. The girl grinned and replied that she'd been there since he started saying embarrassing things to his sister. The rumors she had been hearing lately had been crazy, and he worried about her safety and health. The girl whipped off her cloak with a bright smile, laughing in amusement as she said that it all went according to plan. The incident that confirmed Tanya's election was the scandal about the trading company's embezzlement and abuse against its clients. However, those scandals had been purposely publicized by Lortel. She had purposefully made it a two-way fight against Tanya in order to erase the existence of the other candidates. The foxy merchant went to the princess to show her hostility against the young Rothtailer in order to get the girl to run for president. It was obvious that the two who felt largely responsible for his death would take his side in order to repay the debt when he came back to life. So, when the girl pressed her face into his bare chest, she had confessed that she would have a lot of enemies soon. But even if the entire school went against her, she wanted him to at least remain her ally. The main character had of course already decided to save Tanya when the redhead told him her plan. It was his fight with Ziggs that got rid of any hesitation left in his mind. It was not a lie when he said that he saved his sister because she was family, but it would be a lie to say that he did not consider her usefulness. What would soon approach in the fourth act was the fight with the Rothtailer family, and he was already an enemy of that family. Tanya, his sister, could work as an insider, and she was the best connection to have for obtaining information and launching smokescreen operations. However, the darkness within human relations was something that only those who knew had to have known. For example, a girl who had only lived while calculating gains and losses since she was young. The foxy girl laughed that she was quite notorious within the academy these days, and since Tanya also did not look upon her too favorably, she would have to leave things to the main character for a while. The boy sighed, mentioning that she seemed to have a bad habit of taking hold of and shaking up everything about her. The redhead was guilty as charged, but she laughed that it was just an occupational disease, and that she also got shaken at times. Then, the boy asked if the girl was really okay. She had to endure a lot just to help him, and he was worried about her. Lortel smiled, saying that it was not like the rumors would make her lose money or anything like that. Anyway, the role of a villain suits her best, and she was glowing when she said that she would be fine as long as she did not have our guy as her enemy. The girl was truly content living like that. There were hidden sides to human relationships, which was why it was hard to read every intention. So now, this scenario would be taking a new turn, and the princess smiled proudly from the balcony of her fancy home. Our guy did not know what Princess Phonia, who did not become the student council president, would do. As for what might happen in the conflict between the royal forces and the Rothtailer family, he could not say for sure. How the rest of the third act scenario would go, the boy would just have to watch and see. It had been almost a month and it had been a while since he had been at his wooden shack, so it suddenly felt pretty special to be back. Of course, there were more than a few things that he needed to do now. In order to get the camp back to normal, he had to organize the campfire area neatly, and the inside, which he did not clean before leaving. Suddenly, the boy's eyes snapped open in shock to find someone snoring inside his house. It was, of course, his familiar visitor who had finally been released from house arrest after 1 month, and she dozed away happily in his shack. Lucy was sprawled on his bed, happily hugging his pillow. She was a familiar tiny form, sleeping peacefully and undisturbed in a familiar bed, and the main character could not help but smile as he regarded her with a soft sigh. He dusted some books and settled on a chair, doing some light reading while the girl rested. It was best that he just rested for now, so he placed the book over his face and dozed off. Soon, he was snoring away, and he rested as he had finally returned to the camp. The news of Tanya's appointment as student council president was announced 3 days later. Meanwhile, the talented third-year spirit sorcerer was told that she would be graded, and a gorgeous teacher said that she would be happy to give the girl bonus marks. She was the spirit studies senior professor, Melina. Of course, on an academic level, they could not quite compare the young spirit sorcerer to a professor yet, but she could freely handle high-ranking spirits at her young age. When it came to the intuitive aspects, Janica was among the best even among currently active spirit sorcerers. Still, the humble girl was flustered and asked why she had been chosen. There would soon be joint combat training. As the senior, she was to show some dignity. The girl admitted that she did not particularly have a desire to show dignity. The professor sighed, saying that she did not really expect something like dignity from the humble girl, but she was still the top student in the year and the greatest spirit sorcerer in the academy. Yet, she was always smiling around in lessons as if she was the happiest person in the world. It was obvious that the young girl was ecstatic. The professor then added, out of nowhere, that she was aware that Janica was dating Ed, but it seemed like the girl was way too in love with him. From an outside perspective, it looked like the girl had gone crazy. The spirit sorcerer did immediately go crazy as she wondered just when she had started dating her crush. As far as she knew, the boy was still just a crush. Her gasp of shock was so loud that it knocked the professor into silence. The spirit sorcerer could barely come to terms with the idea that everyone thought she was dating Ed, and she asked why the teacher had suddenly said that. The teacher thought the girl herself must be joking. They always went around together, and not just during spirit studies classes, but also in their shared quarterly lessons and their elemental class. They were always together when they went to the student welfare facilities or the student cafeteria too. Especially lately, the professor was not sure what was going on, but the girl was always just giggling and smiling with joy. The esteemed professor did not know what kind of rubbish the girl often thought about, but she would just stare into the air grinning for absolutely no reason. Even during lectures, Janica would just stare blankly at the chalkboard smiling. She seemed like a child who had just started dating, and the professor could not help but sigh. The spirit sorcerer was extra flustered by this news and begged the professor not to mention her love-drunk habits to the other students. The teacher sighed that she was not usually interested in the dating rumors of children. However, the professor added, and Janica's eyes widened as she heard that everyone already thought that the two were dating. Janica looked around in horror to see that indeed every student in the room felt the same way. The spirit sorcerer's face flushed pink in embarrassment because they all truly thought that the two were a couple. The poor gifted girl was left speechless. The Eastern Spart region, a place that could only be reached on horseback after riding from the capital for 3 days and nights. The southern mountain range in Eastern Spart was known as the land of farming, Pulin. If they follow Pulin's streams and go deep into the ridge, they would find Torin, a small mountain farming village with no more than 300 people. Janica Failover, who began to see spirits the moment she could babble, was clearly a genius among geniuses who would bring light to this village. The young girl laughed as she raced through the streets, with spirits following her at every turn. Every so often, outsiders would visit the village. In particular, Janica remembered a certain male boy. He was the only person who spoke to the young girl formally. Due to the fact that all of the village youths had left for the city, Janica had lived as the village's beloved youngest her entire life. So, formal speech was unfamiliar to her. Of course, perhaps because of her characteristic friendliness, the male boy eventually became comfortable with the little girl. He would tell the young genius of the big cities that existed outside of Pulin. In the Imperial Holy City, the beautiful girl was the pride of the village and had grown up with lots of love, never lacking anything. The young girl was loved by everyone, and she lived a life of joy and laughter. As for the male boy who occasionally visited the village, he eventually confessed his love for Janica with a large bouquet of flowers. Perhaps it was inevitable for him to fall for her as well. She was a girl who did not know how to say no. However, the young girl knew nothing of romance, and she bowed her head in apology to the boy. The bouquet of flowers fell to the ground when she rejected his heart. The young boy, who left as if running away, did not visit the village again for a long time. Then, what he brought after finally returning was unexpected. The boy brought with him a letter of admission from Sylvania and handed it to Janica. With formal speech, he greeted her goodbye and turned away without looking back. It had been 3 years since the girl entered Sylvania, and now she could barely even remember his face. However, Janica Failover was still scared of rejection and unfamiliar with formal speech. She stared now at the letter in her hands and flinched when someone greeted her formally. They did not know how many days it had been, but if she had any requests or questions, she would not hesitate to tell them. The administration office of Trix Hall said that after checking, they could quickly deal with it if it was an administrative task. So, about that, the girl blushed nervously. She had received a leave request from the Trix dorms. The lady at the administrative office said that she did not know what the girl was torn up over, but if she really did not know, she could ask those around her for advice. There were a lot of people who would jump in and help her if she just asked for assistance. The lady was sure they would hear out the talented spirit sorcerer. The girl always had a lot of people around her in the past. However, as someone who found attention burdensome and wanted to run away because of it, bringing up a conversation was difficult, even if the people were her own close friends. Annie scolded the girl, saying that she should have caught on to the fact that he was alive when she saw Janica giggling all day long. The spirit sorcerer apologized that she had her reasons, and her friend's eyes widened in surprise. Annie's was sure that Janica had no choice, but now she wondered what was worrying Janica as her friend once again looked anxious and unsure. The spirit sorcerer struggled with bringing up her problems. As the teaching assistant was aware, the spirit sorcerer remained really bad at rejecting the requests of others. Receiving requests made it difficult for the one who got them to reject. The teaching assistant stood and yelled that it was because Janica went about accepting all of Ed's requests, that she had basically become that guy's maid. He could live in seclusion, so she had no reason to keep cooking for him and helping him with the housekeeping. Her friend was now concerned and asked just what Ed had asked for now and how hard it would be to grant his request. The spirit sorcerer hurried into the defensive, saying it was not like that, and she had only helped him out because she wanted to. This time, she had something to ask of him. Since they were so close with each other and so comfortable with each other, their relationship made it a little difficult for Janica to make her request. Annie's wondered what her friend was on about this time. Then, the teaching assistant suggested putting a bit of distance between herself and her crush. This suggestion surprised Janica, and the noble went on to say that doing this should make it easier for the spirit sorcerer to reject and make requests. It seemed there was a need for the two to be less intimate with each other, and if they were too conscious of each other for way too long, it might end with her heart ceasing to flutter as hard as it once did before. Even as she gave this advice, the teaching assistant wondered if it was even possible for Janica to put any distance between herself and Ed. In the first place, she felt she was asking for the impossible. However, if they became too distant, then the talented forest student would end up alone. Putting some distance might make the boy perk up a bit. The girl was barely finished talking when the spirit sorcerer suddenly energetically voiced her thanks, much to her friend's surprise. The sparkling girl thought that it was a good idea, so she would get going now. This was met with absolute shock from her friend. Before the teaching assistant could process what was happening, Janica was wishing her goodbye and skipping away, much to the girl's shock. Annie's finger dropped slowly in confusion, and now she panicked, worrying about if she had given her friend really bad advice. She panicked and wondered what she had done. Meanwhile, our guy was going over his skills as usual. His magical engineering crafting skill had once again improved significantly, and he had collected a lot of crafting formulas. Making all of them was physically impossible, but the item that he wanted the most was the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The crafting formula for the item itself was pretty simple, but it was still a cane with a very high force rank. It had the ability to amplify the sensitivity of spirits of all attributes and amplify the mana efficiency of spirit magic. The reason the main character understood this cane was because the ingredients were very difficult to obtain. The branch needed for the cane was not just from a normal tree, and he needed a branch from a tree that had lived for over 1,000 years and had been struck by thunder. Even though it was an item that came into the protagonist's inventory as a quest reward for the final chapter of the third act, in reality, the material was not something that could be found or bought. The 1,000-year-old trees may not be common, but there were at least a few of them in the northern forest. The issue right now was thunder, and Ed glanced behind him with a bored expression on his face. The sun was shining so brightly that Lucy was dozing under the sun like a cat. There was no sign of thunder anywhere. Then the boy called Lucy, who grimaced slightly in her sleep. The girl cracked an eye open and looked toward the person who dared disturb her sleep. Ed's face was hovering over her all of a sudden, very up close and personal. The little mage was so shocked that she flew up into the tree like a frightened cat. The boy was a little surprised by this reaction, as it was not the first time he had woken her from sleep, so he did not know why she was acting so shocked. Then, he figured it was rude either way and apologized for surprising Lucy, who was blushing up a storm. The girl panted for her dear life, shocked by the sudden scare. Then she said it was fine for him to speak from there. It was okay, she could hear him. Still a little concerned, Ed said that it was fine and there was no rush, so they could talk much later. After all, it was time for him to get going. Once he was gone, the girl fell from the tree. Later that day, Janica popped into the woods, greeting Ed with a smile, and the boy greeted her, noting that she had arrived a bit late. The girl laughed and pointed out that she was just 10 minutes late. The boy had expected her to take the easy way and asked if something had happened during her journey to him. However, the girl just smiled proudly, beaming like a little lantern. She said she had no reason to be late and that she was just late because she wanted to be. This was what the girl believed putting distance was about. Ed saw nothing wrong with it and said that it was normal, especially considering how busy the other girl was. He thanked her for coming all that way to help him with sensitivity training. Then, he asked if she wanted some tea, which greatly surprised the girl. Then she beamed with joy, thanking him. Then she realized that even if she was putting distance, her talented crush was making no effort to put any distance between them. Later that evening, they focused on training and the spirit sorcerer stared in awe that Ed was getting very skilled at handling spirits now. It had not even been that long, so she was very impressed. It would take some more time with Merylda, but now that his understanding of even Mug the fire spirit had increased, then it would barely take any mana. She was glad that Mug had such high compatibility with her crush. The fire spirit was also happy and cried from the barrage of compliments that he was getting. The little demon happily promised to work harder. Suddenly, someone greeted them and the main character paused when he saw Elle had come to pick up Lucy as usual. The head maid greeted them, saying that the vice principal Rachel said that she needed the year's top student. The maid bowed, saying that she was fairly surprised to hear of the MC's death and she was relieved to see that he was alive and well. The boy apologized with a bow for making her worry. Unfortunately, with his circumstances, it could not be helped. Then the two exchanged a moment of electric glares that surprised the spirit sorcerer. The maid then asked the boy if he knew that it was a virtue for maids to always consider themselves from a lower position. The boy said that he still refused to speak to the head maid informally. Still glaring, the head maid mentioned that she would be going off now. After all, maids had to be thorough with their work after all, especially on the issue of speaking informally or formally. The boy said he understood, however, he would continue to speak to her formally. The maid glared with the heat of 1,000 suns and the spirit sorcerer was shocked as she had never seen Belle look like that before. She did not know that Ed and the head maid often had a battle of wits. Then, the girl recalled that she was supposed to be putting a distance between herself and Ed to prevent their relationship from becoming something awkward that involved a battle of wits and formal speech. The head maid turned to the spirit sorcerer and said that she was also worried about the Lady Janica after she went to Dex Hall and it was great to see her in good health. The happy girl beamed and said that living alongside her friends was not bad at all. In any case, the maid had to go and prepare for her inspection, so she squished Lucy close to her chest and said that she had to make the talented mage more presentable. With that, Belle wished them goodbye. The two happily waved them goodbye, with the spirit sorcerer telling them to take good care of themselves. The head maid also wished them success with their studies. As the other two left, the humble girl called to her crush, and she asked if they should try formally speaking to each other as well. The boy was confused about this request and wondered why they suddenly had to speak formally with each other. The girl explained that rather than just speaking formally, since it had not been that long since they had met, even though an entire school year had passed, she suggested that it was not like it was awkward. But talking in a manner where they respected and maintained courtesy towards each other sounded like a good idea. The boy was speechless for a hot minute, and she grabbed his shirt in a small pinch, saying that she just wanted to try it out once. The material of his shirt stretched thin over his giant bulking pectorals, and the boy was surprised at her request. However, if she insisted, he was willing to try it out. So, he agreed to her request. The Dex Hall's curfew was closed so they could just walk back and forth a few times, and then he would send her off. They had just started walking when Janica initiated formal talk, greeting him by calling him sir. The language was so strange coming from her that the main character froze in place. This was not a time prison, but the boy turned hesitantly with concern to stare at his friend. This situation made it really hard for his voice to come out, and his friend nervously twirled her hair and played with her fingers. It felt like the girl's emotions were infectious after all. He did not know why on earth she was feeling so embarrassed, or why her cheeks had flushed so pink. However, her anxiety was also making him nervous for some reason. 3 minutes later, they both found themselves back at the first and they both tried to start the conversation at the same time. They fell silent and she said never mind after their very awkward start. Then there was a longer stretch of awkward silence. Even though they'd had moments when the silence was suffocating before, this situation made the boy several times more nervous than those. He had thought their relationship was like that of family, but now things had gotten very awkward and he did not know what to do. The problem was that even though she proposed it, the poor spirit sorcerer had not expected the atmosphere to become even worse and she was beetroot red. They both wanted this odd atmosphere to go away soon, but they also had no idea what to say. Still, the boy tried again to start a conversation when the girl suddenly leapt to her feet. The spirit sorceress suddenly gasped like time had gone really quickly and her curfew was almost up. She bowed, thanking him for the day, and then she took off, saying that she would see him tomorrow. Ed stared in shock at the empty space that she had left behind when she zoomed off in a flash. The poor guy was so confused, and then he held his face in embarrassment, nearly spitting blood when he thought whether he's going to have to force this awkward interaction in the future as well. Ed was reading. One of his more favored hobbies was reading, and it was nice to take a nice time in the forest and flip through a book in the peace and the quiet of the woods. The peace did not last long as Merylda then asked if he was going to continue the awkward mutual respect formal speech play with Janica. The boy sighed and asked why the spirit was even asking that when she saw everything that had happened. The forest spirit smiled, in her human form this time. She was not so free to the point that she could follow them all the way to the academy, so she was curious about what was going on in the time when she could not watch them, and she was wondering if anything interesting happened in class. It was the same yesterday. He had waved casually at Janica in the halls and she had panicked like a startled deer. It was strangely uncomfortable. It was possible that she was expressing her underlying stress in a unique way. The boy had not thought much of it at first, but now he wondered if something was up with her. The forest spirit chuckled, saying that she's been hearing he was clearly worried about her. The blonde did not even deny it. Of course, he was worried about his friend. The forest spirit then grinned wolfishly. Moving on, the boy asked if he could snap a couple of branches off the tree he was resting on. He wanted to make a thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The spirit gasped and asked if Ed was trying to make another tool. Here she was, wondering if he was too distracted thinking about Janica, but as usual, Ed was always busy. The spirit sighed and said that the boy did not need her permission for a few branches. He was a little surprised to hear this since it was called the Merelda Guardian Tree. The lady hummed, saying that it was a bit convoluted. If she was to be exact, she was protecting the forest because of an old friend. The friend had decided to put her name on this tree as they pleased. An old friend could be anyone, and Ed acknowledged that the spirit had lived a very long life, so it was a given that she would have many relationships. Then Merelda smiled and said problem 1. She asked him why it was that spirits would often take the form of animals. The forest spirit had the form of a human from the start and she'd already told Ed that was not easy. The reason spirits take the shape of animals is because animals are the most familiar and convenient in terms of access. Hence, they have an easier time copying their forms. Then, just as the forest spirit had to do the same thing to gain a human form, it made her wonder who she had copied. The boy figured who knew and the spirit smirked, pointing out that she had made a contract with him, so she could read his thoughts. Ed asked what that meant and she smirked. The girl smiled and said that she had taken on a form that was the closest to his ideal type. This was stunning news to Ed, who paused to consider his taste. It was very unexpected as he had hardly taken the time to consider such things. The forest spirit giggled and said that of course, it was unexpected. After all, she had just lied. The student was speechless, then he asked if she was joking. The forest spirit giggled, saying that reading his thoughts was not plausible and transformation was a very difficult kind of magic, so she could not just copy anyone. Merelda had lived for a very long time, so long to the point that Sylvania Academy's rises and falls simply seemed cute to her. The beautiful spirit was ancient. She had met a child back when Arkan Island was uninhabited before the academy was established. The girl did not dress fancy and she was always easygoing. The appearance that the spirit wore now was designed after that girl. She was the most special and unique person that the spirit had ever met. The main character had started putting pieces together and he asked about the identity of the girl. Infusing mana into this guardian tree and using it as an energy source, the girl established the school and had Merelda protect the forest. That lady cloaked in white with power flowing off her in waves. This was not a relationship that could be learned in the game. Now, he knew how the forest spirit and the school were connected. The unparalleled mage and scholar, the great sage Sylvania. In the dark of the night, the light of the fire kept the circle of Ed's house warm. The young lad was peeling an apple when someone familiar greeted him. It was Janica and she nervously said hello. He also politely greeted her with an internal sigh. He then asked if she wanted some apples, correcting his speech to be a bit more formal. They were still doing their dance of formal speech and keeping an awkward distance. They sat on separate logs by the fire, both saying nothing for a while. Then he asked her to pass her plate and the spirit sorcerer held it out without making any eye contact. It was awkward as they both ate their apples in silence, the sorcerer nibbling on hers while the main character went on saying nothing. Neither of them knew what to do about the situation. He would prefer that they either speak formally or not. They needed to make up their minds about that and then stick with it. The spirit sorcerer was shaking and Ed noticed her trembling. The blonde then asked if she was okay, asking if she was hurt somewhere. The girl sighed and said that she just thought it would be difficult to say this while looking at him. So, she tucked her head between her arms. She called her friend the young Master Ed, and admitted that there was something she would like to ask, though it was a question that might sound really strange. So, the spirit sorcerer just wanted him to hear her out until the end before replying. Please. The boy sighed in relief and figured that no matter what, regardless of what he looked like now, he was an adult. If it was something she was having such difficulty bringing up, then he hoped he would not be taken aback and just listen. Then, with her face flushed a brilliant bright pink, Janica asked what he would think of her leaving Dex Hall to come live with him at the camp in the woods. The blonde stared at her with the most unreadable serious expression she had ever seen, and he somehow managed to cut his finger at her question. The girl screamed in horror as blood gushed from his hand, squealing and asking if he was okay. The boy didn't even seem able to process the pain as he was still pondering what she'd just said. The light of the campfire was warm. Whether it was living outside or fighting, since he had lived like this for 1 year, the boy thought that by now he could fend off any situation smoothly. However, it was a relief that he cut his finger. It gave him time to organize his thoughts. Now that his finger was bandaged, the main character could tackle the girl's question. First, this was probably something she expected him to say anyway, but he would still address it. While he wondered if there was any purpose in saying this outright. Ed admitted that he thought of Janica as someone who was incredibly kind and sincere. She blushed as he went on to say that he was sure it was not just him who thought of her like that. However, he just so happened to like her a lot. Janica saw stars at this confession and her face heated quickly. Unaware of the spirit sorcerer flaming up beside him, Ed went on to say that he felt the need to express the fact that he was a man. The main character wanted his friend to listen carefully. He did not know how she thought of herself, but she had quite a lovely charm, and she was very beautiful. Bro was just spitting out compliments like they were air grenades, oblivious to the effect that he was having on poor Janica. While he could stay considerate and gentle at the moment, Ed admitted that he did not know what may happen if they lived under the same roof. The poor girl was under attack and begged for some mercy so she could catch her breath. The boy went on, oblivious to her struggles, saying that if he was to be precise, men in general were similar in some ways, and he was thankful that she trusted him. The spirit sorcerer could not take it anymore and interrupted the boy, saying that still, if it was him, then she was okay with it. This left the boy speechless with a strawberry blush on his cheeks. It was finally happening. Someone had caught Ed by surprise and was making him blush. Janica was so shocked by her own words that she was also left blushing and speechless. For a moment, the two just stared at each other, looking completely stupefied. For a while, it felt as if the spirit sorcerer and the main character were balancing on the tightrope of a strange boundary. The boy lowered his head as he stood, a dark shadow surrounding him as the girl called out with worry. Speaking in a polite manner without rhyme or reason made things feel both familiar and unfamiliar. After the arduous and grueling student council president election and just when he felt at ease and a sense of freedom after returning to camp, Janica's sudden proposal of cohabitation came out of nowhere to Ed. The girl was flushed like a little tomato and panicking at his sudden silence. She was unsure if she could endure this or restrain herself now. The situation was practically urging her, enticing her to let go of her rationality, and this was the result. Her friend called out her name, however, and then settled down beside her on the same log. Out of care and kindness, Ed then asked if the spirit sorcerer was going through something difficult. The girl was surprised by this question. Usually, whenever something unexpected happened, there would be a reason behind it. Considering how the spirit sorcerer was saying something like this out of the blue, the main character then had to consider if there was a factor behind the scenes that he did not know about. The girl was in disbelief at how someone so smart could also be so very stupid. She smiled in amusement and laughed at Ed, saying that there was nothing that he did not know. The girl sighed, admitting that she must have wanted to run away. See, she missed the days back when she had a single room in Awfully's hall. Now she wondered if she sounded like an idiot. From the beginning, the talented spirit sorcerer, who even went berserk because of the pressure of everyone's eyes, living in the normal dorms of Dex Hall was no easy task. For an entire year, she endured everyone's relentless gaze, forcing herself to smile kindly in response. The camp had been like a refuge for the girl, so she guessed that she wanted to escape there if it was possible. She was sure that it must have been burdensome for him to hear her silly request, and she was backing out already. It was not something that would get resolved by escaping, and it would just be a burden to her crush. Still, Janica had wanted to ask just once. She laughed at herself and the youth sighed in relief. He admitted that it was definitely burdensome, and the girl's eyes flooded with pain to hear these words. However, the blonde also added that the issue of it being a burden to him was completely unrelated. The spirit sorcerer was surprised to hear this, so the blonde explained that life was about being a burden to others while carrying the burden of others. Of course, he really thought the burden was not worth carrying. Next time, he would just make a burdensome request back. That was all. It was not like they were only going to know each other for a short while, so it was not an issue that could be solved by give and take. Their friendship was going to last a long time. Bro was just talking without considering the meaning behind his words, and the girl blushed to hear this. Ed still thought it was a bit much for them to live under the same roof. However, he would happily build another hut nearby for her. The girl was elated to hear this. The boy had thought that the girl would jump up and down in joy, knowing her personality. However, the girl's reaction was much different from what he had expected. The talented spirit sorcerer threw herself at the main character, her arms wrapping firmly around him as she thanked him for his kindness. The boy smiled as he noted that she was no longer speaking formally anymore. The girl hiccuped as she sobbed softly, and his calloused fingers rubbed the strands of her hair gently. The spirit sorcerer seemed to try creating some distance, but she had ultimately failed. Though, what would have really changed if she had succeeded? Janica was the type of girl who would always step up to help when someone needed it. While the MC was sure that her kind actions would not ever get fully repaid, if someone like that was on the floor and cry, then no matter how much the relationship sourced, one would not be able to resist and would put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. The next day, bright and early in the morning, the boy stretched as he got up from bed. He had said it easily, but building another hut would not be an easy feat. He had to prepare for lessons and create the cane quickly as well. Plus, he had lost sleep trying to think of how he would change around his schedule. Suddenly the blonde froze. He opened the door to a spirit greeting him and acknowledging that he was awake. It was the fire dragon spirit that often followed Janica around, and the dragon smiled, saying that he needed advice as he had no experience in building huts. Many other spirits had also gathered, of course, each of them with construction hats as they gathered around many building materials. The dragon greeted the stupefied boy, noting that Ed looked tired. Even the dragon was rather fatigued. At the spirit world, he had partied all night since there was a celebration. Regardless, now they had to build a hut in the morning. They had even picked out a location and said it was best to have a hut at the opposite end of the clearing. Ed was shocked to see mole spirits already quickly laying out the foundation when it had taken him months. The dragon mentioned that it was kind of romantic to open the doors in the morning and see each other. Well, it did not seem like it would be bad to build the house right next to each other either, but it would feel a little stuffy, so they had to work hard to provide some form of privacy. The other spirits contemplated as well, saying that perhaps building it at the closest possible proximity might be the best. Ed's brain was still trying to catch up with his eyes. Just then, Mug the fire spirit landed on Ed's shoulder. The little spirit shouted to Sir Tarkin, saying that the general planned to finish the entire building construction in 10 days. The fire spirit Mug, as the scene head of command, would do his very best to make work as efficient as possible. 10 days was somehow not good enough for the dragon, and it had both Ed and his fire spirit sweating. The little fire spirit explained that after considering the lower rank spirits' rotation shifts and breaks, that was the most plausible time frame. Of course, there was definitely a possibility of lessening that time, depending on the progress of the work. The dragon raged that back in his day, it was normal to carry the spirit sorcerer for 3 days straight, hiking through snowy mountains for a week, and battle the very next day without a problem. Now, in these days, there were even more spirit sorcerers, so it was easier to form contracts. He thought that the lower rank spirits were taking it easy, resting well, eating well, and working on their own comfortable terms. He asked just when they would have a phase shift and reach the mid-rank at this rate, sounding like a very disappointed grandparent. Mug panicked and said that he would have to adjust the plans as much as possible and finish it in 1 week. The dragon stormed off, saying that he had work to do and he would then be off to do the work. The little bat spirit cried out that the house would be done in 5 days, so the dragon should kindly endure it, even if things became a bit noisy. The main character then turned to his spirit and asked how he planned to erect a house in 5 days when it had taken him several months. Poor Mug said that if Tarkin asked them to speed up, then they just had to speed up. He didn't have a choice. Now Ed felt bad for getting Mug into this sort of awkward situation. The main character sighed as he fetched out his tools, but it was a relief that his busy schedule got resolved. Now, he had the time to make the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. There were a lot of things that made the youth want to repay the kind spirit sorcerer. Giving her a place in the camp was not enough. Despite her having many canes from her friends and family, and his own uncertainty about whether or not she would like it considering that she used an oak cane, Ed still hoped as he carved the branch that he had taken from the tree. He worked really hard with a smile on his face, hoping that Janice would like it. Meanwhile, Lucy could not sleep. The little talented mage stared ahead, angry at all of the ruckus that was going on at Ed's camp. The spirits marched all through the camp, making so much noise as they worked to complete their building project. The construction work that lasted all day long was a huge contributory factor to her lack of sleep. The girl gritted her teeth and glared at the workers, but the true cause of her dissatisfaction was Janica happily sitting on a pile of logs and kicking her feet in bliss. The spirit sorcerer noticed the little mage and happily called out to her with a smile on her face. Janica always greeted the talented mage warmly, but the two already had a battle of wits before. Although the spirit sorcerer was bad at expressing things that were unpleasant, she could not lose, and she smiled haughtily down at Lucy. The girl was practically glowing as she stared at her rival, her nose in the air in delight as she announced that she would be living in the woods now. That was unacceptable to the mage, who yanked at her hat with great displeasure. Meanwhile, Ed was oblivious to the battle of wits happening on his property. The boy had borrowed a bunch of elemental magic books, and he hefted the pile of them in his arms. This was because he thought that he should learn some new magic, and he'd taken some from the faculty building in the eastern square. The young lad wanted to learn more about particle explosion. Although particle explosion had good practical use, its firepower was that of low-level magic at best. He recalled how Zix had said that he thought just crushing Ed with the difference in their power would be the best way to win against someone like him. This made the main character consider firepower. He stepped out into the square and then noticed a lone figure happily thrumming on the guitar in her hands. The holy firekeeper, the romantic, and the prophet, Adele Saris. The happy and beautiful blonde, with flowers in her hair, strummed her guitar with a peaceful smile on her face. Although she appeared regularly since the first act as Taylor's comrade, she does not appear often in the game. The romantic does not have many points of contact with Ed either, so he tried to hurry past her. Unfortunately, she suddenly calls him by name and notes that he seems busy today as well. This makes the boy freeze and wonder why on earth the famed romantic is speaking to him. The lady smiled, saying that she had heard much from Taylor and Ayla, and they seemed to have complex emotions about the former background villain. The boy said it really was none of his business, though he was a bit curious about Taylor. From what he had heard from Zix, the protagonist had been growing stronger and doing well. At this rate, his sword skills would continue to grow and the protagonist would be able to easily pass through the joint combat training without an issue. That was great news to Ed. Then, the romantic asked Ed if he wanted to hear a song. She was still a bard who traveled the continent, although she was staying in Sylvania for now. The boy mumbled that it was fine. Besides, the books he held were quite heavy. The lady sighed that it was a shame. However, before he could leave, she called his name once more. She told him that one day he would rise to the patriarch's throne, and he would have to kill the person that he respected the most with his own hands. She said all of these ominous words with the sweetest smile on her face, and added that if he hesitated in that moment, he would be the one to die. Just the kind of thing a teenager wants to hear during their daily life at school. The blonde was stunned to get a prophecy of all things at this time. The reason that Adele could always calmly play the lute in any situation was because of her prophetic ability to see the future. However, because her prophecies did not always come true, the boy did not have to worry too much about them. However, the reason he felt unsettled, as he watched the girl walk away, was because the blonde knew of a more certain future. Based on the scenario, in the third act, the beautiful flowery romantic Adele would die. Meanwhile, someone gave Ed a firm no. The youth was unamused by this response and stared in confusion at what he saw before him. He had wanted to make two thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden sticks in order to make two canes, one for Janica and one for him. However, when he asked the little mage to make lightning for him, Lucy oddly pouted in anger and said that she would create it for only one cane. The boy was confused and pointed out that she only needed to use the magic once anyway for both canes. Still, the little white-haired girl pouted. The boy then sighed at her and said that he would just make one and then give that one to Janica. This was of course horrible news to the little mage, who looked like she was struggling not to crush someone. Since the cane's performance was good, the boy figured it would be the wisest to give it to someone who would use it best, further sending Lucy spiraling and groaning in agony. The girl then growled that she would create lightning for both of them, much to Ed's surprise. The girl then said that she had a condition, though it was nothing much. The boy was surprised, but he was ready to hear her out. Lucy's request was that Ed would go somewhere with her. The Archmage glocked, regardless of field, whether it was elements, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, spirit studies, or anything of the sort. The man was acknowledged in his research results, and he possessed two of the highest rank spirits called Teorphas the Fire Spirit, and Fried the Water Spirit at the same time. After the great Archmage retired, he worked to develop the younger generations, and he invested all of his life savings into the education sector and academy research funds. They say he barely used money on himself. When it comes to Sylvania Academy, it was Archmage Glocked who advanced it to be the best educational facility in the world. Now, the blonde found himself dragged through the academy with Lucy's firm grip on his arm. Glock spent all of his funds on the academy and secluded himself in the Great Ramelin Mountains in the continent's northwestern region. Meanwhile, as Ed walked through the school, there were whispers about him being the guy dating Janica. The Archmage had met an abandoned child at the monastery in the Ramelin Mountains, and that child had been the little Lucy. If there was something unexpected, it was that Lucy's magic talent was greater than Glock had imagined. It was a talent that was a precious gem of humanity. The twilight of the Archmage, who had left his mark in history, was spent polishing up this gem. He was a great man, and if a book were to be written about his life, it could be filled with epic tales and grand adventures. However, his latter years were a bit more sad. The man's wife, who he'd met when he was young, lost her life while subjugating Teorphas, and all of his colleagues had passed away before him. Eventually, the only people who remained around him were those who revered him, and those who wanted to use his fame, which was probably why he built a hut in the mountains to seclude himself. However, the true relief in his life was the little hand that would rest upon his shaky hands as he worked. There was someone beside him who could continue his will. On a rainy day and in a shabby hut, the Archmage Glock passed away with a smile on his face, knowing that he had Lucy. That was how Archmage Glock's journey ended and how the little girl's journey began, although it was over now. The boy was confused about that, so Lucy asked if he knew where the old man's hometown was. Ed was unsure, but from what he learned in history class, he guessed that it was the lawless area of Kohelton. The little girl said that the history books were wrong and that was just where the old man had spent his youth. In truth, the Archmage's real hometown was here in Arkan Island, the same place where he had built his school. Lucy took Ed to the beach and they stared out at the waters that glistened in the light of the setting sun. The little girl stared out at the waters and admitted that she did not know what was so entertaining. But whenever he talked about living in Arkan Island, he was so earnest, and even until the moment he died, he worried about this school. She said that the old man was such a fool. His heart's hometown was Arkan Island, there was no helping it. Lucy told Ed about the journey that she had no choice but to embark on. At the time, the young Lucy only had the shabby hut and the cold corpse of the old man left. She covered his corpse with a blanket and tied it up with leather ropes, before freezing him with ice magic. Although most mages would get tired of maintaining the ice magic for even just 1 hour, that was already possible for Lucy at this stage, as she tied a rope connecting her to the coffin, and floated the coffin after her as she walked through the woods. This was a story that sent goosebumps down a person's spine. Glock's hut was in the Ramelin Mountains in the northwest of the continent, so she had headed south of there. She passed the Urakel Forest, Great Lake Aka, the land of alchemy Crete. Lucy also passed the Malin Plains, the holy city Carpia, and the Denken wetlands to finally reach the Kol Empire's borders. After that, she passed the Teldanil Viscounty, following the river downstream from there, and took her past the merchant city Oldek, the Owlin County, the Island Barony, the Sale Viscounty, the Roththaler Duchy, the Feder Marquisy, and the Tiz County. Then she passed the Janet Mountains, Dres River, and Zahal Margrave's territory, and headed southwest, passing by Cranpel Forest. After opening a world map, you'd have to draw a straight line with a quill for some time before you could reach Mexus Bridge that connects to Arkan Island. That journey she set forth on while using magic to maintain her master's corpse, and even using it to move her own body, had taken her 3 months, and she had gotten a bit lost. It took the little mage a week to just find that. The boy was speechless as he stared forward. She was pointing to something that looked rather dark and shadowy. According to that old man's records, this was the place where the Archmage and the Great Sage taught each other and trained. This was where her journey ended. Before them was a makeshift grave with a long staff stuck out of it, with many flowers decorating the grave marker. Near the grave was a small collection of books, including the introduction to Spectral Magic written, of course, by Glock Elderveen. The boy was surprised to see the book. Glock's Travelogue of Southern Views, which included his thoughts of magic within the southern continent, sold for 7,000 golden coins. That was more money than the main character had ever had since coming to that world. That was not even one of history's greatest books. His posthumous book, which included his analysis of Spectral Magic, must have a worth that Ed could not even calculate. Lucy said that the main character could take the book. It was all things that she already knew how to do, so she did not need it. She remembered all of the words that her grandfather left behind. The little girl had not even lived half the life given to her, and she might begin a new journey. Or maybe she would go after living a half-assed life. Still, she planned on keeping the promise she made to her grandfather. If danger came to Sylvania, she would definitely protect it at least once. It was not a very happy story, and listening to it was not enjoyable either, and coming to a place like this was a hassle. However, she had just wanted to show this to Ed. The boy was speechless as he regarded the girl who had shyly turned her back to him. Although the first journey of her life had somewhat concluded, after coming to Arkan Island and buying her master, Lucy had not been able to escape her master's shadow yet, which was why she endlessly waited for danger to approach Sylvania, sometimes with excitement and sometimes with fear. No wonder she was so lazy. Ed settled down beside her and they stared at the waters together. Once the promised trial had passed, Lucy would then finally be able to leave on a new journey in order to lead her own life. Since the main character knew that time was not too far off, he decided to be lazy with Lucy for the day. The sound of the waves and the refreshing wind of late spring made it neither cold nor hot, even after sitting for a long time. Ed reached out and gently touched Lucy's hat, just like her grandfather had done many years ago. The boy smiled that the nice weather was a fortunate thing, and underneath her hat, Lucy smiled too. Janica stared in absolute awe. Her new cabin was basically sparkling. The wood was fresh and clean and very beautiful. The spirit sorcerer had not known that things could be built this fast. Meanwhile, the animal spirits were so exhausted that they were lying half dead on the floor. Janica scolded them for working so hard when she had told them to take it easy. The poor fire spirit mug tried to explain that Tarkin would in no way accept the work taking longer, but then he just gave up and mumbled about how he could ascend now. The exhausted fire spirit wished Janica to have a happy camp life, and he said that would be enough for them. That was all that the poor overworked spirits needed. They then proceeded to really ascend right before their eyes, and the girl happily waved as they wished away, thanking them for their help. It turned out that the spirits were just being unsummoned, and it felt strange, but she was still very grateful for their assistance in these matters. Then, a stick was taken up and a line was drawn in the sand. It was Janica, and she had carved out a few characters that spelt out cohabitation. The girl beamed with joy with a bright flush on her face as she had taken one step closer to achieving her goal of living right beside the man that she loved. Suddenly the door behind her opened and her eyes widened. She thought it was Ed, but it was in fact Lucy, who casually strolled out of Ed's house with her clothes rumpled. The sleepy talented mage yawned and then locked eyes with the spirit sorcerer. They were neighbors now, and the smaller girl took note of the little carved letters that spelt out cohabitation. The mage then smiled rather smugly as she knew she was one step closer to that since she lived right inside her crush's house. Lucy stood in her rumpled glory with her hands at her waist as she beamed, letting it be known that sleeping together was far above cohabitation. Basic Spectral Magic. A new article had been revealed. New Spectral Magic. A level 1 manifestation was finally something that Ed had unlocked. He tried out the magic, playing with it on his fingers with awe. Even Merylda hovered near as he played with it, and she noted that it was another fail. Spectral magic was a lot more difficult than she had expected, and she asked if the main character could even get a grasp on the mana flow. The blonde boy studied and worked with Lucy, casually napping on his lap. He was not sure about the new form of magic, but he had to at least try. The talented mage yawned and said that for spectral magic, it was important to understand the principles first. Magic was a study in which both theory and senses coexist. He will get a feel for it after repeated practice. Just for a spin, Lucy tested out controlling the axe and a few objects around the camp. Completely showing off, she lifted a bunch of things and commended some of his repeated practicing. The boy admitted that he had done it 2 or 3 times as he patted her head, and the girl blushed in surprise. The blonde admitted that it would have been easy for a genius like Lucy, and who would have known that Glock's introduction to aspectual magic would exist. Meanwhile, the silver-haired mage was suffering under the sweet attention of her crush's pats. The lad had thought of aspectual magic as the kind of thing that could not be learned in the game. Aspectual magic was magic that needed to easily manipulate time, space, and your mind, so when it came to it, it was the greatest in power. However, because it went against providence and the natural order, it was the most difficult and unresearched magic. Apart from the danger, it was hard to understand. Lucy had learned it using her intuition, so it would be difficult for her to teach. She had tried a few times and used it as easily as breathing. It would have been great if he had Professor Glass, since the mage had been an actual experienced teacher who was versed in aspectual magic. Yeah, if the professor was still alive, then he would have been a great teacher, and the blonde sighed in regret. Suddenly, someone noted that there was yet another woman. Ed looked up in surprise as the newcomer said that even if the blonde had large aspirations as a man, who knew what kind of hell he would really face at this rate? It was Ziggs, and the wolf boy was so shocked that he had dropped his present to the floor. The boy had noticed Merylda and had dismissed her immediately with a drab look on his face. The forest spirit wept as she was having so much fun reading. The wolf boy apologized then for jumping to conclusions. He had not realized that the other woman was the spirit from last time. Then the blonde asked why Ziggs had visited. The boy had brought the old magic books that had asked for that needed to be scrapped. The main character asked the wolf boy to pass on his thanks to Elka. He needed to start from the basics, so borrowing them each would be annoying. It must have been heavy, so the blonde thanked the boy once more. Ed was just thinking that he ought to do something to thank Ziggs, but the wolf boy insisted that it was fine. However, if the blonde really insisted, then he could help the wolf boy out with doing some student council work. The wolf boy was flattered, but because of the previous incident with Tanya, the student council president now trusted him a lot. She seemed to want to put other people she trusted near her. So, the boy was asking if the blonde would like to work as part of the student council. Ed wondered if it was okay to be so half-assed about its formation, and the wolf boy insisted that it was not half-assed. Since this was the first time in Sylvanian history that a first year had become the student council president, Tanya was planning on making the cabinet the best that it could be. The lady from the Kyril County in the 3rd year and 4th year top student Deke had already joined. In the future, she wanted 1st year magic faculty top student Joseph, 3rd year top assistant Annie's, 4th year top alchemy faculty student Dorothy, and Ed as well. Tanya was only gathering trustworthy and talented people. However, Ziggs already guessed that Ed would reject the role anyway. Ed considered rejecting the role, and the wolf boy sighed. The blonde did magic engineering, spirit sorcery, stamina training, camping, and academy scholarship student work. He was also training in a new type of magic, so there was no helping it. The wolf boy sighed that he expected Ed to reject the role, but the student council president would be disappointed. Meanwhile, Ed had not even given a response, and he was flabbergasted to hear that the wolf boy expected the rejection anyway. After saving Tanya and having the scenario turn into something unknown, small predictions felt meaningless. Ziggs joining the student council was unexpected in the first place, and the entire list he stated was also unexpected. According to the timeline, the joint combat training would be happening soon, and this was supposed to be the biggest event before the 3rd act's final event, which was supposed to be Lucy's subjugation. This event, which happened again for the second 9-year seniors who were the generation of the protagonist, had an incident where 1st year alchemy top student, Claude, loses in the final battle and drinks the forbidden drug called Evil God's Blood. The main character remembered that event well as one with an unpleasant ending. However, the scenario was now far out of Ed's hands. Whether it flowed as he knew it or flowed in a completely new direction, it was all unknown. Meanwhile, a cart with intricately designed wheels rolled on the road. It was in fact a mighty chariot. Unless mages spent all night casting weight lightning magic, this was a giant carriage that could never move. The might of the forces guarding him was like that of an army, so the holy city's citizens saw this grand approaching carriage and called it the Wheeled Palace. Due to the resources being used becoming a waste, this palace did not often go far from the holy imperial capital, and it had just 2 people sitting at the top. It was further than one of the men expected, and he laughed that it was a relief that they could see the Saintess situation coming all this way. The first man was the Archbishop Verdio, and the second person thanked Verdio for planning a visit to the nearby noble territories as it made the planning perfect. The bigger man with the fancy garments was the Holy Pope Eldine. The Pope smiled, feeling quite pleased that they would be at Sylvania soon. Since the Holy Pope would be visiting, there must be no problems with the preparations. There was so much to do, and everyone was working to make sure that everything would be spick and span. Tanya worried that the Holy Pope Eldine, who ruled the holy city Carpia, and the Archbishop Verdio, who assisted the Holy Pope, would both be visiting at once. The goal of their visit was to spread the word about the grace of the god, Telos, and to perform new baptisms, but these were all just for appearances. The student council was in a state of panic as everyone rushed around to prepare. The really important part was the meeting request. They were worried about Saintess Clara since she was like the heart of the order. Then Tanya realized that there was one more meeting request. For some reason, the Holy Pope really wanted to meet the second-year student Adele. Anyway, they had to plan Tanya's schedule out such that she could also meet the Saintess. Today, the Holy Pope would be visiting them all the way from the Holy Imperial Capital, which was why instead of Kylie, the secret Saintess student had to set aside her disguise and let the maids comb her hair as she would be presented in her true face, and by her true name in front of the students for the first time in a while. Today was the day of the joint combat training as well, and it would unfortunately overlap with the Pope's visit, so Kylie would not be able to attend. The girl was a little sorrowful as she found it very unfortunate. She had been looking forward to interacting with the other grades after all. The sulky girl did not want to return to the Holy Imperial Capital, and student life was like a dream, and she had not even been able to meet the person that she was supposed to meet yet. The girl who was in charge of the Holy Fire and always stared off into the open world, the wandering minstrel Adele. The little Saintess had taken many walks on paths where she would bump into second years, but because Adele was such a person who was in and out of places, it was hard to see her even in the school. The Saintess really wanted to hurry and meet her. The stories of the exam that she had with her friend, and the hut that she went to find in the dead of the night during a storm. The Saintess, who had only ever listened, wanted so badly to share these stories with her friend now that she finally had stories to tell. The silver-haired girl was solemn as she knew that she could not tell the Archbishop about all of this. She could not speak of how the top students of the school had stormed through the dorms and destroyed them. She could also not speak about a fallen noble getting swept up in a murder case. If Verdio, who had always emphasized a pure life, heard about these incidents, the poor old man would be horrified. The girl was sure that he would make her leave the academy at once. It was always hard to refuse the words of the Archbishop, and it was not because he was the master of the mind reading. Then the silver-haired saint wondered if it was because mind reading was an ability that fell under the holy magic category, but it did not work on her. Ever since the girl was young, he had always been like a teacher to her, so that was why it was hard to refuse him. Done with dressing the saint, Belle, the head maid, then informed the Saintess that she could eat comfortably. This made Clarice a little flustered as she had not realized that her nerves were obvious. Well, it was fine for now, as long as she kept the condition that once her identity got caught by another student, she would have to give up her student life. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she recalled that Ed Rothtaylor in fact knew her true identity, so that condition had technically already been met. Of course, it did not seem like he would spill the beans. But what would she do if her Snoopy grandpa Verdio happened to meet the young noble? The Saintess panicked at the thought of Verdio somehow finding out that the blonde noble knew of her true identity through mind reading. Meanwhile, Belle was casually asking if the silver-haired girl would like a cup of tea. The girl was trembling and dismissed the tea as her mind wandered to dark thoughts. However, she did have one request, and the Saintess asked the maid to help her prepare to go out. The maid pointed out that they did not have much time, but she did wonder where Clarice suddenly wanted to go in such a hurry. Then the pure maiden uttered the forbidden words, making it clear that she wanted to see Ed Rothtaylor, and that she thought that she would calm down if she met him. Clarice said this with the sweetest look on her face, adding that she needed to meet him right away, as quickly as possible, and the maid was stunned to hear this. Belle did not know why, but as she thought of the boy's track record in making ladies turn into blushing and crying messes, the last thing she wanted was for Ed and the Saintess to meet. Meanwhile, the joint combat training match list was out for the students, and they all gathered around in awe to figure out who they had been matched to fight against. Janica sighed that she did not have any challengers for the joint combat training, and Ed asked if she had anyone that she would want to challenge. In truth, the spirit sorcerer thought that sounded a little arrogant. The joint combat training had begun like last year's. It was an exam where students fight each other and have the results reflected in their grades. The fact that lower grades fought with higher grades was also the same, and the only thing that had really changed from last year was the rule that a person could not challenge an opponent through a duel request. According to the current scenario, there were no first years in class at that moment. As a result, they were eager to somehow win against the second year. Since there were many strong characters in the protagonist's year, the first year and the second year matches would be worth watching. However, not many are interested in the third and fourth year matches, so the third and fourth years were busy lounging around and trying to figure out what to eat for dinner. Ed had some leftover meat that he had bought from L'Oreal Inn restaurant, so he wondered if they should just add some salt and cook that. Among the third years that Janica and he belonged to, there were not many strong people. Last year, other than Janica beating Ortel, there had been no other who had been able to defeat their junior. So, the fourth year should be able to challenge anyone and easily win. On the other hand, those that were strong often ended up not receiving any challenges. The spirit sorcerer was happily doting on her man, pointing out that he kept reading the book that Lucy had given him. Ed mumbled that it was an important book and he thought that he would only be reading this for now. Seeing how the blonde noble was not receiving any challenges, he wondered if he was also considered strong now. Although there was a way to challenge someone first, given Janica's personality, that would be asking for too much. The pink-haired spirit sorcerer pouted while the blonde noble reasoned that he needed to stay low. Just then, a guard yelled out for the students to make way and a carriage moved through the school carrying the Saintess. Ed was surprised to see the Saintess carriage approach, and he recalled that he needed to take note of just how much the scenario had changed. First of all, it was strange for Claris to move around at this time. After all, the Saintess preferred to keep her appearances to a minimum and only before a select few. The girl would not be participating in the joint combat training because it overlapped with the Holy Pope's visit, and the boy wondered if the Pope's visit had somehow gotten delayed. The Mick was busy pondering what variable had been big enough to change the Pope's arrival, and he wondered what could have changed. That is also when the boy suddenly noticed that the Saintess was in fact making a beeline for their table. The pure maiden that sparkled like the sun smiled and said that she had planned to send a letter, but she wanted to hurry and meet him, so she had decided to just come. Then she smiled like a bright angel and greeted Ed by name. The Saintess spoke quickly, saying that she could not stay long, but it would be great to share a short conversation with him. The boy was stunned and said that it was an honor. Meanwhile, Janica was over the moon at meeting the saint, and she stuttered out her name with a red blush on her face, saying that it was an honor to meet the Saintess up close. Even if she lived in the countryside, a quarter of the Empire's population were believers of the Telos order, so that kind of reaction to meeting the Saintess was entirely normal. And the main character was at a loss when Janica turned to him in a panic, silently asking what she should do. Meanwhile, seeing the pure maiden with her silvery hair and her perfect smile made it hard to believe that she was the same person as Kylie Etch. Through a house of rigorous training, all of her movements had come to exude elegance with no disturbances in emotion. The young blonde had heard that the Holy Pope and the Archbishop were coming to visit soon, and he asked if it was really okay for the Saintess to be with them. However, Claris replied that the place the Holy Pope was visiting was called Trix Hall, so it was quite a relief that it coincided with where she was. It was time for the matches for the joint combat training to be announced, so she had thought that the boy would be in the area. The Saintess had guessed correctly, and the boy now wondered why she had come to see him. Although the Holy Pope was very sharp and intelligent, the Archbishop video was also quite intelligent. It made her wonder if he was the kind to be able to read minds or something. The Saintess was being rather on the nose when it came to protecting her secret. She emphasized that the way the Archbishop seemed to be able to see exactly what a person was thinking was so fascinating, and it must be a type of holy magic even. The number of hints that she was dropping were atrocious, and she mentioned that there were rumors that the Archbishop somehow had the ability to see everyone's thoughts. Ed was rather stupefied at this blatant and nearly shameless attempt to tell him about Verito's mind-reading powers. It took him a moment, but he finally put the pieces together and his eyes widened in realization. The Saintess had come all this way to have this unnatural conversation to warn him of the Archbishop's odd and very unique ability to read thoughts. The Saint was worried that he would somehow find out that the boy was aware of her identity. That capable Archbishop was indeed very incredible, and the blonde admitted that there was no way that such a man would ever meet with someone like him when he had such a lowly fallen status. The Saintess was surprised to hear this, and Ed admitted that he would be busy partaking in the joint combat training, so he would probably never meet this capable man. Claris was beyond thrilled to hear this, and she found herself relaxing in relief that the one who knew her secret would never meet the Archbishop. Suddenly, Janica spoke up, nervously playing with her pigtails, and she asked if the Saintess had really come all this way just to see her man. The Saintess was a little surprised by the question, and her oblivious behind agreed that this was exactly why she had come. The spirit sorcerer could not stand that while the Saintess had been nervous about seeing the Holy Pope, she had brought a carriage all the way here just to see Ed. The spirit sorcerer had started looking rather dangerous, so Claris nervously tried to explain that she was a human too, so it was natural that she would get nervous as well. In the Saintess' attempt to explain why she had come to see the fallen noble, she stumbled and stuttered and stopped making any sense with any of her sentences. Finally, with shaky hands, she just admitted that she had been a little nervous, and she blushed that she had just wanted to see him. She guessed that made sense. Suddenly the Saintess leapt to her feet and ran away, saying that she could not spend too much time with them when the Holy Pope would be arriving soon. So, she just took off as the guards called out after her in concern. Everyone watched as the Saintess suddenly leapt into her carriage, and the carriage zoomed off with immense speed, gone as quickly as it had come. Then everyone suddenly turned their questioning gaze on Ed, evaporating every chance that he had to not stand out. The boy groaned as he was now having a massive headache. Whether the girl came to him as Claris or Kylie, she was still very hard to spend time with. Meanwhile, the joint training match had begun, and many students cheered as two people stepped into the ring. There was talk of how Ed had not sent any challenge requests either, but there were rumors about how the third year was pretty strong among some of the new students. Of course, they guessed that the blonde was just considered strong among those third-year weaklings. The blonde looked in great despair as he regarded his opponent's shining and dangerous weapon, a large battle axe. His opponent grinned, telling the lad to prepare himself. For the first and second year matches, there was a rule that they could not use mid-rank magic or sharpened blades. However, it was completely different for the upper grades. The giant of a student laughed like a pirate from the Grand Lion and said that he would make it clear before the match. The fourth-year combat student, and the rank 2 student in his faculty, was called Kordek, and he was a man who never let his guard down against his juniors. Kordek made it known that he was Kordek Valadirk. Some of the students were alarmed, They knew that people could not use sharpened weapons because they had the ability to kill, but a blunt weapon could cause so much serious damage. Lots of people were terrified at the very thought of having to go against the fourth-year combat student. So, the announcer made it known that the third-year Ed Rothtailor would now be battling the fourth-year Kordek Valadirk, and the crowd went wild with cheers and excitement. The battle was given the leave to begin and Kordek leapt, immediately swinging his giant axe with a wicked glint in his eyes. The combat student laughed wickedly, saying that his body was just heating up. He would never go easy just because it's a mock duel, and he laughed, saying that if the blonde had started to feel the fear coursing through his body, then it was still not too late. However, the blonde just scoffed in major annoyance and he raised his hand, blasting fire magic. The scorch hit the axe attack, blocking the axe from making contact with the third-year student. The main character used the mid-rank magic, particle explosion, and the fourth-year squealed as he took a face full of ire. The fourth-year coughed inside the cloud of smoke, wincing in pain as he wondered what kind of mage would react with that much speed. The fourth-year grit his teeth in pain as he considers the third year. Until last year, there had been nothing much, but now he sees his opponent summoning both fire and water spirits while he is still down. Kordek could not believe what he was facing, and he wondered just where a monster like Ed had even come from. The explosion of both fire and water was immense, nearly covering the whole stage as the combat fourth year was bombarded with attacks. The watching students gulped in awe and intimidation. It had taken about 5 seconds for the fallen blonde noble to thoroughly deal with the laughing and boasting fourth-year combat student. The main character had been careful to ensure that his opponent would not get seriously hurt. He mentally apologized if his opponent had wanted to fight some more, but the blonde had no intention of dragging out this fight, and he congratulated his spirits on the good work that they had done. Suddenly, the auditorium erupted in cheers and shouts. The main character sighed internally as he could not focus on the fight because he had been busy thinking about other things. After the Saintess's explosive visit, the boy had taken the directionally challenged Janica to the stadium, and on his way to fight Kordek at the other stadium, he had met someone completely unexpected. It was Adele, and the free musician happily played her little instrument while gleefully giggling about meeting Ed again. He had asked the girl what she was doing there in Glocked Hall when all the second years should be in Nail Hall. The girl just smiled and called it a coincidence. She had heard even the way the wind blows is fate, so they must be quite closely connected. The blonde did not know how to respond to that as he was not crazy about connecting with any more strange women. He realized that Adele was in fact uncomfortable. Once the joint combat training was over, he knew that Adele Saris would die. The girl leapt off the window and bowed with a cheery greeting, saying that she had to go. Normally, the boy would weigh the scenarios and just let things play out as they should. But the scenarios had already greatly shifted once he made Tanya become the student council president. Thinking that it was arrogant to try and influence things that he had no power over, and thinking of those who he had to let go of like Professor Glocked, the blonde noble could not just turn his back on the girl and let her die. Now, it was difficult for him to let things pass and his hands shook. He had called out and the girl had turned curiously. The main character struggled with his words for a moment before finally speaking and telling the girl that she would die soon. That must be hard to believe, and he had no idea how he would convince her. However, the musician just responded that she was aware of that. With a bright smile that truly surprised the main character, the girl admitted that she knew that she would die. Ed raced out of the combat hall in search of her, wondering if she possessed someone like he did. He worried and ran through the halls, knowing that he needed to find Taylor, in order to see how much the scenario had shifted, and then Adele. However, the fallen noble did not get far before he noticed a switch in the atmosphere and a shake in the floor beneath him. An earthquake had started and the students around him panicked. Even the main character was shocked. Even if the scenario had changed greatly, using predictions and his imagination, the blonde had prepared thoroughly. He flung open the window in confusion so that he could understand what was happening right then. It was something that was far past the realm of his imagination. There was ice rising outside the window, a grand and magic blue wall of power. Ed stared in shock and he wondered why that was here at a time like this. A being known to have gone extinct even within legend, a great calamity that could not be stopped through human force alone. The great creature broke through the earth and threw the school in turmoil. The high-class Sylvania Academy was such an unsafe place for any serious parent to send their children, unless they wanted them to get real-life experience of fighting monsters and having near-death experiences, for the failed swordsman of Sylvania's final boss rose from the earth. The sacred lance dragon had awoken and it towered over the school like a living mountain. The failed swordsman of Sylvania, the second joint combat training. In that scene, the protagonist Taylor would crush all the strongest freshmen. Then, finally, he would take down Claude of the Faculty of Alchemy, who drank the evil god's blood and exited the exam room, only to hear news of Adele's death. At the time, how Adele died was not well known, and the innocent and childlike Claris completely lost trust in the Order, becoming an entirely different person. The players of the game considered Claris's sudden change a complete destruction of her character and named her the Faithless Saintess. In order to contain the Faithless Saintess that now opposed them, the Order then dispatched troops to Arkan Island. In the end, the one that went berserk and single-handedly destroyed the Order's forces was the Act III's final boss, an awakened Lucy. That was how Act 3 was originally meant to go. However, now a giant-scaled creature stretched forth its wings and roared. Thunder clapped, lightning slashed through the atmosphere, and a chill overtook the school as the sacred lance dragon arose. The creature was massive, and massive was an understatement as it dwarfed the entire school. The dragon was called Wellbrock. The creature was the boss of Act 5, and he was supposed to appear at the end of the main story of the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Ed was horrified to see him now, and the tides had shifted way more than they should. That great beast was a walking hazard and was way too big to even exist inside the school without causing damage. Even the very waters surrounding the school shifted each time that the beast lifted its foot. Students and structures went flying each time the monster so much as breathed in the wrong direction, and many of them shouted with pain. The creature was not using magic. It was no more than an insignificant movement, but they could barely stand even that. By taking just one step forward, students were sent running as everything around them broke to pieces, and they hurried to not get caught in the catastrophe of the monster's wake. Ed groaned as students screamed around him, falling to his hands and knees as he tried to steady himself. Half of the dormitory was already reduced to ashes just by the creature lifting its foot from the after and bringing it to the shore. The building crumbled around them, and students panicked. The main character had only managed to survive the initial fall because he was in the faculty building. Many students raced through the school, but Ed ran ahead, his survival based on nothing more than luck. The boy leapt right out of an open window, using his arms to shield himself. He may not be able to use magic for several years. He might even end up never being able to use magic ever again. However, if that was the case, even if it meant putting his life on the line, the boy was not going to stop. He unleashed the maximum output of his power, firing directly at the beast, doing everything in his power to protect the school. Nerylda, the forest wolf spirit, was summoned, and she launched right at the giant. The boy knew that he would die either way in a battle against such a giant beast, so in that case, he would not stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, in Trix Hall, someone yelled for the Saintess to run. She knew that she had to get away, and she asked for the servants to quickly gather the others. The knights fought hard and told the Saintess to take their hands. They would escort her to the carriage that they had prepared. However, before the knight could finish his sentence, the beast took one step forward, its toenails piercing the knight and turning his body into a shish kebab right in front of the formerly sheltered girl. Sylvania should revoke its title as the safest school cause that gory sight surpassed anything that the Saintess had seen before. A holy bubble of spiritual magic surrounded her, and she squealed, falling back as the beast stepped forward, eliminating the knights who wanted to save her. There was dust everywhere, and the girl cried in terror and horror. She had no idea what was going on, and it had to be the worst day of her life. She saw scales embedded in the bodies of the knights and realized that they had been killed by the creature's mere act of shaking off its giant scales. Still, the other knights pulled the girl forward, telling her that they needed to leave immediately. Clarus followed as he directed, but was at a loss, wondering what wicked person had created such a horrific thing. The knight yelled for Marv to prepare the carriage, ignoring the fact that he was covered with blood. The man in question stumbled as he came forward, rubbing at his bleeding shoulder as he explained that the carriage had already been destroyed. Instead, he asked the girl to take the well-trained horse and to flee. The horse would surely take her across the Mexus Bridge and outside Arkan Island. The man's blood-covered hands gave her the reins, and the poor girl cried that she had never learned how to ride a horse. Still, the men insisted, telling her to grab the reins and to hold on tightly to the horse's neck. Even though they were both heavily injured, for the sake of their duty, they fought to get her to safety. The girl was put on the horse, and with one smack, the horse went riding off with the instruction to take the Saintess outside the castle. The girl squealed as she held onto the horse for dear life, crying as she glanced back at those who risked their lives to save her. Clarus had always thought that it was an exaggerated tale, like something one would hear from the myths. She could not believe that such a terrifying creature was real. Now, looking at all the fallen corpses around her, the girl recalled the story that the Archbishop would read to her back then. The story of Wellbrook, the sacred lance dragon that now caused so much carnage as the princess rode to safety. Every time the dragon would spew out his magic-laden breath, which resembled that of the sun, everything beneath him would cease to exist. Above her, the dragon charged up its lightning that sparkled with the dangerous blue lightning flame, electrifying and lighting up everything it touched, and then releasing it to the people who suffered below. The Saintess cried out as the lightning fell, but someone suddenly activated the large-scale magic nullification barrier. This intense magic barrier collided with the dragon's electric fire. The Saintess stares up at the beautiful barrier in amazement, shocked to find herself unharmed. The barrier had been cast over the school, and the girl could look up now at the one who cast it with awe. That was the great Principal Obel Fresius, finally defending his school, and the man cursed that even high-rank magic could only deflect its breath. Even the principal recognized that the sacred lance dragon had awoken much too early, but the dragon did not seem to care about its sleep schedule and it lashed out anyway, its large claw fighting against the barrier that Obel had set up. The man growled, saying that the beast was not even going to give him the time to imprison it. It seemed the dragon knew it was about to get sent back to jail, and it wanted no part in that. The chains of providence were then activated using the highest ranked telekinesis magic. These purple chains wrapped around the giant blue lizard. One day, just once, when this school was faced with a great threat, Lucy wanted the chance to lend them her strength. The young girl breathed in relief that she had come in time to lend her chains in aid, though this was not what she'd had in mind when it came to helping the school. The most powerful mage in the school was finally on the scene, and she was finally battling against something at her level. Now she could put her skills to good use. The dragon, of course, was not at all pleased to see the school's hero, and he made his protest known with a very loud roar. The chains began to fracture and shock. Something that had never happened before was beginning to occur. Lucy's magic for the first time had been defeated by the power of another. The chains fell apart, much to the shock of the young girl who stared in shock at her defeat. The blast of purple power was met by the beast's giant claw, and the genius mage went skyrocketing as the creature successfully broke some part of the barrier. Debris came down as magic collided, and even the poor saintess was thrown right from her horse. The poor thing squealed as she flew, further roughing up that really nice dress that she wore. This was no setting for a lady, and it was a foe like none they had ever faced. Meanwhile, the genius mage was surrounded by her little magical barrier, and she stared up in surprise at the beast. However, the principal thanked the girl for buying him time. Would this be the end of the great beast that had already caused so much damage? The principal activated the highest ranked defensive magic, the shield of the god of creation. The powerful golden magic shone through and burst through the icy magic of the dragon's blue. As the principal fought the massive creature, the saintess was in the middle of a mental breakdown. It was her first time on a truly gory and bloody battlefield, and she was not taking the experience very well. The poor panicked girl stared in horror, her once perfectly white dress now stained with blood. She mumbled to herself, panting as she recalled that she had to hurry to the Mexus bridge and escape the island. There were corpses everywhere she looked, and nothing was free of death, nothing was safe. The girl tried to gather the strength to run away. Her hands were covered with blood, and her eyes flooded with tears as she trembled from the intensity of the situation she had found herself in. Her perfect and beautiful school life was not supposed to be this way. Clarice had heard so much about the beauty of life that she had completely overlooked the other side of life that was not as beautiful or sweet. It was terrifying, and the girl did not know what to do next. Suddenly, someone spoke to her, noting that she was safe. The girl looked up in surprise to see the senior ed. The boy was also covered in blood, and his arm was painted in lines of magic that showed that he'd pushed himself a little too hard. However, the blonde was just relieved to find that the saintess was safe. He then asked if she was hurt, stretching out his battered hand to help her. The girl was stunned, asking how he had known that she was here. The boy then reminded her that she had planned on meeting important guests, so he had a feeling that she would be at the Trix Hall. The saintess shakily tried to explain that she was riding a horse to the Mexus bridge. However, going over there was pointless. That area was too crowded, and even if she were to leave the island, she would not be able to escape the dragon's range, so she would have ended up dying in vain. Getting on Merylda, the boy then asked the saintess to hold on tightly as he pulled her up on the back of the forest spirit. Human strength alone would not be able to prevail against this beast. The principal and the strongest mage were not jointly fighting against the monster, but even with Lucy and Obel were here, all they could do was hold it back. According to the original story, Taylor would raise his power to the max and acquire the ultimate swordsman form. So, Ed wondered now if he should give up at this point. However, he clenched his teeth and shouted for Merylda to go forward. He had to get it together. The main story had fallen apart. Right now, the blonde had to find the biggest variation that caused the plot to deviate. He had to leave the fighters behind and charge forward. He was sure that would lead to a method to lure the sacred lance dragon back to slumber. At first, the boy had thought that this new variation was also somehow his fault. That was because up until now, if things had not gone according to the original plot, it was because he had something to do with it. However, even if the flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a tornado, the world ending was a bit too much. The finale of Act 5 should not be happening in Act 3, no matter what the fallen noble did. First, he needed to confirm who it was that summoned the sacred lance dragon. He had to acquire information about the major characters of Act 3 in order of importance. Adele, the Saintess Clarice, the hero Taylor, and the avenging Lucy. Lucy was currently fighting against the sacred lance dragon. Clarice did not seem to know anything, and she was really going through it right now. Meanwhile, Taylor, the protagonist, was an exception. The boy was likely running himself ragged trying to save people right now. That meant that the only other person besides him who could be changing the plot would be Adele, the traveling musician. That is when Ed made a connection that made his eyes widen. There was a lot of destruction in Nail Hall, and many students cried to each other, telling each other to run away. However, one pair of feet surged forward, seemingly unbothered by the chaos. Adele had come to the Nail Hall training room at 1 in the afternoon. She was to wait until her opponent for the next match was decided. The girl had received that note from her challenger, Clarice. However, the combat training had been cancelled due to a sudden change in the Saintess' plans. The musician thought it was a shame that they could not meet. However, the musician smiled that fate would have them meet one day. Darkly, she added that it had always been that way. The game's final boss, Wellbrock, suddenly awoke in the middle of Act 3. Fighting against that ferocious beast was impossible, and instead, there was a possibility of sealing him away if Ed could somehow find the reason for his awakening. Taking a look at the prominent characters of Act 3, it could not be Lucy or Taylor causing the shift in narration. It also was not Clarice. The only real difference in the story could be caused by Adele, the traveling musician of love, who was supposed to die in the current arc. Her attitude had been rather calm, even though she knew of her upcoming death. If our blonde MC was able to find her, he was sure that the truth would then be revealed. For now, he needed to take the poor traumatized Saintess to a safe place and to hurry and find Adele. However, the boy did not have much time, and he hurried away quickly on the mighty Wind Wolf. They had finally arrived at a safe place, and that is where he quickly deposited the Saintess, as the magical barrier protecting the Awfully's Hall was still active. It was best for the young Saintess to stay there and to wait a while. Suddenly, the blonde realized that the barrier was indeed active, but the first attack stage was a bombardment of Wellbrock's scales and the barrier had failed to block that. This created a terrible situation where everyone inside the Awfully's Hall was in danger, but fortunately, not everyone would have died from a fatal hit. The magical barrier was indeed still active, and the two hurried through the halls. There had to be someone maintaining the barrier spell inside the maintenance room on the top floor. They hurried to find the survivor on the top floor, and the young student was horrified to find the pierced form of Miss Bell, the head maid and manager of Awfully's Hall. The Saintess wanted to hurry to use holy magic and save the injured maiden. However, the situation was hopeless. The maid had already fallen victim to the first attack, and she had crawled to the top floor in that state, just in case there were other survivors. The maid did her duty to the students in the hall, sacrificing her life as she coughed up blood and pushed a golden key to Ed's burnt hand. In this moment, the injured maid would likely say something about simply doing what she had to do. A small tear slid down the maiden's eyes, and the Saintess sobbed in pain and horror, wondering how such a thing could happen. The ever-diligent and trustworthy Belle closed her eyes, and the main character's eyes darkened. Clarice was in denial. She could not accept that the head maid would not be all right, and the boy gritted his teeth, grabbing the girl and pulling her along. Belle was the first time that Ed had failed to save someone. They had to do what they had to do. First, since there was high-level magic active in her room, as long as it was not directly attacked, it should be safe. The Saintess had to keep a strong heart, and he would go out to figure out how to solve the situation. Clarice panicked, saying that it was too dangerous outside. However, he yelled at the sheltered girl to look out of the window. If they left things like this, then things would only get worse for everyone else. The boy's eyes then widened as he did indeed look outside the window, and he saw before him a marvelous sight. Aspectual magic was being used, formed in a beautiful bright blue. It was no normal aspectual magic circle either. The boy immediately raced to the shelves and started tossing books, surprising the Saintess, who was still trying to keep up with everything happening around her. The boy was sure that what he searched for would be in this room, and he read through all the titles of the books as he tossed them aside. Finally, he found Glock's Introduction to Aspectual Magic. The Sacred Lance Dragon was suddenly resurrected, Adele disappeared, and Clarice knew nothing. The situation required a lot of deep and critical thinking. Finally, the aspectual magic circle had materialized in the skies above. This was neither Obel nor Lucy's method, and it was a method of application that the boy had never seen before. The great dragon prepared to shoot yet another massive fireball from its giant throat. The fire descended, fortunately blocked by the barrier that the principal and the powerful mage prodigy were maintaining. The principal struggled against the great beast, knowing that he would be unable to block it all, and he panicked to see the fireball shooting off in the wrong direction. Finally, Ed understood the situation. It had all been twisted from the beginning. This was not part of the original story. The Saintess asked her senior if he had figured something out, when suddenly Awfully's Hall was bathed in a bright blue light. The fireball was coming down, and they saw it sparkling and glowing bright outside the window. What a beautiful sight to witness as the end drew near. Clarice cried as the light approached, her hands raised to protect herself. The light was blinding, washing over the two shocked students, heat coming down on them in waves and burning pulses, and the destruction that it caused was legendary. The Awfully's Hall that had barely managed to survive was consumed in heavy silvery blue flames, and the sound of the explosion making contact with the building was both beautiful and deafening. Awfully's Hall came down to rubble and ashes, and among the fallen bricks and stones, the Saintess Clarice managed to crack open her eyes. The girl's eyes widened when she saw droplets of blood fall over her face. She should not be alive, not after an explosion of that magnitude. The answer to her survival was Ed, who stood above her, his body wrecked in red bruises as he coughed out blood on the trembling Saintess. Tired and exhausted, the boy breathed out that no matter what happened, if the Saintess did not feel like she could handle something, she had to ask for help right away. She did not need to handle everything on her own. That was rich coming from a dude who just took a dragon-sized grenade for her on his own. The girl stared in horror at her senior, tears sliding down her cheeks, begging him not to give up. The boy mumbled out the numbers of 1, 6, and 0. Clarice did not care. She did not want to listen. Shakily, she tried to heal his wounds and save his life, begging him to stay alive. However, the boy was losing too much blood. There was no way for this to work. He fell forward into the arms of the crying girl, his body weak and his strength drained. The girl cried out for him, but the blonde's eyes had already gone dark. However, the blue aspectual magic that floated in the center above the school began to twitch and move like a tide. The magical field around it expanded and grew to a great dynamic height, and the saintess cried as she held the boy in her arms. She did not understand why so many people had lost their lives just to protect her. Even her precious senior had sacrificed to keep her safe. She begged him not to die, holding his body in his arms and praying for him to survive. The girl cried and apologized, wishing that she had been more, that she could have done something significant to help. There was a moment of dark depression, when suddenly the saintess' eyes snapped open. The girl sat there with her eyes red from tears, and she stared in wonder and shock. She was seated once more at the tea party with Ed, with her guards keeping the people from getting close to her. It was mere minutes before the disaster struck the school. The students mumbled just like they had done in the past, asking why the saintess had come. Clarice was speechless, wondering what was going on. Janica was busy blushing about the saintess, just like before, and Ed was also clueless, asking what the saintess had come to speak about. The girl suddenly leapt across the table in a very not saint-like manner, and she grabbed the boy by the shirt in shock, staring at him as she fought back tears. She even tore open his shirt. The girl was not here to play. The boy was horrified, though. Sure enough, as she stared at his naked abs, she saw that his body was not harmed and he did not have any of the injuries that she had expected to find. The students were shocked. The guards were shocked. Janica was shocked. Everyone was shocked. And Clarice was busy being shocked for a completely different reason. The spirit sorcerer immediately protested the saintess' rough handling of her crush right in front of her, especially in broad daylight. However, the beautiful girl with long silver hair suddenly leapt back with an unreadable expression on her face. The girl took shaky deep breaths, and she wondered if everything that had happened had just been a dream, a terrible nightmare or a premonition. It had felt so real, and tears gathered in her eyes as she recalled holding her senior's dead body and watching the light die from his eyes. She had seen Belle die, and she had experienced that fear like it had been real. She could even see the marks of Ed's bloody hands on her skin. Tears gathered and Clarice shook as she realized that she had come back to the past. That morning, Clarice remembered that she had briefly conversed with Senior Ed in order to prevent him from meeting Vertio, the mind reader. It all played out like a movie that she had watched before. She had then gone to the Trix Hall, and while she had been waiting for the Pope, sipping tea and looking pretty, a huge rumble had echoed through the school, shaking the very foundation. The dragon spread its wings, roaring out in the night with a great cry. The girl had stared in horror at this majestic beast, and she realized that she was going to die. Spikes rained down, debris of the building piercing through the men that guarded her and bringing death all around her. She remembered her knights falling and the floor getting painted red. Everyone had fallen one by one in order to save her. Even the boy Ed had fallen into her arms. Now she was back at the beginning, knowing that everyone was fated to die. At this rate, everyone would truly die. And the saintess shook as she stared at the bloody fingerprints on her arms, shaking as tears fell down her face. The blonde nervously buttoned up his shirt, still shaken by the girl's actions, and he called out to her since she did not seem to be doing very well. The silver-haired girl then suddenly grabbed his arm and yelled that they had to run, escaping with the blonde in tow. The boy was shocked, wondering why the girl was pulling him away, but he could not pull back as it would be rude to shake off the saintess. Suddenly, he got shoved into the golden carriage, even as he tried to tell the girl that she had to get to the Trix Hall in order to meet the Holy Pope. The girl cried that she would take responsibility for everything, so they must hurry to the Mexis Bridge as fast as possible. The carriage took off immediately, leaving a shocking wave of dust behind it, much to the surprise of the watching students. The saintess had just kidnapped the main character, and Janica was horrified, just staring after them, wondering if they were eloping now. Meanwhile, the boy had no idea why he had been kidnapped, and he was still stuck in the carriage, riding fast in a new direction. He did not know why the sweet girl was crying, and he tried to explain that this scandalous behavior would cause a huge number of problems. However, with her face in her hands, the poor girl wept and explained that a great dragon would soon descend upon the skies of this very Arkan island and most of them would die. The blonde was absolutely stupefied to hear this. The saintess revealed that she had already died once, and now she had returned to the past. The boy had saved her. Back then, he had looked like he had realized something. However, before he could share that information, he was crushed by the falling rubble, and the boy had died in her place. Of course, the girl took his hands, saying that it made sense if he did not understand what she was talking about right now. No doubt that she sounded crazy, but her senior had said something before he had died. Ed had said back then that regardless of what happened, she had to come to him for help, and that she should tell him that no matter what. The boy was stupefied as he stared at the crying saintess, wondering just how he was supposed to respond when she said something like that. Looking out now, they were fast approaching the Mexis Bridge, and the blonde noble noticed that there were inspection personnel coming out of the Mexis Bridge. They would have to wait for a moment. Besides, going this way was a mistake to begin with, and he was still pushing for her to turn around and meet the Holy Pope. However, the girl had started counting, mentioning the numbers 1 and 5 over and over again. 1500160. Those were the words that he had spoken to her before he had died, and like a sleeper agent, Ed's eyes widened in shock as reality registered. Meanwhile, the carriage driver sighed about how crowded it was out there, and he started telling the Saintess that it seemed that due to the Holy Pope's visit, merchandise from the alt trading company was backed up. It looked like it might take a while for them to get through. Suddenly, Ed bellowed that they needed to get through. It was like all of his memories had reset, and he yelled that it was an emergency. They needed to get past the obstacle as best as they could, and they needed to move fast. The driver tried to protest that the academic society would have complaints, but the boy screamed that the Saintess was in danger. In fact, all of them were in danger and they had to speed up immediately. As long as it was possible, the driver was to do everything that he could to break through. Nothing else mattered. Well, that was all the motivation that the driver needed, and he told them all to hold on tight. The horse was spurred into action. The old man had spent 22 years as a coachman, and he could even cross the seas if he tried hard enough. Just as he said, the carriage shot forward, and a path was cleared through the busy road for the Saintess to move on ahead. Soon, the sacred lance dragon would be revived, and everyone would die. Ed gritted his teeth as he steadied himself in the carriage, the Saintess clinging to him for dear life. The boy had decided to completely believe Clarice's words, no matter how absurd they would be. This was because the numbers that the girl had just recited were a string of numbers that nobody else in this world would ever understand. 155000160. Those had been the numbers on his tag. Yes, before the main character had been transported to this world, that had been his military service number. As the carriage moved with lightning speed through the forest path, Clarice gave a quick recollection of everything that was going to happen. Even Ophelie's Hall would eventually fall, and there was no other safer place in the entirety of Arkan Island. That was why the girl had chosen to escape. Also, if time truly had been rewound, then spectral magic must have been involved. Among the magic theories that currently existed, only spectral magic could interfere with the flow of time. The main character was starting to persevere, and he asked the Saintess if she was even listening to a word that he said as she clung so desperately to him. The girl replied that she was listening, but she needed to stay in his arms for just a little while. He was talking about spectral magic. The blonde confirmed that in that turning back time on such a large scale should have been impossible with a human's magic power. However, if something like that did indeed happen, then it could only mean something very important. However, before Ed could complete that train of thought, there was a huge roar and something burst out from right in front of them. A giant blue dragon that surpassed the scale of the landscape. A monster of rage and power, and the girl put her hand over her head, crying out in fear as the monster from the nightmare returned. This time was different, though they had managed to escape from the school, and they should have left Arkan Island by now, so the girl desperately hoped that they would be fine. However, it happened again. The monster had popped up from nowhere, and it would wreak havoc all over the famous magical school. When the girl opened her eyes, she found herself once again safe inside a bubble of magic while the landscape around her was in ruins. The coachman had fallen, and she was once again stuck in a living nightmare. A voice called out to ask if she was all right, and the girl turned in relief to hear Ed's voice. She called out to him with happy tears in her eyes, but when she turned, she found the boy had also been heavily impaled by shards and was bleeding profusely. The boy told the girl not to give up and that she had to continue onward, even as she desperately tried to heal him. The Saintess cried, begging him to be okay. She had put in all this effort to save his life. She cried and apologized that she was once again unable to help him or be of use to anyone. She was not able to do anything, just like last time, while her dear senior continued to risk his life for her over and over again, and once again he would die for her sake. Still, the girl sobbed that she had not done anything for him, while she kept depending on him. The poor thing was a mess with tears running in rivers down her face. However, the boy gently cradled her cheek, saying that there was no need to apologize. There was no reason to cry. The boy promised that he would definitely help her again if he was given the chance, so she had to stay strong and not give up. His hand fell in death, and the girl reached out with shaky hands, as if hoping that she could catch his soul and keep it from escaping. The girl called out to the boy who was slumped against the beautiful silver carriage, and her body began to shake as she stared at him, pained and horrified. Her cursed blessing had kept her safe and also made sure that she would witness the death of her friend once again. Instead of doing something like her, a brave boy had died once again. Clarice cried heavily, wishing again that she could change things, and blew magic bubbles around her as the giant dragon flapped its wings. The Saintess wished that she could just return to the past once more, and a bright light covered the area, blindingly bright in its magnificence as it covered the landscape. Once again, the Saintess' eyes snapped open in great surprise. The blonde called to her, looking as drab as ever, and he spoke to her, asking why she had come to speak with him. He wanted to know what she wanted to talk about, and again the silver-haired beauty was speechless for a moment. Grateful tears fell down her cheek as she leapt once more to hug him, much to the horror and surprise of everyone around her. It was scandalous, but Clarice did not care. The girl had already sworn to save the boy no matter what it cost her to achieve it. Once again, she rushed the boy into the carriage, even though he had no idea why she was acting crazy all of a sudden. The girl said that this time they would go in the other direction. She begged the carriage to hurry to the east, hoping that it would buy them the time that they needed. She had explained the situation to Senior Ed while escaping inside the carriage, and they decided on a place to hide. Then, the giant dragon once again rose from the earth, bright blue scales flying everywhere and laying everything underneath to waste. Once again, the carriage was interrupted. Once again the boy lay dying in her arms, and the girl panicked on her third regression, dragging the main character into the carriage with her. Clarice had taken them to the other side of the island, but even that had not been enough, and they had run out of time. Once again, the great blue magic danced above her head, and once again it was time for her fourth regression. Once again, the Saintess shoved the main character into her carriage, even though he protested, asking what she was doing. They had gone to the seaside cavern by the western sea. Her senior had guided her there. However, that very cavern had collapsed, and once again he had only been able to save herself. At this point, the Saintess was collecting trauma like they were Pokemon balls. Again and again, round and round and round she went, rushing him all over the place. By her 12th regression, they had gone to Professor Glass' secret laboratory, but even they got hit directly by the Sacred Lance Dragon's magic attacks. Still, Clarice did not stop trying, and her effort was commendable. She tried the 15th and even the 22nd time. Again and again, she watched him die in various different ways. Crushed, stabbed, burnt, falling, impaled, always saying kind words to her before the light finally left his eyes. No matter what the Saintess did, it would always end with the school in ruins and her senior soaked in blood, dying at her feet. Once again, the girl would open her eyes, stained by the soot of the past, but otherwise unharmed. The girl did not know why time was being rewound, but regardless of where they went in the academy, neither the Holy Pope nor the Archbishop was present. Above all, wherever they ran to, Ed Rothtailor would always somehow die. The main character looked at the crying girl with concern in his eyes. They had repeated this day dozens of times, but the boy would always save her and die in her place. She had seen it happen over and over again, and Clarice was tired of it. She recited the numbers as usual, but did not know what she was supposed to do now. Once again, they were at the Mexus Bridge, waiting for the inspection officials, and the girl accepted her fate. She was sure that her senior would yell out the window for the carriage to speed up. However, the blonde instead called for the carriage to stop. The boy got off, and he also told the Saintess to come down. He did not know how many times she had tried to stop this disaster. However, he did know one thing. She needed to rest. The beautiful Saintess did not understand why the main character had stopped the carriage in such a dire situation, as this was her first time experiencing this. However, the boy smiled and said that he knew a couple of people worth asking for help from. Something had changed, and it was time to stop doing this on their own. The beautiful Saintess was shocked at this new change in attitude. But she was also quite panicked and scolded the blonde boy, saying that they did not have time and she was tired of seeing him die. She wanted him to hurry and run away because the bridge would get blocked as soon as the incident occurred. The poor girl had tried everything that she could think of, from dragging him away by force to running away over and over again in various ways. However, it all ended up the same. He would always tell her that it was okay, even though she tried everything with even the faintest glimmer of hope. But nothing really worked. It was all in vain, and the poor Clarice would always watch her senior die. She did not want to see that happen again. However, once again, Ed told her that it was okay. Everything that she had done was not in vain, and he opened a small blue container with something white inside. The wounds on the Saintess' body that would not heal were a huge risk factor, and he carefully applied the balm, wondering why her wounds remained even though she kept turning back time. The holy magic's blessing that she bore would target those who were hostile to her and those who bore the intent to attack her. It would always protect her body from harm. That special magic also offered complete resistance against holy magic, which was why the Archbishop could never read her mind. However, her memories and wounds remained intact each time that she regressed. This was because this very phenomenon of time being rewound was itself being realized through holy magic. It was likely that a spectral magic was being used to rewind time. Then the girl's eyes widened as she realized what the senior had realized the first time he had died. The only way to fuel a spell affecting such a wide area would be through a holy magic technique using a god's power as its foundation. Now, Ed asked if Clarice could see a new hope. He began to ask how many times she had repeated this day when she suddenly barreled into him with a hug. The girl cried that she did not know anymore. She had been counting at the start. But things had quickly become overwhelming after the 10th time. Tears fell in rivers down the silver-haired beauty's face, but the main character was kind. He placed a gentle hand on her head and told her that she had done well to come this far. First, she needed to calm herself so that she did not wear herself out. Whenever people found themselves repeatedly crashing against an insurmountable wall, they would always desire the same thing: a new hope. Clarice could see that hope before her now, shining in the form of Ed Rothtailor. The blonde noble told her to leave everything to him. They had found the cause now, so running away was no longer the answer. Now, they had to remove the source of the problem. The main character admitted that he thought it was strange, even back when playing the game. Clarice had changed far too quickly after Adele's death. They had called her the Faithless Saint, and she had suddenly come to oppose the order in its entirety to the extent that it was taken as a destruction of her character. Now that Ed thought about it, it was as if she had experienced so much that her personality itself had changed. It was impossible to know through the game, But if Claris had to experience this indescribable hell a countless number of times before learning that the Order was behind it, then her shift into the Faithless Saint suddenly made perfect sense. If so, then Ed could easily conclude that nothing had changed from the original story. They were now at Nail Hull. Considering all the information that they had gathered so far, what Claris must do now was also clear. Even if she ran away from the Holy Lance Dragon, time would turn back, and they could not eradicate the dragon itself either. So, the blonde asked the silver-haired beauty to listen closely. They would stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon. First, they had to find the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, as they would be capable of this level of holy magic. The Saintess had asked countless times while repeating this day, but no one seemed to know where they were. That was indeed quite strange. Given their high status, each and every move of theirs should draw plenty of ears and eyes. The blonde was so busy rushing through the school that he did not realize how scandalous it looked for the Saintess to be clutching at his giant chest as they ran everywhere. The Saintess and Ed Rothtaylor together, that was a shock for both Taylor and Wade, who had been in the middle of a sparring session. The scene in Act 3, Chapter 5, where the protagonist was to awaken his swordsman form and easily take victory. However, Taylor swiftly got bonked on the head by Wade for easily getting distracted by the weird pair canoodling in public. The Saintess absolutely refused to let go of the blonde. At any rate, Ed guessed that the story had changed a little, but he would not dwell on unimportant thoughts, and he covered the Saintess' head with his jacket. The Holy Lance Dragon would be resurrected soon, so he had to hurry. The most important thing right now was to find the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, whose whereabouts were lost at the Mexis Bridge. The person who would most likely know where they were would be Lortel. So, the main character raced to the Red Fox to beg her to sell them some juicy information. The girl aimed to please, especially when it came to her darling crush, and she thought it was quite a pleasure to see them. All information about Arkan Island passed through Lortel, and she even agreed to hear him out. If it were Lortel Ketchelm, she would definitely have an answer. However, the Red Fox had suddenly noticed the Saintess clinging to the arm of her man. Ed was busy thinking that the Merchant Guild would definitely be able to remain calm, no matter the situation. However, with eyes that shone with the light of jealous rage, she asked the blonde noble about all the studying that he had been doing on a daily basis, and if he had somehow picked up a hypnosis spell along the way. Cause why it was their universe's version of the Virgin Mary, clinging to him like he was a man of faith. Now Lortel thought that Ed was truly rotten for aiming for the Saintess of all people. He quickly cleared up the air in the conversation, saying that he needed to find someone at that moment. See, Ed needed to find them before the joint combat training at the latest. He would pay however much money that the merchant required for the information. The merchant was absolutely speechless and stupefied. She almost looked offended that he was willing to do anything to help that girl on his arm and wanted to know what was going on. Later, near the Mexis Bridge, at the carriage depot, Lortel, the acting company leader, was contacted. As she ordered, her worker had gathered all the witness information from near the Mexis Bridge, and now the redhead wanted to discuss the price. She even planned on charging a bit extra that day. First off, the boy had said that this was an emergency, so she had withdrawn from her last spar and accompanied him. She could understand him, since this is just how he was. However, seeing how the Saintess had changed so suddenly, to the point of nearly crying from separation anxiety just because he could not see him, Lortel failed to understand what exactly was going on. The redhead was waiting for her last spar, and it had taken quite a while for them to get to her. The joint combat training would be coming to an end soon, and the redhead asked what that was about. The main character admired the foxy merchant's ability to maintain a calm demeanor no matter the situation, and she excelled in making rational judgments and acting according to them. The lady was surprised and asked why the blonde was saying all of this all of a sudden. The main character figured that the foxy girl shone the most in emergency situations, so no matter what happened, he wanted her to stay calm and to believe in what he had to say. The redhead now recalled that the blonde had said that they were out of time, and the Saintess remained inside the carriage. They were out of time, which was why it was so important for Ed to say this now. The eyes of the foxy merchant widened, and the ground began to shake. The carriage shook and the horses were startled, screaming as the ground began to slip away beneath the people's feet. There was a large explosion like never before, and from the ground, a great blue dragon rose. People screamed as they were impaled with flying scales, crying out as they fell left and right. The main character wrapped his arms around the red-headed girl as the chaos resounded around them. The girl's eyes widened in shock and horror. The great lance dragon was forever an amazing sight, a wing that spanned even greater than the tallest building in the academy and a presence that shook the very earth as it pulled itself from the ground. Magic scales flung from the body and lightning sparked the sky in multiple colors of blues and purples. The great dragon was huge, powerful, terrifying, and very, very ugly, towering over the school like a living and breathing natural disaster. Just its existence uprooted the foundation of the academy, and many buildings collapsed like a pack of cards. The redhead winced, wondering what on earth was going on. Her eyes cracked open, and she saw her crush stained with blood, protecting her body with hers. Her eyes flooded with tears, horrified to see her crush suffering so much. But he just stared at her with determination in his eyes and asked how much she would charge for the information that he wanted. The girl was speechless. There was a scale embedded in his back, and there was a moment where she tried to catch her breath as water ran down her cheeks. Then, the redhead merchant could not help but smile. Compared to her life, it looked like she would have to pay him back instead, since he had risked so much to keep her alive. Ed said that he did not need anything as he took the information from her. It was a rather lucrative deal. According to the 13 witness testimonies, the Holy Pope and the Archbishop had used a concealment rune and went down isolated roads while accompanied by troops. Their destination had been the academic cathedral within the faculty building, and Ed studied the note with a serious expression on his face. He glanced at the carriages and was not so surprised when a hand burst through the metal, punching the door right off. Clarice called out for him and rushed right at him, crying and sobbing for him not to die. She panicked because he was bleeding and she was being so shameless that even Lortel had to avert her eyes for a moment. Then, the redhead scolded the panicked saintess, saying that they had to move immediately. It looked like at least one horse was still barely capable of moving. It was greatly wounded, but it would reach the faculty building with a stroke of luck. They had to hurry, so they quickly hopped onto the horse. Ed grabbed the reins, but the redhead noted that even with a saddle, carrying 2 people would be tough for the horse. Ed and the saintess had to go, so the foxy merchant had to be left behind. She looked very conflicted, and the blonde tried to explain the situation. But Lortel just pushed the saintess on the horse. The redhead was sure that her crush must have a reason, and she smiled, saying that she would believe in him. The boy thanked her, promising to repay her debt later. However, she would no longer wait for later, and the foxy merchant leapt to collect her debt in the form of a kiss. The saintess was shocked to see them canoodling right in front of her, and then she flinched when she noticed the merchant was giving her eyes of threat and death. It seemed that their second kiss was initiated by her once again. Well, she did need to buy insurance after all. Ed wanted to say more to her, but the girl smacked the horse and sent them off. While they rode off, the redhead was sure to mention to Clarice that there was a proper order about things in the real world. If she continued to cling to a product that someone else had already claimed, then things would get quite messy. The redhead waved as they rode away, keeping up the appearance of confidence, before her arms slowly lowered. Around her were the bodies of the dead, and she reassured herself that she was not confusing things. The calamitous reign of the Holy Lance Dragon should have ended 300 years ago. So, the red-headed fox made herself put on a smile, even as the hooked fatal foot of the great dragon hovered over her head. With death approaching, Lortel reminded herself that he who laughed in the face of danger would find themselves the victor in the end. So, this panel unfortunately catches us up with the latest chapter once again. I know it's hard to wait on new episodes for this manhwa every time, but it's the price we pay for peak storytelling. As usual, I'm waiting with my breath drawn for more chapters to get released, so I can quickly get down to narrating it for you guys. So until then, be sure to watch some of my other series if you enjoy my content, and if you want to stay notified for future uploads, definitely consider subscribing to the channel. Until next time.